Grasping Evil Chapter 737 to Chapter 763. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. For the past month, Ouyang Yuan brought the two little girls out to play every day. They would only return at night. The two girls had playful personalities, and Furball was also someone who could not sit still, but Ouyang Yuan was not. She just didn't want to stay at home and disturb Ningfan's enlightenment. For a whole month, Ningfan stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were staring blankly at the ashes on the ground. Compared to a month ago, his puzzlement had increased. "I don't understand." After letting out a long sigh, Ningfan flicked his sleeves and blew away the ashes on the ground. After thinking for a while, he pushed the door open and went out. There was no day in the blood world, only night. The lights in the Willow Tree City were always lit. Lanterns were lit outside every house. It was the first time he went out of his house in the past month. It was the first time he calmed down to see the difference in Willow Tree City. Willow Tree City was different. The people were different and the cultivation atmosphere was also different. It was completely different from the murderous and cold-blooded cultivation world in the outside world. Occasionally, mortals would come to this city and sell all kinds of things on the long street. Fruits, jewelry, snacks, paper kites, and even sugar figurines. Cultivators didn't just pursue cultivation. They would also travel to relax and buy those useless things from mortals. A few vein-opening realm cultivators were sitting at a noodle stall on the street. They were eating hot plain noodles and talking about their harvest from hunting ferocious beasts in the blue sea. Pairs of vein-opening realm Dao companions held each other's hands in the darkness of the night. They were deeply affectionate as they stayed together in the darkness. A harmonious spirit middle-aged man was holding a cute little boy in his arms. Beside him was a sweet-tempered woman. They were standing in front of a sugar figurine stall, patiently waiting for the mortal in front of them to make a sugar figurine. "You're not allowed to cry when you have sugar figurines. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man rubbed his stubbled face against the boy's face. His eyes were filled with love. I promise I won't cry anymore." Xiao Shan will obediently go home with father and mother. Xiao Tong bowed solemnly. "Go home, go home, go home." Ningfan's cold and barren heart was suddenly touched. To cultivators, home was a luxury. Home. Cultivators could travel the world, but they also had no home. Wherever they went was home. The cultivators of the 4 skies and 9 worlds had no home, but the cultivators of the Big Dipper blood world did. This was the home of the Big Dipper descendants. The atmosphere here was really good. Ningfan looked at the little boy enviously and gave him a rare knowing smile. This smile wasn't a pretense. After laughing for a while, Ningfan revealed a surprised expression. After 7 emotions extinguishing, this was the first time he laughed from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Big Dipper in the night sky. He seemed to have understood something, but he couldn't quite put it into words. The Northern Dipper blood realm was fundamentally different from the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. Because of that difference, Ningfan could still smile. In this place, the 7 emotions that he should have destroyed were being reconstructed bit by bit. Although there was daylight in the 4 heavens, the world was too dark. There was only darkness in the blood world, but the warmth of humanity. Home was where one could feel at ease. Home. It was no wonder that Nwaner, the 3 women, and 1 beast liked planting Willow City and the Big Dipper blood world. They were so happy here that they forgot about home. The Big Dipper blood domain was indeed a good place. Ningfan walked across the long street. He walked through the misty night sky and the lights of thousands of households. Lanterns were hung outside each of the houses. Within the light of the lanterns, there was longing. Mothers longed for their children, wives longed for their husbands, and children longed for their fathers. Home. The lights of thousands of households entered Ningfan's eyes. Gradually, his eyes were filled with some indescribable emotions. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the inner city of Planting Willow City. In this place, there was a towering giant willow that had existed since ancient times. According to Ningfan's guess, it was a willow that was left behind by the Slaughter Emperor of the Giant Gate to gain enlightenment. This giant willow contained an obscure great Tao of life and death, which made Ningfan's eyes flicker. However, the significance of this willow to Planting Willow City was not to gain enlightenment but to make a wish. There were temples built near the giant willow. Outside the temples, there were many tourists making vows in front of the giant willow. There were also beautiful ladies burning incense and praying in front of the giant willow. Beside the giant willow, there were 17 to 18 stalls. The owners of the stalls were all cultivators. They were helping the tourists to ask for and interpret the fortune sticks. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the stalls. Each of them had different levels of heavenly power. Even though they were not strong, it also showed that these stall owners were not trying to cheat people of their money. Instead, they were truly capable. Little brother, do you want to ask for a fortune stick? I'm the strongest expert in the Tao of divination in this city. I'm the best at interpreting the fortune sticks of others, especially the fortune sticks of marriage, fortune sticks and fate sticks. People call me Xianxia. 10 immortal jades for 1 stick and the first one is free. Hee hee. It's not expensive at all. An old man wearing yellow Taoist robes saw Ning Fan's gaze and thought that there was business at his door. Immediately, he walked over with a smile and boasted about his business. Even though his appearance was a little wretched, his heavenly power was indeed the strongest in this place. His cultivation base was also not weak. He was at the 8th level of the vein opening realm. 10 immortal jades for 1 stick was not expensive. Ning Fan casually took out 20 immortal jades and handed them to Xianxia. 20 immortal jades were enough for him to ask for 3 sticks. After all, the first one was free. After receiving the money, the yellow-robed old man's smile became even more wretched. He brought Ning Fan to the front of the stall and handed one of the 3 pots to Ning Fan. The first lot is the fortune stick of marriage. Little brother, please ask for a stick. I will certainly interpret the fortune stick for you. The yellow-robed old man couldn't see through Ning Fan's strength. He only thought that Ning Fan was an ordinary vein-opening cultivator in the city. Ning Fan nodded and was about to shake the pot. Suddenly, a group of young men aggressively walked towards the stall. This group of young men were the ones who had provoked Ning Fan before. The black-robed young man's expression was full of anger. His voice was heard before he came close. Xianxia. What kind of bullshit fortune stick did you interpret for me? 10 days ago, you said that I was lucky and had a great opportunity. I brought people to the Blue Sea to seek for opportunities and almost died there. What bullshit opportunity? Give me back the money I paid for interpreting the fortune stick. Xianxia's expression immediately changed when he saw this group of aggressive young men. He looked a little flustered and was about to pack up his stall and run away. Want to run? The black-robed young man sneered and waved his hand. The young men behind him drew out their blades and quickly surrounded the stall. Xianxia smiled bitterly and ran to the black-robed young man. Second Master Ren, please don't be angry. The matter of asking for the fortune stick is sometimes accurate and sometimes not accurate. Cough cough, you can't blame me for not interpreting the fortune stick well. Humph, you still want to quibble? You are. The black-robed young man sneered. He was about to teach Xianxia a lesson when he suddenly noticed Ning Fan's in front of the stall. His originally arrogant expression was now filled with reverence. Xianxia was taken aback. In his impression, the black-robed youngster was the tyrant of Willow City. He had once injured an early harmonious spirit expert with his 9th level vein opening cultivation. In this planting Willow City where harmonious spirit was respected, almost no vein opening expert dared to provoke the black-robed youngster. Moreover, the black-robed youngster was extremely arrogant and despotic on normal days. Even if he met a harmonious spirit old monster, he would not show any kind face. However, at this moment, the black-robed youth was looking at Ning Fan with deep respect. Xianxia did not dare to imagine what cultivation-based Ning Fan had exactly to be able to make the black-robed young man reveal a look of respect. Late harmonious spirit realm. Peak harmonious spirit realm? And it was the legendary golden elixir realm. I'm asking for a fortune stick. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Ning Fan looked at the black-robed youth and said indifferently. Understood. Little ones, put away your blades and guard the stall. No one is allowed to disturb Big Brother. The black-robed youngster ordered. The group of youths immediately put away their blades and stood at the side respectfully. No one dared to disturb him. The black-robed youngster gave Xianxia a threatening stare and said coldly, "Explain the lot for my big brother properly. If you don't do it well, I will cut you into pieces." Big brother? This little brother, no, this master is actually your big brother. All of a sudden, Xianxia was deeply convinced that Ning Fan was definitely a gold core expert. There was once a peak harmonious spirit expert who went to look for the black-robed youngster and wanted to take him as his little brother. However, he was rejected by the youngster. The black-robed youngster was too arrogant. He did not even want to acknowledge a peak harmonious spirit expert as his big brother. Instead, he acknowledged Ning Fan as his big brother. This meant that Ning Fan was stronger than a peak harmonious spirit expert. If he was stronger than a peak harmonious spirit expert, what else could he be other than a gold core old monster? When Xianxia thought that he was about to explain the lot for a gold core old monster, his palms could not help but sweat. This is troublesome. If I don't do it well, will I be killed by Ning Fan? Ning Fan slightly frowned. He did not know when he became the big brother of this black-robed youngster. Ignoring the black-robed youngster, Ning Fan closed his eyes and shook the lot pot. After a few breaths, he shook the lot. Xianxia's hands trembled as he picked up the bamboo lot. There was only a row of strange runes on the bamboo lot. There were no words, which was different from the lot of mortals. After glancing at the content of the bamboo lot, Xianxia closed his eyes and pinched his fingers to calculate. Suddenly, he picked up a red brush and wrote a poem on a piece of yellow paper. At this moment, he was immersed in the power of heaven's mystery. He had no idea what he was writing. When he opened his eyes and saw what he had written, his face immediately turned ugly and his shivering became even more intense. 1,000 years of loneliness, a lifetime of love. I can't bear to see the fallen red crushed into dust. Beauties are as numerous as the clouds. Half a bosom friend and the other half an enemy. How do I explain this lot? Ning Fan asked indifferently. This lot. Xianxia did not know what to say. Big brother asked you to explain the lot, so hurry up and explain it. If you delay any longer, I will immediately cut you into a human stick. The black-robed youngster said coldly. ****, I will explain it. I will explain it. This lot is considered to be the worst lot among the marriage lots. Judging from the lot, I'm afraid this old man will have to go through a long period of loneliness before he can get a lifetime of love. Besides, this old man has more than one woman. I'm afraid he has many women. Unfortunately, among these women, some are bosom friends and some are formidable enemies. In short, his marriage is full of ups and downs." Xianxia said with a trembling voice. "Nonsense. My big brother is like a banished immortal. How can his marriage lot be the worst lot?" The black-robed youngster glared at Xianxia angrily. Ning Fan, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia with slight surprise. He thought that this person's divination was very accurate. Speaking of which, although he had many beauties around him, many of them had turned from enemies to bosom friends. Not bad. Ning Fan's indifferent voice was like the sound of nature. It made Xianxia's face filled with joy. What he was most afraid of was Ning Fan being dissatisfied with the divination. Now, it seemed like Ning Fan was very satisfied with the result. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the black-robed youngster naturally suppressed all of his anger and did not continue to make things difficult for Xianxia. It was good that Ning Fan was satisfied. Ning Fan was his big brother. Since his big brother was satisfied, he naturally would not have any dissatisfaction. After the first lot was done, Xianxia passed the second pot to Ning Fan. This lot was to ask for good luck. Ning Fan shook out the first lot. Xianxia pinched his fingers and calculated again. Then, he waved his brush and wrote a poem on the yellow paper. At first, it was like the purple sun reflecting its rays. Then, it was dyed with filthy and fallen black light. It's too common for one to die a miserable death. Putting down the brush, Xianxia opened his eyes. When he saw what he wrote, he was so frightened that cold sweat broke out. Great misfortune! Great misfortune! This lot is even worse than the worst lot. How can I divination it without angering Ning Fan? Just tell me the truth. I won't do anything to you. Ning Fan saw through Xianxia's panic and said indifferently. Yes. This lot is the great misfortune lot. Judging from the lot, you were supposed to have great fortune and boundless good fortune. However, because of some reasons, your fortune changed and you lost all your good fortune. Now, you're surrounded by bad luck. From now on, you're not fated to have any good fortune. You have to be careful when you go out. If you're not careful, you'll be killed by others and die a miserable death because of your bad luck. Xianxia gritted his teeth and explained honestly. Nonsense. How dare you curse my big brother to die a miserable death? The black-robed young man was furious. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Accurate. It's really accurate. This Xianxia could actually predict that his purple luck would turn black. Unfortunately, this Xianxia was destined not to be able to predict that his black luck would turn purple. It was normal that he could not predict it. If this Xianxia could predict the change of his luck, Ning Fan would be worried instead. So, the next lot is about my fate. Ning Fan picked up the third pot and shook out a lot. Then, he passed it to Xianxia to solve it. Xianxia pinched his fingers and calculated. Then, he closed his eyes and waved his brush, producing the third lot. When he opened his eyes and saw what he wrote, his face turned pale with fright. The first lot was the worst lot. The second lot was extremely inauspicious. As for the third lot, it was actually the lot of Azura. This lot could not be any more inauspicious. Slay all the immortals and become devils. Slay all the devils and slay Azura. It's hard to obtain the true Tao fruit in the Sea of Blood. So what if the Tao is destroyed after attaining it? This lot. There's no need to solve this lot. I can understand it. Ning Fan put down the pot and turned to leave. In his life, he had spent most of his time slaughtering endlessly. In order to protect the obsession in his heart, he had already been stained with blood and sinned deeply. But so what? He could not avoid this path. He could not hide from it. While walking under the starry sky of the Big Dipper, Ning Fan's thoughts gradually drifted away. During the tribulation of life and death, he had heard about the story of immortal sovereign Zido killing immortal sovereign Ziwei and immortal sovereign Beidou. In the past, when immortal sovereign Zido destroyed the Ziwei and Beidou immortal domain, the crimes he committed were definitely not trivial. After the massacre in the Sea of Blood, the Zido immortal domain became peaceful and prosperous. Zido gifted the world a peaceful and prosperous era with his sins. It was hard to judge Zido's merits and demerits. However, Ning Fan understood that he was not as good as Zido. Throughout his journey, all he thought about was to protect his loved ones with his sins. He did not have such a big dream to protect the world. In fact, he was not as persistent as the previous Shah Di, who was willing to give up everything to protect the blood world. He had always been selfish. He could never be selfless. However, at this moment, he had an urge to turn the chaotic 4 heavens and 9 worlds into a peaceful place like the Northern Dipper blood world. He wanted to let the people he loved live in the cultivation world without any worries. They did not need to worry about being murdered or assassinated. They just needed to live a normal life like a mortal. Was this a kind of dream, creating a peaceful and prosperous era to let the people he loved be happy? Was this considered a kind of dream? Dream, immortal sovereign Zido's words seemed to be echoing in his ears. Do you have any dreams in your heart? When I was your age, I was just a demon devil who killed without restraint. One day, you will have your own opinion about the cultivation world. In a daze, Ning Fan seemed to hear another voice in his ears. That voice came from the giant willow. No living beings could hear it except for Ning Fan. It was the voice of the great Tao. It was the voice of the great Tao left by the person who comprehended the Tao under the giant willow. The night was dim. Ning Fan had already walked very far away. Suddenly, he looked back and saw the giant willow that towered into the sky. There was once a young man who called himself Ju Men. He planted the willow seed and comprehended the Tao before planting it. On the day he attained the Tao, 10,000 years had passed. The willow seed in the past had already turned into a towering tree. He lamented the passing of time under the tree. He lamented the fact that the tree was like this. How could humans endure it? No one knew that when the Shah Di of Ju Men was on his deathbed, he also quietly passed away under the giant willow. He entrusted everything to the 3rd generation young emperor. He sat alone under the giant willow and looked at it. He looked at the blue sea that was like the tide in the past and the green mountains that were immersed in the eternal night. He did not feel dejected like he had passed away. Instead, he was filled with pride. There was a second sentence he said, but no one heard it. That voice turned into a sentence of Tao that existed in the giant willow for eternity. The green mountains are still the same, but my hair has turned white. Time really doesn't spare anyone. However, a man can grow old and his strength can decline, but his heart can never die and his ideals can never be extinguished. Even though my body is dead and my Tao is extinguished, my ideals will live forever with the Big Dipper star. The sentence of Tao entered Ning Fan's ears. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Big Dipper star that filled the sky. He remained silent for a long time. At this moment, his Tao had a sublimation. It had a qualitative change and there were signs of it becoming solid. At this moment, Ning Fan's expression was solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Big Dipper star. This bow was filled with respect and admiration. What he admired was the persistence of the Shadi of Ju men which existed in the giant willow forever. He finally understood how to attain the Tao. His Tao could be verified with countless things in the world. Mountains, rivers, plants, and trees all had their own persistence. All living beings in the world had their own persistence. The Shadi of Ju men had his own persistence. Immortal Sovereign Zido had his own persistence. Persistence was a Tao that transcended life and death. It would not disappear with death. Ning Fan was a butterfly in his previous life. Even though his body had turned into ashes, his persistence had yet to dissipate. From the past to the present, his protective heart had never changed. Persistence could transcend life and death as well as the cycle of samsara. If one is obsessed with emotions, even if the 7 emotions are extinguished, they can still talk and smile. If one is obsessed with a thought, even if one's Tao disappears, even if one's body dies and the cycle of samsara is annihilated, this thought would never disappear. After a long time, Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. He turned around and returned to his residence. Outside the main entrance, 2 lanterns were hung high and lit. This was the home of him, Nguyen Er, Weiliang and Zili. By lighting the lanterns, it could illuminate their way home. Time passed day by day. 1 year passed quickly. The immortal soul grass had yet to grow, but the 5 grains were already plentiful and could already be used to brew wine. The cattail grass in the courtyard had also grown again. One day, a stall for divination appeared outside the temples in the inner city. The owner of the stall was Ning Fan. He only solved one type of divination. Divination of life and death. Bundles of cattail grass were placed beside his feet. Every time he solved the divination of a person, he would weave a grass ring. He wanted to weave the life and death of others into the grass ring. For 7 consecutive days, no one came to Ning Fan to solve the divination. On the 8th day, the black-robed young man brought a group of people and a pitiful middle-aged scholar to Ning Fan to solve the divination. Big brother, I heard that you set up a stall here. Coincidentally, I have a friend who wants to find someone to calculate the divination of life and death. Big brother, please help him. The black-robed young man's expression was respectful while the middle-aged scholar who was brought here complained incessantly. He did not know the black-robed young man at all. Since when did he become his friend? He was just a vein-opening cultivator who had just entered Willow City. As soon as he entered the city, he was brought here by the black-robed young man to solve the divination. He was just a spiritual plant farmer who planted spiritual herbs for a living. He did not go to dangerous places to seek for treasures or opportunities. Why would he need to calculate the divination of life and death? But now, the black-robed young man was forcing him to ask for the divination. He did not dare to refuse. May I know how much will you charge for solving the divination of life and death? The middle-aged scholar smiled bitterly. For a vein-opening cultivator, 1 divination lot and 10 immortal jades. Ning Fan said indifferently. 10 immortal jades, that's not too expensive. The middle-aged scholar heaved a sigh of relief. I'll just spend 10 immortal jades to get rid of this calamity. After paying 10 immortal jades, the middle-aged scholar took the lot container and shook it. He shook out a lot, but there was nothing on it. There were no words at all. Empty lots? The middle-aged scholar was stunned and looked at the lot pot. All the lots were blank. He felt that he had been cheated. There were no runes on the blank lot, so how could he make a divination? How could he interpret the lots? What he didn't know was that all the empty lots were specially made by Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not know how to perform divination or interpret the divination stick. However, he knew how to observe the life and death of others. This secret bamboo lot also had the ability to observe the life and death of a person. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with the Tao light of life and death. That day, when he participated in the dragon fishing convention in the monster realm, he used the Tao of life and death to observe others' life and death, which shocked countless experts. Now, he was able to freely utilize the life and death Tao light to observe the life and death of others. Currently, he could only see the life and death of harmonious spirit experts. This middle-aged scholar was at the vein-opening realm. Ning Fan could naturally see through his life and death. 10 days later, you will die in your house. The cause of death is due to being plucked. Ning Fan said indifferently. Haha. How laughable. I have never been close to women, so how could I be plucked to death? Moreover, my Lingwu country has a good atmosphere, and there has never been a flower-plucking devil. Who would want to pluck me? The middle-aged scholar looked at Ning Fan disdainfully, thinking that Ning Fan was talking nonsense. The black-clothed youth was enraged. How could he tolerate his big brother being looked down upon? That was the big brother he recognized, the big brother who could paralyze him with just a look. Even when he was facing a peak harmonious spirit old monster, he had never been frightened. Ning Fan being able to frighten him proved that he was not an ordinary person. There must be a reason why he said that the middle-aged scholar would die. Just as he was about to teach the middle-aged scholar a lesson, Ning Fan waved his hand and said, Renli, stop. I have already explained life and death to him, but since he refused to listen, he should die. Even if he dies, he can't blame anyone else. Renli was the name of the youth in black. After staying in this place for a year, he was already familiar with the black-robed young man. Even though this young man had the temperament of a ruffian, he was not an evil person. He had heard this young man calling him Big Brother many times, so he no longer paid attention to him. Hearing Ning Fan telling him to stop, even though Renli was dissatisfied with the middle-aged scholar, he did not dare to teach him a lesson. He did not listen to anyone but Ning Fan's words and treated them as his orders. The middle-aged scholar knew that he could not afford to offend the black-robed youth and the others. Even though he was dissatisfied with Ning Fan for deceiving them of their money, he did not dare to cause any trouble and left with his tail between his legs. Many cultivators at the side had witnessed the process of Ning Fan deciphering the lots with their own eyes. All of them had the same opinion as the middle-aged scholar, thinking that Ning Fan was deceiving them of their money. Only Yusanti's eyes were solemn. He could vaguely tell that Ning Fan's method of deciphering the lots was extraordinary. Ning Fan's method of deciphering the lots was not based on the power of heaven's mystery but a great divine ability which Yusanti could not understand. Perhaps, that middle-aged scholar will really die. Xianxia pondered. 10 days later, a shocking news spread across Willow Planting City. A middle-aged scholar died tragically in his house. The cause of his death was that he was plucked by someone and the culprit was a grass demon. That middle-aged scholar was the person who had sought Ning Fan to decipher the lots. That grass demon was transformed from the spiritual herbs that he planted. The news that the grass demon was killed by the experts of Willow Planting City and Ning Fan's accuracy in deciphering the lots had spread across the entire city at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, many experts who went out to hunt beasts would come to Ning Fan to decipher a life and death lot before they went out. No one knew that on the day that the middle-aged scholar died, Ning Fan had woven the first grass bracelet. That grass bracelet contained the middle-aged scholar's life and death. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed. The grass bracelet turned into a ray of light that was half black and half white and was swallowed into his stomach. As for the Tao mark of life and death in Ning Fan's primordial spirit, one more appeared the moment he swallowed the grass bracelet. To be continued. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within these 10 years, Ning Fan had deciphered the lots 60,000 times. Every time he said something about life and death, it would happen without exception. Whether he could avoid the calamity of death or not would depend on the ability of the seeker. It was not something Ning Fan cared about. He just weaved the grass rings of life and death and devoured them. The number of Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit had already reached 3,800. he could already become an immortal. However, he had yet to break through the bottleneck of becoming an immortal. He just removed his stall and stayed at home to tend to the herb garden and nursery. Every day, he drank mortal wine brewed from 5 grains and tasted the Tao of wine. Every day, he would pluck some immortal soul grass and boil them for Mu Weiliang to consume. 10 years had passed. Ouyang Nuan's complexion had already recovered. Her cultivation base had also improved a lot. 10 years had passed. Harry Ball's cultivation base was already at the late nascent soul realm. 10 years had passed. Mu Weiliang already looked 8 or 9 years old. The immortal soul grass could really make her grow up. 10 years had passed. Zili had also grown a little taller. She looked about 10 years old now. The reason why Zili could grow up was that she often dived into the depths of the Jade Sea to hunt ferocious beasts for food. To cultivators, 10 years was a very short time. To mortals, it was a very long time. For the first time, Ningfan felt that time passed very slowly. His current state of mind was like that of a mortal. He was already used to living in Willow City. Now, there was no one in the entire city who did not know the name half-immortal Ning. His life and death log would always hit the target. His 3 wives were either young or old. All of them had peerless beauty and lived in their rooms. Even though the 3 women were extremely beautiful, no one dared to have any ideas about them. There were a few harmonious spirit realm lechers who wanted to tease Ouyang Nuan and the other 3 women. However, they were easily defeated by Mu Weiliang and Zili. Rumor said that Ningfan and his 3 wives were all gold core realm cultivators. Ningfan no longer deciphered the lots. Occasionally, he would go to the giant willow tree to have a look and then return. He had comprehended life and death, but he had yet to achieve his Tao. Every day, he would be weaving rings at home. It was no longer the grass of life and death but the ring of obsession. Every day, Renli would send people to deliver large amounts of cattail grass for Ningfan to weave rings. 10 years had passed. Renli was now an intermediate harmonious spirit young cultivator. He was one of the top figures in the entire Willow City. The number of his followers had already exceeded 100, and there were 2 harmonious spirit experts among them. He was already a prominent figure in Willow City. However, every time he saw Ningfan, he would still respectfully call him Big Brother. It was said that the spirit martial sect leader had taken a fancy to Renli and wanted to accept him as his last disciple, but was rejected by Renli. The reason was that with Big Brother around, there would be a way to travel. His admiration for Ningfan had already penetrated deep into his bones. 3 years ago, Renli ventured into the Blue Sea with an early harmonious spirit cultivation base to hunt devil beasts. He begged Ningfan to solve a life and death lot for him. Ningfan did not help him dispel the divination. Instead, he just gave him a grass bracelet. He was hunting beasts on the outskirts of the Jade Sea with the grass ring when he suddenly encountered a demonic wind that swept him into the depths of the Jade Sea. In the depths of the Blue Sea, there were countless ferocious beasts that were comparable to Golden Core realm cultivators. There were even nascent soul beasts and wild beasts. Renli was besieged by 17 Golden Core ferocious beasts and thought that he was going to die. At the critical moment, the grass bracelet suddenly flew out from his bosom and rose into the air. It turned into 17 fire rings and easily burned the 17 beasts to death. From that day onwards, Renli firmly believed that Ningfan was a nascent soul realm expert who lived in seclusion. Only a nascent soul realm expert would have the strength to instantly kill 17 Gold Core realm ferocious beasts. Ningfan had been weaving fire rings for a few years. Fire was the first Tao that he came into contact with. Transforming his sword into fire was his first trump card. The cattail grass in his hand quickly weaved into a fiery red grass ring. With a flick of his finger, the fire ring turned into a ray of fiery light and was swallowed into his stomach. After that, he picked up the cattail grass and continued to weave the next fire ring. 2 years later, he began to weave the Soul Remembrance grass ring. Another 2 years later, he began to weave the Rain grass ring. Another 3 years later, he began to weave the Mountain grass ring. Another 3 years later, he began to weave the Fuli grass ring. The grass rings that he weaved contained various kinds of divine abilities. These divine abilities were different from each other, but they had one thing in common. All of them were integrated with Ningfan's Tao persistence. All of them existed for protection. It took him 5 years to weave and devour the Fuli grass ring. He had lived in Planting Willow City for 25 years. Mu Weiliang and Zili had already grown into young girls who were around 11 or 12 years old. As for Ouyang Yuan, she had quietly broken through to the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm during this year. This year, Renli reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm and became the lord of Planting Willow City. He used to be a local ruffian, but now he no longer had the slightest trace of a ruffian. He understood what responsibility was, and led a group of subordinates to maintain the stability of Planted Willow City. After weaving the Fuli grass ring, he also weaved the Devil Sifting grass ring and the Grand Simplicity grass ring. He wove the spirit servants into the rings and devoured them one by one. His Tao was becoming more and more solid, and he was not far from attaining Tao. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 40 years since Ning Fan came to Planting Willow City. He finally stopped weaving grass rings. Other than drinking and brewing wine, he tended to the herb garden. 2/3 of the immortal soul grass had been used up and Mu Weiliang had already grown to the age of 13 or 14. Zili grew up a little slower, looking like she was only 13 years old. During this year, Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan sat opposite each other and drank wine. After getting a little drunk, both of them rolled onto the bed. After a slight stab of pain, it was followed by a deep sense of pleasure. Harry Ball's father, you're a pervert. After the pleasure, Ouyang Yuan looked at the countless red marks on her body. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. I can be even more perverted. Ning Fan did not hide the lust in his eyes. He turned around and suppressed it again. On the second day, Ouyang Yuan could not get off the bed. She could not bring little Harry Ball and the 2 little girls out to play. Little Harry Ball looked at Nuanyuan's mother who was sleeping soundly on the bed with dissatisfaction. Its eyes were filled with resentment. She wanted to go out to play but Nuanyuan's mother did not want to. She could not go out alone because Nuanyuan's mother did not allow it. Mu Weiliang and Zili quietly lifted a corner of Ouyang Yuan's brocade quilt. When they saw the red marks all over Ouyang Yuan's body, the 2 little girls blushed shamelessly. Zili was a member of the demon race. The cultivators of the demon race were very open-minded. Even a little girl could understand the meaning of these red marks. How could she not understand the mating between beasts? She was the dignified Nyeli. A giant among demons, Mu Weiliang did not understand the meaning of the red marks but she still blushed. Her originally blank memories suddenly became a little more. The extra memories were the night she had with Ning Fan when she was a female corpse. Little ZZ, I think I was also bitten by the little butterfly like this before. Mu Weiliang said with uncertainty. It's true. I'm so envious of you. You actually mated with Master before. Zili's small face was filled with envy. Forgive her for only knowing the meaning of the word mating. She was a demon. In her memory, this kind of behavior was called mating. It was very painful, even though I couldn't feel any pain at that time. Mu Weiliang said with a hint of sadness. I'm still so envious of you. I also want to mate with Master and give birth to a bunch of little Fu. Zili's face was still filled with envy. Before she could say the word Fu, the evil mark acted on its own, causing her to be unable to say the word. What are you envious of? Since you want to do that, I will bring you there. Let's go. Big Sister Liang will bring you to find the little butterfly and ask you to mate with her. Mu Weiliang held Zili's hand and walked towards the front yard. Ning Fan sat alone on a stone bench with a cup of wine in his hand. Under the night sky and the starlight, the petals on the tree fell with the wind. The scenery was very beautiful but Ning Fan did not have the mood to appreciate it. He just quietly looked at the wine in his cup. He realized that until today, the wine that he personally brewed had gradually integrated a trace of Tao accumulation into it. That Tao accumulation was obsession. His Tao could already be brewed into wine. After finishing the wine in his cup in one gulp, the Tao accumulation in the wine melted in his mouth and turned into a hot stream. Ning Fan's magic power did not increase but his Tao power became more solid. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Before he could swallow the wine, the 2 little girls had already run towards him. Mu Weiliang's words made Ning Fan choke on his saliva. Little butterfly. Little ZZ wants to mate with you. quickly bite her and mate with her. Cough ****. Ning Fan choked on the wine and coughed to remember it. Only then did he manage to regulate his breath. Then, he looked at Mu Weiliang and Zili speechlessly. He had only heard of people begging for a relationship but never for mating. He reached out his hand and touched Mu Weiliang's forehead worriedly. He was afraid that this little girl was sick. That was why she was talking nonsense here. Don't touch me. I don't plan to mate with you for the time being. I haven't grown up yet. When Mu Weiliang recalled the erotic memories in her mind, her face flushed red. Mate. Who taught you this word? Ning Fan was speechless. Little ZZ. Mu Weiliang gave Zili up weakly. Master. Zili really wants to mate with you. My clan has been annihilated. If we mate with each other, we will definitely give birth to a lot of Fu. For the prosperity of my clan, we must mate. Zili vowed solemnly with a face full of expectation. Unfortunately, she could not say the word leave no matter what. Ning Fan reached out his hand again and touched Zili's forehead. He suspected that Zili had become stupid because of her illness. Why was she talking nonsense? In the end, Ning Fan did not mate with Zili naturally. He did not mate with Mu Weiliang either. He gave each of them a cup of wine and made them drunk. Then, he coaxed them to sleep. In the darkness of the night, Ning Fan was the only one who was comprehending the Tao under the Big Dipper. The little furball, on the other hand, wandered around the courtyard in boredom. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The Tao essence of the wine that Ning Fan brewed became thicker and thicker. Gradually, the Tao essence had already fused with the wine and it was hard to sense it anymore. Ning Fan knew that at this moment, he had already achieved his Tao. He had entered the blood world once and coincidentally, he had delivered 30 Liberation Corpse pills to Ning Fan. Among the 30 pills, 17 of them had been tampered with. The rest of them were untouched. Ning Fan only kept 13 Liberation Corpse pills. He secretly destroyed the pills that had been tampered with, just like the 100 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs in the past. It had been 50 years since he entered the blood world. 50 years of peace had made Ning Fan forget about killing. There was only the Tao in his heart. Life and death were already complete and he had achieved his Tao. What's left is to try his best to become an immortal. After consuming the body refinement pills one by one, Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base had already reached the peak of the revered devil realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to that of an immortal body cultivator. After refining the 1 million years old spiritual herbs, the 8th petal of the 3 flowers bloomed. Half of the 9th petal had also turned leaden. The 3 flowers at once prominence was enough to defend against an ordinary mid-ghost profound realm attack. All the immortal soul grass had been fed to Mu Weiliang. At this moment, she had already grown to look like a 15-year-old girl. Zili also looked like she was 14 years old. After 50 years of peace and enlightenment, Ning Fan officially went into seclusion and began to break through to the second step of Tao. The 3 ladies and 1 beast no longer went out. They stayed in the courtyard all day to protect Ning Fan. After consuming all the Liberation Corpse pills, Ning Fan's body began to decay bit by bit. Then, he consumed the Immortal Bestowal pill and displayed the flame-returning immortal cultivation technique that Old Devil taught him to increase his chances of becoming an immortal. When both his magic body and sense reached the peak of the first step, his chances of becoming an immortal would increase by 5%. The Immortal Bestowal pill could increase his chances by 5% while the flame-returning immortal cultivation technique could also increase his chances by 5%. When the Tao of life and death is attained to the perfection stage, it could increase his chances of becoming an immortal by 10%. When the Tao is upheld, it could increase his chances of becoming an immortal by 20%. When his magic power exceeded the upper limit by so much, it could at least increase his chances of becoming an immortal by 20%. The blood pond increased his chances by 15%. When he stripped the immortal seed in the past, it would decrease his chances by 5%. In total, Ning Fan had at least a 75% chance of breaking through the bottleneck of becoming an immortal in one go. Of course, if he uses the corpse devil body of the 3rd transformation realm and uses the power of the Liberation Corpse pill to achieve immortality, his chances of becoming an immortal would be even higher. The entire house was filled with the formation marks of the Liberation Corps Grand Formation. Ningfan's body decayed more and more, but his qi became stronger and stronger. In his mind, he recalled the scenes of slaughter and the hardships he went through along the way. All the slaughters condensed in his heart bit by bit and eventually turned into the Tao in his heart. Stubbornness, his qi was still getting stronger. The breakthrough to the second step is imminent. Ningfan's body was drenched in blood and his corpse was in a serious state. However, his eyes were as stubborn as a devil. He had absolute confidence that no one could stop him from attaining the second step within a month. Rumble his stubbornness and his sense seemed to be resonating with the Big Dipper. A clap of thunder pierced through the night sky. Then, all 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone with starlight, enveloping the entire Willow City. The starlight turned into the shadow of a massive mountain that floated above the city. A strange phenomenon descended from the heavens. The strange phenomenon of the mountain spread across the entire blood world at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Shadi's eyes flashed with satisfaction in the broken army star palace. At this moment, the 8 life immortals of the blood world were shocked. At the same time, in a certain demon cave in the depths of the blue sea, the eyes of the 9 demon immortals who participated in the demon banquet were filled with shock. Then, greed filled their faces. The strange phenomenon of the Tao Mountain. In the 100,000 countries, another cultivator is going to ascend the Tao Mountain and break the life-breaking realm to become an immortal. Looking at the location of this strange phenomenon, the immortal seems to be very close to our blue sea. Kill this man and devour his shadow of the Tao Mountain. Our cultivation base will certainly improve greatly. Haha. Let's go. The 9 of us will attack together and kill this man. After that, we will divide his shadow of the Tao Mountain equally. The 9 demon immortals burst into laughter. Each of them displayed their abilities and flew out of the water. Stepping on the waves, they headed towards the Lingwu country. Among the 9 of them, there was an early ghost profound realm cultivator while the other 8 were at the human profound realm. When the 9 demon immortals were heading towards the Lingwu country, the 8 cultivators of the slaughter palace who were guarding the 100,000 countries also rushed towards the place in a frenzy. Shadi watched everything quietly. He did not have the intention to take action. He knew that the 9 demon immortals were not enough to stop Ningfan from becoming an immortal. At this moment, the entire Willow City and even the Lingwu country were in shock. The overall strength of the cultivators of the Lingwu country was not strong. However, as cultivators of the blood world, none of them were fools. Everyone understood the meaning of the strange phenomenon of the Tao Mountain. The strange phenomenon of the Tao Mountain was the phenomenon of becoming an immortal. If a person ascends the Tao Mountain, he would be able to become an immortal. Everyone understood that there was an expert in the Lingwu country who was trying to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. No one knew who the old monster who broke through to the immortal realm was. Renly wore a black robe. His face was cold and stern. He stood in the sky and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. His eyes were filled with astonishment. City Lord, this strange phenomenon. Could it be the Tao Mountain phenomenon? In the Willow City, countless vein-opening realm cultivators raised their heads and asked. Yes. Is an immortal going to appear in our Lingwu country? I wonder which senior actually became an immortal in our Lingwu country. Countless cultivators exclaimed. I don't know. Maybe it is. Renli's eyes couldn't help but look towards the south of the city. He then shook his head and mocked himself. No, it shouldn't be Big Brother. Big Brother is indeed very strong, but he shouldn't be this strong. Before his voice faded, Renli's eyes suddenly changed. He looked at the direction of the blue sea in disbelief. On the surface of the blue sea, 9 extremely terrifying rays of light separated from the sea. The speed of the rays of light was beyond Renli's imagination. The 9 rays of light converged and turned into 9 ferocious demon immortals. The leader was a ghost mystic demon immortal with a black dragon head. Under the ferocious aura of the 9 demon immortals, all the harmonious spirit experts including Renli fell from the sky, unable to fly. Some of the cultivators who often went out to sea to hunt beasts recognized the origin of the 9 demon immortals. Black Dragon Head. He is the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch. The 8 demon immortals behind him are all ferocious beasts of the blue sea. I thought the ferocious beasts of the blue sea couldn't leave the blue sea without permission. Why did they suddenly appear in my Willow City? When the cultivators of Willow City were extremely nervous, another 8 rays of light arrived from afar. They were the figures of 8 blood-robed old men. The leading ghost mystic old man took a step forward and looked at the black dragon demon immortal coldly. Black flame. Return to the blue sea in 10 breaths' time, and I will spare your life. Haha. Old M.O., don't be so arrogant. This heavenly monarch has recently obtained a treasure. With this treasure, you may not be my opponent. Quick. The black dragon demon immortal sneered and suddenly took out a golden bracelet. With a flash of golden light, the bracelet turned into 8 rays of golden light and shot towards the 8 blood-robed life immortals. Among the 8 of them, only the life immortal with the surname M.O. was an early ghost mystic expert. The rest were human mystic experts. Seeing the fierce golden light, the life immortal with the surname M.O. didn't dare to be careless. He took out a blood-red sword light and slashed at the golden light. The remaining 7 also took out their magical treasures and faced the golden light. The black dragon life immortal's eyes flashed with disdain. He changed his hand seals and chanted an incantation silently. The power of the golden light increased by 30% out of nowhere. After a few booming sounds, the magical treasures of the 8 blood-robed life immortals were all destroyed. The expressions of the life immortal with the surname M.O. and the others changed drastically. The power of the black dragon life immortal's golden bracelet was really terrifying. Seeing that his attack was successful, the black dragon life immortal laughed heartily and took out the golden bracelet again. This time, the golden bracelet divided into 9 rays of golden light. 8 of them attacked the 8 blood-robed life immortals at the same time. As for the 9th ray of golden light, it went straight towards Ning Fan's mansion. He wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when Ning Fan was about to break through to the life immortal realm to kill him and devour his shadow of the Dao Mountain. Not good. The blood world has finally given birth to another life immortal realm. I can't let him die under the attack of this golden light. Just as the old man with the surname M.O. was about to block the golden light, the 9 rays of golden light that the golden bracelet had transformed into suddenly shattered without any warning. Then, the baleful chi and blood-red light instantly swept across the entire Willow City. Within the blood-red light, a ray of fiery light suddenly flashed. At the next moment, a white-robed young man appeared out of nowhere at the peak of the Dao Mountain's shadow, which was completely empty in the night sky. The chi of that white-robed young man was gradually stabilizing at the early human profound realm. Even though his cultivation base was only at the early human profound realm, his magic power was comparable to the peak human profound realm. The white-robed young man raised his hand and took out a ball of milky white light. Then, he swallowed it in one go. With the aura force of the Dao Mountain, the young man only needed a moment to refine the white light ball, which would normally take him a few years to refine. At the next moment, the young man's chi skyrocketed. First, he broke through the mid-human profound realm and then the late human profound realm. Finally, his cultivation base stopped at the peak human profound realm. Even though his cultivation base was at the peak human profound realm, his magic power was far stronger than cultivators at the same level as him. It was comparable to a mid-ghost profound realm cultivator. How dare you stop me from becoming an immortal? You're courting death. The white-robed young man's words were filled with terrifying killing intent, causing the expressions of the 9 demon immortals including the black dragon demon immortal to change drastically. Impossible. This person has clearly just broken through to the immortal realm. However, he broke through to the peak human profound realm in an instant with the help of the immense power of the Joss flames. Where did he get so much Joss flame power? To be continued. Ning Fan stood at the peak of the Dao Mountain. His body felt incomparably heavy, as if the entire sky was pressing down on his shoulders. Ordinary cultivators needed to climb the Dao Mountain step by step, but he leaped to the top of the mountain. The pressure he endured from the peak of the Dao Mountain was 10 times that of an ordinary person. It was unimaginable. He wanted to use this pressure to refine the Yao family's Joss flames in an extremely short period of time. The Yao family's incense was ownerless, so even though the owner of the incense was of a high level, he could easily take it away. However, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. An ordinary mysterious fate immortal would need at least a few hundred years to refine this much Joss flame power. If Ning Fan borrows the power of the profounding world to refine the Joss flames, he would also need a few years to refine all of them. At this moment, Ning Fan took advantage of the opportunity of ascending the immortal seat of the Tao Mountain. He borrowed the aura force of the Tao Mountain and forcefully refined the Joss flames within a short period of time. This kind of opportunity could only be encountered but not sought. Since he had encountered it, he did not mind using a trick to save a few years of time to refine the Joss flames. If he did not devour the power of incense, he would be at the early stage of the human mystic realm after he became an immortal, and his magic power would be comparable to the peak of the human mystic realm. After devouring an enormous amount of Joss flame power, Ning Fan advanced 3 levels consecutively and his cultivation base leaped to the peak of the human profound realm. The upper limit of his magic power was far beyond that of cultivators of the same level. After his cultivation reached the peak of the human profound realm, his magic power was comparable to the middle stage of the ghost profound realm. He stood on the peak of the mountain of Tao. His aura was as heavy as a mountain, bringing a great pressure to the 17 life immortals. Among them, 8 of the blood-robed life immortals were cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. They were friends and not enemies. They were merely affected by Ning Fan's aura force. Thus, they did not feel too embarrassed. Heavenly Monarch Black Flame and the other 8 demon immortals had to bear most of the pressure from Ning Fan. Since they had ulterior motives, Ning Fan would naturally not show any mercy. Within that pressure, there was not only the pressure of dermic powers, but there was also the pressure of killing intent. At this moment, Ning Fan was standing on the Tao Mountain. That aura force vaguely contained Ning Fan's Tao power. Even an ordinary Duzhen would find it hard to bear such pressure, let alone Lord of Heaven He Yen and the others. Heavenly Lord of Black Flame couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ning Fan was clearly a cultivator who had just broken through to the immortal realm. His cultivation base had not even stabilized yet. How was it possible for him to break through to the peak human profound realm, taking 10,000 steps back? Even if Ning Fan had extraordinary talent and broke through to the peak human profound realm as soon as he became an immortal, he shouldn't have such a strong aura force. The pressure of a mid-stage ghost mystic realm expert was enough to make the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the others feel suffocated. Coupled with his ferocious aura, which was enough to deter ordinary Duzhen, it was enough to suffocate Lord of Heaven Black Flame and the others. Coupled with the pressure of the Great Tao, the 9 monster immortals, including Heavenly Monarch of Black Flame, were immediately injured. This kid has only just become an immortal, his aura shouldn't be this strong. How did he manage to injure me with just his aura? Just as the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch was deep in thought, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with blood-red light all of a sudden. In an instant, the Heavenly Monarch of Black Flames felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a heavy punch. He hurriedly retreated a few steps in the sky before he could stabilize his body. He had actually been seriously injured. As for the 8 human profound demon immortals beside him, their eyes were bloodshot and their chi was in a mess. They had already been devoured by Ning Fan's baleful chi. Go. Leave quickly. This kid is definitely not simple. He is not an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person cultivate to the peak of the human profound realm in a single step? How can an ordinary person have such a terrifying aura? The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat without any hesitation. Originally, he came to this place with the intention of killing Ning Fan and snatching his Tao Mountain. However, he did not expect Ning Fan to be too stubborn, which made him feel uneasy. He did not dare to stay in this place for a long time, let alone having any thoughts about Ning Fan's Tao Mountain. He could tell that Ning Fan's immortal ascension had yet to end. He had just ascended the Tao Mountain and had yet to receive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. It's still not too late to leave now. Since Ning Fan had yet to complete his immortal ascension, he could not send his clones to attack him. He must take this opportunity to escape. The 8 human profound demon immortals were invaded by Ning Fan's baleful chi, leaving them with only half of their combat power. They were already frightened by Ning Fan. How would they still dare to stay in this place and plot against Ning Fan's Tao Mountain? If the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch wanted to retreat, they naturally also wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, this planted Willow City was not a place where they could come and go as they please. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. The current him had yet to complete his immortal ascension. Thus, he could not stop the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the others from escaping. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything else. He had the Blood Lotus spirit equipment. Even if the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the others flee to the ends of the world, he would still be able to catch up to them and kill them one by one. Seeing that the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the others were about to escape, the Life Immortal Mo heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if it wasn't for the sake of protecting Ming Fan, he would also not want to become enemies with the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch was the Lord of the Beasts in the Jade Sea. It would be fine if he could kill him in a single strike. However, if he failed to do so and ended up becoming enemies with him, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch gives the order to summon the beasts in the Jade Sea, no one knew how many descendants of the Northern Dipper realm would die in the Beast Tide. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch wants to escape. We don't have to take the risk to chase him into the Jade Sea. We just need to stay here and protect this fellow Taoist during his immortal ascension. The Life Immortal Mo ordered the Life Immortal Mo beside him. At the next moment, the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the other demon immortals turned around and ran towards the direction of the Jade Sea. Seeing that the Life Immortal Mo did not have the intention to chase after them, the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch heaved a sigh of relief. Before they could run 2 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, a strong force came and stopped the 9 demon immortals. Who is it? Black Flame roared furiously. In the darkness of the night, 2 young girls stood in front of the 9th spirit. Each of them was rubbing their palms and their eyes were filled with indescribable anger. How dare you sneak attack little butterfly? I will never forgive you. Mu Weiliang clenched her fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. As her soul grew and her body matured, her strength increased rapidly. Her physical body was already comparable to a peak Nirvana realm cultivator. After eating the immortal soul grass for 50 years, she could easily kill a peak profound spirit realm cultivator with just her fists. Her body refinement realm was comparable to a 5th severance immortal body refinement realm body cultivator. She could fight an early profound spirit realm cultivator with just her physical strength. How dare you plot against my master? All of you deserve to die. Zili's black hair fluttered without any wind. Her purple eyes were filled with killing intent. After hunting the Jade Sea devil beasts for 50 years, Zili's strength had improved a lot. She was just one step away from breaking through to the mid-profound spirit realm. As soon as he saw the 2 girls blocking his way, the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened in shock. Purple Gold Double Spirits. As soon as they heard the name of the Purple Gold Double Spirits, the other 8 demon immortals were shocked. The Life Immortal Mo and the other Life Immortals from the Blood World were also shocked. The Purple Gold Double Spirits was the name that the ferocious beasts of the Jade Sea called Mu Weiliang and Zili. For 50 years, these 2 young ladies would go into the Jade Sea to hunt powerful ferocious beasts when they had nothing to do. One of them was in charge of eating the essence of flesh and blood while the other was in charge of eating the demon cores. Both of them made a name for themselves among the ferocious beasts of the Jade Sea. When Mu Weiliang attacked, golden light would shine, while when Zili attacked, purple ripples would appear. That was why they were called the Purple Gold Double Spirits. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could sweep across the entire Jade Sea. No demon or beast could stop them. When the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch was traveling alone, he had sensed the chi of the 2 girls from afar. However, he did not dare to get close to them and he did not know their appearances. Either one of them was someone that he could not defeat. Of course, he did not dare to come into contact with them. Now that he sensed the chi of the 2 girls, he instantly recognized them. They were the Purple Gold Double Spirits whose names shook the entire Jade Sea. He who was standing at the peak of the Dao Mountain nearly lost his Dao heart and failed to become an immortal because of the name Purple Gold Double Spirits. The Purple Gold Double Spirits. When he lived in Planting Willow City, he would occasionally hear about the famous Purple Gold Double Spirits. However, he had never thought that the 2 little girls in his house were actually the Purple Gold Double Spirits. It turned out that these 2 little girls went out every day to wreak havoc in the Jade Sea. Who are the Purple Gold Double Spirits? Mu Weiliang was puzzled. I don't know. Zili shook her head. The 2 girls exchanged glances with each other and shook their heads. Then, they launched their attacks in unison. Zili stopped the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch while Mu Weiliang stopped the 8 profound human demon immortals on her own. Mu Weiliang's body shone with dazzling golden light. It was unknown what kind of divine ability she used, but a pair of golden butterfly wings grew on her back. Every time she swung her golden fists, one of the demon immortals would be sent flying. The 8 profound human demon immortals were shocked. They hurriedly joined forces and barely managed to block Mu Weiliang's fists. However, they were still at a disadvantage. If the fight dragged on, the 8 of them would definitely be defeated by Mu Weiliang's fists and their lives would be in danger. Zili tapped her feet lightly. Wherever she passed, circles of purplish-black water ripples would appear in the night sky. Her figure was like a ghost, moving extremely fast. The water ripples were formed by the power of the spirit wheel. After the transformation, Zili was quite proficient in using the power of the spirit wheel. Ordinary immortal cultivators would not be able to tell that the water ripples were formed by the spirit wheel. As she waved her palm, purplish-black wind blades slashed towards the black flame heavenly monarch. Wind was of the wood element. Wood gave birth to fire, and the black flame heavenly monarch was a fire element demon cultivator. Logically speaking, the black flame heavenly monarch was least afraid of wood element cultivators, nor was he afraid of wind techniques. However, the wind blades were extraordinarily sharp. Every time they slashed, they would easily pierce through the defense of his demon body. Zili yawned indifferently. She struck out with her palm, and a huge purplish-black palm print blasted the black flame heavenly monarch away. At the critical moment, the black flame heavenly monarch used his golden ring to block the palm print, but his face was filled with shock. His strength was much weaker than Zili's. Even with his secret treasure, he could not last too long in Zili's hands. Damn it! We are being held back by the purple-gold evil duo. Even if we don't die in their hands, we will certainly die in the hands of that person later. The black flame heavenly monarch looked at Ning Fan's direction with eyes filled with regret. If he knew that there were no pushovers in this place, he would never have come to seize Ning Fan's Dao Mountain. Zili is fine. I didn't expect even Weiliang to become so violent. With her and Zili's strength, it's more than enough to stop these demons. It's not impossible for them to kill all of them. I don't need to worry about their safety. I just need to focus on transcending the tribulation. Seeing that Mu Weiliang and Zili had the upper hand against the 9 demons, Ning Fan felt relieved. On the peak of the Dao Mountain, the wind was raging. Ning Fan closed his eyes. His black hair danced wildly in the wind and his heart became calmer and calmer. In the night sky, a gigantic black and white ring shadow appeared. Within the ring shadow, countless black and white tribulation clouds were formed. The billowing heavenly tribulation was brewing in the tribulation clouds, but Ning Fan was not afraid at all. After breaking through to the second step, there would no longer be any heavenly tribulation when one breaks through a small cultivation realm. Only when one breaks through a major cultivation realm would the heavenly tribulation descend. There were fewer heavenly tribulations for minor cultivation realms but more heavenly tribulations that were related to one's skeletal age. Ning Fan broke through to the peak human profound realm in one go, but the power of the heavenly tribulation was only at the early human profound realm. Thus, he was naturally not afraid of the heavenly tribulation. He had already achieved his Tao, but his Tao image had yet to condense. He wanted to condense his own Tao image under the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, rumbling sounds came from the tribulation clouds. Streaks of tribulation lightning, tribulation fire, and tribulation wind that were half black and half white descended from the sky. The power of the 3 tribulations was enough to instantly kill a rogue immortal. If an ordinary cultivator wants to resist the tribulation to become an immortal, they must prepare countless life-saving methods. Ning Fan did not need to do that. He let the tribulation lightning strike his body, the tribulation fire burn his body, and the tribulation wind corrode his physical body. Why should he dodge? Why should he dodge? This was the best opportunity to improve his metal, fire, and wood elemental physiques. To ordinary people, the heavenly tribulation of the first step was terrifying. To Ning Fan, however, it was a great nourishment that was hard to come by. After the rounds of heavenly tribulation, Ning Fan remained unscathed while the cultivation speed of his 3 physiques increased by 5% each. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, Ning Fan suddenly realized that his soul was slowly fusing with his primordial spirit. No, to be more precise, his soul was being devoured by his primordial spirit. It was all for the sake of increasing the strength of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit of an immortal was the soul. if the primordial spirit dies, the soul would be destroyed and the cultivator would lose the chance to reincarnate forever. This young man is actually absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation of the 5 elements. Could it be that he has the minor 5 elements physique? No. It's not the minor 5 elements physique. This man has the great 5 elements physique. Even if the minor 5 elements physique is cultivated to the peak, it can't devour the 3 strongest tribulations of the first step. The life immortals with the surname Mo witnessed the scene of Ning Fan absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch and the other demon immortals were also paying attention to Ning Fan's tribulation. Seeing how Ning Fan was so tough and directly refined the heavenly tribulation, their fear towards him grew even stronger. Damn it. I won't be wrong. This man is definitely much scarier than the purple gold evil duo. If he completes his immortal ascension, I will certainly die. I'm going all out. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch violently punched his own chest, causing him to spurt out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. His body immediately turned into a ray of blood light, trying to avoid Zili's obstruction and escape. Zili let out a soft snort. Her eyes were filled with disdain. With a wave of her small hand, large areas of the night sky began to crumble. Layers of crumbling force blasted towards the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch, forcefully stopping his escape. You want to escape? No way. Damn it. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His chi became much weaker and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. How could he be willing to die here? Sha sha, sha sha, the Dao mountain beneath Ning Fan's feet turned into quicksand and disappeared. The black and white ringed shadows and the tribulation clouds also disappeared bit by bit. At this moment, Ning Fan had successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation and officially become an immortal. However, it was not over yet. The starlight of the Big Dipper constellation gently poured down. Ning Fan stood in the night sky. His body was bathed in starlight and his eyes were closed. The aura force of Dao power around him grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, the invisible Dao power turned into 2 colors, black and white. The black color was the devil sense while the white color was the Dao sense. The black color was the devil heart while the white color was the Dao heart. Ning Fan's eyes were as stubborn as the devil for a moment and as calm as still water the next moment. He stretched out his right palm and a ring that was half black and half white slowly appeared on his palm. His eyes were filled with reminiscence, recalling the enlightenment he had gained in the past 50 years and the process of attaining the Dao step by step. Only he could hear his words because they were the inner voice of his heart. I pluck the cattail grass to make it die. I weave the grass ring to make it live. I interpret the divination notes for others and observe the life and death of others. Then, I bestow the grass ring with the life and death of others. Thus, it has the Tao of others. My life and death have reached perfection. I no longer weave the life and death of others. Instead, I continue to weave my own Tao. My Tao is all the paths that I have walked all the way to the peak mortal profound realm. I have never been obsessed with a certain ability or a certain magic treasure. What I am obsessed with are those people, those things, and those warmth. The Tao of obsession contains the stubbornness of the devil nature as well as the persistence of the Tao heart. In the past, what I was obsessed with was the devil sense. Because of my obsession with the devil sense, I turned into a devil and did not hesitate to annihilate all the immortal cultivators just to protect the warmth behind me. If I am obsessed with the devil, there will be no immortals in this world. With this devil sense, I have walked to where I am today. Without the devil sense, I have no self. Now, what I am obsessed with is the Tao sense. Because of my obsession with the Tao sense, I am willing to turn into heaven. I only wish to eliminate all the devils in this world and create a peaceful world like the Big Dipper blood world. I want immortals and mortals to live in peace. I want there to be no more devils in this world. I want the people I care about to live in peace and happiness. If I am obsessed with the heaven, there will be no devils in this world. With this Tao sense, I will continue walking down this path. Without the Tao sense, I will not be able to create a future. A man can grow old and his strength can decline, but his heart can never die and his ideals can never be destroyed. The devil sense and the Tao sense are both my Tao. The Tao and the devil cannot coexist, but I insist on it. Today, I will prove my Tao here and condense all the anomalies. Tao image, appear. As soon as Ning Fan gave the command, the starlight of the Big Dipper immediately trembled and entered his body. His eyes turned sharp. All of a sudden, the entire night sky was covered by his Tao power. All the 7 stars of the Big Dipper disappeared. Extreme darkness descended. This strange phenomenon was formed by Ning Fan's devil sense. In the dark night, 7 illusory white stars suddenly appeared. Those white stars were formed by Tao intent. Demonizing the dark night, Tao turning into the Big Dipper. In the Army Destroyer Star Palace, Shadi's expression changed and he was deeply shocked. The Big Dipper Tao was a heaven-grade phenomenon that only the Big Dipper Immortal Emperor had managed to cultivate. In the past, no one in the Beidou celestial realm was able to cultivate this Taoist image. Not only did Ning Fan cultivate the Tao image of the Big Dipper, but he also cultivated the demonized Dark Night image on the basis of this Tao image. Demonizing the Dark Night Tao image was also at the heaven-grade level, and no one in the entire Beidou Immortal realm had ever managed to cultivate it. Ning Fan's Tao elephant contained 2 types of heaven-grade Tao elephants at the same time. The grade of this Tao elephant had long surpassed the heaven grade, a Tao elephant that surpassed the heavenly grade. A Tao elephant that was even more powerful than the Big Dipper Immortal Emperor. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe that there is someone in this world who can cultivate 2 types of heaven-grade Tao elephants at the same time and merge them into one. This young man's innate talent is far beyond my imagination. Perhaps this young man might really be able to defend the Blood World 2,000 years later. The Life Immortal Mo and the Black Flame Heavenly Monarch were not Shadi. Thus, they did not know much about the grades of Tao elephants. They only knew that Ning Fan's Tao elephant was very powerful, but they did not know how powerful it was. However, just the scene of Ning Fan condensing his Tao elephant was already enough to astonish all the immortals present. Only those who have achieved Tao validation and achieved Tao attainment would be qualified to condense their Tao elephant. Only those who have condensed their Tao elephant would be qualified to break through to the crossing true realm. Ning Fan had just broken through to the immortal realm, but he had already condensed his Tao elephant and possessed his own Tao. Perhaps in just a few more years, Ning Fan would advance to the crossing true realm and become a true immortal. Not good. This young man has just completed his tribulation and successfully condensed his Tao elephant. He is going to attack us. The Black Flame Heavenly Monarch exclaimed. He frantically summoned his natal magic treasures and attacked Zili. He did not hesitate to ignite his primordial spirit and fled for his life. The expressions of the other 8 demon immortals also changed drastically. They used all of their self-harming methods to flee for their lives. How could they have the courage to fight against Ning Fan? They could not even withstand Ning Fan's aura force. Each of them coughed out blood when Ning Fan glanced at them. How could they be Ning Fan's match? This time, Zili and Mu Weiliang did not stop the 9 demon immortals from escaping. It was because they understood that Ning Fan had already completed his tribulation and he could now personally deal with these demon immortals. Looking at the 9 demon immortals who were fleeing, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to chase after them. His eyes were deep and profound. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Without forming any hand seals, 7 layers of palm imprints appeared on his palm. These palm imprints were not golden in color. They were similar to the heaven-seizing imprint, but they were not the heaven-seizing imprint after all. Those who cultivate the heaven-seizing imprint must have the heaven-seizing imprint. Ning Fan's current Tao sense was not the heaven-seizing imprint. The thought in his heart wasn't the thought of seizing the heavens, but the thought of clinging to the heavens. The palm imprint that he displayed was no longer the heaven-seizing imprint but the heaven-holding imprint that he created himself. It was the heaven-holding imprint. Moreover, it was a technique that he created himself. The moment when a cultivator cultivates the Tao image is the moment when they have the deepest Tao comprehension. It was the most suitable moment for them to create their own abilities. Ning Fan had entered the state of the unity of heaven and man several times. At the moment when the Tao image was formed, he naturally entered the state. At this moment, Ning Fan's Tao comprehension was unprecedentedly deep. The heaven-seizing imprint was the opposite of Ning Fan's Tao. Since it was the opposite of Ning Fan's Tao, it was not Ning Fan's true Tao. The heaven-seizing imprint was stronger than the heaven-defying imprint. Defying the heaven-seizing imprint was equal to the heaven-seizing imprint. The heaven-holding imprint was stronger than the heaven-seizing imprint, because the heaven-seizing imprint must stand above the heavens. Humans are higher than the heavens. Ning Fan abandoned the finger seals of the 7 heaven-seizing imprint, he only kept the palm forms of these 7 imprints. However, he wanted to recreate the essence of each of them at this moment. The unity of heaven and man. This young man's luck isn't small. If others condense their Tao image, they would only have a slight increase in their Tao comprehension. However, he took the opportunity to enter the unity of heaven and man realm. Besides, after attaining the unity of heaven and man realm, he actually used the first form of the heaven-seizing imprint as the foundation to create his own palm imprint divine ability. Shadi's eyes were filled with shock. The 7 forms of the heaven-seizing imprint were taken from the immortal sovereign Beidou's divine ability, the 3,000 Big Dipper seals. What Ning Fan was doing right now was actually improving the divine ability that the immortal sovereign Beidou was most proud of, even though he was only improving the 7 forms of the 3,000 Big Dipper seals and he was using the unity of heaven and man realm to improve his Tao comprehension. How high would his comprehension be in order to improve the divine ability of the immortal sovereign Beidou? Even if Ning Fan was currently in the unity of heaven and man realm, how could he improve the immortal sovereign Beidou's ultimate art if it wasn't for his extremely high comprehension? On second thought, Ning Fan was able to create a Tao image that surpassed the immortal sovereign Beidou's Tao image. What was impossible about improving the immortal sovereign Beidou's ultimate art? I wonder to what extent this young man can improve the heaven-seizing imprint too. Shadi's eyes were filled with anticipation. To be continued. Ning Fan did not chase after the 9 demon immortals. He just closed his eyes and recalled the inscription on the tablet in his mind. The destruction of the Big Dipper dust calamity, the remnant soldiers turned into emperors, the sacred desolation heaven desolation, the thought of seizing the heavens. The immortal emperor had comprehended 7 of the 3,000 seals, refining the sky into a palm and turning the palm into a seal. He defeated Purple Immortal, defeated the North Arch, and was no match for Emo Zhong. He gave up on the idea of seizing the heavens and started a massacre. He commanded the galaxy and guarded the blood-descendant world. The seize in the heaven-seizing seal referred to the thought of seizing the heavens. The word heaven referred to the process of refining the sky into a palm and turning the palm into a seal. 7 layers of palm prints required the refinement of 7 layers of sky. Sky wielding was to refine one's divine ability into the sky and then into a palm. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The light of the 7 styles of divine abilities flashed across his eyes. Then, 7 different colored skies appeared above his head one after another. The first color of the sky was a blood-red sky, condensed from baleful energy. Melting the sky to become evil, refining evil into a palm. This seal is called the evil seal. The second color of the sky was the sky of thunder. Rumbling the heavens as thunder, refining thunder as a palm. This seal is called thunder seal. The third color of the sky was the azure misty sky. The sky is the rain, and the rain is the palm. The name of this seal is rain seal. The fourth color of the sky was the sky of sword thought. Cutting the heavens as a sword, refining the sword as a palm. This seal is called sword seal. The fifth color of the sky was the blazing sky. Burning the sky as the fire, refining the fire as the palm. This seal is called fire seal. The sixth colored sky, the sky formed by the Tao of life. Opening the heavens to create life, refining life as a palm. This seal is called the seal of life. The seventh colored sky was the sky formed by the Tao of death. Bury the heavens for death, and refine death for the palm. This seal is called the death seal. The 7 colored sky collapsed one after another, and the 7 layers of palm prints changed colors one after another. In essence, the heaven-holding seal that Ning Fan created was completely different from the heaven-seizing seal. The 7 colored palm imprints merged into one, turning into a black and white palm imprint. In an instant, nearly half of Ning Fan's magic power was depleted. The power of the palm print had almost reached the power of a Duzhen strike. Compared to the heaven-seizing seal, the heaven-holding seal wouldn't drain all his magic power at once. In terms of destructive power, the heaven-holding seal was much stronger than the heaven-seizing seal after it had refined the 7 styles of Ning Fan's divine abilities. At that moment, the heavenly lord of black flame and the other demon immortals had already escaped to the depths of the blue sea. The rain intent in Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The green curtain of rain spread out madly. In just a few breaths' time, it had covered the entire blue sea. He had found the whereabouts of the heavenly monarch of black flame and the others. He suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down. At this moment, the entire Big Dipper blood boundary shook violently. In the next instant, the sky above the heavenly lord of black flames and the others was suddenly covered by a giant black and white palm. The giant palm slammed down. Half of the blue sea was flattened by this palm. Heavenly monarch black flame and the other 8 demon immortals died under Ning Fan's palm before they could react. What a pity. Ning Fan sighed softly. The state of the unity of heaven and man disappeared at this moment. He originally wanted to use the state of the union of heaven and man to create the 8th and 9th palm, but it seemed like it was impossible. After dispersing his Tao image, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 8 life immortal realm cultivators and cupped his fists. Thank you for your help. I'm Ning Fan, a disciple of the Slaughter Palace. He was thanking them for rushing here to help him. Even though he did not need their help at all, they did it out of kindness. Ning Fan still had to thank them. What? You're Ning Fan, the champion of this year's competition? The expressions of the life immortal realm cultivators changed drastically. The 8 of them were cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. They were responsible for guarding the blood world. Even though they had lived in the blood world for a long time, they had also heard of Ning Fan's infamous name. How could they expect that the person they wanted to save and help was actually Ning Fan, who was so famous in the Eastern Heaven? They heard that Ning Fan had defeated all the outstanding geniuses of the Eastern Heaven with his peak void fragmentation realm cultivation base and obtained the first place in the competition. During the competition, he even went up to the 65th floor of the Tong Tian Tower. If it was in the past, they would never believe that a peak-shattering realm cultivator could go up to the 65th floor of the Tong Tian Tower. They would only treat such rumors as rumors. Now that they witnessed Ning Fan killing 9 demon immortals with a single palm strike, none of them doubted his strength anymore. Speaking of which, the palm imprint that junior brother Ning displayed just now really looks like the heaven-seizing seal, the divine ability that Sha Di must cultivate. One of the life immortal realm cultivators said doubtfully. That's a palm imprint divine ability that I created myself. It's not the heaven-seizing seal. If you look closely, it's still easy to see the difference. Ning Fan answered without changing his expression. The biggest advantage of modifying the heaven-seizing seal into the heaven-holding seal was that he did not need to worry that others would mistake him as a young emperor when he displays this seal. That's right. The heaven-seizing seal is the ultimate technique of every venerated sovereign. Those who learn this seal are either Sha Di or young emperors. Even though junior brother Ning has outstanding innate talent, he has just joined the Slaughter Palace for tens of years. How could he possibly learn the heaven-seizing seal? A few of the life immortal realm cultivators nodded and said. Speaking of which, junior brother Ning actually managed to enter the blood world. Could it be that you were rewarded by Sha Di and obtained the 7 stars boat? Another life immortal realm cultivator asked. Yes. Some time ago, Elder Fei He and I met Venerated Sovereign. Venerated Sovereign thought that it wasn't easy for me to cultivate, so he bestowed me the 7 stars boat and allowed me to enter the blood world to comprehend the Tao and become an immortal. I see. The few life immortal realm cultivators chatted with Ning Fan for a while more and left one after another. Those who had just broken through to the immortal realm needed to go into seclusion immediately to stabilize their cultivation bases. They were all sensible people. Thus, they would not stay here and disturb Ning Fan. What they did not know was that Ning Fan had already consumed 13 corpse liberation pills. His cultivation base was extremely stable now. It would not be a problem even if he did not go into seclusion. After the 8 life immortal realm cultivators left, Ning Fan looked at Mu Weiliang and Zili with a strange expression. After a long time, he felt speechless and said. You two are actually the purple gold double evil spirits? Why didn't you tell me in the past? What are the purple gold double evil spirits? Mu Weiliang was puzzled again. I don't know. Zili shook her head like a rattledrum. Alright. These 2 little girls don't know their devil names at all. After returning to his residence, Ning Fan went into seclusion for 10 days. Even though his cultivation base did not need to be stabilized, his Tao image still needed to be stabilized. During these 10 days, Ouyang Yuan and the others naturally guarded Ning Fan during his seclusion. 10 days later, Ning Fan walked out of his room and realized that the outside of his residence was already filled with countless cultivators. There were cultivators from Willow City and cultivators from other cultivation cities and countries. They came here just to pay their respects to the newly advanced immortal who killed 9 demon immortals with a single palm strike, Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not have the mood to pay attention to these people. He only summoned the director of Willow City, Renli, into his residence and dismissed the rest of them. "Big brother, why are you really an immortal?" Renli stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. He had been living with Ning Fan for 50 years. He had always known that Ning Fan was strong, but he had never thought that Ning Fan could be this strong. In Renli's heart, immortals were the strongest beings in this world. Ning Fan, on the other hand, killed 9 demon immortals with a single palm strike and flattened half of the blue sea. That palm strike was so strong that it made Renli's heart palpitate. It would forever be imprinted in his mind and he would never be able to forget it. Ning Fan smiled without answering. He waved his hand and took out a storage pouch and passed it to Renli. "I don't have the habit of being the big brother of others. However, since you have called me big brother for so many years, you can have this storage pouch. The items inside are enough for you to advance to the divine transformation realm." "Big brother, are you leaving?" Renli's expression changed. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not have the slightest bit of greed towards the storage pouch in his hand. He was no longer the rascal in the past. However, he could never forget Ning Fan's sharp eyes. "I'm leaving. You have a good aptitude and a good temperament. If you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible for you to become an immortal in this lifetime. Cultivate well." Ning Fan patted Renli's shoulder like an elder and encouraged him. Then, he flicked his sleeve and a breeze blew past them. In an instant, he, Ouyang Yuan and the other women disappeared. Renli was the only one left in the empty house. Renli remained silent and stood on the same spot for a long time. He was born an orphan without parents. No one had ever taught him what to do. If he had not met Ning Fan, he might have been a rascal for the rest of his life. However, he saw Ning Fan's eyes on that day. It was the eyes of a true expert. However, Ning Fan did not take his anger out on him or kill him because of his offense. At that moment, he could not guess Ning Fan's cultivation base. However, he was sure that Ning Fan was stronger than anyone he had ever met. On that day, he learned one thing. A true expert would disdain bullying the weak, hence, he took Ning Fan as his role model and cultivated diligently, hoping that he could stand at the same height as Ning Fan one day. Thus, he worked hard step by step and finally reached his current cultivation level. He became the lord of a city and made it his responsibility to protect the city. When Ning Fan left, he felt like he had really lost an elder brother. Big brother is a true expert. His strength is not related to his cultivation base. Renli seemed to have understood something and turned around to leave. He had decided to become a true expert just like Ning Fan. Just by turning around, there would be 9 generations of young emperors in the future. Before leaving the Blood World, Ning Fan went to the Broken Army Star Palace to bid farewell to Sha Di. Ning Fan knew that after leaving the Blood World this time, he would probably not be able to return to the Blood World for many years. He drove the 7-star ship and left the Blood World. When he returned to the Blood Sea Star, he realized that Wei Wuji had actually stayed in the outside world for 50 years. Meeting him again after 50 years, Wei Wuji's eyes were filled with astonishment. Part of his astonishment was because Ning Fan had already reached the peak mortal profound realm. 90% of it was because Ouyang Yuan and Ning Fan had already. "Little girl Yuan, was it that brat Ning Fan who raped you? I'll subdue him for you right now." Wei Wuji raised his hand, wanting to summon his Dao weapon to suppress Ning Fan. Ouyang Yuan's face turned red. How should she explain to her master, tell him that she did it willingly and that she was not raped? How could she say something like that? The only thing she could do was to stand in front of Ning Fan and act as a human wall, not giving Wei Wuji any chance to make a move on her. After causing such a scene, Wei Wuji finally forced himself to accept reality. He also understood his disciple's feelings. However, knowing that his disciple was raped by someone else always made him unhappy. Brat, there are still 30 years before the opening of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. I must bring little girl Nguyen back to the sect to prepare for the sacred region. That. If you sincerely beg this old man will be merciful and give you one of the 2 trial slots of the herbal sect so that you can accompany little girl Nguyen into the sanctuary, Wei Wuji said with an awkward expression. The quota of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He was no longer a small fry who had just entered the Eastern Heaven. He already had some understanding of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. The word sacred in the sacred region was equivalent to the legendary third-step cultivators, saint. The so-called Supreme Pill Sacred Region was said to be the place where a saint of the Tao of Pill gathered herbs in ancient times. There was no need to mention how many rare and precious spiritual herbs there were. It was said that there were still many traces of the Pill Saint's pill concoction in the sacred region. The Supreme Pill Sacred Region would only appear once every 10,000 years. As it was a broken ancient world, cultivators whose cultivation base was higher than the Duzhen realm could not enter it. Otherwise, the world would definitely collapse. Besides, the medicinal qi in this world was extremely dense. If one did not have a high-grade 6th revolution medicine soul or above, they would be assimilated by the medicinal qi as soon as they enter the sacred region. There was once someone who brought out a 9 revolutions emperor pill from the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. There was also someone who found half of an ancient secret technique of the Tao of Pill from the sacred region. There was even someone who mistakenly ate a 10 million years old spiritual herb that could walk in the sacred region. When he entered the sacred region, his cultivation base was at the early human profound realm. After going into seclusion for 1,000 years, he had completely refined the medicinal power of the herb. By then, he was already at the early Duzhen realm. To pill refinement masters, the Supreme Pill Sacred Region had an indescribable temptation. It represented a great opportunity. Only the pill refinement sects in the Eastern Heaven immortal world were qualified to enter the Supreme Pill Sacred Region to search for opportunities. According to the strength of the forces, the strong sects could have 2 quotas to enter the region while the weaker forces could only have 1 quota. No matter how weak the forces were, they could only share 1 quota with a few forces. Each time they competed for the quota, they would have to fight to the death, the place where the saint of the Tao of Pill gathered herbs. Just this name alone was enough to make countless pill refinement masters go crazy. Seeing Ning Fan falling into deep thought, Wei Wuji showed an impatient look. He thought that Ning Fan was considering whether he should ask him for help or not. Ouyang Wan looked at her master with displeasure. She felt that her master was too petty. He was obviously a senior, but he always made things difficult for the juniors. Wei Wuji felt extremely embarrassed after being glared at by his precious disciple. Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Remember to come to the medicine sect 30 years later. I will bring you and Nwaner to the Saint region. Nwaner was supposed to enter the domain with Qiao Sha, but, Wei Wuji's eyes revealed a cold glint when it came to enemies. Wei Wuji didn't continue on this topic and gave Ning Fans a few more instructions. 3 days later, Wei Wuji left the Crimson Sea Star with Ouyang Wan and returned to the herbal sect. After Ouyang Wan left, Ning Fan actually felt a little empty in his heart. After living together for 50 years, she was not used to parting like this. Mu Weiliang and Zili temporarily returned to the Cauldron world. After returning to the Blood Sea Star, Ning Fan became alone again. He returned to Slaughter City and inquired about the secrets of the Eastern Sky in the past 50 years. 50 years had passed. The excitement of the grand competition in the past was long gone. Ning Fan had also been forgotten by the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. Of course, it wasn't that no one cared about him. He had just returned to the disciples' dormitory, and before he could even clean up the thick layer of dust, Fei He had already come looking for him. The peak of the human profound realm. Good. Fei He was overjoyed to see that Ning Fan's cultivation had reached the peak of the mortal profound realm. His plan could finally be carried out, his mask of hypocrisy could finally be removed. Asterisk Ning Fan, do you still remember the 1 million years old spiritual herbs and the corpse liberation pill that I gave you? Fei He sneered and changed his hand seal. Ning Fan's eyes were immediately filled with shock. His face instantly turned pale and he fell to the ground with a pained expression. The way he looked at Fei He was filled with shock, anger, and fear. Elder. Elder Fei. What did you do to my body? It's nothing. I just gave you some of the corpse poison in my body. From the moment you consumed the corpse poison, I only need a single thought to kill you. Don't even think about getting rid of the corpse poison. There is no cure for this poison. It's a poison that I cultivated painstakingly. Unless you break through to the true immortal realm, you won't be able to get rid of this poison. Of course, there's another way to get rid of this poison. If you listen to me, I don't mind sucking the poison out of your body. Fei He revealed his white teeth and gave a creepy smile. Elder, what do you need me to do? Ning Fan gritted his teeth and asked. It's very simple. I'm making a plan. 3 years later, I need your help to get rid of Yao Qingyun. What? Junior's cultivation is low. How can I be Elder Qingyun's opponent? Ning Fan looked terrified. What are you afraid of? I will help you to plot against her. Hee hee, you can even get a beauty for free. Why not? Fei He laughed sinisterly. He threw a pill and a jade slip to Ning Fan and walked out of the room with a sneer. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. There was no longer any pain on his body. The pills that Fei He left behind could prevent the corpse poison from flaring up for 3 years. The jade slips he left behind were actually all the cultivation methods of the various sects and clans. Of course, Ning Fan would not consume pills. However, he was rather interested in this jade slip. If he studied the cultivation technique in the jade strip, he could verify it with the yin-yang transformation cultivation technique. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Ning Fan's mind was racing as he pondered about Fei He's scheme. If it was in the past, he would naturally be afraid of Fei He. But now, he was no longer afraid of Fei He. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Fei He would play in 3 years. After Fei He left, he never showed up again. It was said that Fei He had left the Blood Sea Star to do something. Others did not know what Fei He was busy with, but Ning Fan could roughly guess it. Fei He must be busy dealing with Yao Qingyun and himself. After staying in the residence for a few days, Ning Fan left the residence. Just as he was about to go out, an uninvited guest arrived. A green-clothed woman stood outside the door. She seemed to have been standing there for a long time. As soon as he saw the lady's face, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He cupped his fists and greeted her. Disciple Ning Fan greets Elder Qingyun. May I know why Elder Qingyun has come to find this disciple? This consort was just taking a stroll and passed by this place. I have no reason to look for you. Yao Qingyun's tone was extremely cold, but it lacked the hostility of the past. If that's the case, this disciple will not disturb Elder's stroll any longer. Ning Fan bowed again, walked past Yao Qingyun and strode away. Even though he had experienced the baptism of the blood pool, Ning Fan's eyes were still as calm as still water when he looked at Yao Qingyun. There were no ripples in them at all. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. Yao Qingyun's eyebrows furrowed. She was a bit unhappy that no one had come. She coldly said, "Wait. Elder, do you have any orders for me?" Ning Fan turned around and asked. Stay away from Fei He. That person is not as kind as you think. After saying this, Yao Qingyun turned around and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. It was the smell of wild ginger flowers. Ning Fan's eyes were slightly startled as he asked in surprise, "Elder, did you come here just to remind me?" Don't flatter yourself. I'm just passing by. Yao Qingyun smiled mockingly. Her light figure didn't stop and gradually moved further and further away. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. How could he not know if Yao Qingyun came to remind him on purpose? The grudge between him and Yao Qingyun had been written off in the blood pool. Since Yao Qingyun had kindly reminded him, he would kindly remind Yao Qingyun as well. 3 years. Be careful. These words were spoken through voice transmission. Hearing this, Yao Qingyun's shoulders trembled, and she stopped in her tracks. After a while, he continued to walk further away. It was unknown if he had kept Ning Fan's reminder in mind. He paid a visit to the 12 pavilions and began to purchase the various types of spiritual ores required for the refinement of his Dao soldiers. He had already become an immortal, so he could start to refine a Dao weapon. The impressive aspect of Dao soldiers was that they did not have grades. They were only divided according to the level of concepts. The power of a Dao soldier was related to the cultivation realm of the cultivator. The higher the cultivation realm of the cultivator, the stronger the Dao soldier. Along the way to the 12 pavilions, most of the cultivators of the slaughter palace that they met along the way had already forgotten about Ning Fan. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, he finally remembered that there was such a person in the slaughter palace. When he looked at Ning Fan's cultivation base again, he seemed to have already attained the life immortal realm. However, he could not see through his exact cultivation base. Ning Fan had refined the innate ghost face which had the ability to conceal his cultivation base. If he was unwilling to do so, he could conceal his chi even without summoning the ghost face. Only thought-breaking realm cultivators would be able to see through his true cultivation base. The reason why he was able to see through Ning Fan's cultivation base was obviously because Ning Fan did it on purpose. There were usually two ways to refine flying swords. One was to increase the changes of the flying sword's abilities while the other was to increase the sharpness and lethality of the flying swords. The impressive aspect of the memory-severing Dao sword was that it could destroy the memories of others. Its sharpness was secondary. According to Ning Fan's idea, he wanted to maximize the power of the memory-severing Dao sword and increase the changes of the Dao sword's abilities on top of that. After deciding on the direction of refinement, Ning Fan chose a refinement method called illusory sword from the thousands of flying swords. He was prepared to use this method to refine his Dao weapon. Once the refinement is successful, the memory-severing Dao sword would be able to create an illusory sword formation. It would create layers of illusions in the sword formation, drawing out the memories of those who were trapped in the formation and killing the enemy's cultivation base in their memories. Only by refining it in this way could the memory-severing Dao sword unleash its full power. After spending about 10 billion Dao crystals, Ning Fan purchased all the immortal ores that he needed to refine the illusory sword. For the remaining 3 years, Ning Fan stayed in the Profoundine world to refine the memory-severing Dao sword. Inside the Profoundine world, Ning Fan sat at the mouth of a volcano for 3 years, turning the entire volcano into a furnace to refine his Dao weapon. The memory-severing Dao sword was immersed in the magma. Ning Fan tossed various immortal ores into the magma. As Ning Fan changed his hand's seal, the temperature of the magma suddenly rose, melting the immortal ores one by one. The memory-severing Dao sword seemed to produce a boundless suction force and began to devour the magma at a crazy rate. The immortal ores that melted in the magma were all devoured by the Dao sword. 3 years later, the magma in the entire volcano was completely devoured. The atmosphere was lifeless, turning it into an extinct volcano. Ning Fan bent his palm and beckoned. A flying sword that was as red as a soldering iron flew out from the mouth of the volcano and floated in front of him. Gradually, the temperature of the sword weakened and it returned to its dark golden color. When the heat completely disappeared, Ning Fan reached out and held the hilt of the sword. It felt as cold as ice. This was a sword made of frost. It contained Ning Fan's memories of the past in 7 Apricot City. Feeling the power of the memory-severing Dao sword, Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. This sword was a Dao weapon condensed from the second step intent realm, memory intent realm. With Ning Fan's current peak human profound realm cultivation base, the sharpness of this sword alone was enough to defeat all human profound realm experts. If he used this sword to activate the phantom sword formation, he could easily kill an early ghost profound realm expert. Naturally, as Ning Fan's cultivation base improved, the power of this sword would also increase. A Dao weapon was a supreme treasure that could be used for a lifetime. Not bad. Ning Fan kept the Dao sword. With a flash, he left the Profoundine world and returned to his disciple's residence. 10 days later, Fei He came to him. Without any nonsense, he directly brought Ning Fan to the teleportation pavilion of the 12 pavilions. It seemed like he was going to teleport him to a certain place. Fei He did not come alone. There were 6 life immortal realm experts who came with him. All of them were his disciples. These 6 life immortal realm experts all practiced the secret technique of the Tao of Corpse. 5 of them had completed the second corpse transformation while the last one had completed the third corpse devil transformation. The one who completed the third corpse devil transformation was an ugly middle-aged man with a late human profound realm cultivation base. As for the other 5, they were either at the early human profound realm or mid-human profound realm. The eyes of the 6 life immortal realm experts were hollow. There was a faint corpse poison planted in their bodies by Fei He. The 6 of them were not like ordinary cultivators of the Killing Palace who were afraid of Ning Fan. Their eyes were emotionless when they looked at Ning Fan. There were 7 people in Fei He's group. Including Ning Fan, there were 8 of them. Standing outside the teleportation pavilion, Fei He was not in a hurry to use the teleportation formation of the star region. Instead, he was waiting for someone at a leisurely pace. Ning Fan did not ask much. He could guess that Fei He was going to deal with Yao Qingyun and himself. He could also guess which companions Fei He was waiting for. However, Ning Fan could not figure out who exactly Fei He was waiting for. When the person Fei He was waiting for arrived late, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. He saw a lady in green walking towards him with light steps. Behind her were 2 old maids whose faces were covered with ghost masks. The person Fei He was waiting for was actually Yao Qingyun. I didn't expect Elder Qingyun to accept this elder's mission together with me. It really surprises me. Fei He said with a sinister smile. Surprises? I don't think you are that surprised. Let's go. The sooner we complete this mission, the better I will feel at ease. Yao Qingyun sneered. Her phoenix-like eyes shifted slightly. When she saw that Ning Fan was actually going with Fei He, she could not help but feel displeased. Didn't I remind him to stay away from Fei He? He actually turned a deaf ear to her words. He must have suffered a great loss before he knew that Fei He had ulterior motives. This trip is quite dangerous. Why did Elder Fei bring so many burdens? In my opinion, these 7 people don't need to follow us. Without the cultivation base of the true enlightenment realm, entering that secret place is simply courting death. Yao Qingyun's eyes swept across the 7 life immortal realm cultivators with a sneer. Hee hee. With the 2 of us taking care of them, what kind of danger can these juniors face? It's also good to let them follow us to gain some knowledge. Or could it be that Elder Qingyun is worried about one of them? How ridiculous. What does the death of your people have to do with me? Why would I be worried about their lives? Those who don't listen to others and don't know what's good for them should just die. Yao Qingyun glared at Ning Fan coldly and brought the 2 maidservants behind her into the teleportation pavilion. Fei He looked at Yao Qingyun's back and then looked at Ning Fan. His smile became colder and weirder. Ning Fan's expression was still as calm as an ancient well, but his heart was quite surprised. With his wisdom, how could he not see that Yao Qingyun was concerned about him? She called him a burden because she was afraid that he would be too deeply involved with Fei He. Have you been practicing the dual cultivation technique for the past 3 years? Fei He asked coldly all of a sudden. Ning Fan's expression didn't change. Yes. That's good. Hee hee. That's good. If you help me accomplish my task, I will not treat you unfairly. Not only will I let you have a night with the beauty, I will also cure you of the poison after the task is completed. If you dare to have any disloyalty, I will make you regret coming to this world. Having said that, Fei He brought his 6 disciples into the teleportation pavilion. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with an undetectable cold light. After thinking for a while, he also entered the pavilion. From the conversation between Fei He and Yao Qingyun, Ning Fan had obtained a lot of information. He knew that Fei He and Yao Qingyun were going to a secret place to complete an elder's task. The elder's task was not a task issued by an outsider. Instead, it was an internal task of the Slaughter Palace. Only those with at least Shikong cultivation realm could accept it. Moreover, the elder's task was usually very dangerous. At least 2 elders had to accept the task at the same time in order to be qualified to complete it. Ning Fan sighed softly. He had clearly reminded Yao Qingyun to be careful in the next 3 years. It seemed like Yao Qingyun did not take his warning to heart. She actually wanted to complete the task together with Fei He. Forget it. I'll help Yao Qingyun a little when necessary. Both he and Yao Qingyun were Fei He's enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even though Ning Fan had the jade slip of the 3 styles and was not afraid of Fei He would certainly not reject such a good thing if he could have a friend who could go against Fei He and save some of his trump cards. The place where Fei He and Yao Qingyun were going was the Six Desires star region, which was hundreds of star regions away from the Blood Sea star region. It was a high-grade star region. The strongest force there was the Six Desires sect. The progenitor of the Six Desires sect was an immortal king who had once shaken the entire eastern heaven. Ever since the death of the Six Desires immortal king, the Six Desires sect became weaker and weaker with each generation. Now, the current sect master was just an early true crossing realm cultivator. With such a cultivation base, he could barely take charge of the Six Desires star region. It was absolutely impossible for him to restore the prestige of the Six Desires sect. As soon as they arrived at the Six Desires star region, Fei He immediately took out a giant ship and carried everyone to the Six Desires sect. Along the way, Fei He and Yao Qingyun did not speak a word. Naturally, Fei He's 6 disciples would not speak as well. Ning Fan also did not want to talk at first. However, the 2 maids of Yao Qingyun took the initiative to talk to him. What they were talking about was actually the specific content of the elder's task. Judging from little friend's expression, you certainly don't know the specific content of the elder's task, right? Yan Hong asked indifferently. Yes. Ning Fan replied politely. To be honest, he had a good impression of the 2 maids of Yao Qingyun. Both of them were old women with ugly appearances. However, they were sensible people. When Ning Fan annihilated the Yao family in the past, the 2 maids did not hate him like Yao Qingyun. Instead, they were grateful to him. Little friend, you might not know this, but a few months ago, the cave world where Six Desires immortal king had been missing for many years suddenly reappeared. At that time, the cultivators who discovered the cave world had already been killed. Currently, only a few people in the entire Eastern Heaven know about the emergence of this cave world. The Elder's task this time is to enter the cave world of the progenitor of the Six Desires immortal king and find the 3 supreme treasures of the Six Desires immortal king, the blue burning fan, the desire-releasing pearl, and the separation and reunion sword. Six Desires immortal king. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He had once heard the name of this immortal king who had already passed away. All of them were 12 Nirvana postnatal immortal treasures which were incomparably powerful. The sharpness of the separation and reunion sword was enough to split the spatial barrier of a medium-sized world. The fire power of the blue burning fan was enough to incinerate an immortal king of the same level. The desire-releasing pearl, on the other hand, was a protective treasure. After wearing it, the wearer would not be disturbed by the heart devil for the rest of their lives. Moreover, it could resist all attacks of desire below the immortal emperor realm. With these 3 treasures, Six Desires immortal king was invincible when he was still alive. He had even defeated a 5th tribulation immortal king with his 4th tribulation realm cultivation base. So, the elder's task this time is to find the 3 supreme treasures left behind by Six Desires immortal king. Ning Fan guessed that Fei He would probably use this opportunity to deal with him and Yao Qingyun. If that's the case, the cave world of Six Desires immortal king might be a trap set up by Fei He. Yan Hong paused for a moment and secretly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Mistress is here for the desire-releasing pearl and to get rid of the poison of desire in her body. Why are you telling me this? Ning Fan frowned and asked using telepathy. He did not think that his relationship with Yao Qingyun was so good that they could confide in each other. The desire-releasing pearl. Only men who cultivate dual cultivation methods can activate it. If there's a desire-releasing pearl here, I hope that you can help Mistress activate it. Yan Hong explained. Why me? Ning Fan's frown deepened. Even if the desire-releasing pearl could only be activated by men, there was no need to look for him. After all, the desire-releasing pearl was a 12th Nirvana-acquired heavenly treasure. It was only a step away from the innate realm. How could Ning Fan activate a magical treasure of such a level? Besides, why did Yao Qingyun's maidservants trust him so much? His relationship with Yao Qingyun wasn't considered good. They used to be enemies, but now, they could be considered to have cleared their grudges. When the blood pool incident happened, Lu Lan and I already knew about it. You are a good person. You didn't take advantage of Mistress's crisis to do something beastly. The process of activating the desire-releasing pearl is very dangerous. As long as the possessor of the pearl harbors evil thoughts, Mistress will lose her life. Among the men who know about Mistress's physique, you are the most trustworthy one. Ning Fan did not know what to say. He thought that Yao Qingyun's two maidservants were much smarter than Yao Qingyun. Now, it seemed like both the master and the maidservants were equally stupid. If it wasn't because he could not withstand Yao Qingyun's magic power, he would have already plucked her. If it wasn't because Yao Qingyun had rebellious thoughts in her heart that day, even if he could not pluck her, he would most likely have dual cultivation with her to complete the steal of sun and moon. He really wasn't a good person. Just because he could not withstand Yao Qingyun's magic power, even his womb would not be able to withstand it. Young Master Ning, we know that you are a good person. Lu Lan also interrupted. They gave Ning Fan good person cards one after another. He just felt speechless. Fortunately, his relationship with Yao Qingyun had indeed improved a lot. If Yao Qingyun really needs his help, he would not mind giving her a helping hand. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yao Qingyun had to pay him a sufficient reward. If there is really a desire-releasing pearl in the secret place and we manage to find it, I don't mind helping Elder Qingyun. After the deed is done, I will ask for the reward. Ning Fan replied. Of course. If young Master Ning can really help Mistress get rid of the desire poison, the reward is just a small matter. Lu Lan and Yan Hong were overjoyed. Fine. They even got addicted to calling him young Master Ning. Ning Fan was obviously a life Immortal Realm junior while the two ladies were true Immortal Realm seniors. Calling them young Master Ning made it seem like the two of them were inferior to him. Let's talk about it after we find the desire-releasing pearl. This trip isn't as simple as you think. Ning Fan said with a frown. Mistress also said that we must be careful of Fei He during this trip. If it isn't for the desire-releasing pearl, Mistress won't go with Fei He. The two maids said. Oh? She isn't that stupid. She knows that Fei He isn't a good person. Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. Of course, Mistress isn't stupid. She just cares too much about the past and is too lonely. The two maids sighed softly. If it was just because of the past, Yao Qingyun might not have given the Yao clan so much help. Perhaps, Yao Qingyun was just too lonely. Even though the Yao clan had betrayed her, it was still her homeland after all. She was too lonely. She was so lonely that she couldn't bear to see the Yao clan being destroyed and losing the greatest hope in her heart. Lu Lan, Yan Hong. Since when did the two of you become so close to this young man? Why didn't I know about it? Yao Qingyun's phoenix eyes were filled with anger as she scolded them coldly. After being scolded by Yao Qingyun, the two maids no longer dared to talk to Ning Fan. At the next moment, Yao Qingyun's voice entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. It was a telepathic message. If you dare to touch Lu Lan and Yan Hong, I will never let you go. They are my family. I won't allow anyone to touch them. Ning Fan was speechless. Was he that thirsty to lay his hands on two old women? If Lu Lan Yanhong looked younger, she might be a beautiful woman. But now, Lu Lan Yanhong looked like an old woman. If he really touches the two old women, it would really be a heavy taste for him. Even though Yao Qingyun's threatening words made Ning Fan speechless, it also made him think highly of her. This Yao Qingyun is indeed a person who values relationships. She treats the two maids as her family. Even though she is a little dumb, she isn't completely useless. They remained silent throughout the journey. 3 days later, they arrived at the Six Desires planet. Beside the Six Desires planet, a gigantic and strange black hole was quietly rotating in the starry sky. That black hole was the entrance to the Six Desires Immortal King's cave world. At this moment, the entire Six Desires planet was sealed off by 3 groups of experts. No one was allowed to reveal any information about the secret place. Among the 3 groups of experts, one of them was an expert from the Slaughter Palace. The other 2 groups of experts knew about the location of the cave world and they wanted a share of the spoils. These 2 groups were naturally not as strong as the Slaughter Palace. Hence, they did not dare to covet the treasures of the Six Desires planet. What they wanted was just to enter the cave world and have a share of the spoils. Hee hee. Isn't this Elder Fei and Elder Qingyun? Since the 2 elders are here, I suppose we can enter the cave world now. Just as Fei He's group approached the Six Desires planet, 2 rays of early void-rending traveling light approached the giant ship from afar. One half, to be continued. In just the blink of an eye, the two rays of traveling light had already traveled a great distance and landed on the gigantic ship. Two figures then appeared. The person on the left was an old man with a red face. He had a green wine gourd hanging on his waist. His body carried a strong smell of alcohol. He was an early Shikong realm cultivator, and the Tao he cultivated was the Tao of wine. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Ever since he achieved the Tao of wine, he could already slightly distinguish the Tao of others. The person on the right was a middle-aged man in grey robes. He carried 4 sword cases on his back. His eyes were as sharp as swords, as if they could pierce through the starry sky with just a glance. He was also an early Shikong realm cultivator, and the Tao he cultivated was the Tao of sword. After attaining the second step, the gap between Ning Fan and Shikong realm old monster was shrinking bit by bit. However, it also made him feel the terror of Shikong realm old monster even more. Ning Fan looked at the red-faced old man and the grey-robed middle-aged man and took a deep breath. If it wasn't because he had many life-saving methods, he firmly believed that the two of them could crush him to death with just their Tao sense. I was wondering who it was. So it's the old ancestors of the Jun family and the Weichen sword sect. Yao Qingyun said indifferently, revealing their identities. It was unknown whether she wanted to explain to the two maidservants or to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flickered and he understood. So, the red-faced old man is the old ancestor of the Jun family of the Eastern Heaven, Jun Linyuan. As for the grey-robed middle-aged man, he was the old ancestor of the Weichen sword sect, Weichen. The two of them were famous figures in the world. Ning Fan just did not recognize them. How could he not know their names? After introducing the two of them, Yao Qingyun waved her hand and created a barrier that could isolate sound and spirit sense. The 4 Shikong realm cultivators were discussing something inside the barrier. Most of them were talking about the matter of entering 6 Desires Immortal King's abode. No one knew what they were talking about, but the old ancestor of the Jun family suddenly looked at Ning Fan and the other life immortal realm cultivators with an unpleasant expression. The grey-robed middle-aged man frowned and looked at Ning Fan and the other life immortal realm cultivators with displeasure. Of course, Ning Fan had no idea how he had provoked these old monsters. Behind the barrier, the old ancestor of the Jun family said to Fei He with a cold voice of his own. Didn't we agree before? If you can find the 3 treasures of the 6 desires, they will belong to the Slaughter Temple. However, only 2 people from the Slaughter Temple can enter this world, no more. The Jun family and the Tiny Dust Sword sect have sacrificed the 3 treasures in exchange for a total of 12 slots to enter the realm. Fellow Taoist Wei Chen and I will take 2 slots, and the remaining 10 slots will be given to the juniors of the clan and sect. Our disciples were competing with the cultivators of the Jun family for these 10 places. But now, you've sent 2 Dujun cultivators and 7 life immortals in addition to 2 elders. Are you trying to monopolize the places and only give 1 place to the juniors of our sects? Wei Chenzi's eyes were also filled with anger. 6 Desires Immortal King's cavern world was very special. The entire cavern world was supported by 14 boundary pillars, and only 14 people could enter at a time. Unless one person died in the cave world, the 15th person would never be able to enter. Even if they wanted to release their servants from their heavenly abodes or world treasures, they could not do so. The Jun family and the Tiny Dust Sword sect knew that they would not be able to get their hands on the 3 treasures, so they only asked for more elite disciples to enter as a precious trial. They gave up on the 6 desires and 3 treasures in exchange for 10 spots for their disciples and juniors to enter the realm to train. Who would have thought that Fei He and Yao Qingyun would actually insist on bringing their respective people into the world? Lu Lan, Yan Hong and Ning Fan were the 6 life immortals of the Tao of Corpses. There were a total of 9 of them and they were going to occupy the 9 slots. If Ning Fan and the others are really allowed to enter the 6 Desires Cavern world, the 2 sects can only send 1 disciple in at most. Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi couldn't accept this. It was true that the massacre hall was powerful, and the Jun family and the Microcosm Sword clan were far weaker than them. However, in terms of cultivation level, Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi were no weaker than Yao Qingyun and Fei He, and they had the courage to fight for what was right. I'm worried about Lu Lan Yanhong staying in the outer realm. We must bring them into the cavern world. We can't give up these 2 spots. Yao Qingyun's words were decisive, not allowing anyone to refuse. Elder Qingyun, you can temporarily keep them in the dimensional space of the world treasure. Before Wei Chenzi could finish his words, Yao Qingyun interrupted him with a sneer. Why should my people hide in the space of the world treasure? Why can't they enter the cavern world openly? Wei Chenzi's face turned even darker when he saw how overbearing Yao Qingyun was. Haha, the people this old man brought are also very useful. Fei He smiled mysteriously. Before Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi's faces turned even darker, he added, however, I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? Don't the juniors have 10 spots to fight for? Let them fight for it themselves. What do you think? Alright. The cultivators of the Jun family are fighting for the 10 spots with the cultivators of the Microcosm Sword sect and the 6 Desires sect. Let's bring the 9 people that the 2 elders brought along to participate in the fight for the spots. Whoever wins the spots will be qualified to enter the cavern world. If they can't get the spots, they can only blame themselves for being weak. They have no one else to blame. Jun Linyuan sighed and nodded. Yao Qingyun nodded. Wei Chenzi also had no objection. Yao Qingyun waved her hand to remove the soundproof barrier. Fei He smiled coldly and changed his hand seal. The giant ship turned into a ray of light and descended towards the 6 Desires planet. After breaking through the layers of astral wind, the giant ship finally landed outside the gate of the 6 Desires sect. At the moment, a high platform had been set up outside the gate of the 6 Desires sect. Below the platform, a group of cultivators stood on both sides. The cultivators on the left were dressed in green robes. They were all cultivators of the Jun family. There were about 70 of them. The lowest cultivation level was that of an individual immortal, while the highest was a mid-stage ghost mystic. The cultivators on the right all wore sword robes and carried sword cases on their backs. They were all cultivators of the Microcosm Sword sect. There were about 100 of them, ranging from individual immortals to the late-stage ghost mystic. The cultivators who were fighting for the spots were less than 100,000 years old. To the 2 great forces, these people were all talents worth nurturing. On the high platform, a cultivator of the Jun family was fighting with a cultivator of the Microcosm Sword sect. However, the giant ship's landing was so loud that the 2 of them hurriedly separated, not daring to continue the fight. Greetings, Grand Ancestor. The cultivator of the Jun family said loudly. Greetings, Grand Ancestor. The cultivators of the Microcosm Sword sect cupped their fists. While they were greeting the old ancestors of their respective forces, they were also surprised to find that the 2 elders of the Slaughter Palace had already arrived. The 4 void dwellers flew off the ship while Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi informed their disciples about the 9 cultivators from the Killing Hall participating in the competition. What? The people of the Slaughter Palace also want to fight for the 10 spots? Many cultivators near the high platform said indignantly. When Lu Lan and Yan Hong heard the words of the 2 Shikong cultivators, they were slightly stunned. Before they could understand what they were fighting for, they heard Yao Qingyun's telepathic message. They seemed to have understood something and did not ask any further. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He had no idea what kind of spots they needed to fight for in the cave world. A hint of doubt crept into his mind for no reason. He just felt that the emergence of 6 Desires Immortal King's cave world was a little strange. If this is Fei He's scheme against him and Lu Lan, how could other forces know about the emergence of the cave world given Fei He's shrewdness? How could he let 2 unrelated Shikong cultivators enter the cave world at the same time? Isn't he afraid that they will disrupt his plan? Did Fei He make a careless arrangement and leak the news? Or could it be that Fei He is acquainted with the old ancestor of the Jun family and old ancestor Wei Chenzi? Are they the same people who want to plot against Yao Qingyun and Ning Fan together? With Fei He's gloomy personality, it was indeed not strange for him to ask the 2 Shikong cultivators for help in order to deal with Yao Qingyun. Perhaps Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi are really Fei He's people. Or maybe they are not. Perhaps Fei He does not plan to deal with me and Yao Qingyun in the cave world. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the jade slip that contained the attack of an immortal venerate and eliminate Fei He. All of a sudden, the yin-yang locket in his dantian trembled slightly. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. His eyes turned slightly cold as he glanced at each of the participants. The cultivators of the Jun family, the Weichen sword sect and the 6 life immortal realm cultivators that Fei He brought here all felt that something was wrong. Ning Fan's heart sank when he glanced at Fei He, Jun Linyuan and Wei Chenzi. He seemed to have understood something, but he was not sure. If everything is as I expected, this trip to the cave world will be a great opportunity for me. The cultivation method of the yin-yang transformation can improve greatly. There are dangers, but the opportunities are not small either. Judging from the chi of these people, that person's strength will not exceed the peak thought fragmentation realm. Fei He turned around and told them about the discussion with Zhu Shikong in detail. Then, he ordered Ning Fan and the others to fight for the quota to enter the cave world. Ning Fan and the other 8 immortal realm cultivators jumped off the giant ship and landed on one side of the high platform. They had to fight for the quota no matter what, for the great opportunity that he had secretly discovered. There was no one on the high platform anymore. The eyes of one of the rogue immortals of the Jun family suddenly turned blank. As if he was being controlled, he leaped onto the platform and sneered. He raised his hand and pointed at Ning Fan. You, come up and fight me. Lu Lan and Yan Hong's expressions changed. Even Ya Qingyun's expression changed slightly. Doesn't this rogue immortal of the Jun family know who Ning Fan is? Doesn't he know about Ning Fan's infamy? How dare he challenge Ning Fan? Alright, even if he doesn't know about Ning Fan's infamy, how could a mere rogue immortal have the guts and competence to defeat Ning Fan? One should know that Ning Fan had concealed his cultivation realm at this moment. Ordinary people would not be able to tell which life immortal realm he was at. However, Ning Fan did not conceal his identity. This rogue immortal should be able to tell that Ning Fan was an immortal realm cultivator. How dare he challenge an immortal realm cultivator? Could it be that this young man thinks that he can defeat a life immortal realm cultivator? Ning Fan was not surprised at all. He thought to himself, as expected. Without saying anything else, he leaped onto the high platform. As soon as he got onto the high platform, the rogue immortal of the Jun family acted as if he had gone mad. He directly used his strongest trump card. He raised his hand and took out an offensive jade slip of the mortal profound attack. This person actually had the ruthless intention to kill Ning Fan with a single strike. How dare you? This young man is a cultivator of my slaughter palace. How dare you, a junior of the Jun family, attack a cultivator of my slaughter palace with a deadly attack? Yao Qingyun's beautiful face was cold and her eyes were filled with anger. She did not have the intention to save Ning Fan. She knew that Ning Fan was at the peak mortal profound realm and he could easily withstand that attack. However, she was still angry. She was angry for no reason. How dare a cultivator of the Jun family attack Ning Fan with a deadly attack? This kind of behavior had offended her. Hee hee. Didn't I tell you just now? This competition is a battle of life and death. Killing is allowed. Jun Linyuan chuckled and answered. Is that so? Then don't regret it. All the cultivators of your Jun family who participated in the competition will be slaughtered. Yao Qingyun sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, she ignored Jun Linyuan and fixed her eyes on the high platform. The jade slip that the rogue immortal of the Jun family took out turned into a ray of golden sword light. It carried the power of an early mortal profound realm cultivator and fiercely slashed at Ning Fan's head. That attack contained the intention to kill. However, this time, Ning Fan did not get angry when facing an enemy who wanted to kill him. Instead, he just felt pity. He had already seen through the strangeness of this competition with the help of the yin-yang locket. Even though he felt pity, he could not let this rogue immortal go. He could no longer be saved. The only thing he could do was to send this rogue immortal to his death as a cultivator. The power of the golden sword light was enough to destroy a low-grade cultivation planet. In the face of this sword light, Ning Fan no longer had the fear he had many years ago. He just casually raised his palm and clenched his 5 fingers. An unimaginable destructive force immediately swept across the high platform along with a rumbling sound. The sword light was shattered, the rogue immortal was dead. Ning Fan kept his primordial spirit into his soul pouch. After refining it with a secret technique in the future, he could use it as a medium to cast the spirit blast technique. At the moment when the rogue immortal died, a ray of silver light that was as thin as a hair entered Ning Fan's body. How dare you? You deserve to die for killing a cultivator of my Jun family. An early mortal profound realm old monster of the Jun family was enraged. February 2nd, no more updates. Go wash up and sleep. To be continued. Ning Fan ignored the life immortal of the Jun family who was roaring furiously. Instead, he checked his dantian. After killing the rogue immortal of the Jun family, a strand as thin as a strand of hair flew out from his corpse and quietly went into Ning Fan's dantian. That strand of silver thread was a puppet string. This puppet string was completely different from the life puppet string of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven. Those who are controlled by this string would not turn into real-life puppets. It was neither a life puppet nor a death puppet. Instead, it was a type of puppet that was in between the two. This puppet string contained an extremely strong power of desire. It was the ability to turn desires into strings and control puppets with strings. There were puppet strings in the bodies of the cultivators of the Jun family and the Wei Chen sword immortal. Every time Ning Fan killed one of them, a puppet string would go into his body. The cultivation base of the person who planted the puppet string was too high and the puppet string was too fast. It was so fast that even Yao Qingyun did not notice its existence. If it wasn't because Ning Fan cultivated the yin-yang transformation and possessed the yin-yang locket which made him extremely sensitive to the power of desire, he would not have noticed the existence of this puppet string. Ning Fan glanced at Fei He, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen imperceptibly and his heart sank. There were no puppet strings in the bodies of these three people. However, Ning Fan was already sure that the three of them were in cahoots. Moreover, there was a fourth person behind them. That fourth person was in control of everything. That person was the one who was really plotting against Yao Qingyun and Ning Fan. He's not at the peak thought fragmentation realm. He should be at the late or mid thought fragmentation realm. After having an additional puppet string in his body, Ning Fan could sense the puppet strings more clearly. From the puppet string, he could roughly determine the cultivation base of the mastermind behind the scenes. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he was certainly not a match for the thought fragmentation old monster. However, if he uses the jade slip of an immortal venerated realm attack, it would not be too difficult to kill this thought fragmentation old monster. This person was proficient in the power of desire and the palm puppet technique. Ning Fan would certainly obtain great benefits by killing him. When Fei He carries out his plan, it will be the time for the fourth person to act. At that time, I can use the jade slip of an immortal venerated realm attack to kill Fei He and the others in one fell swoop. Then, I can completely get rid of this hidden danger. Ning Fan made up his mind. When the life immortal realm cultivator of the Jun family saw that Ning Fan was ignoring him, he flew into a rage and leaped onto the high platform. As he made a hand seal, green lightning surged around his body. With a point of his finger, the rumbling green lightning turned into a gigantic dark green lightning beast. It opened its gigantic mouth and tried to devour Ning Fan. This life immortal of the Jun family was in the early stage of the human Xian realm, and he was close to breaking through to the middle stage of the human Xian realm. The power of this attack was so great that it was rare for an early-stage human profound realm cultivator to withstand it. The lightning beast charged at him head-on. Instead of retreating, Ning Fan advanced forward. With a flick of his finger, the lightning beast immediately let out a blood-curdling shriek and shattered into countless lightning sparks. He opened his mouth and swallowed all of the lightning rays into his stomach. When the life immortal realm expert of the Jun family saw Ning Fan devouring the lightning light of his magic technique, his expression immediately turned extremely terrified. Subconsciously, he wanted to run away. All of a sudden, the puppet strings in his body moved, and his eyes turned blank. Then, a fearless killing intent appeared in his eyes as he ignited his nascent divinity and used a suicidal immortal art. Immortal art, lightning water disintegration. The life immortal realm expert of the Jun family held a ball of green lightning in his left hand and a ball of blue water mist in his right hand. He suddenly put both of his palms together. Then, the left half of his body broke into lightning sparks bit by bit and the other half of his body broke into water mist bit by bit. This technique had the same effect as the weapon disintegration sword technique. Both of them used self-destruction as the price to injure the enemy. After using the lightning water disintegration technique, the life immortal realm expert of the Jun family might not be able to keep his life. However, it was enough to severely injure a mid-human profound realm expert. Unfortunately, this level of strength was still far from enough to hurt Ning Fan. Those who have fallen into the realm of puppets will have regrets even if they die. I, Ning Fan, am here to send you to your death. Ning Fan's lips moved and transmitted his voice. When the life immortal realm expert of the Jun family heard Ning Fan's words, his frenzied eyes actually became a little clearer. His face revealed a hint of gratitude. At the next moment, Ning Fan unleashed his full aura force. The aura force of the peak human profound realm suddenly engulfed the entire place. His 5 fingers formed a palm and struck out. He did not use any divine abilities. Just a casual palm strike of his killed the life immortal realm expert of the Jun family. His primordial spirit was naturally sealed and kept away. His storage pouch was also taken away. Peak mortal realm. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's cultivation base, everyone on the 3 sides of the high platform exclaimed. Even Lu Lan and Yan Hong were greatly shocked. More than 50 years ago, Ning Fan was just at the peak fragmentation realm. Now, however, he was already at the peak mortal realm. Such a cultivation speed was just too shocking. Ordinary peak fragmentation realm experts would need hundreds or even tens of thousands of years to break through to the next realm in seclusion. Even if everything goes smoothly, it would still take thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to cultivate from the early mortal realm to the peak mortal realm. Young Master Ning's cultivation speed is not only outstanding among the Eastern Heavens geniuses. I'm afraid no cultivator of this generation in the entire 4 heavens can surpass him. Lu Lan and Yan Hong sighed with admiration. Seeing Ning Fan kill 2 cultivators of the Jun family in a row, Yao Qingyun raised his brows and was in a good mood. The old ancestor of the Jun family's eyes turned gloomy. He seemed to be furious, but no one knew if he was really furious. This was a trap. Ning Fan, Yao Qingyun, Jun Linyuan, old ancestor Wei Chen and Fei He were all part of it. The mastermind had yet to show himself. Ning Fan stared at the cultivators of the Jun family coldly. He raised his hand and pointed at them. All of you, come at me together. It was not arrogance or arrogance. He just had the confidence to eliminate all the cultivators of the Jun family. There were still 74 cultivators of the Jun family. Among them, there were 45 rogue immortals. There were 11 early mortal realm cultivators, 8 mid-mortal realm cultivators, 5 late mortal realm cultivators, 3 peak mortal realm cultivators, 1 early ghost realm cultivator and 1 mid-ghost realm cultivator. With so many experts, even a late ghost realm cultivator would be defeated if they attack him at the same time. Yao Qingyun frowned but did not say anything. Lu Lan and Yan Hong, on the other hand, looked worried. They did not think that Ning Fan, who was at the peak mortal realm, could defeat all the cultivators of the Jun family with his own strength. After all the cultivators of the Jun family had trump cards that were given to them by their seniors. Ning Fan could only win if he used the Spirit Blast technique. However, isn't it too wasteful to use the technique in such a situation? The Spirit Blast technique is young Master Ning's strongest trump card. If young Master Ning uses it here, how are you going to protect yourself when you encounter old monster Duzhen in the future? Lu Lan and Yan Hong said worriedly. What an insolent young man. All of you, come at me together. Let's have a taste of his powerful techniques. Jun Linyuan sneered and ordered the cultivators of the Jun family. The cultivators of the Jun family had long been enraged after being looked down upon by Ning Fan. One by one, they leaped onto the high platform. However, the moment they did so, their eyes turned blank. Then, their eyes turned blood red and filled with killing intent. There was no longer any fear or emotion left in them. The only thing left in their eyes was the determination to kill Ning Fan. There is something wrong with the eyes of these cultivators of the Jun family. As for what exactly is wrong, I can't figure it out. Yao Qingyun's brows knitted even tighter. Her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were already prepared to take action at any time. Is she planning to save Ning Fan at any time? The high platform was very spacious. 74 experts of the Jun family surrounded Ning Fan. Almost at the same time, all of them attacked at the same time. They took out their abilities and magic treasures and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan sighed softly. He took a step forward and the might of his baleful chi soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with boundless ferocity. The powerful baleful chi turned into 74 gigantic blood-red fists and attacked the 74 cultivators of the Jun family on the high platform. Even an ordinary Duzhen would not be able to withstand his baleful chi. Among the rogue immortals, profound mortal realm cultivators and profound ghost realm cultivators, none of them could withstand it. As soon as the blood-red fists landed, 45 rogue immortals were directly turned into blood mist and died instantly. Their magic treasures and abilities were also destroyed by the gigantic blood-red fists. The remaining 29 life immortal realm cultivators who were profound mortal realm cultivators were all injured by the blood-red fists. Their bodies were devoured by the baleful qi and their combat power was reduced by half. Even the 2 profound ghost realm cultivators felt a sharp pain in their chests under Ning Fan's baleful qi. They took a few steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. However, they could not stabilize their chaotic qi at all. Is he really at the peak profound mortal realm? He can gain the upper hand in front of the group of immortals with just his baleful qi alone. Over 100 profound mortal realm sword cultivators were shocked. After his cultivation base advanced to the second step, Ning Fan had become even more skillful in using his baleful qi. His baleful qi had also become one of Ning Fan's trump cards to protect his life. With the ferocity of Ning Fan's baleful qi, he could almost instantly kill all rogue immortals and restrain any of their abilities. With the strength of his baleful qi, it was enough to wipe out all the profound mortal realm cultivators and profound ghost realm cultivators. However, it was still not enough to withstand the abilities of a life immortal realm cultivator. The 29 life immortal realm cultivators were injured at the same time. However, the attacks of the 29 profound mortal realm cultivators and profound ghost realm cultivators continued to arrive in front of Ning Fan without stopping. Ning Fan lifted one of his feet and stomped on the ground. The ground gave birth to a lead-colored lotus. Then, millions of lotus shadows appeared around his body. Under the defense of the millions of lotus shadows, none of the 29 attacks could break through the defense of the lotus shadows. Perfect. Fei He's eyes were filled with even more greed and desire. He stared at Ning Fan with fiery eyes as if he was looking at the most perfect artwork in the world. The 29 life immortal realm cultivators of the Jun family still wanted to attack after their first attack failed. However, Ning Fan was faster than them. Ning Fan flipped his hand and a dark golden flying sword appeared in his palm out of nowhere. Then, he raised it in the air and it turned into 108,000 illusory sword shadows, forming an illusory sword formation that sealed the entire high platform. Slash. As soon as he uttered the word, an illusory force that could bewitch late ghost profound realm cultivators immediately bewitched the minds of all the life immortal realm cultivators of the Jun family. Under the layers of illusions, the memories hidden deep in the hearts of all the life immortal realm cultivators of the Jun family were evoked. An early mortal realm life immortal realm cultivator was immersed in the illusion of his youth. At that time, he was just a village boy in a mountain village. His father held a tobacco pipe in his mouth and taught him how to forge farm tools step by step. His father was a blacksmith. After that, bandits massacred the village. In order to save his own life, he joined the bandits and chopped off his father's head with his own hands. In a trance, his father who had lost his head suddenly had a black gold longsword in his hand, and he slashed it down on his father's head. The illusion stopped there. Then, an illusory sword shadow flashed past and that human profound life immortal realm cultivator died in the sword formation. A late mortal realm life immortal realm cultivator was immersed in the illusion of his youth. At that time, in order to break through to the gold core realm, he abandoned his wife and married the disciple of a nascent soul realm old monster. His wife committed suicide out of hatred. That was the regret of his life. Today, in the illusion, he saw his wife walking towards him with a smile on her face. His wife was holding a dark golden sword in her hand. She sneered and pierced the sword into his dantian. The late mortal realm life immortal realm cultivator died with guilt in his eyes. That early ghost profound life immortal realm cultivator was immersed in the illusion of his twilight years. At that time, in order to break through the bottleneck of the ghost profound realm, he forced himself on his disciple. That night, he ravaged her mercilessly. No matter how his disciple begged him, he did not let her go. Later on, his disciple was plucked to death and he broke through to the early ghost profound realm. In the illusion, his disciple whose body was covered in bruises and blood was walking towards him step by step. With resentment, she pierced the dark golden long sword into his chest. The early ghost profound life immortal realm cultivator screamed and died. The illusory sword formation had 108,000 swords. It was enough to cast illusions on 108,000 cultivators at the same time. every time the illusory sword shadow slashed, someone would definitely die. In just a few breaths' time, the high platform had turned into a river of blood. All the cultivators of the Jun family had died, each of their extremely weak primordial spirit was sealed and taken away by Ning Fan. He casually took away all their storage pouches and withdrew the sword formation. He kept all the broken corpses in his cauldron world, leaving Zili to refine the essence of their flesh and blood. What a powerful Dao soldier! At this moment, even Yao Qingyun, Fei He and the other Shikong wore astonished looks on their faces. As for the sword cultivators of the tiny dust sword sect, they looked at Ning Fan as if they were looking at a cold-blooded god of death. The memory-severing Dao sword is quite powerful. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. Once the illusory sword formation is activated, all the cultivators who were no match for the illusory sword would die no matter how many of them came, even if there were 108,000 life immortal realm cultivators. All of them would die if they could not withstand the might of the illusory sword. Lu Lan and Yan Hong's faces were filled with astonishment. If Ning Fan's cultivation base reaches the early truth realm and he is at the same level as them, they certainly would not be able to withstand the might of the memory-severing Dao sword. They would definitely die. The 6 corpse cultivators that Fei He brought along had blank expressions. They did not show any surprise. All of you can come at me together. Don't worry. This time, I won't use the memory-severing Dao sword. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the group of cultivators of the tiny dust sword sect. There was no arrogance in his eyes. Instead, there was only pity. These people had already been reduced to puppets. There was no way to save them. The only thing he could do was to send them to their deaths and give them a release. Each of the tiny dust sword cultivators was filled with fear. For a moment, none of them dared to go up to the stage and accept the challenge. Old Ancestor Wei Chen's eyes darkened. The fingers that were hidden in his sleeves moved. At the next moment, all the tiny dust sword cultivators' eyes became blank. Each of them climbed up the stage fearlessly and surrounded Ning Fan. There was a total of 108 people. At this moment, they formed a circular sword formation. Each of them emitted their sword intent and locked onto Ning Fan. They did not take the initiative to attack. The sword formation of the tiny dust sword sect emphasized on attacking only after the enemy has attacked. Once a person enters the formation and attacks, the sword formation would retaliate to the greatest extent. Ning Fan glanced at the sword formation. With just a glance, he understood that it was a formation that could be activated only after the enemy had attacked. There were no extra emotions in his heart. All he had was calmness. Ning Fan raised both of his hands and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Suddenly, his body dispersed into countless black flames. The flames soared into the sky and condensed into a 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large purple-black dragon. This gigantic dragon did not look much different from an ordinary demonic dragon. However, it had a pair of wings. No one knew that the pair of wings were the Fuli wings. This technique was a high-grade immortal technique, Flame Dragon Breath. Ning Fan's flames were still not strong enough. If it could reach the peak 8th grade immortal technique, the destructive power of this technique would increase by another level. However, Ning Fan's demon blood was powerful. The ancestral blood of the Fuli clan was enough to increase the destructive power of this technique by another level. The destructive power of this technique was comparable to a peak grade immortal technique. Even a peak ghost realm cultivator would find it hard to resist the destructive power of this technique. Roar *. The purple-black demonic dragon that Ning Fan had transformed into suddenly opened its gigantic mouth and breathed out a purple-black flame breath. The destructive power of the flames came too quickly. It did not give the cultivators of the tiny dust sect enough time to activate the sword formation at all. The rogue immortal cultivators were instantly burned into charcoal. The human profound realm cultivators were also burned into charcoal. 2 early ghost profound realm sword cultivators were on the verge of death. The primordial spirits of the 2 mid-ghost profound realm sword cultivators were severely injured and 70% of their strength was gone. The late ghost profound realm sword cultivator of the tiny dust sect was also injured by the flame dragon breath. However, the killing intent in his hollow eyes became even colder. He raised his hand and was about to take out an attack jade slip of the peak ghost profound realm attack. Ning Fan naturally would not give him the chance to use the jade slip. After dispersing the appearance of the fire dragon, Ning Fan turned back into his white robes. He turned his hand into a palm and 7 layers of palm imprints instantly condensed in his palm. The 7 imprints merged into one and turned into a black and white palm imprint. At this moment, the entire 6 Desires planet was engulfed in darkness. At this moment, only Ning Fan's white robes were fluttering in the pitch-black night sky. As he activated his Tao power, the startling Big Dipper constellation that shone with white light suddenly appeared in the night sky. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were only filled with the Tao of obsession and the devil intent. At this moment, Yao Qingyun's eyes were filled with astonishment while Fei He and the other 2 Shikongshi could not conceal the joy in their eyes. Tao elephant. What a strong Tao elephant. Good, good, good. This young man is very good. This young man is very good. On the surface, this palm imprint looked like the heaven-seizing seal. However, its essence was different. Even Yao Qingyun and Fei He did not associate this palm imprint with the heaven-seizing seal. What they were most shocked about was the strength of Ning Fan's Tao elephant. It was really something that they had never seen before in their lives. Destroy. Ning Fan raised his hand and slammed it down. The entire 6 Desires planet began to tremble violently. At the next moment, the palm imprint that blotted out the sky came crashing down. The entire high platform was razed to the ground. Ning Fan still had full control over the force of this palm, just like how he did not use his full strength when he unleashed the flame dragon breath just now. Otherwise, those cultivators would not just be turned into charcoal. Not only would their corpses be destroyed, their primordial spirits would also be destroyed. Even so, this palm strike could only be described as stunning in the eyes of the cultivators here. Even the sect master of the 6 Desires sect, who was in seclusion in the 6 Desires sect and did not want to get involved in the matters of the outside world, was also shocked by the destructive power of this palm strike. He was an early crossing truth realm cultivator, but he could not ignore the destructive power of this palm strike. If I am not careful, I will certainly be severely injured by this young man. This young man is just at the mortal profound realm, but he can display such a powerful palm imprint. No one below the crossing truth realm can be a match for this young man. With this palm imprint alone, this young man can become the #1 expert below the true immortal realm in the Eastern Heaven. My 6 Desires sect can't interfere with the immortal cave world of my primogenitor. However, I can seek for greater benefits, and that is to befriend this young man. I will never misjudge him. This young man's future is limitless. In this life, let alone breaking through the void-rending realm and thought-breaking realm, it is highly possible for him to become an immortal venerated realm or even an immortal king realm. His potential is unparalleled in this generation of the Eastern Heaven. Even in the previous generations, there is no one who can compete with him. The sect master of the 6 Desires sect thought quickly and made a decision. After the 3 great forces have explored the secret place of the primogenitor, he must let Ning Fan stay for a period of time to befriend him. He believed in his own judgment. Ning Fan's future was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After landing on the ruins of the high platform, Ning Fan collected the charred corpses and dismembered corpses on the ground. He also collected the broken storage pouches and the illusory primordial spirits that were not far away from death. After that, his body flashed and he flew back to the giant boat. The Weichen sword cultivators and the cultivators of the Jun family had all been slaughtered by him alone. There was no need for them to compete for the 10 spots anymore. Fei He suddenly realized something and let out a soft cough. Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's expressions changed. They immediately put away their joyful expressions. Just now, when they saw how powerful Ning Fan's palm imprint was, the 2 of them actually showed a look of surprise and joy for a moment. This was not an expression that they should show, even though they were indeed overjoyed. In the eyes of outsiders, the cultivators of the Jun family and the Wei Chen sword cultivators were all dead. They should be angry instead of feeling joyful. The 2 of them turned hostile faster than flipping a page of a book. Very soon, their faces were filled with rage and they stared at Ning Fan coldly as if they wanted to kill him with a single palm strike to avenge the deaths of their juniors and disciples. Fei He's eyes flickered. He wanted to step forward and protect Ning Fan. However, before he could do anything, Yao Qingyun took a step forward and stood in front of Ning Fan. She stared at Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen with a cold smile. Fellow Taoists, are you trying to touch the outstanding disciple of my slaughter palace? Humph. So what if I do? The two of them were so angry that they laughed instead. If you dare to touch him, I will summon 100 ghost faces and slaughter your Jun family and the Wei Chen sword sect. As soon as they heard her, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's eyes widened. They gritted their teeth and suppressed their anger. On the surface, they seemed to be frightened by Yao Qingyun's threat. But in reality, they were just pretending to be angry. Thank you. Be careful of Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen. They seem to be Fei He's subordinates. Ning Fan's voice was transmitted to Yao Qingyun's ears. Yao Qingyun wanted to refute him by saying that she was just fulfilling her duty as an elder by helping Ning Fan so that he would not misunderstand her. After hearing Ning Fan's last sentence, Yao Qingyun's eyes flickered slightly. Then, she asked him using telepathy. Are you sure? Yes. If that's the case, you must follow me closely after we enter the cave world. The enemies are 3 Shikong. If you stay too far away from them, it will be very difficult for me to protect you. Yao Qingyun said coldly. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Qingyun to protect me. Ning Fan said with a smile. Indeed, he needed Yao Qingyun's protection. Before the mysterious fourth person shows up, he was not prepared to use his trump card of an immortal venerate. He wanted to eliminate Fei He's group of 4 in one go after that person shows up. Ning Fan could naturally see through Yao Qingyun's repeated attempts to protect him. Even though he did not know what was wrong with Yao Qingyun that made her help him so many times out of the ordinary, he still owed her a favor. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the people on the scene and his mind raced. The cave world could only accommodate 14 people. From the very beginning, Fei He, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen did not plan to select 10 people from their juniors to enter the cave world. From the very beginning, Fei He's plan was to send 4 Shikong, 2 Du Zhen and 7 Life Immortal Realm cultivators into the cave world. From the very beginning, Fei He only planned to bring these 13 people. The last spot was reserved for the person who had yet to show up. 14 people. Not one more and not one less. Ning Fan checked his dantian and found that there were already 184 desire puppet lines in his dantian. As long as the mastermind manipulates the puppet lines, Ning Fan could easily turn into a puppet, desire puppet lines. What can they do to me? Ning Fan sneered inwardly. He activated the yin-yang locket and refined all of the puppet lines. After devouring the 184 puppet strings of desire, Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation technique actually improved tremendously. Desire was originally the best supplement to increase the level of his yin-yang transformation cultivation technique. Lu Lan, Yan Hong and the 6 Life Immortal Realm Corpse cultivators returned to the giant ship one after another. The 4 Shikongs discussed for a while more. Then, Fei He steered the giant ship and directly flew towards the black hole whirlpool outside the 6 Desires planet. Since the puppet lines had been planted, Ning Fan was already in their hands. It was time to enter the cave world. The 3 Shikongs had no idea that neither the corpse poison nor the puppet lines could control Ning Fan. This plan that they had meticulously planned for many years was already full of loopholes and it was impossible to fix it. 1/3, to be continued. Just as the ship was about to enter the black hole whirlpool, Yao Qingyun frowned and stopped the ship. He ordered Lu Lan and Yan Hong to stay on planet 6 Desires for the time being before he ordered the ship to enter the black hole. In the end, she was still worried about Lu Lan and Yan Hong. She was not a fool. She had already seen through the strangeness of this mission. Now that she had Ning Fan's reminder, she knew that there would certainly be danger in the immortal cave world. Thus, she did not dare to let her 2 maidservants go with them. She regarded the 2 maids as her closest relatives and could not bear to let them take risks. As for herself, in order to find the desire-relieving pearl, even if she knew that this journey was dangerous, she would still take the risk. As for Ning Fan, when Yao Qingyun ordered the 2 maidservants to return to the 6 Desires planet, Zhen gave Ning Fan a meaningful look. His eyes seemed to be asking Ning Fan if he was afraid of danger and if he wanted to hide in the 6 Desires planet. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and glanced at Fei He. He was telling Yao Qingyun that he was also part of Fei He's plan and that he had to enter the cavern world. Otherwise, Fei He and the others might make a move in advance. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you. Yao Qingyun coldly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan using telepathy as if she was comforting him. After some thought, she reminded him again. Stay closer to me, or else, alright. Without waiting for Yao Qingyun to finish nagging, Ning Fan had already replied using telepathy. After he finished speaking, he walked to Yao Qingyun's side and stood quite close to her. As the strong wind blew, their sleeves could almost touch each other. You're too close. Yao Qingyun was displeased. I'm afraid of death. It's safer if I stay closer. Ning Fan said with a smile. The tip of his nose smelled the wild ginger flower fragrance on Yao Qingyun's body and his mind gradually calmed down. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Yao Qingyun laughed mockingly, but her mood was much better. I'm just a commoner. How can I not want to live and not fear death? So this is all you've got? Oh? Could it be that in Elder Azure Cloud's eyes, this Ning's image is very lofty? Humph. What kind of image do you have in this consort's eyes? Even if there is, it would be a bad image. The giant ark entered the black hole whirlpool and traveled through the black hole tunnel. It was Yao Qingyun's first time talking so much. Even though none of the words that came out of her mouth were pleasant, she still talked to Ning Fan throughout the journey. She herself was also quite shocked. Even when she was with Lulan Yanhong, she had never spoken so much. After pondering for a while, she believed that the reason why she could have such a pleasant conversation with Ning Fan was because both of them were standing on the same side at the moment. Their enemy was Fei He. Thinking about it this way, she felt relieved. Fei He's eyes darkened. Yao Qingyun's action of sending Lu Lan and Yan Hong away made him feel a little uneasy. That woman has always been cautious. If it weren't for the desire bead, she wouldn't have barged into this trap. I suspect that she's already discovered our scheme, Fei He said to Jun Linyuan and Patriarch Weichen telepathically. Humph. So what if they found out? With her level of cultivation, she won't be able to escape. Jun Linyuan and Forefather Weichen said disdainfully. You're right. That Ning Fan is already in our hands. Besides, Yao Qingyun has the 17 physique, which means that she is afflicted with the poison of desire. As long as we do what we do to her, she won't be able to escape from this predicament. Hee, speaking of which, even if she didn't have the desire poison in her body, how could she be a match for the three of us? This old man is overthinking things. Fei He sneered and did not say anything else. 2 hours later, the gigantic ark passed through the long black hole tunnel and entered the cave world. What entered their sight was a dark and gloomy sky with 6 colors. Below them were ancient ruins that had collapsed. As soon as they entered this world, the eyes of Fei He, Jun Linyuan and Forefather Weichen lit up. Their auras became slightly stronger. As for Yao Qingyun, her body went limp without any warning. In a moment of carelessness, she fell towards Ning Fan, who was next to her. The power of desire in this place is so strong, the poison of desire in her body nearly broke out. Even her 17 physique nearly broke out of its seal and acted up. Be careful. The power of desire in this place is very strong. Ning Fan gently held Yao Qingyun's wrist and transferred his magic power to her. His magic power had the effect of easing the desire. Gradually, it calmed the desire in Yao Qingyun's body. Speaking of which, Yao Qingyun was only invaded by the desire because she was caught off guard when she had just entered this world. Yao Qingyun withdrew her wrist uneasily and activated a secret technique to resist the power of desire in this place. Her aura gradually calmed down. Thank you. You're welcome. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the vast sky. This place was vast. There were 14 gigantic stone pillars that towered into the sky in 14 different directions of this world. The entrance of the black hole was right next to one of the stone pillars. Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense and found that the stone pillar was engraved with profound runes. It was because of these runes that the 14 stone pillars could support the 6-colored sky and create this world of desire. This place was the cave world that 6 Desires Immortal King had once created. This world was just the cave of 6 Desires Immortal King. This world was circular like a big circle encasing a small circle. This world was created according to this standard, and it was divided into 2 worlds, the inner and the outer world. The outer circle was outlined by black and white light. The inner circle was outlined by the scarlet light. There were many ruins in the outer area of this world. There were no living beings, but there were many ancient formations and mechanisms. Even a life immortal realm cultivator would lose his life in the outer area if he or she is careless. There was a red underground palace built in the inner area. No one knew how many floors it had. If it was an ordinary life immortal realm cultivator, it would naturally be more suitable for him to seek his fortune in the outer area. However, Ning Fan and the 6 life immortal realm cultivators were very useful. Thus, Fei He would certainly not let them stay in the outer area. If the 3 treasures left behind by 6 Desires Immortal King are really here, they must be in that underground palace. Let's enter the underground palace and find out what's going on. As soon as Fei He finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the inner underground palace with the 6 life immortal realm cultivators. Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen looked at Elder Qing Yun with a smile and said, "Elder Qing Yun, please go first. The 2 of us will bring up the rear for you." "Bring up the rear?" Yao Qing Yun sneered. "These 2 are probably afraid that I will run away." Sure enough, Ning Fan was right. Both Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen are not kind people. They are probably in cahoots with Fei He. In other words, I will have to face 3 powerful enemies with my own strength, right? If I have a choice, I will not take the risk. Unfortunately, I have to take this risk just to find a chance to obtain the Desire Resolving Pearl. Without the Desire Resolving Pearl, the Desire Poison will act up one day and the consequences will be unimaginable. Follow me closely. Yao Qingyun did not refuse. She pulled Ning Fan's arm in a domineering manner and turned into a ray of light, flying towards the inner underground palace. Seeing that Yao Qingyun had entered the trap obediently, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen sneered and followed closely behind her, flying towards the underground palace. The entire underground palace was like a gigantic mound that stood on the ground. There was a stone door on the mound. As Fei He arrived, it automatically opened. It was a door of a formation. Once it sensed the arrival of cultivators, it would open on its own. Outside the giant door, there was a broken tablet with the words 6 Desires Palace written on it. Ning Fan only had enough time to see the tablet before he was pulled into the underground palace by Yao Qingyun. The giant door only closed after everyone had entered the underground palace. What they saw was the scenery of the first floor of the underground palace. On the first floor of the underground palace stood 108 golden armors that were as large as mountains. The ground was littered with countless broken skeletons. They seemed to be the victims who had been killed by the mountain of blades. Be careful. This is an ancient true immortal grand formation. Even though I don't know what this formation is, I know that it is very dangerous. Once. Just as Fei He was about to remind everyone to be careful of this formation, he was interrupted by Yao Qingyun. This formation is called the Golden Armor Mortal Formation. His indifferent tone was unknown if he was talking to Fei He and the others or Ning Fan. As soon as she finished her words, Yao Qingyun directly pulled Ning Fan and turned into a ray of light, directly entering the formation. At the moment she entered the formation, the golden armor shone brightly. The metal elemental spiritual qi in the area seeped into the golden armors. The spiritual qi condensed into illusory giants. The giants were wearing the golden armors that had no owner just now. In the blink of an eye, there were 108 golden deities surrounding Yao Qingyun. Each of the golden deities had already reached the peak of the crossing truth realm. This is bad. That Yao Qingyun must not die in the formation. Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's expressions changed drastically. There was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Fei He waved his hand, gesturing them not to worry. Then, he continued. That Yao Qingyun is most proficient in formations. Since she wants to enter the formation, she must have full confidence in breaking it. Full confidence? Hee. In the past, the 3 of us almost died in this formation. How could she? Old ancestor Wei Chen said disapprovingly. Silence. Don't say anything unnecessary. Don't make them wary. Fei He immediately reprimanded him. Old ancestor Wei Chen's eyes flashed with anger. However, he did not refute Fei He's words. When he looked at the formation, he could not help but look surprised. Yao Qingyun's figure was light and her steps were gentle. She was like a green butterfly dancing among the flowers. She stepped on the extremely profound formation positions and moved like a graceful shadow, moving through the attacks of the 108 golden deities. Not a single attack of the golden deities could even touch her sleeve. In this grand formation, she came and went calmly. She only left a faint fragrance in the places she passed by. Fei He had long been accustomed to her peerless and elegant demeanor. His expression was like that of a zombie, unmoved. However, it was Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's first time seeing her. The shock they felt was indescribable. Jun Linyuan's slightly drunk eyes revealed a hint of seriousness while old ancestor Wei Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Wei Chen thought that his Dao heart was firm. However, after seeing Yao Qingyun's peerless beauty, his dead heart actually palpitated a little. He wanted to get this woman, unfortunately, he could not do that. Not only could he not get this woman, but he also had to destroy her with his own hands. Everything he did was for, if he offends that person, he would certainly die. Being dragged by Yao Qingyun, they stepped on the profound formation positions and easily avoided the attacks of all the golden deities. All of these golden deities were formed by the power of the formation. As long as they break through this formation, they would naturally be able to predict the enemy's moves and avoid all attacks. I didn't expect Yao Qingyun's innate talent in the Dao of formations to be so high. Ning Fan could not help but praise her inwardly. He was the closest to Yao Qingyun. Moreover, what Yao Qingyun did was not only break through the formation calmly but also secretly changed the position of the formation without anyone noticing. Ning Fan could imagine how Fei He and the others would be trapped in this formation after he and Yao Qingyun break through it. Yao Qingyun was indeed not a fool. The reason why she broke through the formation first was to cause trouble for Fei He and the others. Humph. So what? I'm afraid that you will never be able to reach this palace's array Dao in this lifetime. Yao Qingyun sneered, her expression rather proud. She indeed had the right to be proud. Your innate talent in the Dao of formations is indeed very high. However, I will surpass you one day. Ning Fan did not say the second half of his sentence as he was afraid that it would hurt Yao Qingyun's feelings. Given his innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yao Qingyun. Humph. It's good that you know. So, don't ever provoke me. Otherwise, I can just casually set up a grand formation and it will be enough to kill you hundreds of times. After being praised by Ning Fan, Yao Qingyun actually felt that her mood was quite good. Her innate talent in the Dao of formations was so high that even Sha Di had praised her before. However, even Sha Di's praise was not as pleasing to the ears as Ning Fan's. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk mountains and rivers were turned into ashes by the golden deities. The remains of the fallen were also crushed. In the end, Yao Qingyun brought Ning Fan to the other side of the grand formation unscathed. There was an entrance to the second floor of the underground palace. Elder Fei He, I'll leave first to look for the 6 desires and 3 treasures. Yao Qingyun turned to look at Fei He and the others. With a cold smirk, she grabbed Ning Fan and turned into a ray of light, directly flying to the second floor of the underground palace. Elder Qingyun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you wait for us? Fei He sneered and secretly took out a formation plate. That formation plate could control the grand formation of this place. While performing a hand seal to activate the formation plate, Fei He's expression turned extremely gloomy and unpleasant. The formation plate actually failed to shut down the grand formation. None of the 108 golden deities had disappeared. Fei He's expression changed. Without saying a word, he leaped into the formation. Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen also realized the severity of the situation and quickly followed Fei He into the formation. The 3 of them were already familiar with the mysteries of this formation. They stepped on the positions that Yao Qingyun had directly stepped on, trying to avoid the attacks of the golden deities and forcibly pass through the formation. However, something unbelievable happened. The attacks of the 108 golden deities were greatly different from before. They had been tampered with by someone had secretly moved the formation That was the reason why the formation plate had failed. It's Yao Qingyun. It's that bitch. How dare she tamper with this formation without permission? Is she trying to kill us? Jun Linyuan was enraged. Yao Qingyun. Old ancestor Wei Chen's eyes narrowed. There was anger in them but also a hint of indescribable emotion. What a powerful woman. She could actually secretly tamper with such a high-level grand formation. How wonderful it would be if I can make use of such an outstanding woman. My Weichen sword sect will certainly prosper because of this. It's a pity. Such an outstanding woman actually has to be tainted by Ning Fan. When old ancestor Weichen thought of Yao Qingyun groveling under Ning Fan and enjoying herself, he clenched his fists tightly. He actually had some killing intent towards Ning Fan. Fei He was the first to calm down. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the attacks of the golden deities with difficulty. His expression was extremely gloomy. After a while, he said coldly, "Don't be afraid. Even if that Yao Qingyun enters the depths of the underground palace first, she won't be able to find the desire-resolving pearl and get rid of the desire poison in her body. She is destined to not be able to escape from this trap. Let the three of us work together to break this formation once more." Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. The three Shikong deities joined forces and fought against the 108 golden deities. The powerful waves of their magic techniques were enough to flatten an entire low-grade star region. With the three of them working together, Fei He gained a slight upper hand. However, if they want to forcefully break the grand formation and eliminate the 108 golden deities, they would need at least a few days. "No, it won't even take a few days," Fei He sneered. "That person is probably coming soon. If that person comes, this formation will be easily broken." On the second floor of the underground palace, Yao Qingyun held Ning Fan's hand tightly. With a cold expression, she took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped her hands. Her expression was as disgusted as it could be. It was as if Ning Fan was so dirty that she would wash her hands 100 times just by touching him. Ning Fan quietly watched Yao Qingyun's actions and shook his head helplessly. He always felt that Yao Qingyun's way of doing things was a little childish. "I've changed the grand formation. Fei He and the others definitely won't be able to break it in less than a few days. Are you going to follow me to the bottom of the underground palace to search for treasures, or are you going to wait here for my return?" Yao Qingyun finished wiping her hands and kept her handkerchief. Then, she asked, "If Ning Fan is really dirty, why didn't he throw away the handkerchief that he used to wipe his hands? I'll go with you. I'm afraid of death if I stay here alone." Ning Fan smiled and glanced at the second floor of the underground palace. There was a layer of blood-red light that shot up to the sky. In the vast sky, there were undead spirits with dense wood qi. There were both males and females among those undead spirits. The males were handsome while the females were slim and graceful. However, the terrifying thing was that all of the undead spirits' eyes were gouged out and black blood was flowing out of them. Each of the male undead spirits was holding a bamboo flute in their hands and floating in the sky. Each of the female undead spirits was holding a jade zither in their arms while floating on the clouds. Strands of decadent music were played by the dead spirits, which contained boundless desires. Each of the undead spirits here had a cultivation base of the crossing true realm. "Humph. You're still so afraid of death, huh? Very well. I'll give you a special permission to travel with me. I still need your help to deal with the decadent music in this second floor." Yao Qingyun sneered. Every time she heard Ning Fan say that he was afraid of death, she would be in a good mood. Ning Fan's spirit sense scanned through the second floor of the underground palace. His eyes gradually turned solemn. He had a feeling that the second floor of the underground palace was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The most dangerous place in the second floor did not seem to be the undead spirits. Instead, there was an extremely dangerous qi of desire hidden in the depths of this place. 2/3, to be continued, seeing Ning Fan's serious expression, as if he had already sensed the danger of the second floor. Yao Qingyun raised her brows and explained. "In this floor of the underground palace, what you need to be wary of the most isn't the undead spirits but the decadent sound of their flutes. That sound is filled with desires and formed an invisible sound formation. In ancient times, this formation was called the string and bamboo spirit dispelling formation. This sound formation has a formation spirit. That formation spirit is at the early void shedding realm. Even I can't defeat it directly. You can't underestimate it. These undead spirits are formed by magical techniques. They can't be killed and no one can stop them from playing the flute or the zither. As long as the sound of the flute and the zither can't be broken, this formation can't be broken. Once you force your way into this formation, you will be attacked by the formation spirit. In order to break this formation, you need to break the sound formation with sound attacks. However, according to my guess, even if you break the sound formation, you will only weaken the formation spirit's cultivation base at most. You won't be able to get rid of it completely. Speaking of this, Yao Qingyun frowned. Even if the sound formation is broken, the formation spirit won't disappear? Why? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Currently, his cultivation base in the Dao formation was far inferior to Yao Qingyun's. It was reasonable for him to have doubts. I feel that this underground palace itself is a grand formation. The golden armor immortal formation on the first floor is a grand formation of the metal element. The string and bamboo spirit dispelling formation on this floor is a grand formation of the wood element. The grand forces of the first and second floors actually have a mysterious connection. If my guess is correct, this underground palace has at least 5 floors. Moreover, the first 5 floors are arranged according to the 5 elements. When combined, they will form a killing formation. A killing formation, huh? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. If this so-called 5 elements grand formation really exists and if he has enough time, he would not mind devouring all of the 5 elements' power in the formation. It should be able to greatly increase the power of the great 5 elements physique. Do you want to play the zither or the flute? Yao Qingyun suddenly asked. What do you mean? Ning Fan was stunned and asked. Your cultivation base isn't enough to break the formation directly. You will play the zither to help me break the formation. If you play the zither, I will use your music to break the sound formation. If you play the zither, I will break the formation with the sound of the zither. If you play the flute, I will break the formation with the sound of the flute. Zither. Ning Fan suddenly recalled the time when Su Qiuling taught him how to play the zither. His face was full of reminiscence. That expression made Yao Qingyun feel extremely irritated, extremely unpleasant. This brat had a blissful expression on his face. It was obvious that he was thinking of a woman. What made her the most upset was not that Ning Fan was thinking about women, but that ever since the blood pool baptism, she had been unknowingly affected by Ning Fan's words. Alright, I'll lend you this guqin. Play the song you're best at. Yao Qingyun patted her storage pouch and took out a zither Dao weapon made of frost parasol coldwood. Yao Qingyun's Dao weapon was actually a zither. Ning Fan sat on the ground and placed the zither on his lap. He felt that the zither was incomparably cold. That coldness was grief, despair, unwillingness, helplessness, and the loneliness of being isolated from the world. This zither was Yao Qingyun's Dao weapon. All of the concepts and emotions within it came from the depths of Yao Qingyun's heart. Back then, when Yao Qingyun had refined this Dao weapon, she had been filled with grief and despair. How sorrowful must it be to be able to cast such a zither, 3 feet, 6 inches, and 6 parts. Every string and every column was filled with a sorrowful aura. There were bloodstains on all 7 strings. This zither was too sorrowful. What do you think of my Dao weapon? Yao Qingyun could not help but feel a lot better when she saw Ning Fan looking at the zither so seriously. It's a very good Dao weapon. This Dao weapon has been infused with emotions. Its power shouldn't be weak. Unfortunately, this zither was too sorrowful. Ning Fan naturally would not say the latter half of the sentence. You have good eyesight. The power of this zither naturally can't be weak. I once used this severing cloud zither to slaughter an entire low-grade star region with a single song. After hearing Ning Fan's praise, Yao Qingyun nodded satisfyingly. Then, she took out a jade slip. What was engraved on it was a song score. This song score records my strongest sound technique. When you play this song, I can display my strongest ability and break the formation in one fell swoop. Alright. Ning Fan received the jade slip and glanced at it, memorizing the song score in his heart. If Ning Fan's cultivation base was high enough and he was proficient in sound techniques, this song would be comparable to a shedding void realm ability. Its power would be terrifying. Being able to obtain such a powerful immortal song for free was also considered a gain. When he was about to return the jade slip, Yao Qingyun did not want it anymore. I find the things that you have touched dirty. I don't want them anymore. This jade slip is yours. Her words were still annoying, but Ning Fan vaguely understood that Yao Qingyun was giving him an opportunity. After thinking for a while, he did not reject her and kept the jade slip. His 10 fingers stroked the strings of the zither. When he closed his eyes, a sorrowful song was played. At this moment, Ningfan's robes were as white as snow. His black hair was like a waterfall. His expression was as leisurely as an immortal. Although it was a sorrowful song, when played by him, it gradually became sorrowful but did not hurt. If one wanted to play such an effect, it was no longer possible to rely on one's superb zither skills. A zither player must have a strong heart, he must erase all the sorrows in his heart. He must also keep all the sorrowful past and remember it in his heart. Only then could he be sorrowful but not hurt. When Xianxia suddenly heard this song, her phoenix eyes were dazed, as if she had recalled the sorrowful past. This song was composed by her life experiences. It contained her Tao, her sorrow and her loneliness. She rarely used her sound technique to kill her enemies. Even though it was her strongest ability, every time she used it, she would recall the past and feel pain in her heart. Originally, she thought that she would feel pain again when she heard this song. However, when Ningfan played this song, not only did she no longer feel pain, she even felt that the knot in her heart was slowly being lifted. Sorrowful but not hurt. Sorrowful but not hurt, Xianxia suddenly had an epiphany. She finally knew how to face her past. If she could not let go of the past, then there was no need to let go. As long as her heart was not sorrowful, so what if this song was sorrowful? At that moment, Xianxia seemed to have let go of all the knots in her heart. At this moment, she actually faintly touched the bottleneck of the mid-shedding void realm. When one's cultivation base reached the shedding void realm, it was already very difficult to increase one's cultivation base by relying on pills, Tao fruits, and incense flames. The shedding void realm and the shedding void realm were the keys to cultivating this realm. At this moment, Xianxia had let go of the sorrows in her heart and retained the beautiful memories of the past. Her Tao had become even more complete. After a long time, Xianxia finally regained her senses. Ningfan had already finished playing the zither and was looking at her with a strange expression. Very nice? Are you intoxicated? Didn't you say that you want to break the formation? Nice? Are you kidding me? Your zither skills can only be considered above average at most. It's still far from the level where it can make me intoxicated. However, your Tao of the zither is something that even I can't reach. Sorrowful but not hurt. You can do it easily, but I just realized it today. Xianxia would definitely not tell Ningfan the second half of her sentence. How could she possibly do something stupid like praising Ningfan? Continue playing. Don't stop. I still need to listen to it a few more times. Only then can I perfectly perform my sound technique according to your melody. Xianxia said in a serious tone. All right. Ningfan shook his head. He kept having a feeling that Xianxia was not only listening to his zither because she wanted to break the formation. She also had other motives. Xianxia indeed had her own motives. She wanted to continue listening to Ningfan play the zither to completely erase the sorrows in her heart. After returning to the slaughter palace, she only needed to go into seclusion for a long period of time and she would be able to break through to the mid-void shedding realm. How could Xianxia not grasp such an excellent opportunity to advance? Thus, Ningfan played the zither over and over again. She listened to him over and over again. Gradually, Shuanghan's beautiful face turned gentle. In the end, she stroked her black hair and smiled sweetly. Ever since she left the Yao family in a sorry state in the past, this was the first time she smiled from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, there was no longer any sadness in her heart. Thank you. Xianxia's voice was very soft, like the fragrance of wild ginger flowers that dispersed with the wind. Thank you? Ningfan looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. He had only played the zither a few times, but he actually made Xianxia say thank you willingly. Ningfan knew his own limits. He did not think that his zither skills were so good that he could move Xianxia's twisted heart. It's nothing. Start breaking the formation. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. All of a sudden, she moved her feet lightly and began to dance with Ningfan's zither music. Her light green dress fluttered in the wind as she danced. Suddenly, using her right foot as the axis, she gently waved her sleeves and her delicate body began to rotate. Her body was completely stretched, making her look like a green butterfly that was dancing. Her black hair fluttered with the wind. The light green ribbon that bound her hair also fluttered in the wind. There was no sadness or indifference. There was only the calmness after seeing all the bustling scenes. Her slightly narrowed eyes were as calm as water. Her dance became even more graceful like the clouds. Every frown and smile of hers was like a swaying nebula. A light fragrance drifted into Ning Fan's nose. Even though it was very faint, it could not be erased. Ning Fan played the zither with his 10 fingers, but his eyes were fixed on Yao Qingyun. He could not shift his gaze away. He did not have any desires. He just felt that this dance was very beautiful, so beautiful that he could not bear to interrupt it. No matter how stupid a woman is, she will also have a skill. Ning Fan thought inwardly. If Yao Qingyun knows about this thought, it is unknown whether she would be angry or not. Yao Qingyun danced with Ning Fan's music. Her dance steps were light and graceful. Wherever she went, her sound was condensed into a formation. She was really breaking the formation. Using her dance to condense sound and using her music to break the sound formation. The sound formation under her feet gradually took shape. The grand momentum of the entire second floor of the underground palace was divided into two. Half of it was taken away by the sound formation controlled by the undead spirits, while the other half was taken away by Yao Qingyun. The power of the formation was entirely dependent on its momentum. Without momentum, one would not be able to form a formation. Controlling half of the grand momentum was already enough for Yao Qingyun to break the formation. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as cold as water. When she pointed at a certain spot in the sky, a ray of green light shot out from her finger, bringing along the sound of Ning Fan's zither. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's zither music spread to every corner of the second floor of the underground palace like waves. As a result, the rhythm of the zither music played by the undead spirits was disrupted. Rhythm was one of the most important aspects of the palm momentum of a sound formation. Once the rhythm was disrupted, the sound formation would naturally be disrupted. Those who disrupted the immortal music of 6 desires, kill. Each of the undead spirits was enraged. They charged towards Yao Qingyun and Ning Fan with murderous intent. Yao Qingyun sneered disdainfully and instructed Ning Fan. You play the zither. I'll kill them. She continued to dance as usual. However, every time she took a step, an undead spirit would be destroyed by the grand momentum. These undead spirits were formed by magic techniques. They were born because of the momentum. It was difficult for divine abilities and magic techniques to destroy them. Only by breaking the momentum with the momentum could one have a chance to kill them. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. Each of the undead spirits lost their lives under Yao Qingyun's dance. After a single dance, all of the undead spirits in this place were dead. Finally, an unusually strong qi gradually condensed on the second floor of the underground palace. A 3-headed giant suddenly appeared in the sky. It was clad in green devil armor and its body was shrouded in devil qi. The moment Ning Fan saw the 3-headed giant, his 10 fingers did not stop moving. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with shock. It was because the 3-headed giant was actually the corpse of an ancient devil. The ancient devil's corpse was left here as the spirit of the formation. This corpse was controlled by the sound formation. Since Yao Qingyun wanted to break the sound formation, he had to kill her. He was originally an ancient devil that was comparable to an early shedding void realm cultivator. During his lifetime, he could kill early shedding void realm cultivators with his physical strength. Now that he was dead, he only had a strong physical body. He could no longer use any ancient devil abilities. Moreover, the sound formation was broken by Yao Qingyun. His strength was weakened and his movements were slowed down. Even if his physical body was strong, it would be difficult for him to use his physical strength. It's actually an ancient devil. Unfortunately, it's just an ancient devil corpse. It's useless. If it's a living ancient devil, it would be very useful to bring it back. I might be able to find out the secret of the blood of the ancient devil clan. What a pity. Yao Qingyun tapped the ground with the tip of her feet and flew up. With a wave of her hand, the severing cloud zither that was originally on Ning Fan's lap immediately returned to her hand. This was her Dao weapon. She could summon it back as she pleased. Break! Yao Qingyun held the zither with one hand and plucked the strings with the other. Immediately, a wave that was as clear as water rippled violently. That wave was formed by the sound of the zither. Wherever the sound of the zither passed, mountains would crumble into dust. As for the ancient devil who was originally filled with killing intent, its eyes suddenly turned blank and its corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. The sound formation was broken. If Yao Qingyun were to face the ancient devil head-on, she would only have a 50% chance of winning at most. Even if she wins, she would certainly suffer heavy injuries. Today, she was dancing with Ning Fan while he was playing the zither. However, they managed to break the sound formation and defeat the ancient devil. Luck. Luck. This ancient devil isn't a living creature. It's just a corpse. Moreover, it has been dead for many years. The essence of its flesh and blood has already been exhausted. It's useless to keep it. It's better to destroy it. As soon as Yao Qingyun finished speaking, she plucked the strings of the zither, intending to destroy the corpse. Ning Fan's expression changed. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Yao Qingyun and said hastily, "This corpse might be useful to me." It was just a possibility. Ning Fan still did not know the cultivation method of the ancient devil. He wondered if he could find some useful information from the devil corpse. "You need this corpse?" Yao Qingyun was stunned. Then, she looked at Ning Fan with great interest. "Yes. If you want it, then beg me." Yao Qingyun raised her head proudly with a complacent expression. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was speechless. Could this Yao Qingyun be more childish? "If you don't beg me, I will destroy this ancient devil corpse." Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. He was not going to beg Yao Qingyun for an ancient devil corpse. This ancient devil corpse was indeed useless. The essence of its flesh and blood had already been exhausted. It could not be used to refine puppets or concoct medicines. It was completely useless. The only thing it could be used for was to study it. As for the ancient devil with ancestral blood, Ning Fan was probably the only one who could study it. Ning Fan wanted to find information about the second step of the ancient devil realm from this ancient devil corpse so that he could continue his cultivation. However, he did not have the confidence to find anything from this ancient devil corpse. He wouldn't beg Yao Qingyun for an uncertain factor. Besides, if Ning Fan really wants to find out the cultivation method of the second step of the ancient devil realm, he might not necessarily need to study this ancient devil corpse. In the past 4 days, there were no true ancient devils but there were fake ancient devils. Many body refinement immortal sects had mastered the cultivation method of incomplete talismans. The so-called incomplete talismans were imitations of the devil talismans of the ancient devils. They were used as a medium to refine essence qi. Among these body refinement immortal sects, many of them knew the cultivation method of the ancient devils. However, they did not know the method to refine the devil talismans. Hence, they would never be able to become true ancient devils. Since Yao Qingyun did not want to give up this ancient devil corpse, Ning Fan did not ask for it. He would try to study the ancient devil realm in the future. "Let's go to the 3rd floor." Ning Fan shook his head and flew to the 3rd floor of the underground palace. Yao Qingyun was stunned. She could clearly see that Ning Fan wanted this ancient devil corpse. Why did he not want it? Was it because he did not want to beg her? Would it kill him to beg her? Yao Qingyun played the zither and was about to destroy the ancient devil corpse. However, right before she released the sound attack, she hesitated. Yao Qingyun gritted her teeth and kept the severing cloud zither unhappily. With a flick of her sleeve, she kept the gigantic ancient devil corpse into a storage pouch. Then, she took a step forward and caught up with Ning Fan. "Take it. Consider it a reward from me." "Thank you for your reward, Elder Qingyun." Seeing that Ning Fan was tactful and kept the ancient devil corpse, Yao Qingyun smiled satisfyingly. Then, she grabbed Ning Fan and flew to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the underground palace was a world of ice. Sure enough, there was a grand formation of water element here. The 1st floor was metal, the 2nd floor was wood and the 3rd floor was water. In this floor, there was a grand formation of ice dragons. Thousands of ice dragons at the transcending truth realm hovered in the sky. This number is a little too much. Yao Qingyun frowned. Ning Fan pondered for a while and passed a treasure to Yao Qingyun. It could be considered as a temporary loan for her. The treasure of dragon suppression. Yao Qingyun held the Taigong fish and looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. How could he have the treasure of dragon suppression, 3/3, to be continued? The dragon-subduing spirit iron was not an especially precious item, a piece of spirit iron was only worth 2 million myriad Tau crystals. But this was just the price of the past, 100,000 years ago. The only mine in the Eastern Heaven immortal world that could produce dragon-subduing spirit iron was destroyed. Since then, the dragon-subduing treasure had almost disappeared from the Eastern Heaven. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 dragon-suppressing treasures and spirit iron, but most of them were brought to Eastern Sky by the cultivators of the other 3 heavens. Speaking of which, the dragon-suppressing force that Ning Fan had obtained from Taigong was not enough to instantly kill Du Zhen or even a life immortal realm expert. Although it couldn't kill them instantly, it could still greatly restrain Dragon Clan cultivators. If he were to fight against a life immortal demon dragon, he would be able to suppress his opponent's cultivation level by at least 2 to 3 small realms. Even against a true crossing realm demonic dragon, it was enough to suppress it. If not for Taigong fishing, Yao Qingyun would have to go through an unimaginably bitter battle to slay the thousands of true ice dragons. With the Taigong fish in hand, Yao Qingyun's situation would be much better with a trace of the power of the dragon. Forget it, I don't have a dragon-suppressing treasure in hand, so I'll borrow it for the time being. Wait here for me to break the formation. Yao Qingyun shook the Taigong hook, and it immediately turned into a purple-gold snake spear. Wisps of dragon-suppressing power quickly spread across the entire 3rd floor of the underground palace. With a tap of her foot, Yao Qingyun turned into a streak of azure light and flew into the center of the ice dragon formation. These ice dragons were at the early stage of the crossing truth realm. After their cultivation was suppressed by the power of the suppressing dragon, their cultivation fell from the crossing truth realm to the peak of the ghost profound realm. Streaks of purplish golden light swept past, and the ice dragons were immediately shattered into ice shards, scattering all over the ground. 2 hours later, thousands of ice dragons were slain by Yao Qingyun. In a flash, Yao Qingyun flew back to Ning Fan's side. His breathing was slightly heavy and his chest was rising and falling slightly. It seemed like killing the ice dragon was not as easy as he had imagined. I've used up a lot of my magic power. I need to recover before I enter the 4th floor. After returning the Taigong fish to Ning Fan, Yao Qingyun immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed some pills to restore her magic power. I will protect you, Ning Fan said. You? If Fei He and the others catch up, you won't be able to protect me with your meager cultivation. Yao Qingyun pretended to be disdainful and snorted, but the corner of her mouth curved, betraying her true emotions. She was probably very satisfied with Ning Fan's action of protecting her. Yao Qingyun was busy recovering her magic power while Ning Fan was on full alert, paying attention to the surroundings. Once there was any strange movement, he would immediately take action and use his trump card. He had accompanied Yao Qingyun to break through 3 layers of the Grand Array, and Yao Qingyun had broken through 3 arrays in a row. After breaking through the 3 arrays, she would secretly alter the Grand Array. He had obtained quite a lot of insights on the Tao of formations during this trip. However, he did not have the time to carefully comprehend them now. After another 4 hours, the entire underground palace suddenly trembled slightly. The trembling was extremely weak, but it caused Yao Qingyun to open her eyes in alarm. At this moment, Yao Qingyun's mana had not fully recovered, but she had recovered quite a bit. She slowly stood up, but her brows were tightly furrowed. I suddenly felt a sense of unease in my heart. That slight tremble just now seemed to have come from the 1st floor. Perhaps Fei He and the others had already broken through the 1st layer of the formation. Let's quickly go to the 4th floor. As soon as Yao Qingyun finished speaking, she grabbed Ning Fan and flew towards the 4th floor in a flash of green light. Has the 4th person appeared? Ning Fan's heart was also filled with an extremely uneasy feeling. The yin-yang locket in his dantian kept trembling without any rhythm. There was a new arrival in the 6 Desires underground palace. Moreover, the new arrival possessed a heaven-defying desire power. Even if they were still in the 1st floor of the underground palace, they could still cause the yin-yang locket to sense them. This sense was very similar to the sense of the desire puppet string, but it was also somewhat different. The new arrival might be the person who controlled the group of cultivators using the desire puppet string, but it might also not be. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Yao Qingyun moved faster and faster, holding Ning Fan's hand and dashing into the fourth floor of the underground palace. The fourth floor of the underground palace was a world of flames. Above the sea of flames, there were fire giants walking back and forth. Each of them had the cultivation base of the crossing truth realm. This is a sea of flames grand formation, called. Yao Qingyun's tone suddenly became abnormal. Her voice was soft and charming. Ning Fan frowned. He had been holding Yao Qingyun's hand all this while. Naturally, he could feel that her palm was getting hotter and hotter after entering the fourth floor of the underground palace. Then, he looked at Yao Qingyun's face and saw that her face was also turning abnormally red. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, blurred and charming. Her lips were panting softly. Her breath smelled like orchids. This appearance was extremely similar to the symptoms of the desire poison when the seal on her physique was broken in the blood pool. The desire poison is acting up, isn't it? Ning Fan asked with a frown. I don't know why, but suddenly, it's hateful. Yao Qingyun's chest heaved up and down as she panted lightly. Her expression when she looked at Ning Fan had a hint of flirtatious expression. As soon as they entered the fourth floor, her desire poison began to act up. The seal on her 17 physique was also being devoured by the desire poison bit by bit. She did not know why such a situation would happen. There were still 3 powerful enemies in the underground palace, but her desire poison just had to act up at this moment. Damn it, she bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, letting the dark red blood flow out from the corner of her lips. Yao Qingyun tried to use the pain to suppress the desire poison. However, she realized that she could not suppress it at all. She looked at Ning Fan helplessly. She only felt that her heart was incomparably empty, as if there was a huge hole that could not be filled and needed to be comforted. Don't lose your mind. Ning Fan transmitted his magic power into Yao Qingyun's body through their tightly held palms and reminded her. If it was in the past, Ning Fan would certainly be able to suppress the desire poison in Yao Qingyun's body with the help of the yin-yang transformation. However, this time, for some unknown reason, the effect of the yin-yang transformation in suppressing the desire poison was greatly weakened. Even with Ning Fan's help, Yao Qingyun still could not completely suppress the desire poison in her body. With Ning Fan's help, Yao Qingyun's eyes became a little clearer and she regained some of her rationality. However, her body was still very weak and she could not even use half of her magic power. What should I do with my current body condition? I can't get through the 4th level of the grand formation. Yao Qingyun's body was so weak that she almost lost the strength to stand. Her hot body slightly leaned against Ning Fan. She felt that Ning Fan's body was very cold and she really wanted to get closer to him. Is it because the 4th person has entered the underground palace? Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He faintly sensed that the change in Yao Qingyun's body was related to the 4th person. If the 4th person had already arrived, he would not mind returning to the upper level of the underground palace and take out the jade slip that contained the attack of an immortal venerate to kill Fei He and the others. His eyes flashed with a blue rain intent. All of a sudden, it drizzled from the 1st to the 4th level of the underground palace. At this moment, Ning Fan's spirit sense extended back to the first few levels. He saw an old man wearing a black cloak in the 1st level of the underground palace. He was performing a desire poison secret technique with his 10 fingers. This secret technique was the culprit that triggered the desire poison in Yao Qingyun's body. Behind the cloaked old man, Fei He and the other 2 Shikongshi were standing respectfully. Under the feet of the cloaked old man were the remains of 108 golden gods. That mysterious cloaked old man was an intermediate thought fragmentation expert. After he arrived, he casually broke the 1st level of the grand formation and saved Fei He and the others. After that, he activated the secret technique to trigger the desire poison in Yao Qingyun's body. Just as he was performing the technique, a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. At the moment when the drizzle fell, the cloaked old man raised his empty eyes. Black blood flowed out from his eyes and there were no eyeballs. Oh? There's a spirit sense hidden in the rain. Is it trying to spy on me? Judging from the strength of this spirit sense, the one who performed the technique must be the peak human profound realm vessel. Humph. What a reckless vessel. The cloaked old man snorted coldly. A huge destructive force immediately spread out, intending to mince Ning Fan's spirit sense in the drizzle. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He quickly dispelled the rain technique and withdrew his spirit sense. Even so, he was still a step too late. Most of his spirit sense was minced and he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He was severely injured by the cloaked old man's cold snort. Just a cold snort was enough to severely injure Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. This was the strength of a thought fragmentation cultivator. This person only needed a gaze and a word to kill Ning Fan. A thought fragmentation cultivator was definitely not someone Ning Fan could defeat. A trace of black blood mixed with the desire poison flowed out from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. He wiped it away casually and his eyes flashed with cold light. You. How did you get the desire poison too? Yao Qingyan asked while panting lightly. Her eyes were filled with concern. Her mind was in a mess and she could not hide her true feelings at all. The fourth person has entered the underground palace. No, to be precise, this person isn't that person. This person is just a corpse controlled by the puppet strings. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He activated the power of the yin-yang locket and instantly eliminated the desire poison in his body. He was not afraid of the desire poison. The fourth person? Puppet strings? Corpse? What is that? I don't understand. Yao Qingyun was confused again. Her mind was blank and it was hard for her to think. Yao Qingyun, who was affected by the desire poison, didn't have high combat strength and her mind was in a mess. She was definitely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered when she faced Fei He and the others. If Ning Fan wasn't here, Yao Qingyun wouldn't be able to escape today. The fourth person is a great enemy. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely solemn. He had already taken out the jade slip containing the attack of an immortal venerable from the profounding world and hid it in his sleeve. He was very sure that the fourth person was in this underground palace. However, the fourth person wasn't the cloaked old man. His senses wouldn't be wrong. That cloaked old man was just the corpse of an expert. Because of the desire puppet strings, he had become a puppet. The person who was manipulating everything behind the scenes was hiding in this underground palace and controlling the cloaked old man to attack Yao Qingyun. The mastermind has yet to show himself. If I activate the jade slip now, I can certainly eliminate the cloaked old man and kill Fei He and the others, but I will miss the mastermind. If I kill Fei He and the others, it will be difficult to kill the mastermind. He saw that I have the jade slip of an immortal venerable and is afraid that I have other tricks up my sleeves. He won't dare to show himself and will escape. I will have one more hidden enemy for no reason. I don't know his true identity. If I fall into his trap in the future, it will be hard to guard against a hidden arrow. This person is very cautious and has yet to show himself. If I don't get rid of him in one go and leave him in the dark, he will certainly become a great threat. I must wait for him to show himself before I show my ability. Only then can I get rid of him once and for all and not give him a chance to escape. He has painstakingly planned all of this. What he wants is me and Yao Qingyun. When his plan is about to succeed, he will definitely show himself. At that time, it will be the time for me to counterattack. When I used the rain technique to spy on the first level of the underground palace, Fei He and the others seemed to be staying on the first level. They weren't in a hurry to chase after me and Yao Qingyun. What does it mean that they don't want to chase after us? Does it mean that they allow me and Yao Qingyun to enter the bottom of the underground palace to search for the 3 treasures of the 6 desires? Or could it be that the place where they started their plan is at the lowest level of the underground palace? If we reach the lowest level of the underground palace, will Fei He and the others carry out their plan and the mastermind behind the scenes will show himself? As Ning Fan's thoughts raced, he came up with a plan. At this moment, Yao Qingyun was becoming more and more unable to resist the poison of desire. She leaned against Ning Fan's chest with a helpless expression. She seemed to have completely lost her mind. In her daze, she forgot that she was already Elder Shikong of the Slaughter Palace. Her memory seemed to have returned to the past. Yao Qingyun completely fainted when she lost her consciousness. Ning Fan held her in his arms. Scenes of the past replayed in Yao Qingyun's mind. Ning Fan frowned. He knew that Yao Qingyun could not provide any help at the moment. Next, he could only rely on himself to head to the bottom of the underground palace to lure out the mastermind and kill him. Ningfan's intention was to keep Yao Qingyun into the space of the world treasure. Then, he summoned the innate ghost face to conceal his qi, avoid all the dangerous formations and sneak into the bottom of the underground palace. He tried to temporarily keep Yao Qingyun into the small kiliocosm space. However, he realized that after the appearance of the cloaked elderly man, the small kiliocosm could no longer be accessed by people. They could only retrieve items, only the profounding world that was at the level of medium thousand could still be freely entered. However, Yao Qingyun was not Ningfan. She could not enter the profounding world. With a resolute look in his eyes, Ningfan rummaged through Yao Qingyun's storage pouch. He automatically ignored the various types of undergarments and undergarments that Yao Qingyun wore. Then, he took out a 9 Revolutions Heaven Fusion pill and fed it to Yao Qingyun. After consuming the pill, Yao Qingyun's qi was immediately concealed. Her body became one with heaven and earth as if she was invisible. Cultivators who were not Shikong Kong would not be able to detect her existence. The flame giant on the 4th floor of the Enlightenment realm looked at Yao Qingyun as if she was looking at thin air. He could not detect her existence at all. In this way, even if he brought Yao Qingyun who was unconscious with him, his whereabouts would not be exposed and he would not get into big trouble. As for whether Yao Qingyun would blame Ningfan for stealing her storage pouch after she wakes up, it was not Ningfan's concern. Ningfan waved his hand and wiped his face. The silver ghost face immediately emerged bit by bit. The ferocious ghost face was rather scary. Who would have thought that a handsome face was hidden under such a ferocious ghost face? His black hair turned silver in an instant. Ningfan's qi was instantly concealed. Even an immortal emperor might not be able to detect Ningfan's qi. After activating his invisibility ability, Ningfan's figure instantly disappeared along with Yao Qingyun. The flame giants in this place would never be able to detect Ningfan's existence. Ningfan carried Yao Qingyun who was unconscious into his arms and turned into a ray of light, directly crossing the sea of flames. They passed by the flame giants and flew towards the entrance of the 5th floor of the underground palace. None of the giants noticed that Ningfan and Yao Qingyun had sneaked into the 5th floor of the underground palace. What a powerful ghost face spiritual equipment. Even I can't see where he is after he concealed himself. A peak thought fragmentation realm old monster who was hiding somewhere in a certain floor of the underground palace exclaimed in surprise. His fingers were intertwined with silver puppet threads. He was the puppet manipulator behind the scenes. His body was covered with bandages and under the bandages, there were many eyeballs. His face, forehead, palms and arms were all filled with eyeballs. Each of the eyeballs was either opened or closed, revealing a strange light of desire. There were at least 1,000 eyeballs on his body. On his back, there was a huge fiery red fan treasure. On his waist, there was a long sword made of cold jade. This kid is heading towards the 6th floor. Once he enters the 6th floor, it will be the time for the plan to begin. Finally. I've waited for the perfect vessel that can contain all of my desires. As long as I get this kid's body, I will be able to reincarnate and restore the name of the 6 Desire Devil clan. Ningfan sneaked past the Sea of Flames grand formation of the 4th floor. Ningfan also sneaked past the Yellow Sand grand formation of the 5th floor. The 5th floor was filled with sand beasts of the true transcending realm, but none of them could see through Ningfan's invisibility. When he arrived at the 5th floor, Ningfan discovered that the first 5 floors of the underground palace were indeed arranged according to the order of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. All of this was in line with Yao Qingyun's expectations. However, there was one thing that Yao Qingyun did not expect. There was a 6th floor of the underground palace. Ningfan pushed his movement light to its limit and crossed the desert of the 5th floor of the underground palace. In his arms, Yao Qingyun who was unconscious was sleeping. Her sleeping face was abnormally flushed and her brows were tightly knitted together. Her expression seemed to be in extreme pain. Memories of the past that she could not bear to recall were replaying in her mind again and again. That year, she was still the young mistress of the Yao family. She had outstanding talent but her status in the Yao family was not high because her parents died early. That year, she suddenly awakened the green pity physique of the 17 physique. This matter quickly spread across the Yao sect star region. At that time, she was in a very difficult situation. She did not dare to leave the Yao family rashly as she was afraid that she would be captured by the Eastern Heaven Devil Lords and be kept as a human cauldron. That year, a mysterious cloaked old man suddenly came to the Yao family and looked for the clan leader of the Yao family. No one knew what they talked about. After that, the clan leader of the Yao family led 10 life immortals of the Yao family into Yao Qingyun's boudoir and forcefully planted the poison of desire in her. That day, the poison of desire acted up and her 17 physique was completely awakened. That day, she fell to the ground with her body numb and was surrounded by a dozen Yao family seniors who were sneering at her. Your parents are no longer here. If you obey us, you will have a smooth life in the Yao family from now on. Those people whom she once regarded as her seniors actually wanted to do such a beastly thing to her at that moment. At that moment, the faith in her heart quietly shattered and turned into despair, anger, and unwillingness. She originally had 6 servants and they were all rogue immortals at that time. Before she was about to fall into the evil hands, the 6 servants risked their lives to save her. The 4 servants ignited their primordial spirits and stopped the Yao family immortals with all their might. Lu Lan and Yan Hong were responsible for bringing her out of the Yao family immortals' territory. If it was not for the great elder of the slaughter hall who passed by on the way and saved her, Yao Qingyun would have already become a human cauldron of the Yao family immortals. No, no, no. Go away. Go away. Tao air, Xing air, Yun air, Qing air. Run quickly, run quickly. Don't die, don't die. A clear teardrop streaked across Yao Qingyun's sleeping face. She bit her lips, causing her lips to bleed. Her face no longer had the usual arrogance, coldness, arrogance, and domineeringness. There was only vulnerability and helplessness. She snuggled in Ning Fan's arms and grabbed his clothes tightly. She did not dare to let go. She did not dare. At this moment, Yao Qingyun's body and mind were defenseless. Ning Fan activated the yin-yang locket and saw through her past. His eyes turned gloomy for a moment. Unconsciously, he comforted her. Don't be afraid. You're already saved. Saved? I'm saved, but they... Yao Qingyun, who was in a coma, seemed to have heard Ning Fan's comforting words. The fear on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced by unconcealable grief. That sorrow was for the 4 dead maids. On that day, even though she escaped from the Yao family unscathed, she sacrificed 4 of her servants. On that day, she swore that she would not allow anyone to hurt Lu Lan and Yan Hong in her life. They were her last 2 maidservants, her last 2 relatives. Other than them, she had no other relatives in this world. The Yao family was not her relatives after all. Ning Fan could not help but tighten his grip on Yao Qingyun's hand. Only now did he know that she had almost become the cauldron of the elders of her family. From Yao Qingyun's memories, Ning Fan saw the cloaked old man. As his thoughts raced, he was even more certain that this plan had started countless years ago when Yao Qingyun was still young. Unknowingly, the entrance to the 6th floor was already in front of him. Ning Fan stopped his movement light and landed at the entrance. He was very sure that this 6th floor was the lowest level of the 6 Desires Palace. The power of desire in this floor was too strong. Even Ning Fan found it hard to bear the power of desire in this place. Yao Qingyun was suffering from the desire poison. To her, this floor was like purgatory. Ning Fan carried Yao Qingyun and walked down the stairs step by step, entering the 6th floor of the underground palace. As soon as he entered the 6th floor, Ning Fan felt the endless desire that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. In just a moment, his face turned red and he was panting heavily. Looking at Yao Qingyun, who was sleeping in his arms, he actually had the thought of eating her up. After activating the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. As for Yao Qingyun, she was in a much worse state. As soon as she entered this floor, she was like a mortal lady who was suffering from lust poison. Her delicate body became even hotter and her breathing became more rapid. She even let out an unbearable moan in her sleep. Both of her hands were clawing at the clothes on her chest, trying to expose her skin in exchange for some coolness. At this moment, it was impossible for Ning Fan to channel his magic power to help Yao Qingyun suppress her desire. The power of desire in this place had exceeded Ning Fan's ability to suppress it. It was already a problem for him to protect himself. What entered his sight was a boundless sea of desire. At the center of the sea of desire was a gigantic silver altar. At the center of the altar, a gigantic black coffin was placed. The air was filled with a pleasant fragrance that had the ability to stimulate one's desire. Ning Fan scanned the place with his spirit sense. He could not find any of the 3 treasures of the 6 Desires Palace. There was nothing under the sea of desire. Other than a rotten corpse, there was nothing else in the coffin. Ning Fan's eyes darkened when he saw this. Initially, he wanted to find the whereabouts of the desire-relieving pearl on this floor and temporarily rely on its power to suppress Xiaoqingyun's desire poison. But now, it seemed like it was impossible for him to do so. Old monster Qianyan, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly pulled his puppet string. All of a sudden, the cloaked old man on the first floor of the underground palace changed his hand seal and shouted, "Sacrifice!" All of a sudden, a vast power of desire was generated on the 6th floor of the underground palace, completely sealing the entire floor. Ning Fan and Yao Qingyun could no longer leave the 6th floor, and they could not sense what was happening in the outside world. The people outside could not sense what was happening on the 6th floor either. The word sacrifice spread across all 6 floors of the underground palace in an instant. It echoed in every floor for a long time. Fei He, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's eyes turned serious. The 3 of them performed hand seals at the same time and cooperated with the cloaked old man. All of a sudden, the 6 life immortal realm corpse cultivators behind the 3 of them exploded and died. What was strange was that the rotten corpse in the coffin on the 6th floor of the underground palace suddenly sat up on its own. Then, the power of the sacrificial altar was activated and the corpse exploded in a strange manner. Its body turned into corpse mist. The amount of corpse chi in the mist was so terrifying that it was beyond Ning Fan's imagination. The corpse contained such terrifying corpse chi. The owner of this corpse must have been someone with a shocking cultivation base when he was alive. Could this corpse be the corpse of 6 Desires Immortal King? As soon as this thought rose in Ning Fan's mind, the surging corpse chi was guided by the sacrificial altar and flowed into Ning Fan's body. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt excruciating pain all over his body. He felt like he was going to explode from the terrifying amount of corpse chi. Should I force this corpse chi out or? Before Ning Fan could make a decision, another voice rang in his ears. Transform. The voice was still coming from the cloaked old man who was controlled by old monster Qianyan. The voice was trying to activate the 184 puppet strings in Ning Fan's body. At this moment, old monster Qianyan smiled in satisfaction. His plan of many years was finally going to succeed. Ning Fan had already turned into his puppet and devoured the corpse chi of 6 Desires Immortal King. After a while, he would forcefully plunder Yao Qingyun's 17 magic power. When that time comes, he would send Ning Fan to Fei He to devour. In the end, he would devour Fei He. No, he wasn't just going to devour Fei He. He was going to devour Jun Linyuan, Patriarch Wei Chen, and that cloaked puppet. Corpse Dao, Puppet Dao, and Desire Dao had all reached large success. He could regain the glory of 6 Desires Immortal King, 6 Desires 3 Treasures, Sky-Burning Fan. The flames it fanned were corpse flames. Only great experts of the corpse path could display its full power. The Separate and Gather Sword was a supreme treasure of the Puppet Dao. Only great experts of the Puppet Dao could control it. The Desire Dispelling Pearl was a supreme treasure of the Desire Dao and could only be used by mighty figures of the Desire Dao. The reason why 6 Desires Celestial King was able to dominate those at the same cultivation level and even defeat those with higher cultivation levels was because he had reached the greater stage of the 3 Daos. 6 Desire Celestial King was already dead, and the 1,000-Night-Old Man was the closest person to 6 Desires when he was alive. He would definitely be able to revive 6 Desires Demon. Pluck like crazy. All of you are my vessels. The moment I walk out of the palace of 6 Desires, even the immortal king of the 5th tribulation won't be a match for me. The 1,000-Night Elder looked up at the sky and laughed. Suddenly, his gaze changed dramatically. There was a change in the plan. The puppet strings that he released could not control Ning Fan's movements at all. Where are my puppets? Where are the puppet strings? How is this possible? I am using one of the 3 abilities of the 6 Desires Immortal King, the 6 Desires Puppet Technique. This young man should have 184 puppet strings of the 6 Desires Immortal King in his body. Why did the puppet strings in his body disappear? The thousand-eyed-old man could not help but feel shocked. Just when he had carried out the first step of his plan, a huge change occurred. His puppet strings had already been refined by Ning Fan. He wanted to find out what exactly happened on the 6th floor. However, the grand formation of the 6th floor had already been activated. No one could enter the 6th floor in the next few hours. What exactly is going on? The thousand-eyed-old man was enraged. An unprecedented feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, on the 6th floor of the underground palace, Ning Fan was suppressing the corpse qi that was surging crazily in his body while resisting the various seductive actions of Yao Qingyun, who was in his arms. Yao Qingyun damnably woke up. She damnably lost all her senses. She damnably undid all the buttons on her chest, exposing her light green doo-doo in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Unfortunately, the belt of the doo-doo was untied halfway, revealing a large area of her fair skin. It's so hot. I feel so hot. Yao Qingyun had long lost her consciousness. She just instinctively rubbed herself against Ning Fan's chest. One half, to be continued. Yao Qingyun had completely lost her mind. Her body was so hot and empty. Ning Fan's body was so cold, as if it could fill up all the emptiness in her heart. Amidst her confusion, she saw Ning Fan's face clearly. There wasn't the usual disgust, only dependence in his eyes. It's him, she seemed to be relieved. She pulled open her clothes again and again, revealing large patches of white and tender skin. Under the influence of the desire poison, her fair skin gradually began to glow with a pink luster. His long and slender legs stretched and rubbed against each other. Unknowingly, her arms had already wrapped around Ning Fan's neck. Her soft lips were close to Ning Fan's ears, constantly blowing her fragrance into his ears. Ning Fan felt that he was about to lose control of his desire. He felt that he was about to turn into a beast and execute Yao Qingyun on the spot. However, Ning Fan knew that he could not pluck Yao Qingyun. He could not even dual cultivate with her. There were two reasons. First, at this moment, the corpse qi was wreaking havoc in his body. He had to concentrate on suppressing the corpse qi and couldn't be distracted by dual cultivating with the woman. Otherwise, he would be killed by the terrifying amount of corpse qi. Secondly, Yao Qingyun's cultivation was much higher than his. Plucking Yao Qingyun was equivalent to courting death. Even if he didn't pluck Yao Qingyun, he would still suffer quite a bit of backlash just from dual cultivation. Unless Yao Qingyun was willing. For example, Luo Yu was willing to dual cultivate with Ning Fan after she had regained her Shikong Void cultivation base. She took the initiative to guide Ning Fan and help him obtain benefits. At this moment, Yao Qingyun had voluntarily delivered herself to his doorstep, allowing him to pluck her. But did he dare to pluck her? Yao Qingyun had lost all her rationality and only wanted to have fun. How could she possibly assist him in dual cultivation? While he was trying his best to suppress the corpse qi in his body, he was also enduring Yao Qingyun's seduction. He tried to divide the huge amount of corpse qi into countless portions and seal them within his body, not refining them for the time being. It was a pity to force it out of his body. There was so much corpse qi. If he could refine it all, his corpse path cultivation would increase greatly. I feel terrible. I feel terrible here, whoosh. Yao Qingyun tore off her doo-doo, revealing her fair skin from her chest to her lower abdomen. In a daze, she grabbed Ning Fan's hand and pressed it on her chest. It's uncomfortable here. Help me, rub it, thud, a certain part of Ning Fan's body reacted. The soft and plump sensation on his palm made his eyes burn with desire. This was the lowest level of the 6 Desires Palace. Below the stairs was an endless sea of desires. In this place, Ning Fan had to suppress his desires with all his might in order to remain clear-headed. Yao Qingyun just had to seduce him like this. How could he tolerate this? The softness in his palm reminded him that the person in front of him was no longer the high and mighty elder Qingyun of the Slaughter Palace, but a woman seeking pleasure. Hurry up and rub. Yao Qingyun urged with misty eyes. Ning Fan clenched his teeth and slightly suppressed his desire. He wanted to withdraw his hand. His behavior instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of the entire sea of desire. Countless power of desire flowed out from the sea of desire and entered Ning Fan's body. The power of the sea of desire was extremely dissatisfied. They were dissatisfied with why their master was so afraid of the power of desire and why he had to avoid it. Yes, they had taken Ning Fan as their master. It was because he had absorbed all of the corpse chi from Six Desires' immortal king's corpse. That corpse was indeed the corpse of Six Desires' immortal king after his death. The Sea of Desire had no intelligence, it was only instinctively dissatisfied with its master's resistance to the power of desire. How could a person with strong desires be afraid of desires? How could he resist his desires? How could he avoid his desires? A person with strong desires must never be afraid in the face of desires. More and more power of desire seeped into Ning Fan's body, as if it wanted to correct his mistake of resisting his desires. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes turned blood red. This sea of desire was used by Six Desires' immortal king for his cultivation. The power of desire contained in it was not something that Ning Fan could withstand. In just a few seconds, Ning Fan lost his mind and rubbed the softness in his palm. Yao Qingyan closed her eyes and moaned with satisfaction, allowing Ning Fan to mold the softness into any shape. Unknowingly, the number of Ning Fan's hands that were rubbing the softness had increased from 1 to 2. Unknowingly, Ning Fan and Yao Qingyan's clothes had turned into rags and their storage pouches were left at the side. In a daze, Ning Fan realized that he was doing that thing on top of Yao Qingyan's body. The woman below him was moving gracefully and her beauty was indescribable. The strange thing was that he no longer felt the sense of danger when he was having dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun. Even though he knew that Yao Qingyun was unwilling, even though he knew that there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases, and even though he knew that corpse chi was still wreaking havoc in his body, he did not panic. Gradually, Ning Fan felt that his calmness originated from the sea of desire that was continuously flowing into his body. The power of desire in his body was increasing. It could actually suppress corpse chi and forcefully perform dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun despite the difference in their cultivation bases. Each trace of this power of desire was a great ability that Six Desires' immortal king had left behind. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, everyone has them. Because everyone has them, it is a supreme divine ability. The reason why immortal Emperor Zhongqing was so powerful was because the Tao that he mastered was the 7 emotions. The reason why Six Desires' immortal king was so powerful was because his Tao was the Tao of the 6 desires. Unfortunately, he could not cultivate to the immortal emperor realm in the end. Otherwise, he would certainly be an extremely powerful immortal emperor. The corpse chi no longer wreaked havoc. It sensed that there was an extremely familiar chi of desire in Ning Fan's body. It regarded Ning Fan as its former master, Six Desires' immortal king. As such, it would not cause any trouble and allowed Ning Fan to devour it. Due to the existence of the corpse chi, the power of desire also mistook Ning Fan as its former master. It obediently flowed into Ning Fan's body from the sea of desire and allowed Ning Fan to refine it without any resistance. It was as if it had become something that belonged to Ning Fan in the first place. It was like magic power or spirit sense. As if it understood that Ning Fan was unable to refine such a huge amount of corpse chi, the corpse chi divided itself into more than 100 traces and sealed themselves in Ning Fan's dantian. As if it understood that the yin-yang locket could absorb the power of desire without any limit, it allowed the locket to absorb the terrifying amount of power without any resistance. After the hidden danger of the corpse chi was resolved, the cultivation method of the yin-yang transformation was also advancing continuously. Ning Fan had already cultivated the yin-yang transformation to the 7th level of the 3rd level. After reaching the 3rd level, plucking void fragmentation realm female cultivators would have little effect. Only plucking fate fragmentation realm female cultivators could greatly increase the level of the cultivation method. Without the power of desire, Ning Fan did not know how many fate fragmentation realm female cultivators he would need to pluck to increase the level of the cultivation method. At this moment, the yin-yang locket was refining the power of desire. The cultivation method advanced from the 7th level to the 8th level, then to the 9th level. Finally, the cultivation method advanced to the 4th level. With the great benefit of dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun, it advanced all the way to the 2nd level of the 4th level. The huge power of desire was refined by the yin-yang locket and returned to Ning Fan's body. Although the amount was a lot less, it had truly become Ning Fan's own power. Ning Fan's eyes were unprecedentedly clear. After the advancement of the cultivation method, there was more power of desire in his body that he could freely control. The power of desire was slowly transforming his body, as if it was trying to create a new physique in his body. This action directly increased his resistance against the power of desire. The power of desire in this place was no longer enough to confuse him. Only then did he return to his senses. He realized that he was still doing the exercise mechanically. The woman below him was closing her eyes and moaning in a low voice. At the place where they were connected, the blood was very eye-catching, flowing out like a clear spring. The pieces of torn cloth on the ground silently told how intense the battle was. Well, Ning Fan knew that he had already made a mistake. This mistake had been committed for almost half an hour, but it was still not over. His hands were still grabbing the two soft mounds. After thinking for a while, he loosened his hands. Yao Qingyun seemed to be still immersed in the intoxicated state. How could she let Ning Fan move his hands away? She tyrannically grabbed Ning Fan's hands and pressed them back to her chest. "Help me, quickly, okay." Ning Fan rubbed them. The feeling was very good. He hoped that Yao Qingyun wouldn't regret it when she woke up. N. Yao Qingyun closed her eyes again. At this moment, she had regained some of her sanity. She knew what she was doing, but she couldn't resist the emptiness in her heart. She couldn't resist Ning Fan's demand. She originally thought that losing control in this situation would make her wish that she was dead. Unexpectedly, the feeling was not bad. She wasn't a pretentious person. She knew that Ning Fan was seduced by her and was invaded by the desire, which was why he did this. She gradually recalled the danger just now. Although she was confused and lost her sanity, she still had the memories. At that time, Ning Fan was suppressing the corpse qi in his body. She seduced Ning Fan and almost killed him. It seemed like it was also her fault that Ning Fan was invaded by the desire and almost died for the second time. Speaking of which, why didn't he get devoured by the corpse qi and desire? He shouldn't be able to withstand that level of corpse qi and desire. Speaking of which, how is it possible that 1/6 of the desire poison has been neutralized after having sex with him? The desire poison that I'm suffering from isn't something that can be neutralized just by having intercourse. Could it be that I can neutralize the poison without the desire dispelling pearl? When I was unconscious, he seemed to have said something, "Don't be afraid. You're already saved." In her impression, this was the sentence that made her feel unusually relieved. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk asterisk pa 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 asterisk asterisk. The empty 6th floor of the underground palace reverberated with some kind of sound. Yao Qingyun closed her eyes and didn't open them for a long time. She gradually regained her sanity, but she was still moaning softly as if she was enjoying it very much. She realized that she actually didn't have the thought of killing Ning Fan with a single slap. It was really unbelievable. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely strange. He had already noticed that Yao Qingyun had regained her sanity, which made him feel even more awkward. After thinking for a while, he stopped his action. He felt that it would be too shameless to continue doing it. Don't stop. Yao Qingyun opened her eyes and pretended to be in a daze. Ning Fan's expression changed. Then, he smiled. It was his first time seeing a woman being raped. She didn't scream don't stop. Ning Fan knew that Yao Qingyun was already awake and she was just pretending to be in a daze. However, he didn't expose her. After thinking for a while, he realized that Yao Qingyun probably felt awkward as well. Forget it. Since that's the case, I won't expose her. This kind of feeling isn't bad. Yao Qingyun's body is actually so soft. Ning Fan didn't know since when did he no longer hate Yao Qingyun so much. If he hated her, how could he be seduced so easily? If she was a woman that he hated, he probably wouldn't be seduced even if the desire here was twice as strong. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk asterisk pa 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 asterisk asterisk. Another 2 hours passed. 1/3 of the poison in her body had been cleansed. Only now did Yao Qingyun clearly feel that the poison had been sucked away by Ning Fan. When she recalled her words of "don't stop," she felt a little ashamed. "I said don't stop because I want to get rid of the poison. That must be it." She hypnotized herself. Damn it. Yao Qingyun suddenly felt very displeased. She had shamefully released herself. However, Ning Fan's damnable act wasn't over yet. A strong sense of defeat rose in her heart. She was defeated by Ning Fan. "Are you very satisfied?" Ning Fan sensed Yao Qingyun's situation and revealed a strange smile. "Is she really so satisfied?" She doesn't hate me? Yao Qingyun suddenly hugged Ning Fan. Her nails dug into Ning Fan's back. Her chest rose and fell rapidly and her body seemed to be twitching. At this moment, she really felt as if she had ascended to the clouds. She panted lightly while hugging Ning Fan. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing gradually stabilized. After a long time, she opened her eyes and revealed a blank look. Eh? Strange. I seem to have been unconscious for a long time. I can't remember anything about what happened between us. Who are you trying to fool? Ning Fan smiled faintly and looked at Yao Qingyun. Then, he gently pulled out his clone. In an instant, he touched her sensitive spot. Yao Qingyun let out a soft moan with a soft and seductive tone. Now, you should remember it, right? Ning Fan. Yao Qingyun was ashamed and resentful. Was he reminding her? She had never been a pretentious person. Since it had happened and she felt satisfied with it, she could only accept it. She just didn't want to reveal the truth for the time being. Since Ning Fan insisted on revealing it, he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. She waved her palm and rays of green light turned into ropes. She tied Ning Fan up and threw him on the ground. After dispersing the green ropes, Yao Qingyun sat down between Ning Fan's legs. Miss, what do you mean by this? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Cut the crap. Quickly cure me of the poison. Yao Qingyun sneered and shook him violently. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk pa 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 asterisk. She originally had the 17 physique. She had been suppressing it for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, she could no longer suppress it. February 2nd, let's go to sleep. To be continued. This time, it was Yao Qingyun who took the initiative to guide Ning Fan to complete the dual cultivation. Yao Qingyun shook her body with all her might. She closed her eyes and let out a soft moan. The desire poison in her body was being absorbed by Ning Fan bit by bit. Ning Fan also closed his eyes and enjoyed the dual cultivation this time. At the same time, he inspected his own body and controlled the circulation of the desire in his body to absorb the poison of desire from Yao Qingyun's body bit by bit. The 13 spirit of the steel of sun and moon had been completed, and the profounding world had been upgraded once again. It could stay for 10 years at a time. As the power of desire circulated within his body, a new physique was slowly taking shape. The power of desire slowly flowed into Ning Fan's bones. Every single one of the 206 bones in his body became as warm as a piece of jade. As all of the power of desire flowed into his bones, his body gained the physique of the bone of 6 desires on top of the great 5 elements physique. Most of the 6 desires' bones were innate constitutions, and very few people could cultivate it after birth. The possessor of this physique was born to cultivate the dual cultivation technique through harvesting and replenishing. With the bone of desire in his body, Ning Fan's resistance against the power of desire had greatly increased. Moreover, he could even directly pluck female cultivators who were at the 2nd level of the true immortal realm despite being at the life immortal realm who were many levels higher than him. He had the bone of desire, which could protect him from death by plucking high-level female cultivators. As a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation, he had naturally heard about the physique of the 6 desires bone. He had never thought that he would be able to cultivate the bone of desire one day. This was a pleasant surprise. Once the bone of desire was formed, Ning Fan's speed in detoxifying Yao Qingyun's poison became much faster. Suddenly, he flipped over and pressed Yao Qingyun down. Yao Qingyun, who was closing her eyes and enjoying the position of the woman on top of the man, was suddenly pressed down on the cold ground by Ning Fan. She couldn't help but moan softly and her fair legs wrapped around Ning Fan's waist. She was very cooperative with Ning Fan. Yao Qingyun opened her blurry eyes and panted lightly as she pretended to sneer. Pressing down on this empress's body. You're very proud, isn't it? So what if I am? Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. 2 hours later, the desire poison in Yao Qingyun's body was completely purged. Once again, she hugged Ning Fan tightly and exposed herself shamelessly. Fortunately, Ning Fan had also released his scorching heat, leaving the scorching heat in her body. Seeing this, Yao Qingyun smiled in satisfaction and pretended to be disdainful. So you're nothing more than this. I still want to continue, but it seems like some people can no longer take it. Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. He gently moved his clone and Yao Qingyan immediately let out a soft hiss. That sense of pleasure slowly receded, and only then did she realize how much pain her body was in, as if it had been torn apart 1,000 times. Then, he looked at his body and saw the bruises. He touched his lips, which were already slightly red and swollen. His entire body was as soft as mud, as if someone had dismantled his skeleton. Only her chest was gently moving up and down, sticking to Ning Fan's chest. Is it still uncomfortable here? Do you still need a massage? Ning Fan's hand caressed Yao Qingyan's soft chest. Yao Qingyan immediately revealed a look of shame and indignation. She recalled how she begged Ning Fan to rub her chest when the poison of desire was acting up. Scram. After recovering some of her strength, Yao Qingyan pushed Ning Fan away and sat up from the ground, glaring at Ning Fan with dissatisfaction. After what happened today, she realized that it was already very difficult for her to show the dignified demeanor of an elder in front of Ning Fan. Yao Qingyan stroked her messy hair and pretended to be calm and said, "What happened today was consensual. I don't blame you. You also can't blame me for this matter. There won't be a next time. Do you understand? There really won't be a next time? Then, how are you going to solve it if you feel uncomfortable?" Ning Fan looked at Yao Qingyan's white chest with a faint smile. You still want to help me? Could it be that you have already fallen deeply in love with my body? Yao Qingyan looked at Ning Fan with a cold smile. However, she was in a good mood. You have good taste. Since that's the case, I'll give you an extra favor and allow you to help me when I'm feeling uncomfortable. Yao Qingyan waved her hand and caught the storage pouch that fell on the ground. She took out a copper basin and a silk towel. With a flick of her finger, the copper basin was immediately filled with clear water. After wetting the silk towel, Yao Qingyan did not hesitate and began to wipe her body in front of Ning Fan, washing away all kinds of liquid. After that, she took out new clothes and put them on one by one. It was a beautiful scene to behold. Ning Fan also took the storage pouch and secretly picked up a jade slip from the ground. After changing his clothes, he put the jade slip into his sleeve again. He could not help but laugh at himself. What I did just now was really crazy. I even threw the jade slip that contained the attack of an immortal venerate on the ground. If Shadi finds out about this, will he blame me? During the time when the two of them were changing their clothes, Ning Fan told Yao Qingyan about his speculations about the fourth person and some trivial matters. Yao Qingyan was already considered as one of them. There was no need to hide anything. Yao Qingyan's phoenix-like eyes were unprecedentedly solemn and shocked when she heard that a mid-thought-shattering death puppet had entered the underground palace, and that there was an even stronger thought-shattering old monster hiding inside. After a long time, she smiled self-mockingly and gritted her teeth. Thought fragmentation old monster isn't someone I can fight. I didn't expect that he has thought fragmentation old monster behind him. It seems like I can't avoid this calamity anymore. Forget it. The desire grand formation of the 6th floor is weakening bit by bit. The moment the formation light weakens, the enemies outside will surely appear. At that time, I'll try to stop all the strong enemies. After that, you should try your best to escape from this place and bring Lu Lan and Yen Hong back to the slaughter palace. Stupid woman, you want to sacrifice your life to save me? Ning Fan's heart softened. He reached out his hand and stroked Yao Qingyan's cheek. Yao Qingyan was only an early Shishuang Kong expert. She was far from being a match for thought fragmentation old monster. There were 2 thought fragmentation old monsters and 3 Shishuang Kong experts outside. Yao Qingyan wanted to stop all the enemies by herself and create an opportunity for Ning Fan to escape. If that was the case, she would certainly die. Yao Qingyan's heart skipped a beat when she felt Ning Fan's gentle touch. She quietly shifted her gaze and slapped Ning Fan's hand away with an unnatural expression, revealing her usual cold smile. Don't think too highly of yourself. I risked my life to save you because I want you to bring Lu Lan and Yen Hong away from this place. I owe them my life. I can't let anything bad happen to them. Bring them back to the slaughter palace. If there's a chance, please take good care of them for me. Don't be afraid. I won't let you die. Ning Fan said with a serious expression. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Yao Qingyan subconsciously sneered at Ning Fan without even thinking about it. However, when she met Ning Fan's unprecedentedly serious eyes, her state of mind was in a mess. She didn't know what to say. Yao Qingyun's waist tightened and she was pulled into Ning Fan's embrace. Uncharacteristically, she didn't push him away. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. None of them will be able to escape." The cultivation base of the man in front of her was obviously not as profound as hers. However, he gave her an unprecedented sense of security which made her willing to believe Ning Fan's seemingly ridiculous words. "Ning Fan, are you really at the peak mortal profound realm?" Yao Qingyun leaned into Ning Fan's embrace and asked softly. "Yes." "Then, how are you going to protect me?" "There's no need to ask. Just follow me closely. Don't leave my side even for half a step." Ning Fan smiled and loosened his embrace. Then, he pulled Yao Qingyun behind him. His eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at the formation light of the 6th floor. That formation light finally disappeared completely at this moment. At the moment when the formation light disappeared, 4 figures stepped on the stairs and walked into the 6th floor step by step. They were Fei He, Jun Linyuan, Old Ancestor Wei Chen and the cloaked elderly man. Fei He smiled sinisterly when he saw the torn clothes on the ground and smelled the lingering warm atmosphere of this place. Jun Linyuan nodded in satisfaction while Old Ancestor Wei Chen glared at Ning Fan with murderous intent. This scene reminded Old Ancestor Wei Chen of the bloody truth. Yao Qingyun had already been devoured by Ning Fan and she was now groveling under Ning Fan's body in pleasure. He understood that this was the most important step in his plan. He could not stop Yao Qingyun from losing her virginity nor could he stop the jealousy and resentment he had towards Ning Fan. He took a step forward. Sword chi surged around his body. The 4 sword cases behind him emitted sword hums and the entire space of the 6th floor began to tremble. He wished he could kill Ning Fan with a single sword strike to vent the hatred in his heart. "Stop." The cloaked elderly man suddenly let out a cold snort. A vast aura force suddenly swept towards Old Ancestor Wei Chen. All of a sudden, the sword chi around Old Ancestor Wei Chen collapsed. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and took a few steps back. His face was already pale and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He was a dignified early shedding void realm cultivator but he actually could not withstand the cold scolding of the cloaked elderly man. "It's him." Yao Qingyun clenched her fists tightly. Her nails pierced deep into her palms. Her phoenix-like eyes gradually revealed despair. The other party really had the broken thought fragment. Moreover, that broken thought fragment was so strong that it could severely injure an early shedding void realm cultivator with just a single word. It was far from what she could defeat. She remembered that the cloaked elderly man in front of her was the person who had requested to meet the previous clan leader of the Yao clan. After this person appeared, she was planted with the desire poison by the immortals of the Yao clan. It turned out that this was a trap that had been set up a long time ago. Today, she really could not escape death and Ning Fan would most likely die here with her. Fragmentary thoughts, who here was a match for the cloaked old man? "Don't be afraid." Ning Fan's indifferent words seemed to have boundless magic power. In an instant, it swept away all the uneasiness in Yao Qingyun's heart. Ning Fan raised his head and stared coldly at the cloaked elderly man. His eyes met the latter's solemn gaze. "Where did the puppet threads in your body go?" The cloaked elderly man asked with a stern voice. "If you want to know, then get your true body out here." As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, he suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. This stomp did not contain much power but it contained some kind of indescribable divine ability. All of a sudden, the boundless power of desire surged towards the 6th floor of the underground palace. The power of desire in the entire 6 Desires Palace was instantly thrown into chaos and the general trend was shifted. In the 5th floor of the underground palace, the thousand-eyed elderly man who was hiding in the yellow sand was suddenly forced out of his body by the power of desire. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he was overjoyed. The bone of 6 desires. If the thousand-eyed elderly man's prediction was correct, the reason why Ning Fan could stomp on the 6th floor of the underground palace was because of the power of the bone of 6 desires in his body. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in the 6th floor of the underground palace. He stared at Ning Fan greedily. The aura force of the peak thought fragmentation realm swept across the entire 6th floor of the underground palace. As soon as she saw the thousand-eyed elderly man, Yao Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. Even Fei He, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen were shocked. They had always known that the cloaked elderly man was a corpse and there was a controller behind the cloaked elderly man. However, they had never seen who that controller was. This was their first time seeing the true appearance of their master. The mental seal in their sea of consciousness reminded them that the 1,000-night-old monster in front of them was their master. Master! The three of them did not dare to be negligent. They immediately cupped their fists and greeted old monster Qian Yin. Their faces were filled with fear. Old monster Qian Yin, however, did not even look at the three of them. He just stared at Ning Fan greedily and passionately while muttering two words under his breath, perfect. Ning Fan was indeed the most perfect vessel. It was not in vain that he had waited so many years to carry out his plan, the bone of 6 desires. Moreover, it was the bone of 6 desires that was flawless. One should know that even though immortal King 6 desires possessed the physique of the bone of 6 desires, his physique was damaged by someone due to an accident. Ning Fan, on the other hand, possessed the perfect and flawless bone of 6 desires. If he obtains Ning Fan and devours everyone here, he would achieve grand completion in his 3 Tao paths. Not only would he have the chance to defeat all the immortal kings who had undergone the 5 tribulations of the eternal era and surpass immortal King 6 desires, he would also have the chance to step into the 6th tribulation realm and become an immortal emperor. Give me your body. Old monster Qian Yin approached Ning Fan step by step. All of the 1,000+ eyes on his body were filled with greed, even though there was a slight change in his plan where the 184 puppet threads disappeared for no reason. It did not hinder the execution of the entire plan. In the eyes of old monster Qian Yin, Ning Fan was just a peak human profound realm cultivator after all. As for Yao Qingyun who was standing behind Ning Fan, she was only at the early shedding void realm. Thus, she could not protect him. Today, he revealed his true body and personally took action. Even if Ning Fan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still become his vessel in the end. Facing old monster Qian Yin who was approaching him step by step, Yao Qingyun could only feel her breathing becoming sluggish. She could not resist the aura force of the old monster at all. Ning Fan took a step to the side and stood in front of Yao Qingyun. He resisted all of the aura force all by himself. Aura force could not hurt him. He possessed the bone of 6 desires. Unless one is an immortal venerable at the eternal ancient realm, they could forget about subduing him with aura force. Looking at old monster Qian Yin who was approaching him step by step, the cold light in Ning Fan's eyes became sharper and sharper. Initially, he thought that the 4th person would at most be at the late thought fragmentation realm. He did not expect that the 4th person was actually at the peak thought fragmentation realm. It seemed like he had made a slight miscalculation. However, he could not be blamed. Old monster Qian Yin had planted the puppet threads in the cultivators of the Jun family through the cloaked corpse. Judging from the puppet threads alone, it was easy for him to miscalculate old monster Qian Yin's true cultivation base. However, so what if he miscalculated? Not to mention that old monster Qian Yin was only at the peak thought fragmentation realm. Ning Fan also had the means to protect himself. At this moment, old monster Qian Yin actually had an extremely uneasy feeling. Before he could figure out why he would feel uneasy facing a peak human profound realm cultivator, Ning Fan suddenly turned his hand and took out a golden jade slip from his sleeve. Then, he crushed it. At the moment he crushed the golden jade slip, an ancient aura force spread out from Ning Fan's body. Under such a powerful aura force, Fei He, Jun Linyuan and old ancestor Wei Chen's faces were filled with terror. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Under such an aura force, even old monster Qian Yin trembled slightly and exclaimed in disbelief. The attack jade slip of an immortal venerable. Not good. Run. Without any hesitation, old monster Qian Yin's body flashed and he fled to the 5th floor. At the next moment, a gigantic shadow of a great golden emperor suddenly appeared behind Ning Fan, the shadow of an immortal emperor. One of the divine abilities of an immortal emperor. Immortal emperors used their sovereign qi to refine their emperor qi. They used their sovereign shadow to refine their emperor shadow. This step was the most important step in becoming an emperor. At the moment when the emperor's shadow appeared, Yao Qingyun's red lips parted slightly. She stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. She could never imagine that Ning Fan actually had such a terrifying trump card. It was a jade slip that contained an attack of an immortal venerable. Moreover, it was personally condensed by an immortal emperor, even though the power of this jade slip was the attack of an immortal venerable from the first eternal tribulation, because it was condensed by an immortal emperor, this attack was almost at the top of the first eternal tribulation. Even a first tribulation immortal venerable would find it hard to resist it, let alone a true immortal realm cultivator who was below the first eternal tribulation. With this jade slip, how could Fei He and the others be a match for Ning Fan? No wonder he gave me an unprecedented sense of danger before I entered the blood pool that day. So this is the reason. At the moment when the Emperor's shadow appeared, Ning Fan changed his hand seal. The gigantic Emperor's shadow behind him immediately raised a finger. The finger melted the golden light and pressed it down. Emperor technique, finger shattering 1,000 army. Fei He stared at the incoming golden light in disbelief. The golden light was too fast. It was so fast that he did not have the time to make any defensive or evasive movements. He was going to die under this golden light. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted why he had provoked Ning Fan. Originally, he thought that Ning Fan's cultivation base was low and he was weak and easy to bully. At most, he just had a slightly better innate talent. He did not expect that Ning Fan actually had such a terrifying trump card in his hands. At this moment, Fei He finally understood. Ning Fan had shown weakness time and time again in the past. He was just toying with him, *bang*. With great unwillingness and fear, Fei He let out a blood-curdling scream and was crushed into a pile of filthy flesh on the ground by the finger light. His primordial spirit was instantly destroyed. Jun Li Yuan's old eyes that were blurry from being drunk had already woken up from this shock. Before he entered the 6th floor, he did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. However, at this moment, he finally realized how foolish his eyes were. He actually failed to see through Ning Fan's character of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. *bang*. Without any more time to think, Jun Linyuan felt a sharp pain all over his body. He was already killed by the finger light. Old ancestor Wei Chen stared at Ning Fan while trembling all over. His previous arrogance was completely gone. His sword-like eyes glared at Ning Fan with resentment and unwillingness. At the next moment, he died under the finger light. A single finger light from the Emperor's shadow had killed 3 Shikong experts. The finger light seemed to only be able to kill living beings and would not harm or kill them. It was a very mysterious ability that did not cause any damage to the underground palace. The corpse puppet of the cloaked old man was not destroyed by the finger light because it was an inanimate object. However, the puppet strings in its body were all severed by the finger light. It just stood there silently. This corpse had already become a masterless object. The finger light whizzed out of the 6th floor and went straight to the 5th floor, chasing after old monster Qian Yan. As soon as he sensed the finger light that was chasing after him, old monster Qian Yan was so scared that his soul almost left his body. It's not an attack from an ordinary immortal venerable. This is a jade slip that was created by an immortal emperor. This is the finger of the emperor's shadow. Even though it's just the power of an immortal venerable, it's not something I can withstand. How is this possible? How is this possible? He's just a peak human profound realm cultivator. How could he gain the favor of an immortal emperor and be given such a precious jade slip? What exactly is this young man's background? Could it be that he's the descendant of an immortal emperor? Damn it. I can't escape anymore. Azure Burning Fan. As he sensed that the finger light was getting closer, old monster Qian Yan's eyes turned resolute. He no longer tried to escape. He turned around abruptly, took out the fiery fan on his back and fanned it at the finger light. With this fanning, his magical power was almost depleted. Waves of crimson corpse fire burst out from the giant fan and turned into a sea of corpse fire. Under the burning of this sea of corpse fire, 1/10 of the Emperor's shadow finger light's golden light was burned away. If it was any other time, old monster Qian Yan would be very proud to know that his attack could destroy 1/10 of the Emperor's shadow finger light. However, he was not happy at all at this moment. He had used up all of his magical power in this attack. However, he only managed to destroy 1/10 of the finger light. The remaining finger light was enough to kill him. Damn it. Separate and gather sword, slash. Old monster Qian Yan took out the cold jade sword from his waist and slashed downwards. He had actually consumed 97% of his blood essence. The backlash of this slash had almost killed him. Activating the azure burning fan consumed magical power, but the separate and gather sword consumed his own blood essence. This was a magical treasure that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. A crescent-shaped silver sword light slashed across the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was completely shattered. The sharpness of this sword light was enough to split apart a middle thousand immortal world. The sword light slashed on the finger light. Once again, 1/10 of the Emperor's shadow finger light's power was consumed before it disappeared. Old monster Xianxia looked at the approaching Emperor's shadow finger light in despair. He had used up all of his magical power and blood essence, but he could only block 1/5 of the finger light. I can only use my final divine ability now. Old monster Xianxia gritted his teeth. He kept away the azure burning fan and the separate and gather sword. He untied all the bandages on his body and tore off all his clothes. In the next instant, his hideous and disgusting naked body was revealed. His body was filled with eyeballs. A single blink was enough to make one vomit. My true self is the Desire Absolution Pearl. I am one of the 3 treasures of the 6 desires. And the Desire Absolution Pearl is a supreme treasure that 6 desires immortal king sacrificed one of his eyes to refine. My true identity is the one eye of the 6 desires. Break! The 1,000 eyes on his body exploded one after another. At the next moment, his entire body exploded, turning into an incomparably huge eyeball. Suddenly, black blood flowed out from the eyeball. As the black blood flowed out, it slowly condensed into a black finger light. The power of that black finger was not much weaker than the Emperor's shadow finger. If old monster Xianxia really condensed the black finger light, even if it was not enough to block the Emperor's shadow finger, it would be enough to destroy most of the finger light. Even if he was injured by the remaining finger light, he would not die. He would certainly have a chance to escape. Freeze! A distant voice came from the direction of the 6th floor. At the next moment, lines of blood appeared on the giant eye that old monster Xianxia had transformed into, freezing him on the spot. This technique was used by Ning Fan. It was not enough to freeze him for a long time. At most, it could only freeze him for a moment. Moreover, with the difference in cultivation base between Ning Fan and old monster Xianxia, forcefully using this technique would definitely result in a severe backlash. Even though this technique was only enough to freeze old monster Xianxia for a moment, it was enough to kill him. Before the black finger could even form, the Emperor's finger had already landed on his body. A miserable shriek rang out from the giant eye. In the next instant, the giant eye collapsed, and Xianxia perished. Even until his death, Xianxia could not understand why Ning Fan could display the heaven-sealing technique at the critical moment and prevent him from saving his life. As an Eastern Sky cultivator, how could he not know how dreadful the fixed heaven technique was? Ding Tian, Ding Tian. This old man's death under the famous technique of the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor isn't in vain. So this child is actually the successor of the Ancestor Emperor. With such thoughts in mind, old monster Xianxia's consciousness completely dissipated. In the 6th level of the underground palace, Ning Fan suddenly coughed out blood. He half knelt on the ground and looked extremely dispirited. He had forcefully locked old monster Xianxia in place. The backlash was not something he could endure. This time, he was going to be seriously injured again. Yao Qingyun hurriedly helped Ning Fan up. Her phoenix-like eyes were still filled with disbelief. The jade slip of an immortal venerable's attack, the ancestral emperor's heaven-setting technique. Why did Ning Fan have so many heaven-defying items? Help me, heal. Ning Fan's face became even paler as he coughed out another mouthful of blood. How should I help you? Dual cultivation. 1/2, to be continued. It was another round of entanglement for a full 10 days. Within 10 days, Ning Fan had collected all the spoils of war and had dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun for tens of times. With the help of the 9 revolution pills, he finally managed to suppress the injuries in his body. His injuries were only temporarily suppressed. He still needed some time to recuperate before he could fully recover. During these 10 days, Yao Qingyun just cooperated with Ning Fan's treatment. Even though she was full of doubts, she did not ask Ning Fan any questions. Another 10 days passed. With her help, Ning Fan refined all of the 5 elemental powers in the first 5 layers of the Grand Formation. The cultivation progress of the 5 elemental constitutions had each increased by 20%. Due to the limitation of his cultivation base, Ning Fan had wasted too much of the formation power. It dispersed into the surroundings and he could not completely absorb it. Ever since he entered the cave world, he had been planning to patiently wait for the appearance of the fourth person and give him a fatal blow at the critical moment. His plan was so thorough that it was only natural for him to use the power of the Jade Slip to annihilate the enemy in one strike. The spoils of war were extremely abundant. Thousand-Eyed Freak's true body was the desire-severing bead refined from the eye of Six Desires' immortal king. He also had the azure burning fan and the separate gather sword, which were part of the Six Desires' three treasures. Apart from that, Old Monster Thousand Eyes' storage pouch also contained a puppet technique, the Art of Six Desires. This technique was a puppet technique created by the Six Desires' immortal king. It could condense the power of desire into puppet strings and control the secret technique, Lust Puppet. Ning Fan had already cultivated the bone of desire. If he learns this technique, he would be able to condense powerful puppet threads with the power of his desire sense. He would even be able to slightly control an early shedding void realm desire worm. After winning this battle, Ning Fan obtained a Mo Luo. The cloaked elderly man who had already become an ownerless item was Ning Fan's Mo Luo. It was a puppet that eccentric Thousand Eyes had refined from the corpse of a mid-thought demolishing eccentric. Refining the Lust Claw was not only extremely time-consuming, but it also required a large amount of money. To be able to obtain such a high-level lust worm was a huge gain. Of course, this intermediate thought fragmentation puppet wasn't something that a human profound realm cultivator could control. Even if Ning Fan had successfully cultivated the Six Desires puppet art, it would be impossible for him to control this puppet without a cultivation base that was close to Shi Kong's. In this battle, Ning Fan had seized 800 billion Dao crystals from the various old monsters. Fei He's elder token and killing points all belonged to Ning Fan's. Ning Fan looked at his Jade of Slaughter. There were already 18 million killing points, which was equivalent to 180 billion Dao crystals. Other than that, Ning Fan also obtained a corpse Dao cultivation technique from Fei He, Heavenly Corpse Transformation. This cultivation technique was given to Fei He by Old Monster Qianyan. It was the corpse Dao cultivation technique that Six Desires' immortal king cultivated when he was still alive. It was an 8-star cultivation technique. Compared to the corpse devil record, the level of this technique was much higher. Old Freak Qianyan was quite self-aware. He only cultivated the Six Desires puppet art, so he groomed Fei He to cultivate the Six Desires corpse art. He wanted Ning Fan to devour the power of the Sea of Desire after plucking Yao Qingyun and use her as a vessel for his Six Desires desire technique. If Old Monster Qianyan could devour Ning Fan, Fei He and the others, he might really surpass Six Desires' immortal king. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by Ning Fan alone. It was completely ruined. There were 4-5 Nirvana immortal swords hidden in the 4 sword cases of Forefather Fine Dust. Every single 5 Nirvana immortal sword could be used as a natal magic treasure of an early-stage void-shedding old monster. When the 4 swords were used at the same time, their power was terrifying. Jun Ling Yuan's wine gourd was a 6 Nirvana immortal treasure. There was a large amount of spiritual wine in it. If Ning Fan consumes it, his magic power would certainly increase tremendously. Dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun did not cause his cultivation base to skyrocket as expected. However, it also greatly increased Ning Fan's magic power, making him very close to breaking through to the Ghost Profound Realm. Now that he has these spiritual wines, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Ghost Profound Realm. Other than these items, there were still many other cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. However, they were not worth mentioning here. The power of the Emperor's Shadow's finger was too strong. It directly destroyed the primordial spirits of all the old monsters. It did not give Ning Fan the chance to preserve his primordial spirit and use the spirit blasting technique. Old Monster Qianyan's true form was the Desire Dispelling Pearl. After he died, he turned back into the Desire Dispelling Pearl and did not even leave his corpse behind. The corpses of Fei He, Jun Linyuan and Old Ancestor Fine Dust had already turned into minced meat. The blood and flesh essence of the 3 piles of minced meat was refined by Ning Fan and sent into the cauldron world for Zili to consume. Ning Fan did not know that Zili had secretly shared half of the blood and flesh essence with Mu Weiliang. Hence, after the 2 ladies consumed the blood and flesh essence of the 3 Shi Kong cultivators, one of them spun a cocoon while the other went into seclusion. Both of them began to break through to the next cultivation realm. This cave world was a trap that was opened by old monster Xianxia. As soon as old monster Xianxia died, the entrance of the cave world was slowly disappearing. Ning Fan and Yao Qingyun walked side by side and left the Six Desires Palace. When she saw the entrance of the black hole gradually disappearing, Yao Qingyun frowned. The entrance of the cave world is about to disappear. Let's leave quickly. If we delay for another 1 or 2 days, we won't be able to leave anymore. Memo right. Give me the Elder Token. You can keep the 6 Desires 3 treasures. You want the Elder Token? Ning Fan was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He reached out his hand and stroked Yao Qingyun's cheek. Are you worried about me? Humph. Who do you think I am? Why would I be worried about you? Yao Qingyun pretended to sneer disdainfully. However, she did not push Ning Fan's hand away. Instead, she allowed Ning Fan to stroke her cheek. Fine. She was indeed worried about Ning Fan. The Slaughter Palace must have already received the news about Fei He's death. Yao Qingyun must give the Slaughter Palace an explanation for Fei He's death. She did not want others to know that it was Ning Fan who killed Fei He. The reason why she wanted to take away the Elder Token was because she wanted to temporarily keep it for Ning Fan. She wanted others to think that she was the one who killed Fei He so that she could reduce some troubles for Ning Fan. The current Ning Fan might have a very powerful trump card to protect himself. After all, his cultivation base was still low and he might not be able to keep the Elder Token. When Ning Fan's cultivation base becomes stronger, he would be able to deal with old monster Shikong. Then, she would return the Elder Token to Ning Fan and let him obtain the status of an Elder of the Slaughter Palace. As for the 3 treasures of the 6 Desires, she did not have any intention to covet them. Thus, there was no harm in giving them to Ning Fan. Even though the Elder's task was to find the 3 treasures of the 6 Desires, she did not have to complete it. There would be great rewards for completing the Elder's task. Even if she failed, there would be no punishment. She did not plan to hand over the 3 treasures to the sect in the first place. Her original intention of coming here was to find the desire-relieving pearl and keep it for her own use to get rid of the desire poison. Now, after having sex with Ning Fan countless times, the desire-relieving pearl had already disappeared completely. It was useless for her to keep it, so she might as well give it to Ning Fan. Don't worry. I am not even afraid of people like Fei He. No one can take away my Elder Token. Since you have the confidence to keep this token, just keep it with you. With this token, you will be an Elder of the Slaughter Palace and have the right to summon 100 ghost faces. When I return to the Slaughter Palace this time, I will take responsibility for Fei He's death. If others ask about the whereabouts of the Elder Token, I will say that the Elder Token has been temporarily lost. Alright. Just say that the Elder Token is temporarily lost. Even though I have the Elder Token, I don't want to expose it for the time being. Even though I am not afraid of the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace who are coveting the token, I also don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Ning Fan nodded. Are you really not going to return to the Slaughter Palace with me? Yao Qingyun frowned and asked. During this period of time, Ning Fan had told Yao Qingyun more than once that he wanted to travel around the Eastern Heaven and would not return to the Slaughter Palace for the time being. Traveling was just an excuse. His real purpose was to use the Joss Flame demon puppet to steal the Joss Flame power of the forces in the Eastern Heaven. After reaching the peak of the human profound realm, it was too difficult to continue advancing. When he was at the void fragmentation realm, dual cultivation with Luo Yu was enough for him to break through to the ghost profound realm. When he reached the peak of the human profound realm, dual cultivation with Yao Qingyun failed to break through to the ghost profound realm in one go. He had devoured the Joss flames of the old ancestor of the Yao family for millions of years, but he only managed to break through to the peak of the human profound realm from the early human profound realm. The Joss flame disciples of the old ancestor of the Yao family were countless cultivators in an entire mid-grade star region. The Joss flame power that was exchanged for millions of years from such a large number of disciples was only enough for Ning Fan to break through to the third heavenly layer of the human profound realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate in the human profound realm. Ordinary people would need to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to break through to the next minor realm. The second step of the Tao cultivation realm would become harder the further one advanced. For example, Fei He had been stuck at the early sky-shedding realm for millions of years. If Ning Fan did not steal the Joss flame power and use trickery to advance, he would at least be stuck at the immortal life realm for tens of thousands of years. He didn't have tens of thousands of years to squander. He remembered the oath he made with the Slayer. In another 2,000 years, he would take on the mission of protecting the blood world. For the sake of this oath, he must do his best to raise his cultivation level and do his best to possess the strength to protect the blood world within 2,000 years. Yao Qingyun felt a little disappointed when she saw that Ning Fan was in deep thoughts and did not answer her. She still wanted to have a few rounds of dual cultivation with him after returning to the Slaughter Palace. If Ning Fan did not know the Slaughter Palace, she could only give up on this thought. Forget it. Thanks to you, I've finally touched the bottleneck of the middle stage after being stuck at the early stage of Shell Void for 200,000 years. I'm sure I'll be able to break through the middle stage of Shell Void in one go after returning to the Slaughter Palace for seclusion. When you're in seclusion, it'll be hard for me to take care of you. You won't be in the slaughter hall, so it's fine for you to stay outside. It's very safe. She comforted herself. Am I going to break through to the mid-shedding void realm? Ning Fan pondered for a moment. All of a sudden, he took out the Jade of Slaughter and made a hand seal. Of the 18 million kill points, only 2 million remained. Ning Fan gave the 16 million killing points to Yao Qingyun. Why are you giving me your kill points? I'm not doing dual cultivation with you for money. Yao Qingyun took out the Slaughter Jade and glanced at it. Then, she let out a disdainful snort. However, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, betraying her good mood. She naturally understood that the reason why Ning Fan gave her the kill points was so that she could buy more pills and Dao fruits to break through to the next cultivation realm. Since he was concerned about her, she was naturally in a good mood. However, she was not stupid enough to show her true emotions. Childish woman, Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. He must have lost his mind before this. That was why he felt that this childish woman was so beautiful. Along the way, he and Yao Qingyun went from being enemies to resolving their enmity. Then, they helped each other and finally, they became extremely intimate. All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled the words in the Northern Dipper blood world. Half of them were bosom friends and the other half were enemies. Many of the women around him used to be his enemies. Let's go. The entrance is a little unstable. I'm afraid we have to close it in advance. Yao Qingyun was about to grab Ning Fan and bring him out of this cave world. However, Ning Fan shook his head and said to Yao Qingyun, "Wait a moment." He patted his storage pouch and took out an incense burner. He placed it on the ground and lit a few joss sticks. He inserted them into the burner and stood up. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed in the direction of the Six Desires Palace. "What are you doing?" Yao Qingyun asked doubtfully. "Nothing. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, both Ning Fan and Yao Qingyun turned into rays of light and flew out of the black hole. The reason why he burned the joss sticks and bowed was to thank Six Desires' immortal king for giving him the opportunity. Corpse Chi, the bone of Six Desires, the Six Desires puppet technique, the three treasures of Six Desires. Even though Six Desires' immortal king did not give these opportunities to Ning Fan on his own initiative, Ning Fan still felt grateful towards this deceased senior for his kindness. He was too lucky to obtain the Corpse Chi and the sense power of the Sea of Desire. It was supposed to be a disaster, but it instantly turned into a heaven-defying opportunity. Ning Fan would not be conceited enough to think that he deserved all of these. Due to his great luck, he should be able to obtain these opportunities. Fortuitous encounters, and even more so, fate. Perhaps, he was fated to meet Six Desires' immortal king. He had received the Corpse Chi from Six Desires' immortal king and a Pond of Desire. Now that he had burned the joss sticks, he could be considered to have slightly ended this fate. Not long after Ning Fan and Yao Qingyun left the cave world, the entrance of the cave world disappeared and was completely sealed. Lu Lan and Yan Hong were waiting for Yao Qingyun's return on the Six Desires planet. Their eyes were filled with worry. Today, the news had already spread across the eastern heaven that the life plates of the old ancestor of the Jun family, the old ancestor of the tiny dust sect and elder Fei He of the slaughter palace were all destroyed. The three of them had died. Lu Lan and Yan Hong only knew that their young mistress had entered the cave world together with Fei He and the others. Since Fei He and the others were dead, their young mistress was probably in danger too. After all, in their impression, the death of the three Shikong experts must have been caused by a shocking change in the cave world. They did not think that their young mistress had the strength to kill the three Shikong experts. It was even more impossible for them to think that it was Ning Fan or the other 6 Life Immortal Realm Corpse cultivators who killed the 3 Shikong experts. The two of them were waiting outside the 6 Desires sect. As soon as they saw Yao Qingyun return safely, they nearly cried tears of joy. "Young mistress. Are you all right? Are you really all right? That's great. That's really great." Seeing Lu Lan and Yan Hong's excited expressions, Yao Qingyun's usual cold expression showed a rare hint of gentleness and said with a smile, "Don't cry. I'm fine, aren't I?" "Quickly wipe your tears." She treated the 2 maidservants like her closest family. Both Lu Lan and Yan Hong were stunned. What did they just see? They actually saw a smile that came from the bottom of her heart from Yao Qingyun's face. Even though Yao Qingyun had always treated them well, she had never smiled in such a relaxed manner. Ever since she escaped from the Yao family in a sorry state, Yao Qingyun had never untied the knot in her heart and she had never smiled from the bottom of her heart. However, at this moment, Yao Qingyun's smile clearly came from the bottom of her heart. The knot in her heart had been untied. "Young mistress, you. The 2 maidservants were pleasantly surprised. All of a sudden, their faces were filled with shock. "Young mistress, your innocence. Your innocence." How could they not see that Yao Qingyun was no longer a virgin? Could it be? Could it be? Young mistress had fallen into Fei He's trap in the cave world and lost her innocence. Wouldn't she die of agony? Could it be that young mistress was forcing herself to smile because she was afraid that they would be worried? It's him who did it. I'm very satisfied. Yao Qingyun smiled mockingly and pointed at Ning Fan. Lu Lan and Yan Hong naturally disdained to hide anything. What? Both Lu Lan and Yan Hong were stunned. They looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. They could not imagine that Ning Fan actually had the ability to push their young mistress down. A human profound realm cultivator pushing down Shikong was just too shocking. Moreover, young mistress actually said that she was very satisfied with it. Could it be that young mistress took the initiative to push Ning Fan down and was very satisfied with it? It made sense when they thought about it. How could a human profound realm cultivator push down Shikong? It would be more reasonable for Shikong to push down a human profound realm cultivator. All of a sudden, Lu Lan and Yan Hong's eyes were filled with sympathy when they looked at Ning Fan. From their point of view, young mistress must have forced herself on Ning Fan because she did not have anything to vent her lust on. They wondered if young mistress had left any psychological trauma on Ning Fan when she forced herself on Ning Fan. How could Ning Fan not see the sympathy in their eyes? He just smiled without saying a word. Yao Qingyun felt relieved when she saw that the 2 of them were fine. After mocking Ning Fan for a while more, she was about to return to the Blood Sea Star region. Take this sense-transmitting jade pendant. If you're in trouble, crush it. Even if I'm still in seclusion or give up my seclusion, I will rush over to help you. In the end, Yao Qingyun sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan. Then, she took out an ancient green jade and gave it to Ning Fan. The ancient jade was semicircular and there was a chip on it. It was a jade pendant. As the saying goes, the jade pendant is used to sever a person's heart. In the Eastern Heaven Immortal world, jade pendants would only be given to Dao companions when they break up. When the 2 maids saw that their young mistress actually gave Ning Fan a jade pendant, they felt even more sympathetic towards Ning Fan. They thought to themselves, could it be that our young mistress got tired of Ning Fan after forcing herself on him and gave him a jade pendant to break up with him? Ning Fan naturally knew that Yao Qingyun did not mean that. It was a sense-transmitting jade pendant. Once it is crushed, the person who planted it would sense it and even sense where the jade pendant was crushed. After all, Yao Qingyun still cared about Ning Fan. As long as he was in trouble, she would definitely come to his rescue even if she could not get herself out of it. Ning Fan did not need Yao Qingyun to rush over to his rescue, but he still kept the jade pendant. Ning Fan was very grateful for her kindness. It's good to keep this jade pendant as a memento. Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, you're allowed to come and look for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Qingyun brought the two maids and left. Ning Fan, on the other hand, stood on the same spot and pondered over Yao Qingyun's words. Then, the corners of his lips curved into an ambiguous smile. This foolish woman. Is she taking the initiative to invite me? After a long time, Ning Fan scanned the starry sky with his spirit sense. He could no longer see Yao Qingyun's expression. He sighed softly and turned into a ray of light, turning around and leaving the Six Desires planet. All of a sudden, a ray of light flew to his side and turned into an old man in Taoist robes with a pleasant face. His cultivation base was at the early True Crossing realm. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you seem to be badly injured. My Six Desire sect has an immortal king palace. There is a star cold jade bed in the palace which is the best for healing injuries. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to stay in my Six Desire sect for a while and use this cold jade bed to heal your injuries? May I know who you are? Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting. His eyes were slightly stern. He had always been wary of those who were unaccountably solicitous. I am the sect master of the Six Desire sect, Yuanzong. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. I absolutely do not have any ill intentions towards you. It's just that I saw your shocking innate talent and I reckon that you will certainly have a bright future. That's why I wanted to befriend you. The words of the sect master of the Six Desires sect were very frank. He had taken a fancy to Ning Fan's bright future. That was why he shamelessly came to befriend him. As soon as Ning Fan heard what he said, he did not look down on the sect master of the Six Desires sect. Instead, he had a good impression of him. This person's words were sincere and his purpose was simple. Since he came to Ning Fan's doorstep to please him, he certainly would not reject him. Moreover, as soon as Ning Fan heard about the star-cold jade bed, he was already a little tempted. He wanted to use this bed to heal his injuries. The star-cold jade bed was a healing item made from star-cold jade. The power of the star technique that it contained was extraordinary. 2 halves, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and go to sleep. The star-cold jade was an extremely precious healing treasure. It was born from the power of the stars in the heavens and had an unparalleled healing effect. Normally, only the great forces above the void-shedding realm could get their hands on some of it and make them into magical treasures and spiritual equipment. Even the sense-breaking sect would find it hard to get enough cold jade to make the bed. However, the Six Desires sect managed to do it. The reason why the Six Desires sect had such a precious cold jade bed was naturally thanks to their ancestor, the Six Desires immortal king. The cold jade bed was a precious treasure that was passed down from generation to generation. Only the sect masters of each generation knew about its existence and were qualified to use it to heal their wounds. The secret of the bed's existence had never been revealed. Otherwise, countless old monsters would have come to the sect to snatch it away. Yuanzong was the current sect master of the Six Desires sect. He was at the early Crossing Truth realm. He was almost the last talented person in the sect. Other than him, there was no other Crossing Truth realm expert in the entire sect. There were only 3 Life Immortal realm experts and all of them were at the early and mid-human profound realm. Yuanzong knew that if he died, the Six Desires sect would completely decline. A Life Immortal realm cultivator would face a minor heavenly tribulation every 300 years and a major heavenly tribulation every 3,000 years. A true Immortal realm cultivator would face a minor heavenly tribulation every 600 years and a major heavenly tribulation every 6,000 years. In the ancient times, a minor heavenly tribulation would happen every 900 years and a major heavenly tribulation every 9,000 years. Yuanzong's next major heavenly tribulation would happen 1,000 years later. He did not have much confidence in passing the major heavenly tribulation. He would most likely die, therefore, he must find a way out for the Six Desires sect while he was still alive. The way he was looking for was none other than Ning Fan. Yuanzong's judgment had always been good. He could tell that Ning Fan's future was limitless and he was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. If someone offends Ning Fan, he would definitely take revenge. If someone shows kindness to Ning Fan will definitely return the favor. After seeing through Ning Fan's personality and knowing his special identity as a disciple of the Slaughter Palace, Yuan Zhong naturally wanted to befriend Ning Fan wholeheartedly. Even if he had to tell Ning Fan the secret of the star-cold jade bed and use it to heal Ning Fan's injuries, he would not hesitate to do so. As long as he could befriend Ning Fan, Yuan Zhong firmly believed that Ning Fan would probably take care of the Six Desires sect in the future for the sake of what he had done today. He bluntly said that he had a purpose in befriending Ning Fan. Ning Fan admired this honesty very much. He could faintly see that Yuan Zhong's great heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. His face was filled with a deathly aura, and it seemed that he would not be able to avoid this tribulation. He scanned the Six Desires sect with his divine telekinesis. There were only 3 life immortals in the sect, and they were all at the beginning and middle stages of the human mystic realm. Thus, Ning Fan vaguely guessed that the reason why Yuan Zhong lowered himself to befriend him was probably because of the Six Desires sect. Fellow Taoist, what do you think of my suggestion? Are you willing to stay in my Six Desires sect for a few days and use the chilled jade bed to recuperate? Yuan Zhong stroked his white beard and asked with a smile. That's fine as well. Junior's injuries are indeed somewhat thorny. If I can obtain the assistance of the stellar cold jade bed, I will definitely be able to greatly shorten the time needed to recover. The stellar cold jade bed is a supreme treasure. Since Senior is willing to lend it to this junior to heal my injuries, this junior will owe the Six Desires sect a favor. Ning Fan did not finish his sentence. He didn't say that he owed Sky Origin sect a favor. Instead, he said that he owed the Six Desires sect a favor. This made Sky Origin sect smile in satisfaction. Yuan Zhong did not care that Ning Fan owed him a favor. He only had 1,000 years left to live. Even though Ning Fan's innate talent was high, his cultivation base was still low after all. Thus, Ning Fan would not be able to help him much within these 1,000 years. However, the Six Desires sect needed Ning Fan's favor. Ning Fan was a cultivator of the Slaughter Palace. His innate talent was astonishing and his future was boundless. With him taking care of the Six Desires sect, even if Yuan Zhong were to die, they could still rest in peace. With fellow Taoists' words, even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. The Stellar Frost Jade Bed is sealed within the Immortal King Palace, and the Immortal King Palace is located within the forbidden area of the Six Desires sect's sect master. Unless one possesses the sect master's token, only void-shedding cultivators are allowed to enter. Fellow Taoist, please follow this old man. This old man will bring you into the Immortal King Hall to use the Frost Jade Bed. Yuan Zhong smiled and welcomed Ning Fan into the Six Desires sect. The Six Desires sect was huge and it had a lot of disciples. There were 1,000,000 of them, 200 void fragmentation realm experts and 3 life immortals. Even without the Sky Origin sect, such a force would be able to rule over a middle-level star field. However, it was far from enough to control a superior star region. Many of the disciples were surprised to see their sect master coming out personally to welcome Ning Fan into the sect. How could ordinary disciples know who Ning Fan was and how powerful he was? They really wanted to know who exactly was the person whom their sect master personally welcomed into the sect. On that day, Ning Fan killed all the cultivators of the Jun family and the tiny Dust Sword sect. The battle was covered up by Fei He and the other void-shedding cultivators. Other than Yuan Zhong, no one else knew about Ning Fan's impressive achievements. After Ning Fan joined the Slaughter Palace, the bounty of 10 billion was cancelled. Tens of years had passed and most of the cultivators in the Eastern Heaven had already forgotten about Ning Fan. In the entire Six Desires sect, other than Yuan Zhong, no one knew Ning Fan's identity. 3 life immortals were guarding outside the forbidden area of the Six Desires sect. As soon as they saw Yuan Zhong, they immediately cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Sect Master. This is. The 3 life immortals turned to look at Ning Fan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Ning Fan slightly emitted a trace of peak mortal profound realm qi. Their expressions immediately changed, revealing a look of extreme fear. This fellow Taoist is a friend of mine. He wants to enter the Immortal King Hall to have a look. Yuan Zhong said with a smile. He had always been kind to the cultivators in his sect. The 3 of them wore a troubled expression. The Immortal King Hall was the forbidden area of the sect master. Only the sect master could enter. This was a dead rule of the Six Desires sect that could not be changed. The three of them were responsible for guarding the forbidden area of the sect master. They would never dare to let the sect master's friends enter the immortal king hall. Hee. Rules are dead while people are alive. All of you must bear this in mind. Remember this. Even if I die, all of you will still be able to support the Six Desires sect and survive in the Six Desires star region. Of course, principles cannot be abandoned. All of you must also bear this in mind. If you do not have principles in your heart, you will no longer be able to cultivate the Tao. However, the rules of the Immortal King Hall have nothing to do with principles. There's no harm in making an exception for once. Let him enter. Perhaps the future of our Six Desires sect lies on him. Yuanzong sighed and lectured them with a sincere tone. Since their sect master had already spoken to this extent, the three of them were not fools. They bowed respectfully and made way for Ning Fan. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the three life immortals and eventually landed on Yuanzong. His eyes were filled with surprise. The experts of this sect enforced the law impartially. Their sect master was kind and friendly. This Six Desires sect is a good sect. Yuanzong took out a formation plate and cast a magic seal on it. The formation light outside the forbidden area slowly revealed a passage. Fellow Taoist, please enter the passage to heal your injuries. I will stay outside the forbidden area and guard it for you. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. The formation light of this forbidden area will only defend against external enemies. It won't attack the cultivators inside the formation. The cultivators inside the formation can leave the forbidden area at any time without facing any obstruction. Besides, there are no dangers inside the forbidden area. The Immortal King Hall is located in the deepest part of the forbidden area. Yuanzong explained patiently as if he was afraid that Ning Fan would worry about the hidden dangers inside the forbidden area. Ning Fan nodded his head. With his cultivation base in the Tao of formations, he could naturally tell that there were no dangers inside the grand formation of this forbidden area. Even if there were dangers, he was not afraid of breaking into this forbidden area with his abilities. Even though he admired Yuanzong, he still kept his guard up against him. The primordial spirits of the cultivators of the Jun family and the Minute Dust Sword cultivators had also been refined by Ning Fan using a secret technique. Now, he could use them to perform the Spirit Blast technique. Ning Fan gently placed his palm on the soul pouch and stepped into the passage of the formation light. If Yuanzong really harbors ill intentions, he would only need to use the Spirit Blast technique and it would be enough to massacre the entire Six Desires planet. After Ning Fan entered the forbidden area, the passage of the formation light disappeared. Yuanzong closed his eyes and sighed in self-reproach. He blamed himself for breaking the rules of the Six Desires sect by allowing outsiders to enter the Immortal King Hall. However, he did not regret it. For the future of the Six Desires sect, he would not hesitate to violate the rules once. Where are the elders of the Six Desires sect? Yuanzong opened his eyes and said solemnly. We are here. The three life immortal realm cultivators replied with a clear voice. As the sect master, you allowed outsiders to enter the Immortal King Hall. What is your punishment? You have to suffer 500 strikes of the lightning whip. The three of them sighed. Carry out the punishment. Don't let the other disciples know about this. Yuanzong sighed and closed his eyes. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As for the three life immortal realm cultivators, they each took out a lightning whip. They gritted their teeth and lashed Yuanzong's body. Even though he was the sect master, the rules of the sect could not be abolished. The layout of the forbidden area was also a big circle covering a small circle, which was very similar to the cave world. There were some pavilions in the outer area. Most of them were pill concoction rooms and equipment refinement rooms. In the inner area, there was a huge silver palace. There was a plaque above the palace with 3 words written on it. Immortal King Hall. This hall was left behind by Six Desires' Immortal King. It was the place where he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. Ever since his death, the sect masters of the past generations would go into seclusion here to heal their injuries. The Immortal King Hall was very magnificent. The tiles on the walls were shining with starlight and star power was flowing. Along the way to the front of the Immortal King Hall, the natal black star in Ming Fan's body began to tremble slightly. That trembling was due to excitement. Inside this hall, there was a supreme treasure that could increase star power. Star Cold Jade, Ming Fan sighed and stepped into the Immortal King Hall. He was very clear about gratitude and grudges. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Even though he knew that the Star Cold Jade in the Immortal King Hall could help to increase his star power and cultivation base, he did not plan to take away the Cold Jade bed. Yuan Zong was kind enough to lend him the Cold Jade bed to heal his injuries. If Ming Fan takes away the Cold Jade bed, his star power would improve tremendously, but his Dao heart would certainly suffer a great loss. As soon as he stepped into the Immortal King Hall, Ming Fan scanned the surroundings. There were no unnecessary decorations in the Immortal King Hall. Each of the four corners of the hall had an everlasting lantern. At the center of the hall, there was a huge cold jade bed which was 3 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width. It was emitting dense cold qi. On top of the cold jade bed, vast and snow-white star power was flowing gently. Any cultivator only needed to lie down on this bed and they would be able to heal themselves. This bed was refined from a whole piece of star cold jade. Such a huge piece of cold jade would probably be hard to find even for cultivators at the eternal ancient realm. Ming Fan estimated that if he devours all the star power in this cold jade bed, he would have at least 5,000 natal stars. 5,000 natal stars were not a small number. Ming Fan cultivated the cold star secret record which allowed him to devour the Yin Qi in the land of extreme Yin to condense his natal stars. On every cultivation planet, there would more or less be some regions which belonged to the land of extreme Yin. During the 8 years when Ming Fan and Ouyang Yuan were escaping from their pursuers and headed to the Slaughter Palace, they had once passed by a low-grade cultivation planet which had extremely dense Yin Qi. They hid on that planet for half a month. After spending half a month, he had absorbed all the Yin Qi in an entire low-grade cultivation planet, but he only managed to condense 1 natal star. Seeing how difficult it was to cultivate natal stars, he had no choice but to temporarily give up on cultivating the star technique. A single star cold jade bed could help Ming Fan condense 5,000 natal stars, which could save him more than 200 years of arduous cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuan Zong was his friend and not his enemy, Ming Fan would certainly snatch the cold jade bed to cultivate the star technique. What a pity, when I do things, I don't care about good or evil, merits or demerits. All I want is to have a clear conscience. If I am ungrateful today and snatch this bed away, I will definitely regret it in the future. With a sigh, Ming Fan turned around and sat on the star cold jade bed. He consumed a 9-revolution pill and activated the black star technique. Borrowing the star power of the star cold jade bed, he circulated his magic power step by step and began to heal his injuries. 2 types of starlight, one black and one white, intertwined with each other on Ming Fan's body. Indistinctly, there was a kind of natural Dao aura that was compatible with Ming Fan's Dao. The black starlight was the black star technique. For the sake of the black star technique, he had the thought of snatching the treasure away. The white starlight was the starlight of the jade bed. In order to repay his kindness, he gave up the thought of snatching the treasure away. The process of life and death was the process of the struggle between the Dao and the devil. The black and white starlight seemed to be the interpretation of Ming Fan's Dao. In the end, he abandoned the devil and guarded the Dao without losing his Dao heart. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Ming Fan had already consumed the second 9-revolution pill. His injuries had also recovered by 60%. Another month passed by and Ming Fan's injuries were finally fully healed. Ming Fan forcefully activated the heaven sealing technique to fix old monster Qianyan in place. The injuries he suffered from the backlash were extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the cold jade bed, Ming Fan would have to enter seclusion in the profound Yin world for a few years to fully recover. With the help of the cold jade bed, Ming Fan only spent 2 months in the outside world to fully recover. This speed was really shocking. While marveling at the powerful healing power of the cold jade bed, Ming Fan's eyes were filled with admiration but not greed. Sensing the black and white starlight that was revolving around his body, Ming Fan's eyes were filled with a kind of natural Dao charm. After a while, he raised his hand, trying to merge the 2 starlight into one. His palm seemed to be holding the great Dao. Under the influence of the great Dao, the two different types of star power actually showed signs of merging. Just by merging a trace of the black star technique, the healing power of the black star technique instantly increased by a few times. However, before the black and white starlight completely merged, Ning Fan suddenly felt a pain in his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The two types of starlight that had just shown signs of merging separated from each other and dispersed. I can't merge them, but this is an unexpected surprise. Ning Fan casually wiped off the blood stains at the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. Just now, he seemed to have almost created a starlight healing technique that was even more powerful than the black star technique, one black and one white, one evil and one evil. That was Ning Fan's own starlight technique. It was an star technique that was even more powerful than the black star technique. In the eyes of the world, the Heaven Emperor was an expert who had cultivated his star technique to the extreme. His black star technique was the best in the world and could be considered as the #1 star technique. However, Ning Fan understood that there was no such thing as the strongest or the #1 in the world forever. The black star technique was just temporarily unsurpassed. Perhaps one day, Ning Fan would be able to create an star technique that would surpass the black star technique. Unfortunately, the level of the black star technique was too high. Currently, Ning Fan's cultivation realm was far lower than the Heaven Emperor's in the past. If I want to create an star technique that is stronger than the black star technique, I will at least need to reach the immortal Emperor realm. Ning Fan muttered to himself. After clearing all the distracting thoughts, Ning Fan spent another day on the cold jade bed to heal all the injuries caused by the backlash of the star technique. When his injuries were fully healed, he stood up and was about to leave the bed. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at the cold jade bed with puzzlement. Sitting back on the cold jade bed, Ning Fan calmed his mind and closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. He did not heal his injuries nor did he do anything else. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a strange expression and he muttered to himself. Luckily, I did not let my greed take control of me and take away the power of the stars in this cold jade bed. I didn't expect this cold jade bed to have such a great use. If I destroy this bed because of my greed, I will certainly miss a great opportunity. Is this the opportunity left behind by 6 desires, immortal king? Cultivators who don't possess the bone of 6 desires would never know that such an opportunity is hidden under this bed. Before I entered the Immortal King Palace, my natal black star could not help but reveal its excitement. At that time, I just thought that the natal black star was excited because of the cold jade bed. So this is the truth. Senior 6 desires, you have really given this junior a great opportunity. Under the cold jade bed, there was an ancient grand formation hidden 1,000,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, underground. That grand formation was set up by 6 desires, immortal king himself using the power of desire. Cultivators who don't possess the bone of 6 desires would never be able to sense that there was actually a grand formation of desire hidden in this place. The formation eye of the grand formation was located in the crest of the 6 desires star. There were 2 conditions for the grand formation to be activated. Firstly, the person who activated the formation must possess the bone of 6 desires. Secondly, the cold jade bed was not destroyed. It was a grand formation that could absorb the power of the stars. It could directly absorb the power of all the cultivation planets in the entire 6 desires star region to help the person who activated the formation condense his natal star. Compared to the cold star secret record, this method of cultivating star techniques was much faster and more domineering. Since Ning Fan possessed the bone of 6 desires and he did not destroy the cold jade bed, it was enough for him to activate this grand formation. If he activates this formation, his star technique cultivation base would certainly skyrocket. I won't snatch the cold jade bed nor will I take it. However, I will activate this grand formation. Cultivators of the bone of desire are extremely rare. If I don't take this opportunity today, there won't be a second bone of desire cultivator who will enter the Immortal King Palace and take this opportunity. This opportunity will naturally be wasted. It's such a pity. Ning Fan was not a pretentious person. This formation was his opportunity. Cultivators who don't possess the bone of desire would not be able to obtain it. There was no need for him to give it to the cultivators of the 6 desires sect. If he doesn't take it, no one else would take it. Why should he waste such a precious treasure? Each of the bone of desire in his body emitted a faint fluorescent light. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed. His fingers danced in the air as he performed the formation hand seals to activate the grand formation. An invisible force of desire formation spread across the entire Six Desires star region in an instant, with the Six Desires star as the center. The 74,000 cultivation planets in the Six Desires star region were all enveloped by the formation force. However, no one noticed it. As the grand formation rotated for the sixth time, a wave of ancient desire chi force suddenly enveloped Ning Fan's body and spread across the entire Six Desires star region. This ancient desire chi force was not concealed at all. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire Six Desires star region raised their heads in disbelief. The expressions of each of the legendary old monsters changed greatly. One after another, they flew out of their cultivation planets and stared at the vast and empty starry sky in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect. The aura force of the fourth tribulation of eternity. An immortal king who has undergone the fourth tribulation of eternity has entered the Six Desires star region and spread his aura force across the entire star region. Why would such a supreme expert come to our Six Desires star region? Could it be that he's here to search for the cave world whose entrance had disappeared a few months ago? The expressions of the cultivators in the entire Six Desires star changed greatly. They stared at the starry sky in disbelief. They had also sensed the aura force of the fourth tribulation immortal king. Besides, they could feel that the immortal king seemed to be very close to them. He was just within the territory of the Six Desires star. Has a peerless immortal king sneaked into our Six Desires star? Where is that peerless immortal king now? Some of the cultivators asked in shock. How can you say that? Does a dignified immortal king still need to hide his identity and enter the Six Desires star? He's such an earth-shattering figure. He can come and go as he pleases. Why would he need to hide? The reason why we can't sense his presence is because our cultivation levels are too weak. It's not because that senior is hiding on purpose. At this moment, the entire Six Desires star region was in an uproar. At this moment, Yuanzong and the three law enforcement life immortals outside the forbidden area of the sect master of the Six Desires sect looked in the direction of the forbidden area in disbelief. They were the closest to the forbidden area, so only they could sense that the celestial king's aura had spread from the forbidden area to the entire Six Desires star field. Could it be that a peerless celestial king has snuck into our Six Desires sect's forbidden area, the Celestial King Palace? The expressions of the three law enforcement life immortals changed drastically. No, it's not. This aura is emitted by the founder of the Six Desires sect, the Six Desires Celestial King. Origin Zone calmed himself down and said solemnly. Sect leader. This was impossible. Didn't the first ancestor fall countless years ago? How can he still release such a powerful aura after his death? The three life immortals said in disbelief. You don't know. Before the progenitor perished, he had left behind a fortuitous opportunity on planet Six Desires. He had also left behind a final order. If someone in the future obtained this fortuitous opportunity, they would definitely trigger a phenomenon that would allow the last strand of aura he left on planet Six Desires to reappear in the galaxy. On that day, the descendants of the Six Desires sect would be able to worship this person as their master, and they would be able to make the Six Desires sect flourish in the eastern sky. This is the top secret of our sect. Only the past sect masters know about it. Yuanzong was silent. He remembered what the previous sect master had told him in earnest. When the Six Desires Celestial King died, he knew that there were no heroes among the younger generation, and he predicted that the Six Desires sect would eventually decline. Thus, he used up all of his life savings to leave behind a great opportunity for a fated person to obtain. He also told his descendants to rely on this fated person and make the Six Desires sect prosper. This desire formation could only be used once. This was a grand formation that Six Desires Celestial King had left behind after exhausting his life savings. From Six Desires Immortal King's point of view, those who could obtain fortuitous encounters were all cultivators of the bone of desire. If he was a bone desire cultivator, he would naturally have the ability to revitalize the Six Desires sect. Unknowingly, there was a great fortune left behind by Six Desires Immortal King, and the one who obtained this fortune was Ning Fan. Yuanzong looked in the direction of the forbidden area, his eyes struggling, as though he was making a decision. A long time later, his gaze turned resolute. He knew that the person who triggered the immortal King Qi was Ning Fan. Thus, he decided to obey the ancestral order and lead the entire Six Desires sect to serve Ning Fan as their master, not befriending him, but treating him as his master. The ancestral decree could not be defied. The immortal King Qi swept across the starry sky, turning into gigantic invisible palms that grabbed at each of the cultivation planets. Other than the Six Desires star, the star power of each of the cultivation planets was forcefully extracted. Their star power was severely depleted. The star power that was extracted continuously flowed into Ning Fan's body through the Desire Grand Formation that covered the entire star region. His natal stars were condensed at an astonishing speed. The star power of 74,000 cultivation planets allowed Ning Fan to condense 74,000 natal stars. The number of natal black stars was 83,000. Currently, the self-healing ability of the Black Star technique allowed him to instantly recover from his injuries even if he withstood a strike from a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. This formation is so strong. Ning Fan inspected his body. When he sensed the number of natal stars in his body, he was astonished. What kind of grand formation could allow him to condense 74,000 natal stars in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? He must get his hands on the diagram of this formation. This is a supreme grand formation, 1/2, to be continued. The desire formation beneath the Six Desires planet's crust was slowly disappearing. Although this formation was powerful, it could only be used once. Once it was used, it would disappear. Ning Fan scanned the formation with his spirit sense. Even with his current cultivation base in the Tao of formations, he actually could not see through the mysteries of the formation eye at all. It was not surprising. How could Ning Fan see through a grand formation that could instantly absorb the power of 74,000 cultivation stars? Seeing that the grand formation was disappearing bit by bit, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He took out a recording jade slip and engraved the full image of the grand formation into it. Since he could not understand the structure of the formation, he decided to imprint the layout of the formation and slowly study it. One day, Ning Fan would be able to see through the mysteries of this formation. Of course, it would be even better if Ning Fan could directly find the completed formation diagram in the Six Desires sect. As for the stellar cold jade bed, Ning Fan got off the bed and looked at the cold jade bed in front of him with a frown. There were two conditions to activate this formation. One was to have the Six Desires bone, and the second was to have the stellar chilling jade bed. If he obtains the formation diagram in the future and sets up a grand formation without such a huge stellar cold jade bed, it would be troublesome. He had to get his hands on this bed. There weren't many starry cold jade beds in the entire eastern sky. If one missed this bed, it would be hard to find a second one. Naturally, he could not snatch the bed. No matter what, he was indebted to Yuanzong. Even if he wanted this bed, he would have to go through the proper channels and barter for it. He still had 810 billion Tao crystals on him and a lot of heaven and earth treasures. It should be enough to buy this bed. If Yuanzong really refused to sell it to him, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he couldn't just rob him by force, right? In that case, he would not buy it. He would just borrow the bed. Once he obtained the formation diagram and enough materials to set up the formation, he would borrow this bed for a while and return it to the Six Desires sect when he was done. If it was just a temporary loan, Sky Origin sect wouldn't reject him if he paid enough. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan walked out of the forbidden area step by step. Just as he walked out of the forbidden area, he saw many people gathered outside the forbidden area. Yuanzong stood in front of everyone. Behind him were 3 law enforcers. Behind the 3 law enforcement life immortals stood another 200 void fragmentation realm experts. After the 200 void fragmentation realm cultivators, there were still 3,000 origin returning great void stage cultivators. The moment Ning Fan walked out of the forbidden area, Yuanzong's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly cupped his fists and half knelt on the ground, bowing to Ning Fan. Subordinate Yuanzong greets master. As Yuanzong bowed to Ning Fan, all the experts behind him knelt on the ground one after another and kowtowed to Ning Fan. All of them uttered the same sentence. Greetings, master. Master? Ning Fan was startled. He did not know when he had become the leader of the group of cultivators in the Six Desires sect and how he could make Yuanzong, who was a true immortal realm cultivator, kneel and bow to him. However, With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could vaguely guess that the abnormal behavior of Yuanzong and the others might be related to his action of activating the Six Desires Grand Formation. Senior, what do you mean by this? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Master, don't flatter me. How can I be worthy of being addressed as a senior? Yuanzong smiled bitterly. Forget it, all of you, get up. First, tell me, why did you call me master? Yes. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's order, the cultivators of the Origin sect and the Six Desires sect immediately rose to their feet respectfully. Each of them lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Fan in the eye. Yuanzong also lowered his head respectfully and told Ning Fan about the last order left behind by Six Desires Immortal King. His expression was extremely respectful, as if the Ning Fan in front of him was not a mortal profound realm cultivator but a senior at the eternal ancient realm. After hearing Yuanzong's words, Ning Fan's eyes flickered and he remained silent for a long time. Who would have thought that once he activated the formation left behind by Six Desires Immortal King, the Six Desires sect's cultivators would acknowledge him as their master? Ning Fan believed 70% of his words and held back 30% of it. He believed the words of the Origin sect. He believed that if he activated the formation, he would be worshipped by the cultivators of Six Desires sect as their master. However, he did not believe that all the cultivators of Six Desires sect would sincerely worship him as their master. After all, his cultivation was only at the peak of the human profound realm. He didn't have the strength to make the Duzhen faction willingly serve him as their master. What he didn't trust was the human heart. Seeing that Ning Fan's eyes were still filled with doubt, Yuanzong sighed and said, "Does master not believe in our sincerity?" Yes. Ning Fan answered straightforwardly. If an unfamiliar true immortal realm cultivator suddenly said that he wanted to submit to you, would you trust him without any reservation? Master, you can plant a mental seal on us. We will never resist. Yuanzong cupped his fists and said resolutely. He really wanted to lead the entire Six Desires sect to submit to Ning Fan and serve him as their master. They would live and die together with Ning Fan. He believed that the last words of their ancestor would not be wrong. If their ancestor ordered them to submit to him, they would willingly submit to him. Ning Fan fell into silence again, weighing the pros and cons. When he suddenly heard that all the cultivators of the Six Desires sect wanted to submit to him, he had to carefully weigh the pros and cons. If he agreed to the request of the Six Desires sect, he could plant a mental seal on them and obtain a true immortal realm subordinate for free. Other than Yuanzong, there was no one else in the entire Six Desires sect who could enter Ning Fan's eyes. To the current Ning Fan, having an early Duzhen realm subordinate was still a great benefit. Moreover, if the Six Desires sect submitted to him, he could legitimately take away the star-cold jade bed, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, if he agrees to the request of the Six Desires sect, he would also bring some trouble to himself. If he really agrees to the request of the Six Desires sect, he would treat them as his own people. He would also do his best to deal with the troubles that the Six Desires sect was facing now. According to what Ning Fan knew, the Six Desires sect was still in charge of the Six Desires star region in name. However, in reality, the territory that truly belonged to them was less than 1/10 of the entire star region. Other than the Six Desires sect, there were 3 other major forces in the Six Desires star region. Each of them had Duzhen as their leader. The 3 major forces had always been on the same side. They shared both honor and disgrace. When they joined forces, they steadily suppressed the Six Desires sect and divided 90% of the territory of the star region. According to rumors, the Six Desires sect often had conflicts with the 3 true immortal realm forces. If Ning Fan becomes the master of the Six Desires sect, he would naturally need to stand up for the sect when the 3 major forces provoke him in the future. He was not a person who would take money without doing anything. As the master of another force, he must protect his subordinates. This was the most basic morality. After pondering for a long time, Ning Fan made a decision. The advantages of subduing the Six Desires sect outweigh the disadvantages. I can subdue them. Are all of you really willing to let me plant a mental restriction on you? Ning Fan had already changed the way he addressed them. His tone was also more dignified. Yes. Yuanzong and the other cultivators answered. Good. If that's the case, I will accept this Six Desires sect. From today onwards, I, Ning Fan, am the master of the Six Desires sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan suddenly spread out his spirit sense and scanned the sea of consciousness of Yuanzong and the others. Then, he planted a mental restriction on each of their sea of consciousness. None of them resisted. Instead, they just endured it silently. No one could blame Ning Fan for judging others with the heart of a vile person. He had always been a vile person first before being a gentleman. Yuanzong and the others did not show any dissatisfaction. The cultivation world was originally full of deceit and deception. If their master was a person who trusted others easily, they would be worried that they had recognized the wrong master. In fact, Ning Fan had underestimated his position in Yuanzong's heart. In Yuanzong's heart, Ning Fan would become an immortal venerate or even an immortal king one day. As for him, he was just a mediocre cultivator who was about to die at the early crossing truth realm. He did not feel ashamed to serve Ning Fan as his master. He firmly believed that Ning Fan would one day become one of the supreme beings in the Eastern Heaven. Perhaps, there would be people who would laugh at his behavior of serving Fate Immortals as his master with the cultivation base of a true immortal realm cultivator. But he firmly believed that there would be a day when others would admire his foresight and wisdom. Since Yuanzong was not dissatisfied, the others were even less dissatisfied. The three Fate Immortals were only at the early and mid-human profound realm. Thus, they did not feel any pressure to serve Ning Fan as their master. As for the other Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators and Origin Returning Great Void Realm cultivators, they did not feel any dissatisfaction at all. Ning Fan did not plant a mental restriction on all of the 100,000 disciples. It was unnecessary. All the higher-ups of the sect had been planted with a mental restriction. All of them were under Ning Fan's control. The remaining disciples were not worth mentioning. It was only after he planted the mental restriction that Ning Fan truly felt like he had the entire Six Desires sect under his control. That feeling was not bad at all. When Ning Fan looked at Yuanzong again, his eyes were filled with friendliness. He patted his storage pouch and took out a 9,000 years old immortal peach and gave it to Yuanzong. This is for you. If you consume it, it can delay the great heavenly tribulation for 9,000 years. Ning Fan had long noticed that Yuanzong's great heavenly tribulation was approaching and he was destined to die. The reason why he did not give Yuanzong the 9,000 years old immortal peach was because even though he admired Yuanzong, it was impossible for him to give such a precious item to an outsider easily. He was not that kind of person. Today, he was willing to give Yuanzong this item. After all, Yuanzong was already one of his people. Ning Fan was never stingy towards his own people. This is a 9,000 years old immortal peach. This item can delay the great heavenly tribulation of the eternal ancient realm for 9,000 years. A 3,000 years old immortal peach could be eaten by life immortals, but it was useless for true immortals. A 6,000 years old immortal peach could be eaten by life immortals and true immortals, but it was useless for eternal immortals. A 9,000 years old immortal peach could be eaten by second step immortal cultivators. Each of the three types of immortal peaches had a special characteristic. There would not be any problem when eating the first immortal peach of the same grade. When eating the second immortal peach, the effect would be halved. When eating the third immortal peach, the effect would be halved again. The 3,000 years old immortal peach was no longer effective for Yuanzong. A 6,000 years old immortal peach was worth 5 billion Dao crystals each. He had already eaten 7 of them. The effect of the 8th one was almost negligible. Thus, he did not plan to waste his money. A 9,000 years old immortal peach was a priceless treasure. It was rarely sold in the market. Occasionally, it would be sold for hundreds of billions of Dao crystals. Yuanzong's cultivation base was too weak. He was not qualified to buy a 9,000 years old immortal peach and he could not afford it at all. Today, Ning Fan actually bestowed such a precious item to him without any hesitation. How could he not be grateful to him? Even though he was indifferent to life and death, it did not mean that he did not want to continue living. After eating this immortal peach, his heavenly tribulations could be delayed by 9,000 years. With these 9,000 years, he would have a great chance of surviving the next great heavenly tribulation. Even if he could not survive the next great heavenly tribulation in the end, he could still live for another 9,000 years. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Yuanzong kept the 9,000 years old immortal peach with trembling hands. Then, he cupped his fists at Ning Fan and bowed solemnly. At this moment, he was even more convinced that he did not choose the wrong master. This master treats his subordinates very well. It will not be wrong to follow him. Ning Fan simply nodded his head in response to Yuanzong's words of gratitude. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't spread the fact that I've become the master of 6 desires." Yes. This subordinate will issue a gag order right now. Yuanzong was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood Ning Fan's intention and gave a stern order to the group of cultivators behind him. The low-grade disciples outside did not know that Ning Fan had already become the master of the 6 desires. As for the higher-ups of the 6 desires sect, they had been planted with mental seals by Ning Fan. Naturally, they would follow Ning Fan wholeheartedly and would not reveal any of his secrets. Not long after, Yuanzong finished giving the order to keep quiet. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He dismissed everyone except Yuanzong and said indifferently, "I want to take away the stellar cold jade bed. Master is the master of 6 desires. This item naturally belongs to Master." Sky Origin replied respectfully. "Do you know that there is a grand formation set up on the 6 desire star?" Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to ask. "Great formation?" This subordinate does not know what kind of grand formation is set up on 6 desire star. "Do you need me to go and investigate?" "There's no need. Have you seen this formation before?" Ning Fan took out the recording jade slip of the 6 desires grand formation and passed it to Yuanzong. Yuanzong took the jade scroll and looked at the formation. He was shocked at the level of the formation and shook his head. This subordinate doesn't recognize this formation? Where are most of the sex array diagrams? Replying to Master, the sex array diagrams are all stored in the scripture pavilion. Is that so? Bring me to the scripture pavilion. Yes. Yuanzong personally led the way and brought Ning Fan to the scripture depository of the 6 desires sect. Along the way, many low-level disciples were shocked. The scripture pavilion was an important place in the 6 desires sect. In the past, only the sect master had the right to enter. Ning Fan was not a member of the 6 desires sect, nor was he the sect master of the sect. However, he was able to enter the scripture depository. It really surprised them. What surprised them even more was the humble and respectful expression on the sect master's face. Previously, Yuanzong had also personally led the way for Ning Fan to enter the 6 desires sect. At that time, he treated Ning Fan in a friendly and courteous manner, but he was never humble. At this moment, Yuanzong's attitude towards Ning Fan was like how a subordinate would treat his master. Each of the disciples of the 6 desires sect was astonished. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of cultivation base Ning Fan had and what kind of background did he have to make their true immortal sect show a humble attitude towards him. Ning Fan stayed in the scripture depository for 3 days. 3 days later, he walked out of the scripture depository. His eyes were filled with disappointment. There was no formation diagram of the 6 desires grand formation in the 6 desires sect. If that was the case, he could only rely on himself to comprehend it from the remnant images in order to obtain the complete formation diagram. Yuanzong passed the formation disk of the sect master's forbidden area to Ning Fan. Then, he temporarily left the 6 desires planet to complete the mission that Ning Fan gave him. Ning Fan gave him a mission. He asked him to use 800 billion Dao crystals to buy spiritual herbs that were 1 million years old in the entire 6 desires star region. He would buy as many as he could. The purpose of buying million-years-old spiritual herbs was naturally to cultivate the 3 flowers at once prominence. Ning Fan did not spend the 6 desire sect's money to buy the herbs. How should he put it? The 6 desire sect was too poor. They only had less than 50 billion Dao crystals. To Ning Fan, it was too little. This amount of Dao crystals was definitely not enough for all the cultivators in the sect to cultivate. The 6 desire sect was getting weaker and weaker with each generation. Other than the star-cold jade bed and Yuanzong, who was a cheap fighter, Ning Fan did not fancy anything else. The Six Desire sect did not worship the golden body of their ancestor, nor did they have any incense inheritance. At first, Ningfan wanted to borrow the incense power left by the Six Desires' immortal king, but he was disappointed. Occasionally, the sect master of the Six Desires sect would have some incense power left by them. However, the amount of incense power left by them was too little. It was not even 1/10,000th of the incense power of the Yao clan. The descendants of the Six Desires sect were getting weaker and weaker with each generation. They did not have any outstanding talents. Naturally, there were not many people who respected them, and it was hard for them to collect the incense power. Unlike the ancestor of the Yao clan who entered an immortal emperor with his empty cultivation base, his name shook the eastern heaven. Countless people respected him and worshipped him. During the time when Yuanzong went out to buy the herbs, Ningfan returned to the immortal king palace and kept the star-cold jade bed into the profounding world. With a sway of his body, he also entered the profounding world to cultivate. Since Xianxia had already left, the matters of the Six Desires sect had come to an end for the time being. It was time for him to properly organize the many spoils of war that he had obtained in the immortal cave world. The 4/5 Nirvana immortal swords of old ancestor Wei Chen possessed boundless power. However, Ningfan did not attach much importance to them. He kept them into his sword pouch and gave them to the 5 little sword spirits to comprehend. To the 5 little sword spirits, the power of these 4 immortal swords was unfathomable. If they carefully comprehend the sword intent within the swords, their cultivation bases would improve significantly. These 5 little girls were not simple. They could see the huge blood-red sword in the 7th floor of the blood prison. If they are nurtured well, they might come in handy in the future. After obtaining 4/5 Nirvana immortal swords for free, the 5 little girls were naturally overjoyed. They flattered Ningfan for a long time in a sweet voice. Then, the 5 monkeys and 4 peaches fought each other for the 4 immortal swords. In the end, Jingjing, Momo, Shui, and Huahua each managed to snatch an immortal sword to comprehend. The little stutterer Tong Tong was too slow. She did not manage to snatch the sword and started crying non-stop. Ningfan had just finished testing the power of the separate and gather sword. Seeing the little girl crying pitifully, he simply put the separate and gather sword into the sword pouch and gave it to the little stutterer to play with. The immortal treasures of true immortals were all acquired immortal treasures, and were divided into 12 nirvanic levels. The first nirvanic level was the lowest, and was usually used by early truth-crossing stage cultivators. The 12th nirvanic level was the highest, and was usually used by peak thought-shattering cultivators. The 4-minute swords were 5th nirvana immortal swords, and they were void-shedding elementary magic treasures. Naturally, they weren't as powerful as the gather separation sword. Tong Tong obtained the best sword and smiled through her tears. The other 4 girls came over enviously to fawn over Tong Tong, wanting to share this peerless sword with her. Ningfan found it funny to see the 5 little girls playing around in the sword pouch. He had tried the separate and gather sword. This sword was very strong, very strong. It had almost reached the innate realm. Not even peak thought demolishers could unleash the full power of the sword. That day, eccentric Thousand Eyes, who was at the peak of the thought shatterer realm, had used this sword to unleash a slash. In the blink of an eye, his health bar had been drained, and he had almost died from the backlash. This sword wasn't something that the current Ningfans could use. If he had to use it, he would only be able to unleash 1/1000th of the sword's power even if he exhausted most of his blood essence. Ningfan had also tried the power of the blue burning fan. He could only unleash 1/1000th of the treasure's power after exhausting all of his magic power. 1/1000th of the treasure's power was roughly equivalent to the power of the heaven-holding seal. However, the amount of magic power consumed was twice of that of the heaven-holding seal. In terms of power, it was obviously more cost-effective to use the heaven-holding seal in battle. However, the flame that the blue burning fan fanned was corpse fire. Corpse fire was extremely poisonous. From this point of view, the blue burning fan still had many magical uses. After testing the power of the blue burning fan, Ningfan took out the desire-easing pearl. Holding the pearl in his hand, Ningfan's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. He did not care about the ability of this treasure to restrain desire. He had the bone of desire in his body. The desire-easing pearl was purely unnecessary. Since this treasure was useless to him, it was better to devour it, the desire-easing pearl was refined by 6 desires immortal king with a single glance. If he refines it, he would surely gain a lot of benefits. Refine. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in the profounding world, holding the desire-easing pearl in his hand. He circulated his magic power and began to refine the power of desire contained in the pearl bit by bit. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days, 1 month had passed. The power of desire contained in the bone of desire in Ning Fan's body had nearly doubled. As for his eyes, they were currently glowing with golden light. 2 halves, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. Withdrawing the golden light from his eyes, Ning Fan looked at the desire-severing pearl that had already turned into ashes and smiled with satisfaction. I can't believe that just refining the eye of the 6 desires could actually raise the level of my eyes to the acquired eye. The Dharma eye was a great ability that was divided into 2 levels, acquired and innate. Normally, even true immortals would rarely cultivate the acquired Dharma eye. As for the innate Dharma eye, it was rare for even eternal ancient realm cultivators to cultivate it. Ning Fan's left eye could display the Fu Li eye technique's illusory and see-through abilities, while his right eye could display the Devil Luo eye to secretly learn other people's body techniques and devil martial arts. The power of these 2 eye techniques would greatly increase along with the completion of the acquired eye. The stronger one's eyesight, the more powerful the eye technique would be. After cultivating the acquired eye, Ning Fan's strength would naturally increase tremendously. Moreover, after attaining the acquired Dharma eye, he could begin to cultivate another secret technique. Chaotic World Glow Technique. Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation cultivation method had already reached the 2nd level of the 4th level. After refining the eye of the 6 desires, the power of his desire had greatly increased. His cultivation method advanced once again to the 3rd level of the 4th level. After attaining the 4th level, Ning Fan could cultivate another ability other than the yin plucking finger and the yin imprisoning rope. This ability was called Chaotic World Glow. Once the light swept across, none of the women would be able to escape. Those who could not defend against the light would be sucked into it. There were several prerequisites to cultivate this ability. Firstly, the cultivator must cultivate the acquired eye. Secondly, the cultivator must refine a strong power of desire. Thirdly, the cultivator must have a strong demon blood. Fourthly, the cultivator must use the power of desire and demon blood to refine his eyes and cultivate the yin-yang demon eyes. The yin-yang demon eyes could produce the chaotic world glow. The specific color of the chaotic world glow was related to the type of demon blood of the cultivator. Ning Fan possessed the bone of the 6 desires. His power of desire was strong enough. He possessed the ancestral blood of the Fu Li tribe, and his demon blood was also strong enough. Now that he had cultivated the acquired eye, he already had the qualifications to cultivate the yin-yang demon eyes. If he could cultivate the yin-yang demon eyes, he could produce the chaotic world glow and sweep all the female cultivators away. With a thought, Ning Fan's eyes glowed with golden light again. Then, he transferred the power of desire to his eyes to refine them. The pain of the refinement was like being burned by fire, but Ning Fan remained unmoved. After a month, the golden eye had been tempered by the power of desire, and it had become sharper and sharper. The light in the golden eye had gradually changed. The golden in his left eye was brighter, while the golden in his right eye was darker. After withdrawing the power of desire, Ning Fan summoned the Fu Li demon blood and used it to wash his eyes. This time, Ning Fan had gone through 3 months of pain. The light in his eyes was completely different from before. The light in his left eye had turned from bright gold to purple. The light in his right eye had already turned from dark gold to black. 1 purple and 1 black, 1 yang and 1 yin. At this point, Ning Fan's yin-yang demon eyes could be considered as having achieved the initial stage of cultivation. Traces of dark purple light flowed in Ning Fan's eyes. Ning Fan sat down with his legs crossed and cultivated diligently. The amount of multicolored light increased and the magic technique gradually took shape. Another 3 months passed and Ning Fan had completely mastered the chaotic world glow. With a thought, the yin-yang demon eyes appeared, and a purple and black light would be emitted from his eyes. He withdrew his thoughts, and the yin-yang demon eyes dispersed. The light in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to normal. In just 7 months, Ning Fan had successfully mastered the chaotic world glow. If ancient chaos were to be reborn and see this scene, he would certainly be impressed. At this moment, Ningfan suddenly stood up. With a thought, the yin-yang demon eyes appeared. As he waved his hand, the dark purple light swept across the vast sky. It carried an extremely powerful yin-subduing power, according to Ningfan's estimation. With his current cultivation base, even an ordinary female cultivator would not be able to withstand this technique after displaying the chaotic world glow's great ability. This multicolored light is mainly purple while the black light is supplementary. It should be called the chaotic world glow. After withdrawing the multicolored light and dispersing the yin-yang demon eyes, Ningfan sat down on the ground again and meditated for a long time. Inwardly, he was thinking that if he could cultivate the innate Dharma eye, the power of the chaotic world glow would probably increase greatly. After meditating for a few days, Ningfan took out a fiery red wine gourd. It was the item that belonged to the old ancestor of the Jun family. This gourd was a sixth nirvana-acquired heavenly treasure. However, it did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. It was a supreme treasure for brewing wine. Using this treasure to brew spiritual wine would speed up the brewing process of the spiritual wine. Moreover, when the spiritual wine is placed in the gourd, the energy contained in the spiritual wine would increase bit by bit as time passes. The old ancestor of the Jun family loved wine as much as his life. He had carried this wine gourd with him for millions of years. The amount of spiritual wine contained in it was like a vast ocean. The spiritual wine was very mellow and the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. According to Ningfan's estimation, if he drinks the entire ocean of wine, it would certainly not be a problem for him to break through to the early ghost profound realm. This wine is really good. Ningfan suddenly stood up, pulled out the stopper of the gourd and gulped down the spiritual wine. While drinking, he frantically refined the energy within the wine. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, January, February, March, a whole year had passed. Ningfan finally drank the entire ocean of wine and kept the wine gourd. Without the spiritual wine, this wine gourd would be useless. Ningfan did not have the leisure to spend millions of years brewing spiritual wine. At this moment, Ningfan's face was flushed, but his steps were steady and his eyes were still clear. After drinking the entire ocean of wine, he was still not drunk. If he didn't want to get drunk, what kind of wine could make him drunk? Ningfan sat cross-legged on the ground. Energy accumulated in his dantian and turned into warm currents that flowed into his primordial spirit. Ningfan's magic power had at least doubled compared to 1 year ago. He closed his eyes and sat there for a whole month. During this month, the Tao of life and death on his body were constantly changing. Born as a human and dead as a ghost. This was looking at life and death from the perspective of a human. When a human thinks that he is alive, he would naturally think that a ghost is dead. However, from the perspective of a ghost, perhaps believing that one is alive and being reincarnated as a human is dead. Ningfan gradually understood more and more. He knew that the profound realm required an immortal cultivator to recognize the true meaning of life and death in order to achieve a breakthrough. Humans were not alive and ghosts were not dead. Life and death were two opposite concepts. Life referred to the beginning while death referred to the end. The starting point of a human and a ghost were different. Hence, their life and death were also different. Immortals were immortal. There was a beginning but there was no end. Therefore, they would never have a good ending. If an immortal died, it meant eternal death and this life would end forever. In the illusion of his mind, Ningfan was standing on the Heart Lake, looking at his reflection in the lake. He was looking at his reflection and the reflection was also looking at him. One was real and one was real, one was fake and one was alive, or perhaps, there was no such thing as real and fake in this world. There was no such thing as life and death. Who is whose reflection? Who is alive and who is dead? You think that you are alive but it is very possible that you are just a dead person. The place where you live is just the netherworld in the eyes of the living, the me at this moment. Am I alive or dead? Am I a human or a ghost? At this moment, Ningfan couldn't see through his own life and death. It was as if he couldn't see the relationship between dream and reality. Is reality really reality? Dream, is it really just a dream? Perhaps the reality you see is just a dream within a dream of you. Everyone in the world thinks that they are alive and that dreams are illusions. But is the view of the world really correct? What is life and what is death? Between humans and ghosts, who is alive and who is dead, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and the illusion in his mind disappeared. His gaze was unprecedentedly dazed, as if he was immersed in the great path. His actions were seeking the Tao, he was coveting the truth of the Tao. Gradually, Ning Fan's eyes regained their clarity and became even more resolute than before. He vaguely understood something. The first ring of the heavenly Tao was the ring of life and death. Nominally, this ring was for cultivators to pursue immortality, but in reality, it was for cultivators to understand that immortality was just an illusion. A life immortal who couldn't even tell whether he was alive or dead, what right did he have to think that he was immortal? Therefore, cultivators must continue to search for the truth of Tao and the truth of Tao. The second ring of the heavenly Tao was the ring of true illusions. Only those who had seen through the truth of the Tao could enter the third step of cultivation. At this moment, Ning Fan could vaguely see the path to break through to the third step by thinking about the life and death of a human and a ghost. Third step cultivators had a special title, a saint. Sage meant that one's cultivation had reached the celestial sage level. Man referred to obtaining true life, because only by truly living could one be called a man. Ascend the mountain to be an immortal, descend the mountain to be a human. This simple sentence, however, explained all the key points of cultivating to the sage realm. From the second to the third step of cultivation, one must turn all illusions into reality. Otherwise, one would not be able to become a sage. Ning Fan had already vaguely realized that his current state could only be considered as a false life. His life, death, and fate were all controlled by samsara and he could not extricate himself from it. The second ring of the heavenly Tao was like a calm lake. He sank into the lake water of the second ring like a fleeting reflection. He must jump out of the second ring of the heavenly Tao and get rid of his identity as a reflection. Only then could he truly live. He must jump out of this samsara to cultivate to the third step. At that time, his life and death would no longer be under the control of the samsara. At that time, only he could decide whether he would be a man or a ghost. Ning Fan's eyes became more and more resolute. He was no longer confused. He no longer doubted whether he was real or not, whether he was dead or alive, or whether he was just a shadow created by someone else's magic technique. That was not important, no matter whether he was a man or a ghost, real or fake, or whether he was just an illusion, he would continue to walk on this path of cultivation. At least, his obsession was real. His Tao was real. The warmth in his heart was real. That was enough. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly understood something. He understood what immortal sovereign Zido had said during his tribulation of life and death. When he asked immortal sovereign Zido if he was dead or alive, immortal sovereign Zido only gave him an ambiguous answer. Now, he vaguely understood immortal sovereign Zido's feelings when he said those words. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. His aura force suddenly rose. Whether I'm a man or a ghost, even if I'm just a wandering ghost, even if I'm just a shadow created by someone else's magic technique, even if I've never existed before, so what? So what if I'm alive or dead? No matter if I'm alive or dead, I will do what I have to do. As long as my Tao is not destroyed, my heart will never die and my body will never die. Profound ghost realm, break. Ning Fan shouted coldly. The bottleneck of the early ghost realm was forcefully broken by him without any surprise. At this moment, Ning Fan's aura force soared. He had officially broken through to the early ghost realm. At this moment, the strength of Ning Fan's magic power was comparable to that of a late ghost realm expert. At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood why after a second step cultivator dies, as long as their Tao has yet to vanish, they would have the chance to be reborn using the hands of a third step cultivator and return to their original state. The second step of longevity and eternal death were all just illusions, only the Tao was real. The second step of Tao cultivation was as long as the Tao exists, I exist. Ning Fan also vaguely understood that the third step of Tao cultivation should be the realm of as long as the Tao exists. In the end, cultivators would have to rise above the cycle of samsara and the great Tao step by step. From the receiver of samsara to the controller of samsara step by step. In Ning Fan's mind, he once again recalled the words of Golden Cicada during the tribulation of life and death. All forms are illusions. If you see all forms that are not real, you will see the Tathagata. He had already understood this sentence. Even though I have already become an immortal now, everything I see and hear are all illusions. I can't even tell whether I'm real or not. If I can turn all the illusions before me into reality one day, I will be qualified to become a sage and step into the third step realm. The life and death tribulation really is a great opportunity. It actually hides the path to the third step. Whether it was Golden Cicada's words or Immortal Emperor Zido's teachings, they were all guiding me to cultivate to the third step. Unfortunately, the life and death tribulation is an ancient tribulation. When ancient cultivators became immortals, they probably had to pass the life and death tribulation. Now, when cultivators become immortals, they don't have to go through this tribulation. There's no guidance to the third step. I wonder if this is the reason why no one in the 4 heavens and 9 realms has reached the third step. As for me, I've seen the path to the third step. I wonder if I'll have the chance to step into that legendary realm. Ning Fan adjusted his breathing for a month and completely stabilized his cultivation base. He also put away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Although he saw the path to the third step, he still needed to bitterly cultivate and temper himself. Only then would he have a chance to enter the third step. After his cultivation base completely stabilized, he took out the ancient devil corpse that Yao Qingyun gave him and began to study it carefully. The essence of the ancient devil corpse's flesh and blood had long since been exhausted, so it didn't seem to have any use on the surface. However, after obtaining the cloaked corpse puppet, Ning Fan suddenly realized that the ancient devil corpse in front of him was extremely similar to the cloaked corpse puppet. That mid-thought fragmentation realm cloaked corpse puppet also had withered flesh and blood. From its appearance, ordinary people would only treat it as a useless corpse. No one would treat it as a puppet. 6 Desires Immortal King's puppet refinement technique was very different from ordinary puppet refinement techniques. His puppet looked like a useless corpse when it was placed there without being activated. It could only be controlled by using the puppet strings. Suddenly, Ning Fan thought of a possibility. Could it be that this ancient devil corpse isn't useless but has already been refined into a desire puppet by 6 Desires Immortal King? If that's the case, can I control this puppet with the puppet strings after I learn the 6 Desires puppet art? Thinking of this possibility, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. With his current cultivation base, even if he successfully cultivates the 6 Desires puppet art, he would still not be able to control that mid-thought fragmentation realm puppet for the time being. Without the cultivation base of Shedding Void, one could forget about controlling that puppet. Today, however, it was highly possible that Ning Fan had picked up an ancient devil puppet that was comparable to an early Shedding Void cultivator. If this ancient devil corpse was really a puppet, with Ning Fan's magic power that was comparable to a late Ghost Profound Realm cultivator, he would be able to control it in battle after mastering the 6 Desires puppet art. This meant that Ning Fan would have an early Shedding Void cultivator as his henchman. Moreover, it would be the kind that would obey his every order and would never betray him. What kind of betrayal could a corpse have? Thus, Ning Fan began to carefully inspect the ancient devil corpse to confirm whether it had been refined into a puppet or not. If it wasn't, Ning Fan would not have the ability to refine this ancient devil corpse into a desire puppet with his current cultivation base. Besides, he did not have that much time and money to waste. According to the records of the 6 Desires puppet art, it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to refine an early Shedding Void puppet. Besides, the amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures consumed would also be an astronomical figure if they were converted into Tao crystals. If this ancient devil corpse was not a finished product, Ning Fan would not have spent so much effort on it and would not have spent so much effort to refine it into a desire puppet. After a round of inspection, Ning Fan's frown gradually loosened and he revealed a satisfied smile. There were still some broken puppet lines of desire intent remaining in this ancient devil corpse. It was indeed a finished desire puppet. If Ning Fan successfully cultivates the 6 Desires puppet art and condenses the puppet lines, he would be able to control this puppet to attack his enemies with his current cultivation base. At that time, he would have a Shedding Void cultivator by his side. Looks like it's necessary for me to cultivate the 6 Desires puppet art properly. Other than the broken puppet lines in the ancient devil corpse, Ning Fan also found a broken devil talisman. Judging from the grade of the devil talisman, this ancient devil was not a supreme expert of the ancient devil clan. It was at most a mid-grade devil. The grade of the devil talisman of this ancient devil was far inferior to Ning Fan's Mo Luo ancestral talisman. Ning Fan waved his palm and summoned the Mo Luo ancestral talisman to repair the broken devil talisman in the ancient devil corpse. After repairing it, this ancient devil corpse could be considered to have a broken talisman. Its power was far from the complete devil talisman in the past, but it was still better than nothing. As for Ning Fan, he used the power of the ancestral talisman to obtain a lot of useful information from the broken talisman. For example, he obtained an ancient devil martial art of the Duzhen grade which was called the Formless Heavenly Devil Imprint. Another example was the cultivation method of the second step of the ancient devil realm and the division of cultivation realms. My current ancient devil cultivation base has already reached the peak of the revered devil realm. The next cultivation realm is the Xichen realm. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. 1/2, to be continued. The second step of the ancient devil realm was divided into 3 major realms, the 8 realms of Xichen, the 12 realms of heavenly devil and the 9 realms of ancestral reversion. Ancient devils specialized in body cultivation and devil martial arts. They refined their essence into qi and had an invincible physical body. Xichen could fight against life immortal realm experts. Heavenly devils could fight against true immortal realm experts while ancestral reversion ancient devils could fight against eternal ancient realm experts. There were 8 minor realms in the Xichen realm, which corresponded to the 8 heavenly layers of the profound mortal realm and the 8 heavenly layers of the immortal body refinement realm. An ancient devil at the first heavenly layer of the Xichen realm could defeat early profound mortal realm experts with just his physical body, while an ancient devil at the 8th heavenly layer of the Xichen realm could be invincible against life immortal realm experts with just his physical body. Currently, Ning Fan had a large amount of corpse qi sealed in his body. If he could refine this corpse qi using the corpse Dao cultivation method, his body refinement cultivation base would certainly improve tremendously. His ancient devil cultivation base would also improve tremendously. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan decided to refine the corpse qi in his body and practice the 6 desires puppet art to control the ancient devil corpse as his puppet. Ning Fan had completely given up on the corpse devil record and changed to an 8 stars corpse Dao cultivation method, heavenly corpse transformation. Ning Fan tried to break the seal on one of the corpse qi in his body and refined it using the circulation route of the heavenly corpse transformation. 10 days later, the first corpse qi was completely refined by Ning Fan. His heavenly corpse transformation cultivation method had reached the 5th level of the 2nd level. His ancient devil cultivation base naturally broke through the peak revered devil realm and advanced to the 2nd step. At this moment, the devil tribulation that descended from the heavens was shattered by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. At this moment, Ning Fan was already an ancient devil at the 1st heavenly layer of the Xichen realm. With just the strength of his physical body, he could easily defeat early profound mortal realm experts. After his ancient devil cultivation base advanced to the 2nd step, he continued to refine the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th corpse qi. This time, it took him 3 years to refine the corpse qi. After refining 12 corpse qi, his cultivation base advanced to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Xichen realm. After refining 36 corpse qi, his cultivation base advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Xichen realm. When he refined over 100 corpse qi, his cultivation base advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Xichen realm. The 4th heaven of trickling dawn corresponded to the 4th severance of the celestial physique in the body cultivation tier, and corresponded to the peak stage of the mortal profound tier in the magic power tier. With the strength of his physical body, Chen Fan could easily kill a peak profound mortal realm experts with just by raising of his palm. He had also successfully cultivated the heavenly corpse transformation to the 1st realm of the 4th layer. 3 years later, Ning Fan began to cultivate the 6 desires puppet art. 1 year later, Ning Fan's puppet technique reached the small success stage and he could already form the puppet lines of desire. After another 1 year and 6 months, Ning Fan successfully planted the puppet thread into the body of the ancient devil puppet. The moment Ning Fan's finger touched the puppet thread, the eyes of the ancient devil corpse which was originally dead silent suddenly flashed with ferocious light. Its aura force which was comparable to the early shedding void realm spread out to the sky. This ancient fiend was a 5th firmament sky fiend, and he could fight an early stage sky split void cultivator with just his physical strength. After staying in the profoundine world for a few years, Ning Fan reckoned that Yuanzong should have already bought enough 1 million years old spiritual herbs and returned to the 6 desires sect. After keeping the ancient devil puppet into the puppet pouch hanging on his waist, Ning Fan was about to leave the profoundine world. All of a sudden, the voice transmission jade token in his storage pouch rang. Ning Fan took out the sound transmission jade token. As soon as he heard the message from the jade token, his eyes immediately turned grim. This voice transmission came from Sky Origin Sect. The content of the message made Ning Fan's eyes flash with cold light. 3 early crossing realm experts and 2 intermediate crossing realm experts. How dare you bully my 6 desire sect with such a small number of people? You are simply courting death. In the outside world. It had been 7 years since Ning Fan entered the profounding world. 1 year ago, Yuanzong had already returned to the 6 Desire sect and spent 800 billion Dao crystals to purchase a total of 500 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. Since spiritual herbs were scarce in the 6 Desire star region, he went to the other star regions and finally bought all of them. He had been waiting for 1 year in the 6 Desire sect. As soon as Ning Fan comes out of his seclusion and walks out of the forbidden area, he would offer all of his spiritual herbs to him. Unfortunately, after waiting for 1 year, a great calamity came first before Ning Fan came out of his seclusion. The 3 great crossing realm forces of the 6 Desire star region and 2 true immortal rogue cultivators from other star regions sealed the entire 6 Desire star region. Their goal was to force the 6 Desire sect to hand over all of their 1 million years old spiritual herbs. A million years old spiritual herb that was worth 800 billion Dao crystals was enough to tempt the 3 great crossing realm forces. When the 3 great forces received the news that Yuanzong had returned from another star region and brought back 1 million years old spiritual herbs that were worth 800 billion Dao crystals, they could no longer suppress their greed. The 3 great crossing realm forces were the Zhao clan, the Wang clan and the Jing clan. All of them were major forces whose names shook the eastern heaven. Each of the 3 great clans had an early crossing realm old ancestor. This time, the 3 great forces invited 2 true immortal experts to help them. Both of them were at the mid-crossing realm. The 5 true immortal experts acted together and sealed the entire 6 Desire star. Not a single cultivator of the 6 Desire star could escape and leave the planet. Yuanzong. Hand over all of your 1 million years old spiritual herbs. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining hands to annihilate the 6 Desire sect. An early crossing realm old man with a dark face stood in the starry sky and shouted in a deep voice. His voice echoed throughout the entire 6 Desire star region. He was the old ancestor of the Jing clan. He was a famous figure in the eastern heaven who had dominated the entire 6 Desire star region with his devil-controlling flag. Humph. Yuanzong. Don't be so ungrateful. We have already given you 1 year to consider. As long as you are willing to hand over all of your spiritual herbs obediently, we will let your 6 Desire sect go. However, 1 year has passed and you are still unwilling to hand over all of your spiritual herbs. Do you really think that you, a mere early crossing realm cultivator who is on the verge of death, is qualified to possess so many 1 million years old spiritual herbs? Humph, this old man thinks that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You want to force us to kill you? Another one-eyed old man coldly said. His voice carried the aura of an early crossing realm cultivator and swept across the entire 6 Desire star region. This person was the old ancestor of the Zhao clan. He had shaken the entire 6 Desire star region with his pair of Dao soldiers. Humph. Since there is no point in talking, let us attack together and directly annihilate the 6 Desire sect. Although the 6 Desire sect's protective array is quite powerful, it will not be able to withstand our joint attack. A middle-aged man wearing iron armor sneered. This person was the old ancestor of the Wang clan. He had shaken the entire 6 Desire star region with his powerful body refining technique. He had even cultivated the false devil talisman. A mere 6 Desire sect is not worth mentioning. Let it be annihilated. Once we annihilate the 6 Desire sect, we will slaughter this planet and use the souls of the cultivators of this planet to refine treasures. I believe that the power of our Dao soldiers will greatly increase. The 2 middle crossing realm old men sneered. These 2 people looked very similar. They were a pair of twin brothers. Their bodies were filled with densing qi and they were experts in ghostly joint attacks. They were known as the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could even fight an old monster at the late crossing realm. After the 5 true immortals threatened, they simultaneously released their aura. The earth-shattering aura turned into endless dark clouds that enveloped the entire Six Desires star. In an instant, the entire Six Desires star trembled. The earth quaked, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the rivers and seas flowed in reverse. On the Six Desires star, countless cultivators of the Xiao nation revealed terrified expressions. As cultivators of the Six Desires star, who didn't know that the Six Desires sect had already declined? The Six Desires sect was not a match for the Zhao clan, the Wang clan, and the Jing clan. Moreover, the three ancestors had invited the help of the two elders of the Heavenly Ghost. It would not be difficult for the five true immortals to annihilate the Six Desires sect. The reason why the five true immortals gave the Six Desires sect a year to consider and did not immediately attack was because they were afraid of the Six Desires sect's protective array. The protective array of the Six Desires sect was quite powerful. If they were to attack the Six Desires sect by force, even if the five true immortals joined forces, they would have to pay some price to break it. At first, the five true immortals wanted to subdue the Six Desires sect without a fight. They wanted to force Yuanzong to hand over all the spiritual herbs so that they could save some effort. However, they never thought that Yuanzong, who had always been tactful, would actually become so stubborn. He would rather fight against the five true immortals than to hand over the 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. 1 year had passed. The five true immortals had lost all their patience. They finally decided to massacre the Six Desires sect and snatch the 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. Sect Master, please consider the big picture and hand over the spiritual herbs. Protect us from the death of the Six Desires sect. 100,000 disciples knelt in the mountain gate and pleaded to the sect master's forbidden area. Outside the forbidden area, the 3,000 primordial restoration realm cultivators, 200 void fragmentation realm cultivators and 3 fate immortals of law enforcing immortal realm wore extremely ugly expressions. They understood that the reason why their sect master bought so many spiritual herbs was because of their master's order. These spiritual herbs belonged to their master. Without their master's order, it was impossible for Yuanzong to hand them over. Yuanzong held a green storage pouch that was filled with 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. He closed his eyes and remained silent. He had never thought that his carelessness in purchasing the spiritual herbs would actually lead to today's calamity. If these spiritual herbs belonged to Yuanzong, he would not be stingy no matter how valuable they were. It was not impossible for him to spend some money to get rid of the calamity. Unfortunately, these spiritual herbs belonged to his master, Ning Fan. As his subordinate, he could not use these spiritual herbs on his own. It was even more impossible for him to give his master's spiritual herbs to others. The old ancestors of the Zhao clan, Wang clan, and Jing clan have gone too far. The two elders of the Heavenly Ghost have also gone too far. If my master grows up one day, he will certainly avenge the humiliation that our Six Desires sect has suffered today. Sensing the tremors of the entire Six Desires star, Yuanzong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step into the sky. Through the sect protection grand formation of the Six Desires sect, Yuanzong looked at the scene of mountains and rivers shaking in the outside world. He looked at the 5 true immortal realm experts who stood proudly in the Six Desires star river. There was only coldness in his eyes. These 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs belong to my master. It's impossible for me to give them to you. If you continue to force me, I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. Yuanzong said coldly. What? These spiritual herbs belong to your master? Yuanzong, do you think you can deceive us by telling such a lie? As soon as they heard Yuanzong's words, the expressions of the 5 old monsters changed drastically. On the entire Six Desires star, everyone who heard Yuanzong's words was astonished. Yuanzong, who was a true immortal realm expert, actually had a master. What kind of expert would he be if he could have a true immortal realm expert as his servant? He would at least be a late true crossing realm or a peak true immortal realm old monster. If what Yuanzong said is true, the 5 true immortals including the 2 elders of the Heavenly Ghost wore extremely solemn expressions. If the Six Desires sect really has such a powerful expert behind their back, they would not dare to act recklessly against them. On second thought, the Six Desires sect had always been poor. Why would they be able to fork out 800 billion Tao crystals to purchase 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs? Yuanzong definitely could not afford so many Tao crystals with his meager wealth. Could it be that Yuanzong really has a master behind his back? Moreover, this master was so wealthy that he could fork out 800 billion Tao crystals to Yuanzong for him to purchase spiritual herbs. What kind of cultivation base and what kind of background could an expert take out 800 billion Tao crystals at one time? Perhaps only a skyrending force or a large-scale alchemy force like medicine sect or pill sect could have such a strong foundation. The 5 true immortals looked extremely fearful. Suddenly, the old ancestor of Xing family sneered. No. This Yuanzong must be lying. If he really has a master backing him up, why haven't we seen his master show up after besieging the 6 Desires Star for a year? This so-called master simply doesn't exist. He is a fictional character created by Yuanzong. As for why Yuanzong has so many Tao crystals to purchase 1 million years old spiritual herbs, I'm afraid he has obtained a large number of Tao crystals by chance. As for what kind of chance it is, I think we will know after we take down Yuanzong. After hearing what the old ancestor of Xing family said, the other 4 true immortals nodded in agreement. The fear in their hearts immediately disappeared as they stared coldly at Yuanzong. Yuanzong, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over these 500 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs or not? The old ancestor of the Zhao family asked with a gloomy expression. I've already said that these spiritual herbs belong to my master. It's impossible for me to hand them over to you. My master is currently in seclusion in the 6 Desires sect. He can't spare any time to teach you a lesson. However, if you still haven't left after my master finishes his seclusion, you will regret it in the future. Yuanzong replied fearlessly. Perhaps, the 6 Desires sect was going to be destroyed today. However, Yuanzong did not have any fear. He had already led the entire 6 Desires sect to submit to Ningfan. Everything he did was for Ningfan's benefit. Even if the 6 Desires sect is destroyed, he would never give Ningfan spiritual herbs to others. He deeply believed that if the 5 true immortals in front of him dared to attack the 6 Desires sect today, they would certainly regret it in the future. Perhaps it would only take a few thousand years or a few hundred years for his master to grow to the true immortal realm. That day would be the day that the 5 true immortals would regret. No, perhaps after today, the 5 true immortals would regret their actions. His master was not an ordinary peak profound realm cultivator. Before he became an immortal, it was said that he had already made a name for himself in the Eastern Heaven with his Spirit Blast technique. It was said that Ningfan's Spirit Blast technique was extremely powerful. It could instantly kill a mid-true crossing realm cultivator and severely injure a late true crossing realm cultivator. Perhaps, Ningfan had the ability to solve the crisis of the 6 Desires sect. Yuanzong, don't try to deceive us with lies. We will not be deceived by you. The 5 true immortals had long been blinded by greed. Even if Yuanzong really had a master to support him, they would still snatch this batch of 1 million years old spiritual herbs today. The old ancestor of the Xing family took a step forward. He opened his mouth and breathed out a black mist. The black mist condensed into a black flag that was filled with devil chi. The name of this flag was the ghost controlling flag. It contained the souls of billions of cultivators. Its power was boundless. It was the Tao weapon of the old ancestor of the Xing family. Among the billions of souls, there were 30,000 void fragmentation realm souls, 72 life immortal realm souls and an early true crossing realm main soul. With this treasure in hand, the strength of the old ancestor of the Xing family was rarely matched among the early true crossing realm cultivators in the entire Eastern Heaven. Souls, kill. The old ancestor of the Xing family suddenly made a hand seal and hit the ghost controlling flag. In the next moment, a billion spirits covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out, and they assaulted the entire 6 Desires sect. If these souls were allowed to enter the 6 Desires planet, blood would certainly flow like a river on the planet. Not good. Sect protecting Grand Formation. Open. Without any hesitation, Yuanzong took out a formation plate and activated the sect protecting Grand Formation of the 6 Desires sect. Then, the formation light spread to the entire 6 Desires planet. On the surface of the 6 Desires planet, 6 layers of light screens of 6 colors rose. Under the defense of the 6 layers of formation light, not a single soul could break into the territory of the 6 Desires planet. When the cultivators of the 6 Desires planet saw Yuanzong taking action to protect the planet, each of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they prayed one after another, praying that the formation light would not be broken. Once the formation light was broken, Yuanzong would definitely not be able to fight against the 5 true immortals alone. The old ancestor of the Jing family frowned. Then, he let out a cold humph and suddenly changed his hand seal. The billions of souls suddenly condensed and merged into one. A soul giant suddenly appeared in the starry sky. It was condensed from billions of souls. The giant's cultivation was infinitely close to the middle stage of the crossing truth realm. He coldly stared at the formation light and suddenly let out a gloomy roar. Countless nebulae immediately appeared beneath his feet, within which lightning flowed. The giant roared towards the sky and punched out. A huge fist light with lightning flowing around it smashed into the 6 Desires Planet Star Guardian array with a shrill roar. Boom! After a huge explosion, the entire 6 Desires planet began to shake violently. Even so, the formation light did not shatter. What a powerful formation light! The expressions of the 5 true immortals, including the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost, changed. The cultivation of the soul giant was close to the middle stage of the crossing truth realm. Yet, the power of his fist couldn't even leave half a crack on the formation. It was clear how amazing the defense of the formation was. Brother Jing, I'll also lend you a hand and help you break the formation. Mother-child Dao sword, slash. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the old ancestor of the Zhao family. He also stepped forward and slapped the top of his head. The top of his head immediately opened and 2 sword rays, one black and one red, flew out. His Dao weapon was a pair of mother-child flying swords. The 2 sword rays pierced through the starry sky. The powerful sword energy caused all cultivators below the true immortal realm to feel suffocated and their eyes to stab with pain. The tyrannical sword rays cooperated with the attack of the soul giant and bombarded the 6-colored grand formation. In an instant, the entire 6 Desires planet shook even more violently. For the first time, cracks started to appear on the 6-colored array. Since Brother Jing and Brother Zhao have made a move, how could I just stand by and watch? I'll lend you a hand right now. Devil transformation. The old ancestor of the Wang family sneered and formed a seal with his fingers. The pseudo-devil talisman turned into profound devil runes that instantly covered his entire body. His body instantly became monstrous devil chi. With every step he took, his body grew several times taller. After a few steps, his body was already 120,000 feet tall and he turned into a devil giant wearing iron armor. Devil sword, desolate sacrifice. The giant waved his hand and the surging devil chi turned into a huge black sword. This sword was neither a magic treasure nor a Dao weapon. Instead, it was a weapon that was transformed from a divine ability. It was a type of ancient devil martial technique. The old ancestor of the Wang family was a pseudo-ancient devil. He could barely use this technique and summon the devil sword. Break! The devil giant held the devil sword in his hand and swung it down from the sky, summoning a monstrous devil cloud. The destructive power of this sword combined with the attacks of the soul giant and the old ancestor of the Zhao family. Under the joint attack of the 3 of them, more and more cracks appeared on the grand formation. 2 hours later, the first layer of formation light was already broken by the 3 of them. There were only 5 layers of formation light left in the star-protecting grand formation. Based on the speed of the 3 old ancestors, it was just a matter of time before they broke the remaining 5 layers of formation light. The moment the first layer of formation light was broken, countless cultivators on the 6 Desires planet revealed a look of terror. Yuanzong's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He patted his storage pouch and took out a sound-transmitting jade tablet. Before Yuanzong left the 6 Desires planet, Ning Fan had given him a sound-transmitting jade tablet and told him that he could use it to report to Yuanzong if there were any important matters. What Ning Fan meant was that Yuanzong should not use this jade tablet to communicate with Yuanzong unless something serious happened. It was to prevent Yuanzong from disturbing his cultivation. Even if he wanted to buy spiritual herbs, he did not need to inform Yuanzong through voice transmission. He just needed to wait for the time being. Yuanzong did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's order. After buying the spiritual herbs, he did not dare to disturb Ning Fan when he saw that Ning Fan had yet to come out from his seclusion. Since the 6 Desires planet was surrounded, Yuanzong also did not dare to disturb Ning Fan's cultivation. However, the 6 Desires sect had already reached a critical moment of life and death. Once the grand formation is broken, the sect's destruction would be imminent. Yuanzong had no choice but to send a voice transmission to inform Ning Fan that a calamity was about to befall the sect. Perhaps, Ning Fan could save the sect with the spirit blast technique. Perhaps, Ning Fan was still not a match for the 5 true immortals for the time being. No matter what the outcome was, Yuanzong had to inform Ning Fan about it. After sending the voice transmission, Yuanzong's eyes flashed with determination. If Ning Fan could not save the 6 Desires sect today and could not defeat the 5 true immortals, Yuanzong would send Ning Fan away from the 6 Desires planet safely even at the cost of his own life. Ning Fan was his master. He would never let his master die in this place. Asterisk hehehehe asterisk asterisk this grand formation is really quite mysterious. Fine. Let the 2 of us take action as well. The sooner we break the formation and get the spiritual herbs, the sooner we can save ourselves the trouble. The 2 elders of the heavenly ghost sneered coldly. Each of them took a step forward and joined the fray to break the formation. Their cultivation bases were considered to be the highest in this place. Their sense of danger was also the sharpest. At the moment Yuanzong sent the voice transmission, the 2 of them actually felt uneasy for no reason. It was as if some kind of danger was approaching. This feeling made the 2 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps the voice transmission Yuanzong sent just now was to ask for help from a certain expert. In order to avoid any trouble, it would be better for them to break the formation and snatch the spiritual herbs as soon as possible. The 2 of them formed hand seals at the same time. Then, a sea of blood appeared under their feet. The sea of blood was the form of their Tao soldiers. Under the control of the 2 elders of the heavenly devil sect, the 2 seas of blood turned into thousands of blood dragons. They brought along strong gales and fiercely collided with the formation light. The combined attack of the 5 true immortals was nearly as powerful as a strike from an expert at the peak crossing truth realm. After 100 breaths, the second layer of the formation light shattered. After 50 breaths, the third layer of the formation light shattered. After 30 breaths, the fourth layer of the formation light shattered. After 10 breaths, the fifth layer of the formation light shattered. After 3 breaths, the sixth layer of the formation light shattered. At this point, the sixth layer of the formation light shattered. At this point, the entire 6 Desires planet was completely exposed in front of the 5 true immortals. Slaughter the stars. The 5 true immortals raised their heads and laughed. Each of them used their divine abilities to attack the 6 Desires planet. At this moment, a vast aura comparable to the early stage of shedding void suddenly swept across the entire 6 Desires planet. I am the master of the 6 Desires planet. How dare you come to my 6 Desires planet to cause trouble? You are courting death. As soon as the voice fell, an earth-shattering black fist light blasted out from the direction of the 6 Desires sect's immortal king palace. As soon as the fist light blasted out, the whole world was shrouded in demonic light. The speed of the fist light was so fast that even a cultivator at the peak crossing truth realm couldn't dodge it. In the blink of an eye, the fist light blasted out of the 6 Desires planet and into the starry sky. It landed in front of the Zhao family's patriarch, the Wang family's patriarch, the Jing family's patriarch, and the 2 sky demon elders. The fist light suddenly split into 5 and smashed down fiercely. At this moment, the starry sky trembled violently. Giant spirit, destroyed. Mother-child Tao sword, shattered. The blood dragons that filled the sky died. The 5 true immortals were hit by the fist light at the same time. Each of their faces turned extremely pale. Just one punch had seriously injured the 5 of them. If another punch landed, the 5 of them would die for sure. For the first time, the 5 true immortals revealed a terrified expression. Almost at the same time, the 5 of them cried out in fear. Old monster shedding void. The 6 Desires sect has old monster shedding void guarding it. Strong expert shedding void. We will definitely die after offending an old monster of that level. My life is over. The gap between crossing truth and shedding void was impossible to cross. Who would have thought that the 6 Desires sect had shedding void guarding it? If they had known this earlier, they would not have dared to cause trouble at the 6 Desires sect even if they had 10,000 times more courage. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to make your choice. Do you want to die or allow Ning Fan to plant a mental seal on you, become my slave and join my 6 Desires sect? Under the starry sky, Ning Fan's white robes made him look like an immortal. His ferocious aura was like that of a devil. Beside him was a burly man wearing a black cloak. That burly man's entire body was emitting shedding void chi. That burly man was the ancient devil puppet. Yuanzong's expression changed greatly. He stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. He had guessed that Ning Fan might be able to solve the calamity of the Six Desires sect. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan could actually suppress the 5 true immortals with such a powerful stance. Master actually has a shedding void expert following him. What is going on? Yuanzong was extremely shocked. 2 halves, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and go to sleep. To be continued. The ancient devil puppet's aura force, which was comparable to Shikong's aura force, shocked everyone present. Under its aura force, the entire starry sky trembled. No one dared to make a sound. The strongest expert here was only at the mid-nascent soul realm. Within a short period of time, no one could tell that the cloaked ancient devil puppet was not a living person. If they knew that the old monster Shikong who suddenly appeared in front of them was just a puppet, they would probably be even more astonished. Ning Fan moved forward step by step, entangling the puppet's strings with his fingers. The ancient devil puppet followed behind him obediently. When the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost, Yuanzong, and the other 2 true immortals saw this scene, they were all shocked. They did not know what the ancient devil puppet was, but they could vaguely tell that Ning Fan and the ancient devil puppet had a master-servant relationship. Ning Fan was the master while the ancient devil was the servant, even though they could not understand why a dignified old monster with Shikong's cultivation base would obey Ning Fan, who was only at the ghost profound realm. At this moment, Ning Fan's early ghost profound realm cultivation base was exposed in front of everyone without any concealment. The 5 true immortals did not know Ning Fan. All of them began to guess his identity and background. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of terrifying background Ning Fan had to have the qualifications to have a servant at the Shikong realm. One breath. Ning Fan's cold voice sounded like the voice of an undead spirit from the netherworld. It resounded once again and entered the ears of the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost and the other true immortals. As soon as his voice fell, the ancient devil puppet took a step forward. The devil chi around his body was monstrous. Countless cracks of the laws of the starry sky were left behind by his step. The great momentum was crushed by the ancient devil puppet with a single step. The destructive force went towards the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost and the others. Under the destructive force, the 5 true immortals coughed out blood and were forced to retreat. They did not have the strength to resist at all. Each of their faces was filled with fear. Only then did they remember that Ning Fan had only given them 3 breaths to make a choice. Either be a slave or die. At such a chaotic moment, how could they have the time to think about Ning Fan's identity and background? I'm a true immortal after all. How can I be a slave to a mere ghost profound realm cultivator like you? The old ancestor of the Jing family harumphed angrily. He took out an immortal talisman from his sleeve and slapped it on his chest. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and fled 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, in just a breath. He was arrogant by nature. He knew that he was no match for Shikong Lao, but he was not willing to become someone else's slave. Ning Fan's expression was as cold as before. He hooked the puppet string with his finger and the ancient devil puppet beside him suddenly raised its fist and hurled a punch at the direction where the old ancestor of the Jing family had escaped. Streaks of blood-red ancient demon talismans filled the starry sky. A fist projection covered in crimson lightning flashed across the distance of 5 billion kilometers before crashing into the body of the Jing family patriarch. Bang! In the dark starry sky 10 billion miles away, blood-red lightning suddenly shook the world and rumbled endlessly. After the fist energy killed the Jing family's ancestor, it turned into endless lightning. Even from 10 billion miles away, the blinding blood color could be seen. The ancient devil puppet's face was expressionless. It took a step forward and instantly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, it returned to its original spot and handed over the primordial spirit and storage pouch of the Jing family's old ancestor to Ning Fan. 2 breaths. In front of the remaining 4 true immortal realm enemies, Ning Fan kept the storage pouch of the old ancestor of the Jing family and searched his soul and memories on the spot. This scene shocked the remaining 4 perfected immortal enemies. The old ancestor of the Jing family was unwilling to be Ning Fan's slave. That was why he could not escape death. If they refused to be Ning Fan's slaves, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Without waiting for Ning Fan to count to the third breath, the four perfected immortal realm enemies exchanged glances with each other. They suppressed the regret and unwillingness in their hearts and clenched their teeth. Then, they cupped their fists at Ning Fan and said, "We're willing to be your slaves." If they refused to be slaves, what awaited them was death. They had no other choice at all. Ning Fan did not waste time talking to the four of them. He spread his spirit sense and planted a restrictive thought in their sea of consciousness. How would the four of them dare to resist? They allowed the restrictive thought to be planted in them. From now on, their life and death would be under Ning Fan's control. They were filled with regret. They regretted why they attacked the Six Desires sect for the 5,500 tufts of spiritual herbs. If they knew that the Six Desires sect had such a strong backer, how would they dare to provoke them? How would they end up as slaves? The faces of the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the old ancestor of the Wang family and the two elders of the heavenly ghost were filled with regret. Yuan Zong's face was still filled with disbelief. Until now, he still could not believe that Ning Fan actually had a void-shedding servant following him. All of a sudden, Yuan Zong seemed to have discovered something extremely shocking. His expression changed greatly as he stared at the ancient devil puppet. The two elders of the heavenly ghost and the others also noticed the strange behavior of the ancient devil puppet. Their eyes were filled with astonishment once again. "Master, this senior is..." Yuan Zong calmed himself down. As if he was trying to ascertain something, he pointed at the ancient devil puppet beside Ning Fan and inquired. "A puppet?" Ning Fan did not conceal the identity of the ancient devil puppet. Due to Ning Fan's sudden appearance earlier, none of them had the time to see through his identity. At this moment, Yuan Zong and the others could vaguely tell that the ancient devil puppet was not a living person. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to conceal the identity of the ancient devil puppet. "What? It's really a puppet? A puppet that is comparable to void-shedding servant?" All of a sudden, the expressions of Yuan Zong, the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the old ancestor of the Wang family and the two elders of the heavenly ghost changed greatly. Ning Fan, however, continued to search the soul of the old ancestor of the Jing family without any change in his expression. After searching all of the memories of the old ancestor of the Jing family, Ning Fan used a secret technique to refine the primordial spirit of the old ancestor of the Jing family and kept it into his soul pouch. Divine Blast Technique. Could Master be? The expressions of the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the old ancestor of the Wang family and the two elders of the heavenly ghost changed. They recognized that the primordial spirit that Ning Fan refined was the secret version of the Divine Blast Technique. Tens of years ago, when Ning Fan first entered the Eastern Heaven, his name shook the entire Eastern Heaven with the Divine Blast Technique. The old ancestor of the Zhao family and the others were quite far away from the star region where Ning Fan was. Thus, they did not pay much attention to Ning Fan. Neither did they recognize Ning Fan's appearance. However, they had vaguely heard of Ning Fan's name. Now, as soon as they saw the Divine Blast Technique, they could vaguely guess Ning Fan's identity. For a moment, the four of them wore extremely strange expressions. Sometimes, they would even sigh deeply. Who would have thought that a Void Fragmentation Realm Junior who had just joined the Slaughter Palace a few decades ago would actually become their master after a few decades? Who would have thought that Ning Fan could cultivate from the peak-shattering realm to the early Ghost Profound realm in just a few decades and even possess a void-shedding puppet? Even Yuan Zong did not expect Ning Fan to be at the early Ghost Profound realm today. 7 years ago, Ning Fan was only at the peak Mortal Profound realm. Yuan Zong also did not expect that Ning Fan would have a void-shedding puppet in his hands, which allowed him to easily resolve the great calamity of the Six Desires sect. For the first time in his life, Yuan Zong felt that he could not see through a life-immortal realm cultivator. He felt that Ning Fan was too profound and unfathomable. As soon as the old ancestor of the Jing family died, the Jing family became a place without a master. Under Ning Fan's order, Yuan Zong and the other four true immortals acted aggressively and destroyed the Jing family, completely erasing their name from the Eastern Heaven. All the cultivators of the Jing family, Zhao family, and Wang family were planted with a mental seal and merged into the Six Desires sect. The two elders of the Heavenly Ghost also joined the Six Desires sect as a guest elder, the 74,000 cultivation planets in the entire Six Desires star region were all incorporated into the Six Desires sect sphere of influence. The Six Desires star region was unified, under Ningfan's strict order. Yuanzong and the others did not reveal the fact that Ningfan had become the master of the Six Desires star region. Within the territory of the Six Desires star region, the memories of every cultivator who saw the ancient devil puppet attack were all erased by Ningfan. Ningfan did not want others to know that he possessed an ancient devil puppet that was comparable to Shikong, and he also did not want them to know that he had become the master of the Six Desires star region. If these two matters were to spread out, Ningfan would once again attract the attention of countless old monsters in the eastern heaven, just like how he did 10 years ago. At this moment, Ningfan did not want to attract anyone's attention because what he wanted to do next needed to be done in a low-profile manner. He had already decided to steal the joss flames of the entire eastern heaven on a large scale. It was not a good thing to attract too much attention. The total savings of the Zhao family, Wang family, and Jing family amounted to about 400 billion Dao crystals. All of them were used by Ningfan to purchase 1 million years old spiritual herbs. The outside world was widely rumored that the Six Desires sect had found a powerful backer who forcefully subdued the three great true immortal realm forces and unified the entire Six Desires star region. However, no one knew who the backer of the Six Desires sect was. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. In the profounding world, Ningfan sat down with his legs crossed and cultivated diligently. Once he did so, he cultivated the three flowers converging prominence technique. During this 1 year, Ningfan had refined a total of 8,400 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. Beside him was a lead-colored lotus flower. The lead-colored lotus flower had 12 petals, and each petal was lead-colored. The three flowers converging prominence technique had been completely cultivated to the great perfection realm of the first flower. With a single thought from Ningfan, 1 million lead-colored lotus shadows densely covered the entire area. Even an early true immortal realm true immortal would find it difficult to break through the powerful defense of the lotus. Looking at the lotus shadows that filled the sky, Ningfan smiled in satisfaction. He kept the lotus shadows and slowly stood up. Since I have already cultivated the first flower to the great perfection realm, I should be able to start cultivating the second flower. Unfortunately, one of the prerequisites for cultivating the second flower is to possess ancestral grade divine blood. Forget it. I can't force myself to have ancestral grade divine blood. I can put the cultivation of the second flower aside for now. As for the trip to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region, I need to make a good plan. There were still about 10 years before the opening of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. He had an appointment with Ouyang Wan. 10 years later, he would go to the medicine sect and accompany her to enter the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. He would never forget this matter. He had enough time to rush to the 100 Herb Star region where the medicine sect was located. Along the way, he would pass by thousands of star regions and there would be plenty of opportunities to steal Joss flames. Moreover, he would also pass by the Quicksand Star region along the way. Quicksand Star region, Quicksand secret place, ancient god's cave of time. This was a secret place that Lu Xianxia told him about. There was a great fortune hidden there. Ningfan's eyes turned slightly solemn. If he passes by the Quicksand Star region, he must enter that ancient god's cave of time and search for a good fortune. He patted his storage pouch and took out the Joss Flame demon puppet. Looking at the puppet, Ningfan fell into deep thought. The Joss Flame demon puppet could steal the Joss flames of others. Since it was damaged, its power was greatly reduced. If it steals the Joss flames of living people, it could at most steal the Joss flames of true enlightenment realm cultivators. However, if it steals the Joss flames of the dead, it could barely steal the Joss flames of a void-abandoning realm cultivator. The old ancestor of the Yao family was a void-abandoning realm cultivator. However, because he had fallen a long time ago, Ningfan easily took away the Joss flames that he had collected from the golden body of the temple. If the old ancestor of the Yao family was still alive, Ningfan would never be able to steal his Joss flames no matter what. After keeping the Joss flame demon puppet, Ningfan scanned the cauldron world with his spirit sense and then his sword pouch. Within the sword pouch, the 5 little girls were meditating with their eyes closed, comprehending the way of the sword. After not seeing each other for 7 years, their auras had grown. In the cauldron world, Mu Weiliang had yet to come out and Zili was still breaking through in the demon cocoon. Withdrawing his spirit sense, Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. These little girls are all busy with their work. With a flash, he left the profounding world and returned to the Six Desires sect. Outside the forbidden area of the Six Desires sect, only Yuanzong was left. 1 year ago, the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the old ancestor of the Wang family and the 2 elders of the heavenly ghost were all sent by Ning Fan to various star regions to collect medicine soul stones. The medicine soul stone was a special kind of ore. When an alchemist refined it, it could replenish the consumed medicine soul power. There were too many ancient era's immortal medicines in the extreme dance sanctuary, and the medicinal qi was too strong. When cultivators entered, they would need to use the power of their medicine soul to resist the medicinal qi at all times. Once the power of one's medicine soul was depleted, it would be difficult for them to resist the Saint Realm's medicine qi. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, the cultivators who entered the extreme dance sanctuary would usually carry a large number of medicine soul stones to replenish their medicine soul power at any time. Moreover, there were many secret sealed places in the extreme dance sanctuary. The seals of the secret places could only be broken by using enough medicine soul stones. In order to enter the sealed secret places to search for opportunities, one would need to spend a large number of medicine soul stones. There were still 10 years before the opening of the extreme dance sanctuary. Many forces in the eastern sky were purchasing medicine soul stones on a large scale. Without certain connections, one would not be able to buy medicine soul stones at all. Most of the medicine soul stones on the trading planets were already sold out. In the eastern sky, the medicine soul stones were currently in a state where there was a demand but there was no supply. Ning Fan naturally did not have the time to buy medicine soul stones himself. Perhaps Ouyang Yuan would prepare some for him. However, he still decided to prepare some himself. The more the better. Anyway, the matter of purchasing medicine soul stones had already been handed over to his subordinates. There was nothing wrong with preparing a few more. Yuanzong greets master. As soon as he saw Ning Fan walk out of the forbidden area, Yuanzong immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. His expression was full of respect. From being polite and friendly to being respectful and humble, then to being awed and impressed. Yuanzong's attitude towards Ning Fan changed again and again. In the past, Yuanzong only acknowledged Ning Fan as his master because of the ancestor's will. Now, even without the ancestor's will, Yuanzong was also willing to acknowledge Ning Fan as his master. 1 year ago, Ning Fan controlled the shedding void puppet and forcefully saved the Six Desires sect from disaster. He unified the Six Desires star region and won Yuanzong's respect. Dispense with the formalities. How's the collection of medicine soul stones going? Master, Zhao Jian, Wang Ling, Ji Tiangui and Yan Tiangui are gathering medicine soul stones in various star regions. Currently, they have already collected several thousand pieces. The 4 names Yuanzong mentioned were the names of the 4 true immortals who had surrendered to him. Only several thousand pieces, huh? It's a little too little. Normally, when people enter the extreme dance sanctuary, they would bring more than 100,000 medicine soul stones with them. Within 10 years, they have to prepare at least 100,000 medicine soul stones. Naturally, it's better if they can collect more. 10 years later, all of you will meet me at the place where the extreme dance sanctuary will be opened. Then, hand over the medicine soul stones to me. Ning Fan gave Yuanzong and the others a strict order, ordering them to collect more than 100,000 medicine soul stones within 10 years. After that, Ning Fan left the Six Desire Star region alone. A few months after Ning Fan left, the old ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Jian, suddenly sent a message to him. Good news! Good news! I found an ancient secret place of cultivators by chance in the Stone Creek Star region. There is actually an entire mine of medicine soul stones in it. I've made a preliminary estimation. If we excavate all the medicine soul stones in the mine, we'll be able to excavate at least a few million of them. The total value is more than 300 billion Dao crystals. Yuanzong, quickly tell this good news to Master. Master has already left the Six Desires star a few months ago. Yuanzong told Zhao Jian about Ning Fan's order. Master is actually not on the Six Desires star? Fine. Inform the others to come to the Stone Creek Star region. We'll work together and excavate all the medicine soul stones in this mine. 10 years later, we'll certainly give Master a pleasant surprise. We'll also make a great contribution. Ming Fan did not know that as soon as he left the Six Desires Star, he had obtained a mine of medicine soul stones that was left behind by an ancient cultivator. The current him was only thinking about stealing incense. In the past few months, Ming Fan had flown past hundreds of low-grade and mid-grade star regions while riding on the Blood Lotus spirit equipment. During that time, he had taken action several times. He used the ghost mask to conceal himself and used the incense demon puppets to steal the incense from the clan temples of 12 Dujin forces and 87 life immortal forces. It was his first time stealing incense on a large scale. Most of the incense he stole were from the living. The total amount of incense from those forces was not even 1/10,000th of the incense from the progenitor of the Yao family. This little amount of incense was far from enough for Ning Fan to break through to the next cultivation level. To second-step cultivators, the power of incense was a great method to increase their cultivation level. Therefore, second-step cultivators in the four heavens would usually build their own golden temples for people to worship and collect incense. These second-step cultivators would take their own incense once every 10 years or even hundreds of years. Thus, they basically could not steal too much incense from the living and could not accumulate any incense at all. Unlike the progenitor of the Yao family who had been dead for millions of years, his incense had also accumulated for millions of years. As expected, I still have to take advantage of the wealth of the dead. Ning Fan sighed softly and decided to steal the incense from the dead. The cultivation world was cruel and selfish. The death of a person was like an extinguished lamp. No matter how revered a person was, he or she might gradually be forgotten after death. It was just like the past sect masters of the Six Desires sect. Most of them had the cultivation base of a true immortal realm cultivator, but none of them had unparalleled achievements. Thus, they could not be revered by others for generations to come. Once they die, their incense would also be cut off. Only the progenitor of the Yao family, who was a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering figure who created the spirit explosion technique and injured an immortal emperor with his empty cultivation base, was still worshipped and revered by the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven for millions of years after his death. Ning Fan summed up his experience in stealing incense. If he wanted to steal, he would steal the incense of the dead. Moreover, he had to steal the incense of the dead who were famous throughout the world when they were alive. Since his incense demon puppet was damaged, Ning Fan could only steal the incense of the dead at the empty shedding realm at most. The old ancestors of the empty shedding realm who were famous throughout the world were basically from various high-grade star regions. From the star region where Ning Fan was now to the 100 Herbs star region, he had to pass through a total of 11 high-grade star regions. Among these 11 star regions, only 4 of them had produced a famous empty shedding realm grade expert like the progenitor of the Yao family. After the 4 great experts of the empty shedding realm had fallen, their incense had not been cut off until now. Some of them had at least accumulated 2 million years worth of incense while some of them had accumulated 8 to 9 million years worth of incense. If he wanted to steal, he would steal the incense of the 4 dead experts. Among the 4 of them, the closest one was born in the Quicksand star region. He was the clan leader of the Quicksand clan in the 476th generation. People call him Taoist Quicksand. Before he died, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the empty shedding realm. The reason why this person's name shook the Eastern Heaven and his prestige did not diminish in the past was very simple. This Taoist Quicksand was one of the few experts who had comprehended the secret technique of time in the history of the Eastern Heaven immortal world. His most famous achievement was reversing 10,000 years of time with a single finger, reducing the cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerable by 10,000 years. The Quicksand star region, huh? It seems like there are quite a lot of things that I have to do in this star region. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the star compass of the Quicksand star region. Then, he flew towards the star region at full speed. Half a year later, Ning Fan had flown past more than 1,000 star regions and arrived at the Quicksand star region. As soon as he entered the Quicksand star region, the demonic chi that filled the entire star region instantly made Ning Fan's eyes turn cold. In the starry sky, there were broken limbs and corpses of fallen beasts floating everywhere, some of the low-grade cultivation planets had already been destroyed by someone. As his thoughts raced, Ning Fan could vaguely guess that a huge change had probably happened in the quicksand star region. Far away from him, hundreds of gigantic ice beasts were desperately chasing after a group of cultivators. That group of cultivators had a total of 7 people. All of them were at the life immortal realm. The strongest among them was an old monster at the late human profound realm. He was riding on a gigantic blood-red demonic bird. The 7 of them fled all the way, looking extremely miserable. There were more than 500 giant ice beasts chasing after the 7 of them. Each of them had chi that was comparable to a rogue immortal realm cultivator. Among them, there were 22 gigantic beasts whose chi was comparable to the profound mortal realm. The body of the beast in the lead was nearly as large as a low-grade cultivation planet. Its chi had already reached the ghost profound realm. As soon as the 7 cultivators who were fleeing for their lives saw Ning Fan, they immediately rushed towards him, looking like they wanted to ask for help. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to get involved in other people's disputes. Suddenly, Ning Fan's gaze fell on the cultivator who was riding on the blood-red demonic bird. Then, he withdrew his expression and flew towards that group of people. He actually had the intention to help them. I owe this person a favor on the Xianxia star in the past. Today, I will help him. 1/2, to be continued. The elderly man who was riding on a blood-red demonic bird was short and skinny. The baleful chi around him was extremely strong. He was none other than Xue Kongzi, who had bought Ning Fan's true spirit blood goose on the Xianxia star. As for the demon pet he was riding, it was none other than the true spirit blood goose that Ning Fan had obtained from his divine chests. In the past, Xue Kongzi had bought Ning Fan's true spirit blood goose at double the price and helped Ning Fan resolve the trouble of the 7 Fiends sect. His domineering attack had severely injured the sect master of the 7 Fiends sect. After that, Xue Kongzi borrowed the strength of the real blood goose and started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the late human profound realm. The cultivation art he cultivated was closely related to the true spirit blood goose. He was originally at the middle stage of the human profound realm, and he was only half a step away from the late stage. With the help of the true spirit blood goose, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the late stage after several decades of secluded cultivation. He was originally a devil. Wherever there was a fortuitous opportunity, he would fight for it. He had come to the quicksand star field this time to look for opportunities, but he had never expected that not long after Xue Kongzi had arrived in the quicksand star field, the quicksand star field would undergo a shocking change. Within the quicksand starry sea, there were countless celestial mountains. One day, a celestial mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing the hundreds of thousands of divine treasures beneath it. A life immortal recklessly cut open one of the divine treasures to see what was inside. Who would have thought that all of this would lead to a massive wave of demons? Sealed in the divine treasure was an ancient ferocious beast with enlightenment realm cultivation. Once the beast woke up, it swallowed the life immortal who had cut open the divine treasures. It then cut open all the divine treasures and released hundreds of thousands of powerful demon beasts. Half of Quicksand Galaxy was destroyed by the wave of demons. The Quicksand Star Ocean had become the territory of the demonic beasts. The strongest force in the Quicksand Galaxy, the Quicksand Clan, was currently gathering their elites to launch a counterattack against the demon wave, but the results were minimal. The current Quicksand Patriarch was a cultivator at the early stage of crossing Truth Realm. Including the Patriarch of the Quicksand Tribe, there were only 4 true immortals gathered in the Quicksand Tribe, and all of them were at the early stage of crossing Truth. On the other side of the demon tide, there were more than 10 vicious beasts of the Dujin realm. Up until now, the human race had been at a disadvantage in this battle between the human race and the demon race. Unfortunately, Xue Kongzi had been dragged into the storm. He had accepted the reward from the Quicksand Tribe and agreed to help them fight against the demon tide. However, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. In the first battle, they were ambushed by a large number of ferocious beasts. More than half of the team died, and only 7 people survived, including Xue Kongzi. Xue Kongzi's injuries were not light. Otherwise, with his ferocious personality, he would not have been willing to be chased by a horde of demons. He would have at least retaliated. Seeing that the group of beasts was about to catch up to him, Xue Kongzi could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. Am I, Xue Kongzi, going to die in the Quicksand Star Field? While he was lamenting, Kongzi suddenly noticed a human cultivator standing in the starry sky not far away. Although he couldn't see through this person's aura, he could roughly tell that this person was a life celestial. As a result, Kongzi could not help but want to ask this person for help. The 6 life immortals who were escaping with him also wanted to ask for help. If it was in the past, Kongzi and the other old monsters would certainly not trust a stranger easily and ask for help rashly. Now that the demon tide had engulfed the entire quicksand star field, all the humans in the star field could be considered as companions. In such a critical moment, the cultivators trusted each other more than before. Kongzi wanted to ask this person for help, even though the other party might just be an early mortal profound realm cultivator, he would still be of great help. In times of crisis, one more person would mean one more portion of strength. One more person would mean one more chance of survival. As soon as he made up his mind, Kongzi and the others ran towards Ning Fan's direction with all their might, as if they saw a life-saving straw when they were about to drown. Just as the 7 life immortals were about to ask Ning Fan for help, he frowned and prepared to leave this place and stay out of this matter. When Kongzi saw this, he smiled bitterly and swallowed all the words he wanted to ask for help back into his stomach. The cultivation world was selfish and cruel in the first place. Who would be willing to risk being devoured by hundreds of ferocious beasts just to save a few strangers? The other 6 life immortals were all severely injured. Their chi had already weakened. When they saw that Ning Fan wanted to escape alone, all of their faces were filled with despair. Commander Shui, what should we do now? Our magic power has already been depleted. I'm afraid we won't be able to run far before they catch up to us. Let's just fight to the death with these evil creatures. A middle-aged scholar's eyes glinted with ferocious light. He did not plan to run anymore. Since they could not run away, they could only fight to the death and find a way to survive. The one who was addressed as Commander Shui was none other than Kongzi. Today, he had received the reward from the Quicksand clan and became a foreign elder of the clan. Now, he could lead a group of cultivators to fight against the demon tide. Fine. Since it's useless to run anymore, let's just fight to the death. If the 7 of us use the immortal breaking technique at the same time, we can suppress all our injuries in a short period of time and kill these evil creatures with all our might. Perhaps, we might even have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the price of using the immortal breaking technique is too great. Once we use this technique, we will fall back to the void fragmentation realm. However, compared to death, a drop in cultivation level is nothing. Kongzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He abruptly turned the true spirit blood goose around and turned around with the other 6 life immortal realm cultivators, preparing to face the demon tide head-on. At this moment, the 500+ ferocious beasts who were chasing after Ning Fan suddenly seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Their eyes were filled with terror and they retreated several tens of thousands of zhang *33 m per zhang away. Some of the ferocious beasts could not suppress the fear in their hearts. They roared at the sky. Their roars were trembling uncontrollably and carried unconcealable fear. They were fearful, of course. They were not afraid of Kongzi and the other 6 injured life immortal realm cultivators. Instead, they were afraid of the white-robed young man who was approaching them step by step. As soon as they saw the beasts retreating, Kongzi and the others were shocked and turned their heads around. Only then did the 7 of them realize that Ning Fan, who wanted to leave this place just now, had changed his mind for some reason and came to their aid. However, what Kongzi and the others could not understand was what Ning Fan did to make the beasts feel such a strong sense of danger and make them retreat with fear. Even though the beasts had temporarily retreated, they did not really leave. They were still watching. Kongzi and the others could not see through Ning Fan's ferocious aura, but the demonic beasts could sense a strong sense of danger from him based on their instincts. Intuition told the beasts that this white-robed youth who had suddenly appeared was not to be trifled with. However, the beast horde had received an order to kill Kongzi and the others. They wouldn't dare to return to the Quicksand Star Ocean without accomplishing this order. Even though they knew that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with, none of the beasts dared to disobey his orders or leave the battlefield without permission. Due to Ning Fan's aura force, none of the beasts dared to attack Kongzi and the others. Kongzi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. One after another, they cupped their fists at Ning Fan. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. May I know how to address you?" The tone of the seven life immortal realm cultivators was very polite. Even though they could not see through Ning Fan's exact cultivation base, they could tell from the way the beasts were afraid of Ning Fan that his abilities were not weak. Thus, they could not underestimate him. Fellow Taoist Shui Kongzi, do you not recognize me anymore? Ning Fan's eyes glanced past the other 6 life immortal realm cultivators and only looked at Shui Kongzi. Fellow Taoist, your surname is Ning? I do know a few friends with the surname Ning, but you don't seem to be one of them. Shui Kongzi's eyes flashed with vigilance. Obviously, the white-robed young man in front of him knew him. However, Shui Kongzi did not recognize this person among the friends he knew. He had quite a lot of enemies. Could it be that this white-robed young man in front of him is my enemy? If he really is my enemy, I'm afraid that I, Shui Kongzi, will really have to give up my life here since there are wolves in front of me and tigers behind me. Shui Kongzi did not recognize that Ning Fan was the person who sold him the True Spirit Blood Goose on Xiaoxia Star. Not long after he obtained the True Spirit Blood Goose, he went into seclusion to break through to the late human profound realm. Thus, he did not know that Ning Fan had a bounty of 10 billion yuan from the Pill sect, destroyed the Yao sect star region, joined the Slaughter Palace and many other things. Naturally, his impression of Ning Fan was already blurred. He did not pay attention to this junior at all. In the past, when he helped Ning Fan punish the 7 Fiend sect, it was completely out of a sudden interest. He did not expect anything in return. He did not remember meeting Ning Fan at all. Fellow Taoist Shui, have you forgotten? I was the one who sold you the True Spirit Blood Goose. Ning Fan smiled and reminded him. As soon as Ning Fan mentioned the True Spirit Blood Goose, Shui Kongzi suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered. So it's you. Then, Shui Kongzi looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. He could not believe that the junior who had yet to cultivate to the peak void fragmentation realm in the past was already an immortal now. Fellow Taoist Shui, you helped me punish the 7 Fiend sect in the past. Today, I will return the favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan stepped forward and walked past the crowd towards the group of ferocious beasts. Judging from the situation, he was actually going to fight against 500 ferocious beasts alone. The expressions of the 7 life immortal realm experts including Shui Kongzi changed. They did not think that Ning Fan could fight against the group of ferocious beasts alone. Especially Shui Kongzi. After confirming Ning Fan's identity, he only thought that Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the early human profound realm. In his impression, Ning Fan's speed of cultivation from the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the early human profound realm in less than 100 years was already heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to reach the mid-human profound realm, let alone the late human profound realm. Among the group of ferocious beasts, there were 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts and one of them was even a profound ghost realm ferocious beast. Ning Fan wanting to fight against the group of ferocious beasts alone was undoubtedly an act of hitting a rock with an egg. Just as Shui Kongzi was about to dissuade Ning Fan, his eyes suddenly widened and he stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. The other 6 life immortal realm experts were also looking at Ning Fan in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Ning Fan's early ghost profound realm aura force spread in all directions without any reservation. This fellow Taoist is actually a ghost profound realm expert. Now, we are really saved. The other 6 life immortal realm experts were overjoyed. Ghost profound realm. It's actually ghost profound realm. How is it possible for him to advance from the 7th void fragmentation realm to the ghost profound realm in less than 100 years? The astonishment in Shui Kongzi's eyes was not something that the life immortal realm experts beside him could understand. Shui Kongzi had spent tens of thousands of years of hard work to advance from the early human profound realm to the mid-human profound realm. Then, he spent another tens of thousands of years to advance to the late human profound realm. However, Ning Fan had advanced from the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the early ghost profound realm within 100 years. This kind of speed made him speechless. Shui Kongzi looked at Ning Fan's back with a complicated expression. The junior who cut the stone for him in the past had now left him far behind. Heh. Early ghost profound realm. He, Shui Kongzi, did not even know if he could reach the early ghost profound realm in his lifetime. Ning Fan walked towards the group of beasts. Every time he took a step forward, the beasts would take a step back in panic. Each of the gigantic beasts was terrifyingly huge, especially the early ghost profound realm ferocious beast. Its body was as huge as a low-grade cultivation planet. When it moved, it was like the stars were changing their orbits, producing loud rumbling sounds in the starry sky. Each of the ferocious beasts looked at Ning Fan with instinctive fear. To them, Ning Fan was really too dangerous, however, they could not retreat. They must complete their mission and kill Shui Kongzi and the others. I have no intention of getting involved in the battle between the human race and the demon race. If all of you retreat now, I can spare your lives. Ning Fan said indifferently. Roar. As soon as the group of beasts heard Ning Fan's words, they raised their heads and roared furiously. They were showing their determination. They would not retreat, they would rather die in battle than retreat. I'm sorry. I have underestimated you. A true demon has an indomitable spirit. Why would they be afraid of death? Ning Fan tapped the ground with the tip of his feet. Suddenly, a strong aura force burst out from his body and he dashed towards the group of beasts. His eyes were as calm as still water. He did not have any grudges against these demonic beasts. He treated humans and demons equally without any prejudice. The reason why he decided to kill these demonic beasts here had nothing to do with race or good or evil. It was just to save Shui Kongzi and return him a favor. They just had different standpoints. Therefore, he and these ferocious beasts were enemies. It was just like an eagle and a snake, a tiger and a deer, a wolf and a rabbit. The word enemy was only about standpoints. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Seeing Ning Fan charging towards them, the group of beasts opened their huge mouths and breathed out cold air. All of a sudden, the starry sky within billions of li * 500 m per li, was covered with frost. When Shui Kongzi and the other life immortal realm cultivators saw the incoming cold air, their faces turned pale with fright. Their group of 20 life immortal realm cultivators was hit by this cold chi ability. That was why 13 of them died and 7 of them were injured. They were instantly defeated. Even a mid-ghost profound realm cultivator would be severely injured if they were to face this cold chi ability that froze the starry sky. The 7 of them were already heavily injured and their magic power was completely exhausted. If they were to be attacked by the cold air again, they would definitely die. While they were still in shock, a black wall of fire suddenly rose into the sky and surrounded the 7 of them, isolating them from the cold air. Through the gaps of the fire wall, Shui Kongzi and the others were shocked to see that Ning Fan was actually unscathed despite standing under the layers of cold chi. With Ning Fan's great 5 elements physique, how could he be afraid of the cold chi of a group of beasts? Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, shattering all the ice in the sky. Then, with a sway of his body, he transformed into a 270,000 zhang tall white-robed giant. As he swung his fist, the fierce beasts were smashed into meat paste one after another. With a stomp of his foot, he trampled the clamoring beasts to death. Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base was already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Xichen realm. The strength of his ancient devil physical body was even stronger than ordinary 5th severance body cultivators. The 5th severance of the immortal body corresponded to the early stage of the profound spirit realm. Just by relying on his physical body, Ning Fan was already strong enough to sweep away all early ghost profound realm experts. Bang! 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 Be it rogue immortal realm ferocious beasts or life immortal realm ferocious beasts, none of them could withstand the might of his punches and kicks. Countless ferocious beasts roared and roared. Even though they were obviously afraid, they still rushed towards Ning Fan and breathed out cold air. Although he was afraid, he still fought. One after another, the ferocious beasts died under Ning Fan's punches. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all 500 ferocious beasts were dead, leaving only the early ghost profound realm ferocious beast. His body was as huge as a low-grade cultivation planet. In front of him, Ning Fan, who was 70,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall, was like a tiny human. Ning Fan leaped into the sky and punched the top of the ferocious beast's head. With just one punch, the incomparably huge body of the ferocious beast immediately began to fall apart. Amidst the heavy rumbling sounds, it exploded into a bloody mist. Killing with one punch, 2 halves, to be continued. That profound ghost ferocious beast was killed by Ning Fan with a single punch. The shockwave from the explosion of its physical body was comparable to the self-detonation of a cultivation planet. Boundless waves of chi were immediately set off in the galaxy. More than 500 monster cores and 6 Dao fruits slowly floated above the river of stars. The sky was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts, including Xianxia, the 7 immortals who were saved sucked in a breath of cold air. They were astounded by Ningfan's formidable combat power. After a long time, the 6 life immortal realm cultivators finally put away the astonishment on their faces. Then, they forced a flattering smile and walked towards Ningfan. They wanted to curry favor with Ningfan. Befriending an expert like Ningfan would bring them great benefits. Xianxia's eyes flickered as a true spirit blood goose blocked their path and shook his head. Fellow Daoist Ning seems to be thinking about something. Let's not disturb him for the time being, Blood Void said. At this moment, Ningfan's back was facing the life immortals. He just quietly looked at the corpses of the beasts that filled the starry sky and remained silent for a long time. In his eyes, there was a trace of respect. His body gave off a desolate feeling. The 500 ferocious beasts were courageous. Even though they were afraid of Ningfan and knew that they would die for sure, they still dared to fight. Xianxia and the others were also brave. Even though they knew that they could not escape death, they still dared to turn around and face the 500 beasts together. This was war. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. It was just that they had different standpoints. In the end, the winner was always the king, and the loser was the bandit. The difference between the emperor's army and the bandit was only 10%. Since Ningfan and Xianxia were old acquaintances, he was destined to stand on Xianxia's side once he gets involved in this dispute. All of this had nothing to do with right or wrong. Facing these ferocious beasts who did not retreat even though they were weak and cowardly, Ningfan felt respect for them. That was why he spoke up and was willing to spare these ferocious beasts' lives. Unfortunately, these ferocious beasts were too persistent in completing their assignments, and they were determined to kill Xianxia and the others. They would rather die than change their intentions. Thus, Ningfan would no longer show any mercy. Once they became enemies, they could not be lenient. But in the end, he had some respect for these beasts that could not even speak. How many people in the world would rather die than surrender when the enemy's army was at their gates? Integrity wasn't something that could be said with words. It was something that could be exchanged with one's life. Master likes them very much. Why don't you bestow them as Fu? Demons that refuse to submit even in death are all qualified to be Fu. As long as you bestow enough, you can condense. My Fu clans. Will is different from other demon clans. There are 2 ways to condense. It hurts so much. I can't say any more. Woo woo woo. A crisp voice came from one of the demon cocoons in the cauldron world. The one who spoke was Zili, who was in her cocoon. She seemed like she wanted to tell Ningfan some information. However, due to the obstruction of the sin seal, she was forcefully interrupted if she did not get to the crucial point. After just a few sentences, Zili's sea of consciousness was tormented by the sin mark to the point that she wanted to die. Even with her cold and strong personality, she was still whimpering from the pain of the sin mark. Don't talk about the secrets of the Fuli race anymore. Wait until I obtain the method to remove the sin seal in the future and remove the sin seal for you, then you can tell me the secrets of the Fuli race. This sin seal is really dangerous. Ningfan's eyes turned gentle and filled with concern. Zili was also a silly little girl. She was at the critical moment of her secluded cultivation. Why should she mention the secrets of the Fuli race? Zili did not know the method to remove the sin seal and neither did Ningfan. Despite having the ancestral blood of the Fuli race, he still could not remove the sin seal on Zili's body. If the sin seal is not removed, she would not be able to mention any secrets of the Fuli race. She could not even think about it. If she forcefully reveals the secrets of the Fuli race, she would be killed by the sin seal. No matter what, Zili was raised by Ningfan step by step. How could Ningfan bear to let this little girl die from the backlash of the sin seal? Before removing the sin seal, Ningfan would not force Zili to reveal any secrets of the Fuli race for his own benefit. If he could obtain the method to remove the sin seal of the Fuli race, he would certainly do his best to help Zili remove the sin seal. I just want to help Master condense the Sin Seal. Hiss. It hurts. I don't dare to say it. Zeely said pitifully. I know that little Li Air has good intentions. Even though your words are intermittent, I can understand some of them. Little Li Air wants me to confer the title of Fu Li race to them, right? You don't have to answer me. You don't have to think about my question. Don't let the Sin Seal act up. Ning Fan comforted Zeely for a while and coaxed her to obediently spin a cocoon to cultivate. Inside his heart, Zeely's words were echoing over and over again. Zeely could not complete the two words Fu Li. Similarly, she could not complete the two-word spirit wheel. As for the method to condense the Fu Li spirit wheel, it was even more impossible for her to mention it. The spirit wheel of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan was called the Dark Wheel. The spirit wheel of the Fu Li race was called the Li Wheel. From Zeely's words, Ning Fan vaguely understood that there were two methods to condense the Li Wheel. One of them was probably to search for the ancestral object of the Fu Li race and obtain the Li Wheel through a sacrificial ritual. The other method was the secret method that Zeely wanted to secretly tell Ning Fan just now. By conferring the title of Fu Li to the demons who refused to submit even in death, he could obtain the power of the Li Wheel. Ning Fan could vaguely guess Zeely's intention. However, he did not know how to confer the power of the Li Wheel on the fallen demons at all. It was just like how he did not know how to plant the seed of Sin Seal on the Fu Li race and demoted them to Sin Li. It was also like how he did not know how to remove the Sin Seal of Sin Li. Demon conferment, seed of sin and release of sin were probably the most profound secret techniques of the Fu Li race. Ning Fan's eyes flickered as he looked at the corpses of the beasts that filled the sky. He indeed did not know how to confer the demons, but he could guess the purpose of doing so. There was no such thing as the Fu Li race in the first place. Zido pacified the chaotic world, but he had killed too many people. Especially when he was slaughtering the two immortal Jade Realm demons, he encountered a group of demons who were not afraid of death. In that battle, all the demons who refused to submit even in death were conferred the title of Fu Li by Zido. Fu Li was a kind of glory, a kind of commendation, and also a kind of redemption. Immortals had eternal life. Therefore, after death, they would die forever and there would be no more samsara. Fu Li was a kind of samsara in disguise. It kept the souls of the fallen demons and allowed them to be reborn in the world. As for the ferocious beasts whose cultivation base had yet to reach the second step, they could enter samsara again after death. As their souls were not destroyed by Ning Fan, they did not need his redemption. Therefore, if I confer the title of Fu Li, it would certainly confer the title on the demons who were at the second step and above. So, demon conferment was actually to redeem the souls of the second step demon cultivators. Ning Fan looked at the demon cores, beast corpses and Dao fruits that were floating in the starry sky thoughtfully. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 6 Dao fruits. Then, he collected all the demon cores and corpses of the rogue immortal realm demonic beasts and kept them in his cauldron world. Only the demon cores and corpses of the 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts were left behind, allowing them to continue floating in the starry sky. With a thought, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye shone faintly. He secretly activated the power of the ancestral blood of the Fu Li race. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to be able to see spots of starlight disappearing at the place where the 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts had fallen. Those were the soul fragments of the 22 fallen ferocious beasts. The souls of the rest of the rogue immortal realm ferocious beasts would return to samsara after death. However, the souls of the second step ferocious beasts could not return to samsara. They could only dissipate. This was what it meant to die of longevity. It was said that only a few people with special magic eyes could see the scene of the soul fragments disappearing. However, Ning Fan actually saw it. He vaguely guessed that the reason why he could see the soul fragments was because of the special ability of the Fu Li eye. Demon conferment. Redemption. The two words demon conferment and redemption kept echoing in Ning Fan's mind. Seeing that the soul fragments of the 22 ferocious beasts were disappearing bit by bit, Ning Fan no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and casually grabbed those soul fragments. Condense. Shui Kongzi and the others were stunned by Ning Fan's action. They did not have the ancestral blood of the Fu Li race, nor did they have the few special magic eyes. Thus, they naturally could not see the scene of Ning Fan condensing the soul fragments. They could not see that after Ning Fan grabbed those soul fragments that were about to disappear, they actually condensed into an illusory purple-black ring. Above that purple-black ring, there were 22 rays of light floating. Those 22 rays of light were the souls of the 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts that had yet to disappear. They were intercepted by Ning Fan in the illusory ring. In the Fuli race, this ability was called Demon Conferment Wheel. It was a great ability that could only be used by the Fuli race who had the ancestral blood. It could intercept the souls of dead demons so that they would not be abandoned by the samsara cycle. This was the strongest ability that only the members of the Fuli race possessed. It is said that when this ability is comprehended to the extreme, it could not only intercept the souls of demons but also the souls of deities and devils. In fact, it could even intercept the souls of all living beings in heaven and earth. The Li will seem to be trying to construct a samsara cycle to accommodate those who were abandoned by the samsara cycle. If the Li wheel is powerful enough, it could even resurrect the remnant souls that were contained in it. If the Li wheel was strong enough, it could even resurrect the remnant souls that were contained in it. Ning Fan was not aware of these secrets. Shui Kongzi and the others could not see the process of Ning Fan condensing the illusory spirit wheel. However, the true spirit blood goose faintly sensed something. Its body trembled and it instinctively became fearful of Ning Fan. At this moment, the aura force of Ning Fan's demon blood was extremely restrained. The true spirit blood goose, on the other hand, could feel the terrifying aura force hidden in Ning Fan's body. It was unknown what level the aura force was at, but it was enough to make it tremble. Ning Fan looked at the illusory spirit wheel in his palm and the 22 light spots on it. He seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, he did not. It was just the illusory spirit wheel. It was not the real spirit wheel. It could not display any of its abilities and it might even shatter with just a touch. It was too weak. This illusory spirit wheel was not enough to be called the real Fuli spirit wheel, Li wheel. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan understood. As long as he continued to borrow the power of the ancestral blood of the Fuli race to contain the remnant souls of the second-step demon race who would rather die than surrender, this illusory spirit wheel could become real bit by bit. In the end, this illusory spirit wheel would turn into the real Fuli spirit wheel. Hiss. False spirit wheel. Shui Kongzi and the other life immortal realm experts were shocked. How could they imagine that Ning Fan was actually powerful enough to comprehend the cultivation method of the false spirit wheel from a pile of dead beasts' corpses? There were false ancient gods and false ancient devils in the four heavens. There were also false ancient demons in the demon spirit land. Since the demon race had lost their spirits, they would never be able to cultivate a true spirit wheel. Shui Kongzi and the others looked at the illusory spirit wheel in Ning Fan's palm and accidentally thought that it was the false spirit wheel of the demon race. After all, the illusory spirit wheel did not have any abilities at first glance. Who would think that it was the legendary great ability, ancient demon spirit wheel? Hearing the exclamations of the people behind him, Ning Fan made a move in his mind and kept the illusory spirit wheel into his body. Looking at the demon cores and corpses of the 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts, he seemed to have understood something. It seemed like he did not need to use these demon cores and corpses to keep the remnant souls of these ferocious beasts. Since that was the case, Ning Fan simply kept the remaining demon cores and corpses into his cauldron world and gave them to Zili. It was already an extra favor for him to accept the remnant souls of these dead ferocious beasts. It was impossible for him to be so generous as to not accept their demon cores and corpses. If one day, he truly learns the demon sealing ability of the Fuli clan, he would bestow the remnant souls in his spirit wheel with a new identity. Fuli, before that, those remnant souls could only stay in the illusory spirit wheel for the time being. Fellow Daoist Ming's innate talent is really terrifying. You actually managed to condense the false spirit wheel of the demon race while still being a human. Amazing. Amazing. The few life immortal realm experts quickly flattered him. Flattery would never work. I was just lucky. Ning Fan did not linger on this topic for too long. When the few old monsters saw that Ning Fan did not want to talk about it, they tactfully changed the topic. Very soon, the topic shifted to the incident in Quicksand Star region. Shui Kongzi and the others told Ning Fan about the incident in Quicksand Star region as well as the ambush that they were ambushed. As soon as they talked about being ambushed by a group of demonic beasts, the eyes of the few old monsters immediately turned cold and they said indignantly, This time, a total of 19 Life Immortal Realm experts were under Commander Xianxia's command. We followed him to carry out a secret mission. Originally, we were prepared to destroy one of the strongholds of the demonic beasts. However, we didn't expect that we would be ambushed by the demonic beasts not long after we left the Quicksand clan. With just a single attack, 13 of us were killed and 7 of us were injured. Humph. Just as we left the Quicksand clan, we were ambushed by the demonic beasts. In my opinion, there must be a spy of the demon race in the Quicksand clan. Our whereabouts have been exposed. As far as I know, out of the 10 teams of the Quicksand clan that were carrying out a secret mission, 4 of them have already been ambushed by the demonic beasts. In the past, I heard from others that there is a spy of the demon race in the Quicksand clan. At first, I thought that it was a rumor spread by the 13 demon lords to make us anxious and lose our footing. Humph. Now, I finally know that the matter about the spy is mostly true. If there isn't a spy, how could we be ambushed as soon as we leave the Quicksand clan when our whereabouts are so secretive? Another old monster added. Commander Shui, who do you think is most likely to be the spy of the demon race in the Quicksand clan? I think that Taoist Heavenly Dog who has a half-demon body is a little suspicious. He has a peak mortal profound realm cultivation base and he was in charge of issuing the mission. If there really is a spy in the Quicksand clan, that person is highly suspicious. On the other hand, I think that old monster Dian who likes to rear demon pets is a little suspicious. That old monster Black Mountain who wears a spiritual cloak and never shows his face all day long is also a little suspicious. After experiencing a life and death situation, the 7 Life Immortal Realm experts hated the so-called spy to their bones. They were eager to find that person and cut him into pieces. Ning Fan did not say a single word from the beginning to the end. He did not participate in their discussion. Whether there was really a spy of the demon race in the Quicksand clan or not, he did not know and he did not care. He only had 2 goals in coming to the Quicksand Galaxy. One was to infiltrate the Quicksand tribe and obtain Taoist Quicksand's incense. The second was to enter the Quicksand Sea of Stars, find the secret place of quicksand that Lu Xianxia had discovered by chance, and enter the ancient god's cave of time. Unfortunately, according to the information provided by Xianxia and the others, because of the chaos in the Quicksand star field, the Quicksand clan had already moved their ancestral temple, treasury, and other important forbidden areas into a broken world called the Quicksand Realm. Even the headquarters of the counterattack against the Demon Tide, the Monster Exterminating League, was moved from Quicksand Star to Quicksand Realm. The Quicksand Realm had now become the headquarters of the anti-demon cultivators. Cultivators who were not from the Quicksand clan or the Monster Suppressing League were not allowed to enter. If Ning Fan wanted to steal the Joss Flames, his top priority now was to find a way to sneak into the Flowing Sand Realm, only then could he achieve his first goal. The Quicksand Sanctuary was located in the Quicksand Star Ocean, which was located in the northern region of the Quicksand Star region. Now, it had become the lair of the Monster Beast Army. It was said that there were 13 true Crossing Realm demon cultivators guarding the lair. In the entire Demon Tide army, only these 13 true Crossing Realm demon cultivators could transform into humans. The rest of them were in their beast forms. These 13 people called themselves the 13 Demon Lords. Among them, the weakest one was at the early True Crossing Realm while the strongest one was at the peak True Crossing Realm. When the 13 Demon Lords joined forces, even Shi Kong would have to retreat a little. Even if Ning Fan had the ancient devil puppet, he would not dare to barge into the demon lair of the Star Ocean rashly. It would be extremely dangerous. If he were to sneak in, Ning Fan did not know the exact location of the ancient god's cave of time. He only had a rough idea of its location. It would take him some time to find it. Unfortunately, the Quicksand Star Ocean was surrounded by a poisonous mist. In a month, the poisonous mist would only dissipate for 2 hours. That poisonous mist was extremely powerful. Even Shi Kong would not dare to barge into the sea of poisonous mist. As for the invisibility effect, it would only last for 2 hours. He could only do it once every 10 days. There were too many restrictions and dangers in order to properly investigate the whereabouts of the ancient god's cave of time in the Quicksand Star Ocean. Thus, he needed to make a good plan. Fellow Daoist Ning, are you passing by the Quicksand Star region or? Xianxia suddenly asked. I have some goals that can only be achieved in the Quicksand Star region. Unfortunately, the quicksand star region has gone through such an unforeseen event. Ning Fan pretended to sigh. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan had something to do in the quicksand star region, Xue Kongzi's eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist Ning, are you interested in joining our demon exterminating alliance? You can stay in the quicksand star region with us for a while and conspire on how to eliminate the demon race in the secret area of the quicksand star region. With your strength, if you join the demon exterminating alliance, you can at least become the vice leader. The demon exterminating alliance had 4 leaders. They were 4 true immortals, including the clan leader of the quicksand star region. Currently, there were 12 vice leaders. All of them were old monsters at the late Ghost Profound Realm or above. In Xue Kongzi's opinion, Ning Fan's strength was more than enough to become a vice leader. If Ning Fan joins them, the demon exterminating alliance would become stronger and the hope of eliminating the demon tide would increase. Thus, why not join the demon exterminating alliance? I'm used to traveling alone and I don't really like being tied down. Ning Fan pretended to be considering. Fellow Daoist Ning, I suppose you're reluctant to leave the quicksand star region because you heard that ancient heartbeat, right? Xue Kongzi suddenly asked using telepathy. The ancient heartbeat? Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. Oh? Fellow Daoist Ning doesn't know about this? Just one day before the demon horde appeared, the sound of a heartbeat spread throughout the entire quicksand galaxy. I heard it very clearly. That heartbeat definitely came from the direction of the quicksand star region. It carried an incomparably ancient qi which contained the boundless great Tao. Many immortal cultivators in the quicksand star region heard that sound. These fellow Taoists and I are reluctant to leave the quicksand star region and are willing to risk our lives to assist the quicksand tribe in exterminating the demon race. It's also that we can explore the quicksand star ocean after exterminating the demon race. If I'm not mistaken, that ancient heartbeat is definitely a great opportunity. Xue Kongzi looked at Ning Fan and was greatly surprised when he saw that Ning Fan did not seem to know about the ancient heartbeat at all. Fellow Daoist, aren't you staying in the quicksand star region to investigate that heartbeat? Yes. I'm staying in the quicksand star region for other matters. I see. No matter what fellow Daoist is planning, you should join the demon exterminating alliance and stay in the quicksand star region for now. As long as the demon tide isn't eliminated, the quicksand star region won't be peaceful. We will have to be on tenterhooks whenever we travel. If fellow Daoist is willing to join the demon exterminating alliance, I'm willing to recommend you. Xue Kongzi said with lingering fear. Alright. If that's the case, I'll listen to fellow Daoist and temporarily join the demon exterminating alliance and stay in the quicksand star region. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. There were too many uncertain factors in the quicksand star region. It was better for him to sneak into the quicksand star region first and steal Daoist Lu Sha's incense. Asterisk plop asterisk asterisk plop asterisk asterisk plop asterisk. Just as Ning Fan agreed to Xue Kongzi's suggestion, a heartbeat that sounded like it came from the ancient times suddenly spread across the entire quicksand star region. At this moment, countless cultivators who heard the heartbeat were filled with shock and joy. The moment Ning Fan heard the heartbeat, his heart began to beat rhythmically without him realizing it. His ancient god blood also felt like it was about to boil. This is the heartbeat of an ancient god. What kind of powerful ancient god is it exactly? It can actually make the heartbeat sound spread across the entire high-grade star region. One half, to be continued, it was just a heartbeat but it caused the entire star region to tremble in an instant. The tremor was extremely weak but it was real. Ning Fan felt that his cultivation base had increased by a few years just by listening to a heartbeat. The heartbeat suddenly disappeared, and the entire star domain stopped trembling, as if the trembling had never existed. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He frowned and remained silent. At the moment when the heartbeat stopped, Ning Fan clearly heard the murmur of an ancient god. It was a murmur that only ancient gods who possessed the heart aperture could hear. Save me. In that heartbeat, there was actually a cry for help mixed in, a cry for help, that's the voice. Fellow Daoist Ning, did you hear it? This voice. This voice. Xue Kongzi's eyes were filled with excitement. When he heard the heartbeat, his cultivation base also improved slightly. Even though it was not as much as Ning Fan's improvement, it was enough to excite him. just listening to the heartbeat could greatly improve one's cultivation base. If one were to get closer to the heartbeat and listen to it a few more times, tens of times or even hundreds of times, what kind of improvement would one's cultivation base receive? If he could find the source of the heartbeat, he might obtain a great fortune and improve his cultivation base rapidly. In order to find the great fortune hidden behind the heartbeat, Xianxia resolutely chose to stay in the quicksand star region. Even though he knew that the tide of demons was dangerous, he still wanted to help the quicksand clan fight against it. Most of the other cultivators who chose to join the Demon Extermination Alliance had the same thought. They were willing to take the risk to stay in the quicksand clan for their own fortune. However, they could not hear the cry for help hidden under the heartbeat. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became dark. He was not as surprised as Xianxia and the others. He was deep in thought, trying to figure out what that cry for help sounded like. The heartbeat of the ancient god resounded across the entire star region. The mysterious cry for help hidden under the heartbeat, the sudden collapse of the immortal mountain, the sudden appearance of countless divine treasures and the sudden appearance of the demon tide. The nest of the demon tide was in the quicksand star ocean. That was the place where the heartbeat of the ancient god came from. This demon tide doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Ning Fan frowned deeply. Perhaps the ancient god's cave of time was not just a fortune. Perhaps there was some unknown danger hidden. Haha, what does fellow Taoist Ning think about that ancient heartbeat? Is it a great opportunity? Xianxia asked with a smile. And, just listening to this heartbeat is enough to increase our Tao skills. The opportunity really isn't small. However, the dangers might not be small either. Ning Fan did not tell Xianxia the second half of his sentence. He was acquainted with Xianxia, but their relationship was not so good that he could entrust his life to him. He would not tell Xianxia that he was an ancient god and could hear the murmurs of ancient gods. When necessary, he would remind Xianxia to be careful of the quicksand star ocean, but he couldn't tell Xianxia all his secrets. They continued to chat for a while. Most of them were expressing their gratitude and compliments to Ning Fan. Then, Xianxia and the others brought Ning Fan back to the Quicksand clan. Currently, the Quicksand Galaxy was split into two. The northern region was controlled by the demons, while the southern region was the human race's refuge. The direction where Ning Fan entered the Quicksand Star region was actually the border between the north and south regions. Everyone was flying towards the southern region. As for the specific direction, they would have to follow the direction of the star chart. As they went deeper into the southern region, they could no longer see the half-destroyed cultivation planets and the corpses of humans and beasts that filled the sky. Along the way, void fragmentation realm experts of the Demon Suppression Alliance would be patrolling. As soon as they saw Xianxia and the others, they immediately cupped their fists and saluted. Even though Ning Fan and Xianxia concealed their life immortal realm aura force, their chi obviously belonged to the second step immortal realm. When the patrolling experts heard Xianxia say that Ning Fan was a life immortal realm expert who came to join the Demon Suppression Alliance, they naturally would not question Ning Fan's identity anymore. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect when they looked at Ning Fan. A second step immortal realm expert was an existence that they could only hope to reach in their lifetime. One day later, they arrived at the main planet of the Quicksand Star region, Quicksand Planet. It was a high-grade cultivation planet. Looking from afar, it looked like a gigantic yellow fruit pit with an uneven surface. However, when they got closer, they could see that it was a cultivation planet that was mainly made of weathered mountains and rocks. There was hardly any vegetation on the entire planet. However, the Earth's spiritual chi there was not weak. This place was the most suitable for cultivating Earth elemental cultivation methods. As they approached the planet, Ning Fan could faintly feel a unique Tao essence from it. It was as if there was an invisible force that bathed Ning Fan's body when he entered the vicinity of the Quicksand Star. That force was the extremely weak power of time. Time. It was the power of time that had weathered the entire Quicksand Star and changed its terrain. Hee. This Quicksand clan can be considered as a large clan that has existed since ancient times. Even though the current clan leader of the Quicksand clan only has an early truth-crossing realm cultivation base and he couldn't make the clan famous in the Eastern Heaven, it was still a very powerful clan in ancient times. It is said that the progenitor of the Quicksand clan was an ancient immortal venerable who achieved his Tao in the Quicksand Star region. He once used a finger to deduce the passage of time and weathered all the cultivation planets in the entire quicksand star region, drying up all the rivers, withering all the vegetation and turning the mountains into rubble. That divine ability did not destroy the star region. Instead, it made all the cultivation planets have earth elemental energy, making them extremely suitable for cultivating earth elemental cultivation methods. In the future, the Quicksand clan declined generation after generation. There were no more outstanding individuals. The only outstanding individual was Taoist Quicksand, who had fallen 9 million years ago. He used a finger to reverse 10,000 years of time and erased the 10,000 years of Tao of an immortal venerable. Xianxia explained the reason why the landform of the Quicksand star was formed. When he talked about those peerless heroes who had passed away in the past, his usually arrogant eyes became humble and respectful. He admired those ancient heroes very much and wished that he could be born in the same generation as them. Weathering the entire star region with a finger, huh? Ning Fan raised his palm and a trace of purple-golden wind mist power quietly flowed between his fingers. The wind mist finger was activated with the power of samsara. The power of samsara was a supreme divine ability. Even an immortal emperor who was at the peak of the second step would not be able to peek into the power of samsara. This kind of power was far from what Ning Fan could control right now. As for the power of samsara, it included the power of time. The power of time was the power of time. It was the opposite of the power of space. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. He might not be able to comprehend the power of samsara, but it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the power of time. If he could improve his comprehension of the Tao of time and activate the wind mist finger with the power of time, he would probably be able to weather everything. Weathering was like a finger of quicksand. Aging was like a period of time. Perhaps the two words quicksand in the quicksand star region were worthy of this divine ability of time that could weather everything. After a few more introductions, Xianxia and the others brought Ning Fan to the quicksand star. Currently, the entire quicksand star was vast but sparsely populated. Other than the cultivators of the Alliance who were patrolling the place, there was almost no one else in sight. The prosperous cultivation city and trade city in the past had now become a dead and empty city. Everyone had been transferred to the hidden intermediate Kiliacosm on the quicksand star, the quicksand realm. Seeing Xianxia and the others entering the star, a group of cultivators wearing golden armor immediately flew towards them. This group of cultivators consisted of 20 people. Each of them was a life immortal realm expert. The leader of the group was an old man wearing golden armor who was at the peak of the human profound realm. His expression was rather arrogant. "Commander Shui, didn't you bring some people to carry out a secret mission? Aren't you supposed to return after a few months? Why are you back so soon? Could it be that you failed the mission?" The old man's tone was a little cold. He could tell with just a glance that almost all of Xianxia's group were severely injured. When they set off, there were 20 life immortal realm experts in the team. Now, only 8 of them had returned. Could it be that the remaining 12 had died? Wait, the eyes of the old man in golden armor suddenly fell on Ning Fan. Only then did he notice that Ning Fan was not one of the 20 people who were assigned to Xianxia's group. Who is he? The old man's tone was full of questions. "Great Commander Kenyan, report," Xianxia sighed softly. Then, he told the old man everything about how the team was ambushed, how they were hunted by a group of demons and how they were rescued by Ning Fan. The golden-armored old man's Taoist name was Xianxia, and he was one of the 24 commanders of the Monster Exterminating League. The Demon Suppression Alliance had 4 Alliance Masters, 12 Vice Alliance Masters, 24 Great Commanders, 72 Commanders, more than 300 Life Immortal Experts and 200,000 Void Fragmentation Realm Experts. Xianxia's status in the Alliance was lower than Xianxia's, so his tone was naturally very respectful. Xianxia was arrogant, and his cultivation and status were higher than Xianxia, so he would naturally not be courteous to Xianxia. When Xianxia first heard that Xianxia had been ambushed and that 13 Fate Immortals had died and 7 were injured, Xianxia was furious. He wanted nothing more than to charge Xianxia with the crime of incompetent leadership. But after listening to the entire process of Xianxia and the others being ambushed, Xianxia's anger gradually dissipated, and he started to frown. Xianxia and the others being ambushed and almost annihilated did not seem to be an accident, nor was it Xianxia's fault. Xianxia and the others were carrying out a confidential mission. Very few people knew about their whereabouts. However, as soon as they left the territory of the southern region, they were ambushed by a group of demons. 13 of them died and 7 of them were injured. It seemed like their whereabouts had already been exposed long before Xianxia and the others left the southern region. If that was the case, there were indeed spies of the demon race in the Quicksand clan. The group that was ambushed was not just Xianxia's group. Knowing that the failure of the mission was not Xianxia's fault, Xianxia's expression became much more relaxed. When he heard that Xianxia and the others were rescued by Ning Fan alone, Xianxia's eyes carried a hint of doubt and he looked at Ning Fan. With his peak mortal profound realm cultivation base, he could not see through Ning Fan's exact cultivation level. It was very hard for him to imagine that Ning Fan could actually kill 500 ferocious beasts all by himself. Fellow Taoist Ning, did you really kill 500 rogue immortal realm ferocious beasts and 22 life immortal realm ferocious beasts all by himself? Moreover, there was even an early ghost profound realm ferocious beast among those life immortal realm ferocious beasts? Xianxia looked at Ning Fan doubtfully. Yes. This fellow Taoist Ning indeed did it all by himself. Just as Xianxia was about to tell Xianxia about Ning Fan's strength, a strong aura force suddenly swept across the place and interrupted Xianxia's words. That aura force was released by Ning Fan. Under this aura force, the expressions of the 20 golden armored life immortals including Xianxia changed greatly. They could not withstand Ning Fan's aura force at all. They took a few steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Each of their expressions changed greatly. Early Ghost Profound Realm. This fellow Taoist Ning is actually a Ghost Profound Realm Life Immortal Realm expert. This man is indeed an early Ghost Profound Realm expert. However, I have never seen an early Ghost Profound Realm expert with such a powerful aura force. I'm afraid even a late Ghost Profound Realm expert wouldn't be able to have such a powerful aura force. Xianxia's arrogant expression had already been replaced by astonishment. After a long while, he finally realized that he had lost his composure at the moment. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Ning Fan and squeezed out an unnatural smile. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Ning to be a Ghost Profound Life Immortal. My apologies, my apologies. You're being too courteous, fellow Taoist Kunyan. Before I came to the Quicksand clan, fellow Taoist Xianxia had already told me about fellow Taoist Kunyan's reputation. I heard that fellow Taoist Kunyan is proficient in the secret techniques of the Buddha sect. You once fought an early Ghost Profound Realm expert to a draw with your peak human Profound Realm cultivation base. If there's a chance, I would like to exchange a few moves with fellow Taoist Kunyan. Ning Fan said smilingly. On the way to Flowing Sand Planet, Xianxia had already told Ning Fan all the information about the cultivators above the commander rank of the Demon Suppression Alliance. Hehe, fellow Taoist Ning must be joking. This old man has always been very accurate in judging people. If I'm not mistaken, although fellow Taoist is at the early Ghost Mystic realm, your magic power is already comparable to a late Ghost Mystic realm. Fellow Taoist's magic power is profound. I'm afraid I'm not your opponent. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Ning Fan actually knew something about him. Inwardly, he could not help but feel a little proud of himself. He smiled apologetically and did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked about the purpose of Ning Fan's visit. As soon as Xianxia heard that Ning Fan had the intention to enter the Flowing Sand Realm and join the Demon Suppression Alliance, he could not help but feel overjoyed. An expert like Ning Fan was of great significance to the Demon Suppression Alliance. Ning Fan's participation would be of great help to the Demon Suppression Alliance. Since fellow Taoist Ning has the intention to join the Demon Suppression Alliance, follow me and fellow Taoist Xue back to the Flowing Sand Realm. Fellow Taoist Xue's failure in the mission must be reported to the 4 Alliance Masters. Let's enter the Flowing Sand Realm now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia took out a yellow token and struck it with a magic seal. Then, he chanted some incantations. A few breaths later, a yellow oval-shaped light gate that was about 100 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall suddenly appeared at the place where the weathered mountain rocks were. Inside the light gate was a realm of its own. It was the Flowing Sand Realm. Fellow Taoist Ning, this way please. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he ordered the other golden-armored cultivators to continue patrolling. Then, he personally brought Ning Fan, Shui Kongzi, and the others back to the flowing sand realm. As soon as everyone entered the light gate, it disappeared. What they saw was a boundless golden desert. On this boundless desert, there were many sand cities built. Occasionally, there were also cone-shaped golden towers built on the desert. Outside those golden towers, there were usually sphinxes with solemn expressions. Inside the golden towers, the chi of death lingered without dispersing. It was as if some of the deceased had passed away in meditation in these golden towers. This is the past life tower of the Flowing Sand clan. If the experts of the Flowing Sand clan are close to death, they will return to this tower and pass away. This tradition is said to have started from the generation of the ancestors of the Flowing Sand clan. Seeing that Ning Fan was curious about these golden towers, Kuan Yunzi and Shui Kongzi took turns to tell Ning Fan about the local customs and practices of the Flowing Sand clan. As they flew across the desert, Ning Fan's group met many cultivators of the Demon Suppression Alliance. They also met many cultivators of the Flowing Sand clan. Most of the cultivators of the Demon Suppression Alliance were not members of the Flowing Sand clan. Instead, they were hired thugs by the Flowing Sand clan. Their attire was no different from most of the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. The attire of the members of the Flowing Sand clan, on the other hand, was vastly different from the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. Most of the male cultivators of the Flowing Sand clan were used to being bare-chested. On their bodies, they usually wore golden ornaments which were usually inlaid with luxurious gems. The women of the Flowing Sand clan liked to cover their faces with light veils. They also liked to wear golden ornaments. Compared to ordinary female cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, their attire was much bolder and unrestrained. They dared to expose their arms, calves, and lower abdomen. Their skin was also not as fair as that of ordinary women. Instead, it carried a light bronze color. Even though their attire was different from the style of the Eastern Heaven, their words and actions were no different from the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. As soon as they saw Kuan Yunzi and his group returning, all the cultivators along the way, regardless of whether they belonged to the Demon Suppression Alliance or the Flowing Sand clan, would salute Kuan Yunzi and his group respectfully. In the depths of the desert, there was a huge golden city that occupied an area of tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li. The four sides of the city gate were guarded by two ghost profound realm sphinx-faced beasts. They were not statues but living creatures. They were the unique guardian divine beasts of the Flowing Sand clan. Only the Flowing Sand clan possessed such strange beasts. However, there were not many of them. Currently, there were only 8 of them in the entire Flowing Sand clan. Kuan Yunzi and his group came from the south. When they entered the huge golden city from the south gate. As soon as they saw Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and the others who were not members of the Flowing Sand clan trying to enter the city, the two sphinx-faced beasts who were guarding the south gate revealed an arrogant expression. They let out a low roar as if they were disdainful towards them. Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and the others seemed to have long gotten used to the disdainful eyes of the sphinx-faced beasts. Thus, their emotions did not fluctuate much. Ning Fan, on the other hand, raised his eyes slightly and gave the two sphinx-faced beasts an indifferent glance. He did not purposely activate the prestige of the demon ancestor's bloodline, nor did he purposely activate the aura force of his royal bloodline and divine bloodline. Just a calm look from him made the blood of the two sphinx-faced beasts boil for no reason. The way they looked at Ning Fan actually carried a hint of undetectable fear and respect. Then, they slowly bent their knees and bowed to Ning Fan. Divine beasts, huh? If a demon beast cultivates the divine Tao, it can break away from its body and become a divine beast. Ning Fan looked at the two beasts with great interest. Then, he entered the huge golden city. Behind him, Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi and the other life immortal realm cultivators wore astonished expressions. Could it be that they were still dreaming? The sphinx-faced beasts who had always been arrogant actually knelt to Ning Fan. How could this be possible? One should know that even if they were facing the current clan leader of the Quicksand clan, these sphinx-faced beasts would not change their arrogant attitude, let alone kneeling to anyone. What kind of ability did Ning Fan use to actually make these sphinx-faced beasts submit to him? Fellow Taoist Ning, what happened just now? Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and the others asked doubtfully. Nothing happened just now. Ning Fan smiled and did not mention much about what happened just now. Seeing that Ning Fan did not want to talk about it, Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi and the others also tactfully stopped asking. However, everyone felt that Ning Fan was becoming more and more unfathomable. Perhaps, the Quicksand clan had just received an incredibly strong reinforcement this time. With Kuan Yunzi leading the way, their journey into the huge golden city was almost unobstructed. Occasionally, some patrolling guards would ask them questions. However, when they heard that Ning Fan was a ghost profound realm expert who had come to join the Demon Extermination Alliance, none of them dared to stop Ning Fan and the others. At the center of the huge city, there was a cone-shaped golden palace. This palace used to be the place where the clan leader of the Quicksand clan cultivated in seclusion. Now, it was the headquarters of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Kuan Yunzi led Shui Kongzi and the others into the Golden Palace. Ning Fan, on the other hand, waited outside the Golden Palace for the four leaders to summon him. Since Shui Kongzi's team was ambushed, they needed to report it first. Only then could they mention Ning Fan joining the alliance to the four leaders. Before the four leaders summoned him, Ning Fan could only wait patiently outside the Golden Palace. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he quietly spread his spirit sense to search for the clan temple of the Quicksand clan in the huge city. However, he did not find the clan temple in the Quicksand clan. Instead, he spread his spirit sense out of the huge golden city and spread it to the boundless desert. Even though the Quicksand realm was just a damaged medium-class world, it was extremely vast. Even if Ning Fan used the heaven-peering rain technique, he would not be able to see through the entire medium-class world with a single technique. Now, Ning Fan did not use the rain technique. Instead, he was just using his spirit sense to search for the location of the clan temple. Thus, the range of his search was naturally very small. He did not use the rain technique to search for the clan temple. If he uses the rain technique rashly in the Quicksand realm where it rarely rained, it would probably arouse the vigilance of the experts of the Quicksand clan. Knowing that he would not be able to find the clan temple of the Quicksand clan in a short period of time, Ning Fan temporarily put aside the matter of stealing the Joss flames and began to observe the local customs and practices of the Quicksand clan. The women of the Quicksand clan dressed boldly, but they were very conservative. Occasionally, some female cultivators of the Quicksand clan would admire Ning Fan when they saw his handsome appearance. However, they did not dare to strike up a conversation with him rashly. Instead, they only dared to peek at Ning Fan from afar while feeling shy. On the other hand, there were a few female cultivators of the alliance who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Ning Fan after noticing his extraordinary bearing. However, they were all sent away by Ning Fan with a few words. 2 hours passed. Kuan Yunzi and the others still had not left the palace. 4 hours had passed and Ning Fan was still waiting outside the palace. After witnessing the local customs and practices of the Quicksand clan, Ning Fan closed his eyes and sensed the Tao sense of the power of time in the Quicksand realm. Elegance is like a finger of quicksand. Age is a period of time. If I can comprehend the power of time and use it to activate the wind mist finger, this finger will certainly become my trump card again. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart was strangely quiet. The clamor of the mortal world gradually faded away. Only the hissing sound of wind and sand blowing across the desert remained in his ears. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of some ancient rocks standing tall on the desert being weathered into sand bit by bit. A finger of quicksand is a period of time. What really causes the rocks to be weathered is not wind but time. What really causes the rocks to decay is only time. Time is time. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart gradually merged with the entire Quicksand realm. A trace of the blood of time in his body suddenly became scorching hot and fervent. A trace of the Tao power of time was slowly taking shape on his body. At the crucial moment when he was comprehending the Tao, an extremely unpleasant voice broke Ning Fan's tranquil state of mind and pulled him back from his state of comprehension. "You are Ning Fan." Ning Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was slightly cold. He turned around and said indifferently, "May I know who you are?" The one who spoke was a group of male cultivators who were bare-chested. There were a total of 20 of them and the weakest among them was at the Life Immortal realm. The leader of the group was a late Ghost Profound realm cultivator. These people were bare-chested. Judging from their attire, they should be members of the Quicksand clan. However, these people were also wearing the unique badge of the Alliance on their bodies. In other words, these people were not only members of the Quicksand clan but also cultivators of the Alliance. The late Ghost Profound Realm cultivator was a bald burly man who was wearing a pair of earrings made of pure gold. The way he looked at Ning Fan was filled with judgment and indifference. Underneath that indifference, there was actually a trace of hatred. Hatred? What kind of hatred did he have against Ning Fan? Even though this trace of hatred was deeply hidden, it could not hide from Ning Fan's eyes. Ning Fan's eyes became even colder. He knew that this person did not come with good intentions. However, he did not know when he had offended this person. After hearing Ning Fan asking about his identity, the bald burly man only curled his lips into a cold smile. He did not answer Ning Fan's question. Instead, he said in an unfriendly tone, "Since you don't know me, it seems like I didn't find the wrong person. I'm an elder of the Quicksand clan, La Lu. Of course, I also have another identity, which is the vice leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance. I heard that you want to join the Demon Extermination Alliance and even want to fight for the position of vice leader." Ning Fan did not answer La Lu's question. His frown deepened and he turned around to leave. This person was obviously looking for trouble at first glance. The reason why Ning Fan came to the Quicksand realm was to steal the Joss Flames. Before that, he did not want to get involved in other troubles. Seeing that Ning Fan dared to ignore him, La Lu's eyes turned gloomy. The hatred in his eyes intensified and he said coldly, "Are you trying to run away? According to the rules of the Demon Extermination Alliance, there can only be 12 vice leaders at most. If you really want to join the alliance and become the vice leader, you need to push one of them down and take away his position. Ning Fan, do you dare to make a bet with me? If you can defeat me by 1 or 2 moves, I will give you the position of vice leader. If you can't even take 1 move from me, then you deserve to die." Ning Fan's eyes turned even colder. However, he did not stop his footsteps. Even though he did not like La Lu's way of doing things and his character, he would not go so far as to kill someone just because of his provocation. Cultivation base was not meant to be used to bully the weak. "Humph! How dare you ignore me? You're courting death. All of you, attack together. Take this young man down and wait for my punishment." As soon as La Lu gave the order, the 19 life immortals of the Quicksand clan behind him immediately turned into 19 rays of golden light. With a flash, they surrounded Ning Fan. Without any unnecessary words, the 19 life immortals activated their secret techniques at the same time. All of them shone with golden light. Extremely strong true yang light rose from their bodies and it was dazzling. The true yang light turned into a dazzling golden grand formation, trapping Ning Fan within it. The 19 life immortals waved their hands and the golden light condensed into a gigantic golden sword. They held it in their palms and slashed at Ning Fan who was trapped in the formation. The 19 powerful auras instantly spread across the entire golden city. Even in some of the sand cities that were far away from the city, many people could sense the auras of the 19 life immortals. This true yang power. There's no mistaking it. It's the golden guards of the Quicksand clan. They are bullying the cultivators of the Alliance again. In the Golden City, many cultivators of the Alliance frowned and said. Among the 19 life immortals, 7 of them were at the early human profound realm, 5 of them were at the mid-human profound realm, 3 of them were at the late human profound realm and 3 of them were at the peak human profound realm. 1 of them was at the early ghost profound realm. These 19 people belonged to the Golden Guards of the Quicksand clan. They listened to the command of the leader of the Golden Guards, La Lu. La Lu had always hated the cultivators of the Alliance. He always bullied them with his identity as a member of the Quicksand clan. The Demon Suppression Alliance was a force that the clan leader of the Quicksand clan had recruited. In the Alliance, the members of the Quicksand clan had a special status. Ordinary people would not dare to offend them. Putting aside La Lu's special identity as an elder of the Quicksand clan and his identity as the vice leader of the Alliance, not many people would dare to offend him with his late ghost profound realm cultivation base. Even if they were unlucky and were bullied by La Lu, they could only swallow their anger. Sensing that the Golden Guards under La Lu were stirring up trouble in the city, many cultivators of the Alliance guessed that La Lu was going to deal with them again. Most of them sent their spirit sense to observe the situation but no one dared to help Ning Fan. No one would offend La Lu for the sake of a stranger like Ning Fan. From their point of view, Ning Fan would be severely injured even if he did not die after being besieged by 19 life immortal realm cultivators. All of you have crossed the line. The cold light in Ning Fan's eyes reached its peak. Even though he did not like to cause trouble, he was not afraid of it either. Ning Fan sneered and took a step forward. The aura force of an early ghost profound realm cultivator swept across the place. The entire Golden City immediately shook violently. An unimaginable destructive force came from beneath Ning Fan's feet. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Countless houses collapsed under his stomp. Countless cultivators escaped from the collapsed houses in a miserable manner. They looked at Ning Fan in shock and exclaimed. That's right. That's right. Early ghost profound realm. This man is actually a ghost profound life immortal. Under that destructive force, the true Yang Grand formation instantly shattered into pieces of golden light. The expressions of the 19 life immortal realm cultivators changed. However, they still slashed at the golden swords in their hands. Ning Fan raised his head and laughed. His eyes looked like a devil and his black hair danced wildly in the air. With a wave of his hand, 19 gigantic palm imprints that were condensed from magic power were sent flying. The 19 golden swords shattered into golden light and disappeared. As for the 19 life immortal realm golden guards, they were all sent flying away by the palm imprints. The 18 life immortal realm cultivators were instantly killed by the palm imprints. Their bodies exploded into blood mist. Only the early ghost profound realm life immortal realm cultivator managed to block the palm imprints. The fear in his heart reached its peak in an instant. He had used all of his strength to block Ning Fan's casual palm imprint. How could he not see that Ning Fan did not use any extra abilities in that palm imprint? It was just a palm imprint that was condensed by Ning Fan's powerful magic power. Moreover, the palm imprint was divided into 19 parts. Each of the palm imprints was not as strong as before. Even so, he was the only one among the 19 gold guards who did not die under the palm imprint. Ning Fan's strength was far beyond his imagination. Ning Fan's ferocity was also far beyond his imagination. A life immortal realm cultivator who had yet to join the Demon Extermination Alliance actually dared to kill 18 gold guards in public in Flowing Sand Realm. He was really bold and arrogant. After seeing Ning Fan kill 18 people with a single palm imprint, he actually raised his hand again and sent another palm imprint at him. The early ghost profound realm cultivator was filled with fear. He turned around and fled towards the bald man while shouting in panic. Elder La Lu, save me. At this moment, La Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He did not expect Ning Fan to actually have such great strength. No wonder Ning Fan could save Xue Kongzi and the others and kill all of his beloved demons. So that's why, is he actually such a strong person? Even though he's just an early ghost profound realm cultivator, his combat power is comparable to a late ghost profound realm cultivator. After recovering from his shock, La Lu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness again. Ning Fan first killed 500 of his demon beast subordinates and then annihilated 18 of his gold guards. This was really unforgivable. With a flash, La Lu appeared beside the early ghost profound realm cultivator in a single step. He stood in front of him and stared at Ning Fan coldly. Today, you must die. You? Ning Fan said coldly. Suddenly, he raised his hand and summoned a ray of dark golden sword light. At the moment when the sword light appeared, a sense of extreme danger rose in La Lu's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. I'm not going to separate anymore. There's no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. That dark golden sword light was Ning Fan's Dao weapon, memory-severing Dao sword, with Ning Fan's magic power which was comparable to a late ghost profound realm expert. Almost no late ghost profound realm expert could withstand the power of this sword. The moment the sword appeared, Raru was not the only one who felt a sense of danger. His expression changed drastically. The expressions of countless cultivators who were watching the battle in the giant golden city also changed drastically. All of them could see how powerful Ning Fan's Dao weapon was. Without any hesitation, Raru's eyes turned cold. He grabbed the early ghost profound realm subordinate behind him and threw him towards the incoming dark golden sword light. Just now, he was acting like he was standing up for his subordinate. Now that he was facing a life and death situation, he actually used his subordinate as a shield without any hesitation. That early ghost profound realm Huang Jinwei did not expect that he would be used as a shield by Elder Raru. He was thrown towards the dark golden sword light by Raru like a sandbag. The dark golden sword light flashed and turned into 108,000 illusory black swords, slashing at the early ghost profound realm Huang Jinwei's face. The illusory scenes blinded his eyes, evoking the most painful memories in his heart. In his memories, he vaguely saw the person whom he felt the most guilty towards in his life walking towards him step by step and beheading him with a sword, instantly killing an early ghost profound realm expert. At this moment, countless cultivators exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked by the power of the memory-severing Dao sword. After killing the early ghost profound realm Huang Jinwei, Ning Fan flicked his finger. 108,000 illusory sword light flashed and blocked all of Raru's escape routes. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected all the primordial spirits of the 19 Huang Jinwei and searched their souls and memories. He just hurriedly looked through their memories. There was nothing wrong with their memories. After killing these primordial spirits with a secret technique, he temporarily sealed them in his soul pouch and used the soul blast technique in the future. After taking away all the storage pouches of the 19 Huang Jinwei, he calmly looked at Raru who was trapped in the sword formation. Raru was not a weakling. Even when he was trapped in the illusory sword formation, he did not get killed instantly by the illusory swords. He was very sensitive to danger and he was very decisive in his actions. As soon as he saw the power of the memory-severing Dao sword, he used his subordinate as a shield without hesitation. Unfortunately, his strength was still weaker than Ning Fan's. Even though he was not killed by the illusory sword formation, he was trapped by the illusory swords, he was still unable to escape. Seeing more and more illusory swords, Raru gritted his teeth. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. Then, he muttered to himself as he loudly reprimanded Yi Zichen. Forbidden technique, Divine Sun Mirror. The moment his voice fell, countless rays of golden light flowed out from the jade slip fragments and condensed into a divine mirror artifact a meter above his head, radiating a dazzling golden light like the sun. A golden divine light swept out from the divine mirror, carrying with it the power of a peak spirit Xian expert. With a sweep of the divine light, the 108,000 illusory swords immediately began to burn under the sunlight and dissipated into smoke. In just the blink of an eye, all the illusory swords were destroyed. The true form of the memory-severing Dao sword appeared. After being struck by the golden light, it let out a clanging sound and flew back to Ning Fan's hand. This is the Quicksand Clan's forbidden technique Jade Scroll. Every member of the Quicksand Clan has a chance to obtain a jade slip from the clan's temple once in their lifetime. It can be used as a life-saving trump card. I didn't expect Raru to be forced into such a desperate situation. He even used the only jade slip he had. Some cultivators exclaimed. The jade slip of Quicksand Clan? Ning Fan frowned. If Raru didn't use the jade slip at the critical moment, he certainly wouldn't be able to survive the illusory sword formation. After the divine mirror of sun above his head attacked, it turned into golden light and disappeared. Raru's expression was extremely unpleasant. After Ning Fan revealed his strength, he was very sure that he was no match for Ning Fan. There was only one jade slip. He probably wouldn't be able to survive Ning Fan's next attack. Admittedly, he wasn't a match for Ning Fan alone. However, if he gathered all the members of the Quicksand Clan in the city and besieged Ning Fan, he might not necessarily lose. Where are the divine beasts that guard the city? Quickly come with me and kill this bastard. As soon as Raru finished speaking, he took out a golden flute and blew it. The 8 gigantic beasts that were guarding the city gate immediately turned into 8 rays of divine light and flew towards the center of the golden city. Get lost. Ning Fan's eyes turned sharp. He glanced at the 8 beasts. His eyes contained an unimaginable aura force that pressed down on the 8 beasts. Other than the 8 beasts, no one else knew about it. It was the aura force that came from the fusion of the ancestral blood of the Fu Li clan and the divine Rain King blood. Divine beasts were the product of the fusion of the demon race and the divine race. They were restrained by the 2 types of aura force at the same time. Thus, they couldn't resist Ning Fan's aura force at all. The 8 sphinx-faced beasts were startled. They suddenly fell from the sky and crashed into the city, destroying houses one after another. Then, they crawled on the ground and trembled. Each of the old monsters was shocked. They could not imagine why the sphinx-faced beasts who had always been arrogant would show such a terrified expression in front of Ning Fan. How is this possible? Even if the sphinx-faced beasts die, they won't lower their heads to anyone, let alone show fear. Why would they be afraid of you? La Lu's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and roared at the sky again. Elder Lei Tu, Elder Wu Sen, Elder Aimo, quickly lend me a hand and kill this monster. After that, I'm willing to give you 12 red essence stones as a reward. 12 red essence stones. 3 voices immediately resounded from the Golden City. They were secretly shocked by the generous reward that La Lu promised. There were also members of the Quicksand clan among the spectators in the Golden City. However, none of them were willing to help La Lu. However, as soon as La Lu offered the red essence stones as the reward, 3 late ghost profound realm old monsters immediately flew towards him from 3 different directions. Together with La Lu, they surrounded Ning Fan. The 3 of them decided to help La Lu for the sake of the red essence stones. The 3 of them were half naked with golden ornaments on their bodies. They were the elders of the Quicksand clan. Another identity was that they were one of the 12 alliance masters of the Demon Suppression Alliance. La Lu. To be honest, I can't stand your actions against the cultivators of the alliance. However, for the sake of the red essence stones, I'll help you today and kill this arrogant bastard. Elder Lei Tu, who was short and small, sneered. This young man has not officially joined the Demon Suppression Alliance, but he already dared to kill the cultivators of my Quicksand clan. Based on this, killing him 100 times won't be enough. Wu Sen had a skinny body. His sunken eyes were filled with cold killing intent. 12 red essence stones, huh? Each of us can get 4 of them. Hee. If I can get 4 more red essence stones, the true yang power in my body will increase by a lot. In at most 1,000 years, I can certainly break through to the mid-ghost profound realm. Elder Aimo's eyes were filled with greed. Seeing that there were 3 late ghost profound realm experts helping him, La Lu gradually regained his confidence. He smiled coldly and pointed at Ning Fan. Kill him. As soon as La Lu's voice fell, Lei Tu and the others immediately took action. They displayed a golden secret technique and attacked Ning Fan. La Lu himself also displayed a golden divine ability. The divine abilities of the 4 of them were closely related to the true yang power. Even a peak ghost profound realm expert might not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 4 of them. Even though he was besieged by 4 late ghost profound realm experts, he did not show any fear. His eyes swept across the direction of the Golden Palace thoughtfully. The momentum of him killing the Golden Guards could not be concealed at all. Perhaps the 4 leaders of the Demon Suppression Alliance in the Golden Palace had already known about the changes in the outside world. However, up until now, none of the 4 leaders had come to stop the battle. Were these people tacitly approving of the actions of La Lu and the others, or were they afraid of his strength and did not dare to stop them? The 4 killing secret techniques were getting closer and closer. The cold light in his eyes also became colder and fiercer. When he took a step forward, the earth gave birth to a lead lotus and the lotus transformed into 1,000,000 shadows. With the protection of 1,000,000 lotus shadows, even an early true immortal might not be able to break the defense of the lotus shadows that covered the sky. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the 4 secret techniques only caused faint ripples on the lotus shadow barrier. They could not break the defense of the lotus shadows at all. It's an ancient divine technique, the 3 flowers converging prominence. This kid has actually cultivated this technique to the great perfection of the first flower. If that's the case, suddenly, the surprised voice of an old man resounded from the Golden Palace. The one who spoke was an early true crossing realm patriarch of the Quicksand clan. The 3 flowers converging prominence technique was not a rare technique in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. However, only a few people could successfully cultivate it and even fewer people could cultivate it to the great perfection of the first flower. In the Golden City, countless old monsters recognized the 3 flowers converging prominence technique that Ning Fan displayed. All of them were dumbfounded. Although there were many old monsters in this place, none of them had seen the great perfection of the first flower, 3 flowers converging prominence. At this moment, Ning Fan was protected by 1,000,000 lead lotus shadows. Even an early true crossing realm true immortal might not be able to hurt him. although Ning Fan's current cultivation base was only at the early Ghost Profound realm, with the help of the Three Flowers Converging Prominence technique, he was already invincible in battles below the True Crossing realm. Seeing that their joint attack could not hurt Ning Fan at all, the expressions of Rauru and the other three elders of the Quicksand clan changed drastically. At the next moment, Ning Fan flicked his finger. 108,000 illusory swords sealed the vast sky, trapping the four elders within the sword formation. The expressions of Rauru and the others changed. They had already witnessed the power of the memory-severing Dao sword. How would they dare to be careless? The three elders, Lei Tu, Wu Sen and Aimo, took out their life-saving trump cards, the jade slips of forbidden techniques, and crushed them one by one. Forbidden technique, flame-killing sword. Forbidden technique, earth drawing as yang. Forbidden technique, true yang armor. Elder Lei Tu summoned a gigantic sword that was condensed from golden flames. With a single slash, he broke the illusory sword formation. His face was filled with terror as he fled towards the Golden Palace. He knew that his patriarch was in the Golden Palace. However, he could not understand why his patriarch did not stand up for his clansmen after Ning Fan killed the Golden Guards and attacked them. Instead, he was watching everything coldly from the Golden Palace. At this moment, Lei Tu was deeply convinced that even if he joined forces with Rauru and the others, they would still not be a match for Ning Fan. However, the defense of Ning Fan's three flowers was not something they could break. Lei Tu escaped from the illusory sword formation, but Wu Sen and Aimo were not as lucky. The forbidden technique jade slips that they obtained from the clan temple were all defensive abilities. At most, they could protect them from the sword formation for the time being. However, they could not help them kill their way out of the sword formation. Rauru was even more unlucky. He had already used up his trump card. The current him could not resist the destructive power of the memory-severing Dao sword with his current strength. Scenes of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. In the depths of those illusions, he saw memories of the past. For a certain secret that he could not tell others, he had killed countless cultivators of the Alliance. Those cultivators of the Alliance who had died tragically turned into walking corpses. They held dark golden longswords in their hands and surrounded him. There was no way to escape. An illusory sword light pierced through Rauru's dantian. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the entire Golden City. However, it soon weakened and disappeared. Rauru had fallen. Elder Lei Tu, who had just escaped from the Golden Palace, heard Rauru's blood-curdling scream. He knew that Rauru was already dead. The fear in his heart grew stronger and he ran even faster. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the entrance of the Golden Palace. He stood outside the sealed door and said, "Clan leader, save me." In the entire Quicksand clan, other than the clan leader and a few peak Ghost Realm experts who had yet to return to the clan, there were only 4 late Ghost Realm experts left to guard the Quicksand world. If the clan leader of the Quicksand clan did not save them, no one would be able to save their lives from Ning Fan's hands today. Little friend, when it is possible to let people go, one should spare them. A voice that was neither happy nor angry came from the Golden Palace. Then, the door of the Golden Palace slowly opened. That voice came from the clan leader of the Quicksand clan. That voice seemed to be instigating Ning Fan to spare the lives of Lei Tu and the others. As soon as he saw the golden door open and heard the clan leader's words, Lei Tu was overjoyed. He thought that his life would certainly be saved. In Lei Tu's point of view, no matter how strong Ning Fan was, he was just an early Ghost Realm expert. No matter how bold he was, he would not dare to kill anyone after old monster Du Shen had spoken. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him was changing rapidly. He felt as if he was flying high up in the sky. When he shifted his gaze downwards, he saw his headless corpse lying on the ground with blood gushing out like a fountain. A ray of dark golden sword light gave out a clear sound and slashed at Lei Tu's neck. A dark golden illusory sword appeared in Ning Fan's hand out of nowhere. He cut off Lei Tu's head with a single slash. That dark golden illusory sword was one of the swords that Ning Fan had casually taken out from the 108,000 sword formation. At the moment when Lei Tu lost his life, 2 miserable shrieks came from the sword formation one after another. Even though the 2 elders, Wu Sen and Aimo, could survive for some time in the illusory sword formation with the help of the jade slips that contained the forbidden technique, they could not last for too long. At this moment, they still lost their lives. The corpses and storage pouches of the 4 elders were all taken away by Ning Fan. After the 3 elders' primordial spirits were destroyed by Ning Fan, they were sealed with a secret technique and kept in their soul pouches temporarily. They could only be used to perform the spirit blast technique after the secret technique was refined. The sword formation dispersed. Ning Fan held La Lu's primordial spirit in his hand and searched his soul and memory mercilessly. He wanted to see why La Lu would harbor hatred towards him. The entire Golden City fell into dead silence after Ning Fan killed the 4 elders of the Quicksand clan in a row. No one expected Ning Fan to be so bold as to kill 19 Golden Guards and 4 elders of the Quicksand clan in a row. No one expected Ning Fan's strength to be so strong. He was almost invincible below the Dujin realm. No one expected that Ning Fan would actually continue to kill the members of the Quicksand clan even after the clan leader had given the order. With a loud bang, the sealed door of the Golden Palace was completely opened. A skinny old man with mottled white hair and a bare upper body walked out of the Golden Palace step by step. He stared at Ning Fan with a cold gaze. Even if you are a disciple of the Slaughter Palace and even if you have the Spirit Blast technique as your trump card, you still have to give me an explanation today. This skinny old man had a golden pupil on his forehead. He was holding a golden scepter with the pattern of a cobra in his hand. Every time he took a step, a footprint that was burning with golden flames would appear on the ground. There was a scorching power of the great Tao in his body that was as hot as the sun. He was the clan leader of the Quicksand clan, Mu Tu. Behind him were 3 early Dujin realm true immortal realm old monsters. They were the other 3 true immortal realm alliance lords of the Demon Suppression Alliance. All of them looked like they were watching a good show. Behind the 3 true immortal realm experts were Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and a few other life immortal realm experts. All of them were looking at Ning Fan as if he was a monster. Kuan Yunzi and Shui Kongzi already knew Ning Fan's true identity. The clan leader of the Quicksand clan had personally told them about it. After the clan leader pointed out Ning Fan's identity as a disciple of the Slaughter Palace and a cultivator of the Spirit Blast technique, countless old monsters in the Golden City guessed Ning Fan's identity. They were so shocked that they could not speak a word. He is the Ning Fan who had massacred the entire Yao Sect Star region and entered the Slaughter Palace. The Devil Lord who has learned the Spirit Blast technique and is unstoppable in the Eastern Heaven. Even Dujin would avoid him when he sees him. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The clan leader of the Quicksand clan, Mu Tu, gave him tremendous pressure. If Ning Fan does not use his trump cards and uses his own strength to fight Mu Tu, his chances of winning would not be more than 10%, even though he had already cultivated the first flower of the 3 flowers converging prominence technique to the great perfection stage. It was still impossible for him to defeat a true immortal realm expert with just this technique. Fortunately, he had many trump cards with him. Thus, he was not afraid of Mu Tu. With just the ancient devil puppet, he could go anywhere he wanted today. No one could stop him or make him stay. I wonder what kind of explanation clan leader Mu Tu wants from me. Ning Fan searched through La Lu's memories and frowned. Then, he relaxed his brows and said without changing his expression. He destroyed and sealed La Lu's primordial spirit. From La Lu's memories, he only knew that the reason why La Lu hated him was related to him saving Shui Kongzi and the others. Before Ning Fan could search through his memories, La Lu's memories had already been destroyed by the restriction formation in La Lu's Sea of Consciousness. Inside La Lu's Sea of Consciousness, there was a destructive restriction formation. Once someone searches his soul and memories, all of La Lu's memories would be destroyed. Ning Fan did not find out the reason why La Lu hated him. However, he had a stronger feeling that his trip to the Quicksand clan was not as simple as he had imagined. Take one of my attacks or die. The golden eye on Mu Tu's forehead flashed. An unimaginable true yang power turned into surging golden flames and condensed into a gigantic fist made of golden flames. Then, he threw a punch at Ning Fan's head. The power of this punch was enough to instantly kill any cultivator below the true immortal realm. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to summon the ancient devil puppet to teach the Quicksand clan a painful lesson, all of a sudden, his eyes flashed unnoticeably. He seemed to have noticed something unusual about this clan leader Mu Tu. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. He temporarily gave up on the idea of summoning the ancient devil puppet and said with a cold smile. All right. Let me have a taste of your powerful techniques. The boundless darkness of the night suddenly descended. The Big Dipper constellation appeared above the night sky. Tao image, appear. 7 layers of palm imprints were slowly fusing into one on Ning Fan's palm. The 5-colored medicine soul gave Ning Fan an unusually strong sense of perception. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this Mutu had concealed his cultivation base. He was not at the early True Crossing realm. Rumor has it that the clan leader of the Quicksand clan, Mutu, had failed to attain his Tao attainment, leaving behind a serious injury in his Tao heart. Even though he had used a secret technique to break through to the early True Crossing realm, he would never be able to break through to the early True Crossing realm in his lifetime. Today, the truth that Ning Fan saw was actually different from the rumors. Either Mutu had deceived the world, or this person was not Mutu at all. His true cultivation base was at the early Shedding Void realm. His strength was almost on par with the ancient devil puppet, 1/2, to be continued. After knowing Mutu's true strength, Ning Fan did not plan to act rashly and summon the ancient devil puppet. The situation in the Quicksand star field was more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, he had guessed that this demon tide was a conspiracy by the Quicksand clan. Now it seemed that the entire Quicksand clan was also part of this conspiracy. Raru, on the other hand, seemed to be an insignificant character in this conspiracy. Unable to kill the enemy in one fell swoop, it would not be wise to reveal his trump card. Ning Fan had his own purpose while Mutu had his own plan. Due to certain reasons, Mutu could not reveal his true cultivation base and divine arts. He did not want to expose his identity. He also did not intend to expose the existence of the ancient devil puppet before killing Mutu in a single strike. Mutu seemed to have exerted all of his strength in that attack. That punch was filled with extreme fury. However, in reality, he was not angry because Ning Fan had killed the members of the Quicksand clan. Instead, it was because Ning Fan had cultivated the first ring of the 3 flowers to the Great Perfection realm. His true identity was not Mutu, he had merely possessed Mutu's body. He was not the chief of the Quicksand tribe, so why would he care about the life and death of the Quicksand tribe? The destructive power of this punch was enough to break through Ning Fan's 3 flowers converging prominence defense and slightly injure him. His current identity was the leader of the Quicksand tribe. In front of everyone's eyes, he had to put on a good show. He had to attack Ning Fan and teach him a lesson in order to appease the criticism of the members of the Quicksand clan. However, he didn't want to kill Ning Fan because Ning Fan's first flower was still useful to him. It wasn't a big or small use, this punch only exerted the power of an early Truth Crossing realm attack, but it was enough to severely injure Ning Fan's. In the eyes of others, the power of that punch was too terrifying. It was more than enough to kill Ning Fan 10 times over. Of course, according to what Mutu knew, Ning Fan still had a trump card called the Spirit Blast technique. At the same time, Mutu put his hand on his storage bag. There was a golden jade slip inside the storage pouch. Sealed inside the jade slip was the forbidden technique of the Peak of Crossing Truth Realm. It was Zhenmuta's life-saving jade slip. Ever since he, the fake Mutu, possessed the real Mutu, this life-saving jade slip followed him. He had already decided that if Ning Fan uses the Spirit Blast technique, he would use this jade slip to resist it. With the number of primordial spirits in Ning Fan's soul pouch, the destructive power of the soul blasting technique was rather terrifying. If he didn't have this jade slip, he would have to reveal his true cultivation to block the soul blast art. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, he didn't want to expose his true cultivation and divine abilities. Otherwise, he would attract a terrifying calamity. Ning Fan did not rely on the Spirit Blast technique to defend against his attack. He did not even use the 3 flowers converging prominence technique. This was out of Mutu's expectation. When Ning Fan displayed the strange phenomenon of his Devil Knight transformation and his Tao transformation into the Big Dipper star transformation and condensed the heaven-holding imprint, Mutu's eyes narrowed. For the first time, he realized that he had actually underestimated this junior. Because of Ning Fan's Tao image, the entire Golden City was temporarily shrouded in darkness. Facing the incoming gigantic fist made of golden flames, Ning Fan pondered deeply. Then, he flipped his palm and sent out the heaven-holding seal horizontally. The golden flame fist and the black and white palm collided, causing the entire flowing sand world to shake violently. The heaven-holding seal was already Ning Fan's strongest ability at the moment. However, it was only on par with the gigantic golden flame fist. The shockwaves from the clash of spells turned into strong gales that swept through the entire flowing sand realm. The dark night dispersed and the Big Dipper disappeared. Yellow sand filled the entire sky. Ning Fan retreated tens of steps in the violent gales before he could stabilize his body. As for Mutu, he only retreated 10 steps. Ning Fan frowned. It was his first time witnessing the huge gap between him and a cultivator of the Dujin realm. Even though Mutu had concealed his cultivation base, the power of his punch was truly at the early Dujin realm. Ning Fan's heaven-holding seal had consumed half of his magic power. Now, he could only barely remain undefeated in a head-on collision with an early Dujin realm cultivator. If he wanted to defeat an early Dujin realm cultivator, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens unless he succeeded in launching a sneak attack. Ning Fan was very dissatisfied with the result of this collision. However, in the eyes of others, it was already very heaven-defying for Ning Fan to be able to forcefully withstand Mutu's palm imprint and remain undefeated. Which early Ghost Realm cultivator could withstand the attack of an early Dujin Realm cultivator with their own abilities? Other than Ning Fan, there was probably no one else who could do this. For a moment, the entire Golden City fell into dead silence. Even the 3 Alliance lords who were just watching the show wore a solemn expression. Ning Fan's strength had exceeded their expectations. He could almost be regarded as the Dujin realm cultivator. Moreover, as far as they knew, Ning Fan still had countless primordial spirits and the Spirit Blast technique as his trump card. I wonder how Mutu will deal with this young man. This young man isn't someone to be trifled with, but if he forgives this young man for killing the members of the Quicksand clan, I'm afraid that Mutu won't be able to put down his pride. The 3 true immortals were thinking about Mutu's thoughts. At this moment, Mutu's expression changed. He put away his original angry expression and cupped his fists at Ning Fan coldly. I'm the patriarch of the Quicksand clan, Mutu. I heard that you wanted to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance and help us eliminate the demons. Is that true? Am I still qualified to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance with my current strength? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold as he examined Mutu's day. Why are you not qualified? You followed Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and the others to Quicksand Realm and you didn't cause any trouble in this realm. If it wasn't for Raru and the others who were unreasonable and attacked you without your permission, why would you make such a big fuss in Quicksand Realm? As the patriarch of the Quicksand clan, I have to seek justice for my clansmen. That's why I attacked you. However, after this attack, I won't touch you again. Logically speaking, the fault lies with Raru and the others. What does it have to do with you? I'm not an unreasonable person. If you are willing to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance, I will certainly not stop you. As soon as Mutu's voice fell, the cultivators in the city burst into an uproar. No one expected that after Ning Fan killed many experts of the Quicksand clan, not only did he not fight to the death with them, but he also received a personal invitation from the patriarch of the Quicksand clan to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance. Even Ning Fan was slightly stunned. When he looked at Mutu again, his eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. What if I don't want to join the alliance? If you hold a grudge against my Quicksand clan because of what happened today and you really don't want to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance, I certainly won't force you to stay. Mutu's eyes turned cold and answered. There was no threat in his words. However, Ning Fan could hear a hint of a threat in them. It was as if Mutu would do something unfriendly to him if he did not know how to appreciate his kindness. If I agree to join the Demon Exterminating Alliance, what position do you think I can get with my strength? Ning Fan probed again. Raru and the other 3 vice leaders died in your hands. You can choose one of the 4 vice leaders. As soon as Mutu said that, many cultivators in the Golden City looked at Ning Fan enviously. Before Ning Fan joined the Demon Exterminating Alliance, Mutu had already promised Ning Fan the position of vice leader. Such a generous treatment was really rare. I want the position of the alliance leader. Ning Fan said indifferently. Mutu's expression darkened. He looked at Ning Fan meaningfully without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. Some of the old monsters were secretly shocked. They did not expect Ning Fan's ambition to be so great that he even coveted the position of one of the 4 great alliance leaders. Just when everyone thought that Mutu would reject Ning Fan's unreasonable request, he agreed to it without hesitation. Little friend, since you can withstand my attack head-on, you're probably invincible below the Dujin realm. It's not impossible for you to become the leader of the alliance. However, according to the rules of the alliance, if you want to become the leader, you must defeat one of the leaders and seize his position. As he said that, Mutu changed the topic with a smile. However, the rules are dead. Who said that the demon exterminating alliance can't have a fifth leader? If fellow Daoist Ning is willing to join the demon exterminating alliance, you will be the fifth leader from the moment you join. The fifth leader, huh? If I have this identity, I'm very willing to join the demon exterminating alliance. Speaking of which, I still don't know what benefits I get from being the leader of the alliance. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, the expressions of many old monsters changed again. Ning Fan had just become the leader of the alliance, but he actually asked for benefits again. Even though most of the cultivators in the alliance joined the alliance for the benefits, it was their first time seeing someone asking for benefits in such a blatant manner. Fellow Daoist, don't you think you're being a little too greedy? Mutu's expression darkened slightly and said with displeasure. I want to contribute to the alliance. Shouldn't I ask for some rewards? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. The reason why he kept reaching for a yard after being given an inch was because he wanted to test Mutu's bottom line when he would tolerate him. Through this bottom line, Ning Fan could judge his usefulness to Mutu's day. At this moment, Ning Fan was very sure that the reason why Mutu tolerated him time and time again was mostly because he had an ulterior motive. As soon as he heard Ning Fan asking for rewards, Mutu began to feel a little unwilling. Ning Fan could vaguely tell that he was not that useful to Mutu's day. His usefulness to Mutu was probably between being useful and being of great use. It was far from the extent where he was indispensable. Mutu stared at Ning Fan coldly. After a long while, he finally said, I wonder what benefits fellow Daoist Ning wants. His tone was already a little impolite. 5 billion Dao crystals. Other than that, I want to enter the clan temple of the Quicksand clan and ask for a jade slip for a forbidden technique. This time, Ning Fan's condition was not demanding an exorbitant price. It was not difficult for the Quicksand clan to fork out 5 billion Dao crystals. As for entering the clan temple to ask for a jade slip for a forbidden technique, this request was not difficult either. Inside the clan temple of the Quicksand clan, there were golden statues of their primogenitor and the clan leaders of the past generations. Anyone who enters the clan temple and kowtows to the primogenitor's golden statue would have the chance to obtain a jade slip for a forbidden technique from the primogenitor. It could be used to defend oneself and save one's life. Everyone only had one chance to obtain a jade slip in their lifetime. Normally, the Quicksand clan would not allow outsiders to enter the clan temple and ask for a jade slip for a forbidden technique. However, the rules were dead. It was not impossible for Ning Fan to enter the clan temple and ask for a jade slip for a forbidden technique. As for the jade slip for a forbidden technique that Ning Fan asked for, whether its grade was high or low and whether its power was strong or weak, it would depend on Ning Fan's own luck. No matter how strong it is, it would at most be a peak grade forbidden technique jade slip for the Crossing Truth realm. Throughout the history of the Quicksand clan, no one had ever obtained a shedding grade forbidden technique jade slip. Thus, there was nothing wrong with letting Ning Fan enter the clan temple once. Alright. I can agree to these two requests. Does fellow Daoist have any other requests? Seeing that Ning Fan was rather tactful, Mutu's expression softened a little. I also want to obtain some information about the ancient heart. Ning Fan seemed to have pondered for a moment and raised another request. Hee. This request is simple. Fellow Daoist, take this jade slip. It contains detailed information about the ancient heart of the Quicksand Star Ocean. Mutu smiled meaningfully. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Ning Fan. Since Ning Fan was interested in the ancient heart, it seemed like he did not need to force Ning Fan. Ning Fan would fall into his trap and be used by him. Even though Ning Fan would not be of much use to him, he could more or less obtain some benefits for him. The Cave of Light of the Ancient God. That place had some opportunities that could only be obtained by cultivators who have attained the great perfection realm of the First Ring. On this day, Ning Fan officially joined the Demon Extermination Alliance as the fifth alliance leader. On this day, some members of the Quicksand clan harbored resentment towards Ning Fan. However, they were suppressed by Mu Tuesday. Mu Tu sent someone to fetch 5 billion Dao crystals and gave them to Ning Fan. Then, he gave Ning Fan a dark yellow token and told him the location of the Quicksand Clan's temple. The Quicksand Clan's temple was buried in a forbidden area under the ground. It would only rise to the surface on one day every month. Cultivators who were not shedding void space could not break into the forbidden area by force. There were still 22 days before the next day when the forbidden area would rise to the surface. Coincidentally, this day was also the day when the poisonous mist in the Quicksand Star Ocean would dissipate. Eventually, Ning Fan took his leave. Mu Tu's eyes gradually turned gloomy as he stared at Ning Fan's back. If it wasn't because I'm afraid that exposing my cultivation base and abilities might expose my identity and attract the endless pursuit of the godly void pavilion, why would I have to compromise with a junior of the ghost profound realm time and time again? I can directly reveal my cultivation base and force this Ning Fan to listen to my orders. Do I still need to be afraid that he won't obey me? Psi**. Unfortunately, it's inconvenient for me to expose my identity. For now, I can only use this method to lure him into my trap. There aren't enough cultivators and demon beasts that have fallen in the Quicksand Star region. I still need more blood to achieve my goal. Just as Mu Tu was pondering, the 3 true Immortal Realm Alliance leaders arrived at the Golden Palace and asked with a frown. Isn't it a little inappropriate to let that Ning Fan become the Alliance leader? Even if it's inappropriate, so what? That young man's abilities are almost not any weaker than yours and mine. Besides, fellow Taoists, don't forget that he still has a powerful trump card, the Spirit Blast technique. Once he uses that ability, I'm afraid even a late true Immortal Realm expert will have to avoid him. If this young man joins the Alliance, I'm sure he will be helpful to the matter of suppressing the demon plague in the Quicksand Star region. Mu Tu pretended to be polite to the few true immortals with a smile on his face. Inwardly, however, he was full of disdain towards the 3 Dujins. These 3 Dujins are already in a difficult situation and they still have the mood to care about other people's business. How ridiculous. Ning Fan was the 5th Alliance leader in name. However, Mu Tu did not assign him any subordinates or duties for the time being. Perhaps, he was worried that Ning Fan would participate in too many affairs of the Alliance. Perhaps, he did not want someone who was not part of his plan to mess up his plans. Ning Fan was not in the mood to deal with the affairs of the Alliance. After he left the Golden Palace, he directly flew away from the Golden City. Stepping on a blood lotus, he headed north for 5 days. 5 days later, Ning Fan appeared on a golden desert. The golden rays of the setting sun were shining on his back, causing his shadow to be very long. He stopped at this place and closed his eyes, standing on the barren desert. 17 days later, the clan temple rose from the forbidden underground area to the surface and appeared at this place. Ning Fan was waiting here. What he was waiting for was to enter the clan temple and steal the jaw sticks. During the days of waiting, Ning Fan did not utter a single word and became one with the desert. As the sun rose and the moon set, he was comprehending the Tao aura of the Tao of time. During the 17 days, Ning Fan heard the heartbeats of the ancient gods 2 more times. He could hear them clearly even though they were separated by the Quicksand Star region. During the 17 days, his comprehension of the Tao of time was increasing bit by bit. However, the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Perhaps, he would have to stand at this place for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years or even 100,000 years before he could truly comprehend the Tao aura of time in this place. Rumble *, the desert beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Ning Fan's expression changed. At the moment when the trembling occurred, he leaped into the sky. Under his feet, a majestic pyramid was taking shape bit by bit. Outside the pyramid were 12 stone statues of sphinx-faced beasts. At the moment the pyramid appeared, the ruby-like eyes of the 12 stone statues glared at Ning Fan coldly. Their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. February 2nd, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. The rubies in the eyes of the 12 sphinxes were called scarlet essence stones, which were unique to the Quicksand tribe. This stone contained extremely powerful true yang energy and could be absorbed by second-step cultivators who cultivated true yang energy. This stone could also be used to refine treasures and set up formations. These 12 sphinx statues were arranged according to the formation. When they were combined, it would be an absolute killing formation. Even a void-shedding cultivator would not be able to break into this formation. If a cultivator below the Sky Renhuang realm tried to barge into the clan temple without a token, he or she would be killed by the red light in the eyes of the 12 statues. Ning Fan stood in the sky and looked down at the 12 giant statues. He had a feeling in his heart. If he did not show the token that Mutu had given him and chose to barge into the pyramids, he would definitely be attacked by the 12 colossi. You don't seem to be from the Quicksand clan. Why have you come to the clan temple? A few interrogative voices came from the pyramid. At the same time, 7 traces of profound ghost spirit sense spread out from the pyramid and swept towards Ning Fan. These 7 people were from the Quicksand clan, who were guarding the clan temple. Among the 7, there was even a mid-stage ghost profound expert. These people had been guarding the clan temple for a long time. Thus, they did not know what was happening in the outside world. They also did not know that Ning Fan had joined the demon-suppressing alliance as the 5th alliance leader. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the token in his hand. In an instant, the 7 temple guards were shocked. Guess token. At the next moment, the ferocious glint in the eyes of the 12 giant statues disappeared. The 7 priests of the Quicksand clan hurriedly came out of the clan's temple and greeted Ning Fan with cupped fists. Their expressions were extremely respectful. As soon as they saw the token, even though the 7 of them knew that Ning Fan was not a member of Lu Sha, they still did not dare to offend him. The token that Mutu gave Ning Fan was a token that only the guest elders of the Quicksand clan could possess. With this token, even if Ning Fan was not a member of the Quicksand clan, he could still enjoy the treatment of an elder in the clan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He did not expect that Mutu would give him such a useful token. Now that he knew the origin of the token, he was slightly surprised, but his expression did not show it. I want to enter the clan temple alone to kowtow to the ancestral statue and ask for the jade slip of a forbidden technique. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Ning Fan ordered indifferently. Yes. Naturally, the 7 priests did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's order. Every member of the Quicksand tribe who came to ask for the jade slips of the forbidden technique didn't want others to see their jade slips. The forbidden technique jade slip was the life-saving trump card of every Quicksand clansman. How could they let outsiders know about it? None of the oracles thought that Ning Fan was going to be a gentleman on the roof. They only thought that Ning Fan did not want others to know what kind of ability the jade slips he obtained contained. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He walked into the pyramid alone while the 7 oracles waited respectfully outside. This was the place where the golden bodies of the Quicksand tribe's leaders were enshrined. There were thousands of temples in the tower, but only 500 temples had the golden bodies of incense. Of the more than 500 Quicksand clan elders, only 10 or 20 of them had incense flames continuously growing in their golden bodies. As for the others, their incense flames had stopped growing a long time ago. They had already been forgotten by the people of the world. No one consecrated them, no one revered them, no one worshipped them. Among these 20 people, Taoist Flowing Sand had the most incense sticks. This person reversed 10,000 years of time with a single finger, causing an ancient immortal venerable's cultivation to be reduced by 10,000 years. This had once shocked the entire Eastern Heaven immortal world. The number of Eastern Sky cultivators who worshipped him was not few. After 9 million years of accumulation, the number of incense sticks he had was not much less than the old ancestor of the Yao family. Walking past the temples, Ning Fan held the demon puppet in his hand and waved his hand to take away the incense stick power from the golden statues of the deceased. No matter how many incense sticks there were, Ning Fan would take them whenever he could. Of course, he would not waste them. Every time he took away a person's incense stick, Ning Fan would light up a stick of incense and bow to the deceased whose incense was stolen. Since the deceased had already passed away, it was useless to keep their incense sticks. Taking them away would not harm his Tao heart. Returning an incense stick to the deceased could be considered as a token of appreciation to them. After walking through all the temples, Ning Fan had obtained a terrifying amount of incense stick power. All of them were placed in his golden statue of incense sticks. The golden statue's appearance was exactly the same as Ning Fan's. The incense stick power it contained was enough for Ning Fan's magic power to increase by a few times. This was the total amount of incense sticks left by the leaders of the Quicksand tribe for more than 500 generations. It was enough to save a ghost realm cultivator 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. To Ning Fan, however, it was still not enough to break through to the mid-ghost realm in one go. It was too difficult to advance to the ghost realm. After stealing all the Joss flames, Ning Fan had achieved one of his objectives in coming to Quicksand Star region. Even though he had already obtained the Joss flame, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to walk towards the depths of the ancestral temple. In the deepest part of the clan temple, there was a golden statue of the Quicksand clan's first ancestor. Ancestor Quicksand was an immortal king of a generation. Ning Fan would not be able to steal his incense. As the ancestor of a clan, the amount of Joss flame power he had accumulated was naturally extremely terrifying. However, if he couldn't steal them away, Ning Fan would not covet them no matter how many Joss sticks there were. Most people entered the clan temple to pay their respects to the golden statue of the flowing sand ancestor and ask him to bestow upon them a forbidden technique jade scroll. Even though Ning Fan did not have the intention to worship the ancestral statue, he did not mind trying to see if he could obtain the jade slip of the forbidden technique from the statue. If he could obtain a forbidden technique jade slip for free, it would naturally be a wonderful thing. In the deepest part of the clan temple, there was a golden palace. Ancient incense burned in the palace, and the fragrance still lingered. On the four walls of the palace, there were some ancient murals, describing the past events of the Quicksand clan. A giant golden statue was carved in the middle of the palace. It was the statue of an elderly man with 3 eyes. There was a golden pupil on the glabella of that elderly man. He held a golden scepter in his left hand and a cobra coiled around his body. His right hand held a pearl. That pearl was made of pure gold and it was even more dazzling than the other parts of the golden statue. It was as if it wasn't a golden pearl, but a small, dazzling sun. Is this the golden body of the flowing sand clan's first ancestor? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with emotions. He took a sandalwood incense from the side and walked towards the cauldron in front of the golden statue. He inserted a stick of incense into the ashes in the cauldron. Then, he cupped his fist slightly and bowed to the golden statue of the flowing sand clan's first ancestor. He was not a member of the flowing sand clan. Thus, he would not kneel to the first ancestor. This cupping of his fists was just a way to remember the ancestors and to see if he could obtain the jade scroll of the forbidden technique with this incense and bow. After bowing, Ning Fan quietly looked at the golden statue of the flowing sand clan's first ancestor and waited patiently. After he bowed, the Joss flame power in the golden statue of the flowing sand clan's first ancestor appeared out of nowhere. That trace of Joss flame power was naturally born from Ning Fan's admiration. The moment the Joss flame power appeared, the golden statue of the flowing sand clan's first ancestor gave off a faint golden light. Gradually, that golden light became dazzling. Traces of golden light condensed around Ning Fan and turned into golden jade slips that floated in the air. These golden jade slips were still in an illusory state. They recorded the various forbidden techniques that the flowing sand clan's first ancestor had learned in his life. Very soon, the palace was filled with the shadows of hundreds of thousands of golden jade slips. Ning Fan stood among the countless jade slips and his eyes were filled with amazement. He thought to himself that the flowing sand clan's first ancestor had such a powerful ability. He could actually use his own golden statue to leave behind opportunities for his descendants. As long as Ning Fan took away one of the hundreds of thousands of jade slips, the rest of them would all shatter. Anyone could only ask for a jade slip from the flowing sand clan's first ancestor. The hundreds of thousands of jade slips were too much for Ning Fan's eyes to take in. These jade slips could not be checked accurately. Before obtaining them, one could not use spirit sense to sense the strength of the forbidden technique engraved on them. If one were to use the naked eye to judge the strength of the forbidden technique in the jade slips, one could only judge the strength of the forbidden technique from the difference in the intensity of the golden light emitted from the jade slips. Ning Fan closed his eyes and released the power of his 5-colored medicine soul. He used the power of his medicine soul to sense the strength of the forbidden technique in the jade slips. The perception ability of the 5-colored medicine soul was extremely powerful. It was far beyond the perception of spirit sense. With the perception of the 5-colored medicine soul, Ning Fan could vaguely judge the strength of the forbidden technique in these hundreds of thousands of jade slips. Among these jade slips, there were Void Fragmentation Realm jade slips, Human Profound Realm and Ghost Profound Realm jade slips, and even Crossing Truth jade slips. Even the strongest forbidden technique did not exceed the destructive power of a peak crossing truth attack. A peak crossing truth attack, huh? It seems to be somewhat useful. Ning Fan fixed his eyes on a golden jade slip. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly frowned and withdrew his hand that was stretched out halfway. Ning Fan opened his eyes and scanned through the countless jade slips. Then, his gaze landed on an inconspicuous jade slip at the corner. The golden light on the jade slip was very weak. Normally, only the jade slips containing Void Fragmentation Realm abilities would emit such a weak light. Even though the light was weak, this jade slip gave Ning Fan a very strange feeling. Compared to the other jade slips, there seemed to be something different about this jade slip. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Fan waved his hand and kept this jade slip which had a weak light. He gave up on the peak crossing truth attack jade slip. The moment he took this jade slip, the shadows of the other jade slips all dispersed and disappeared. Everyone could only obtain one jade slip of the forbidden technique from the flowing sand primogenitor. No one could get a second one. Ning Fan held the jade slip in his hand and spread his spirit sense into it. Then, his eyes turned strange. The forbidden technique recorded in this jade slip was much weaker than what he had imagined. It was called Great Void Light Prison. It was a type of heavenly abode sealing ability. Once this jade slip is activated, it could summon a heavenly abode cage that was formed from the rays of the sun and trap the enemy within it. This ability could at most trap Origin returning Great Void Stage cultivators. It could not even trap a first heavenly layer Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator. This jade slip was useless to Ning Fan. Theoretically speaking, that was the case. Ning Fan carefully scanned through the contents of the jade slip. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold as if he had discovered something. Without any hesitation, he crushed the jade slip which he had just obtained and activated the forbidden technique in this clan temple. With his current cultivation base, he naturally did not need to worry about any changes caused by the Great Void Divine Technique. The reason why he crushed the jade slip and activated the Divine Technique was just to confirm one thing. If there was nothing special about this Great Void Light Prison, then he must have sensed it wrongly. If there was really something special about this Great Void Light Prison, perhaps the fortune hidden in this jade slip was far more valuable than that peak crossing truth attack. At the moment when Ning Fan crushed the golden jade slip, a faint golden light swept across every corner of the palace. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. He took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. With the help of the golden light, he went into the space of the Great Void Light Prison. It was a heavenly abode that shone with dazzling golden light. The scorching sun hung high in the sky and golden clouds covered the sky. As soon as Ning Fan entered the space, he immediately spread his spirit sense crazily, covering the entire heavenly abode. After sensing for a while, Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the dazzling golden sun. If he is a mortal, he certainly would not be able to look at the sun directly. However, with Ning Fan's cultivation base, he naturally had the ability to restrain the sunlight. Why would he be afraid of the sun's glare? As he looked at the sun, Ning Fan's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed and he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he stepped on the golden clouds and soared into the sky, turning into a ray of escaping light and dashed towards the scorching sun. The closer he got to the sun, the hotter he felt. When he was 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang away from it, he could no longer go any closer. If he continues to get closer, he might be burned by the sunlight even with his current cultivation base. Seeing this, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He was even more certain that there was a fortune hidden in this place. How could a mere origin returning forbidden technique create such a powerful fake sun? Ning Fan stood 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang away from the scorching sun. He raised his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword, slashing at the golden sun. The dark golden sword light slashed vertically and the scorching golden sun was directly split into two. The golden sun collapsed. At the moment when the golden sun collapsed, the entire heavenly abode collapsed along with it. The broken pieces of space were extremely sharp. Even a first heavenly layer Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator would not dare to touch them. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade despite the countless pieces of space piercing his body. When those pieces of space reached his body, they all disintegrated on their own. None of them could hurt Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were fixed on the direction where the golden sun was destroyed. At a certain moment, an extremely scorching golden line suddenly pierced through the sky and fled towards a certain direction. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he stepped on black flames and used the Black Devil escape technique, directly appearing in front of the golden line. He directly raised his hand and slammed it down. Boundless magic power turned into a powerful palm imprint and blasted against the golden line. The golden line shook violently and its light weakened a little. However, it continued to change its direction and fled towards another direction. "You can't escape." Ning Fan pointed his finger at the sky and forcefully stopped the golden line in midair. Then, he leaped forward and appeared beside the golden line. He then forcefully pointed his finger at it. "Quickly show your true form." As soon as he pointed his finger, the golden line shook violently again and its light completely weakened. The golden light trembled and turned into a crystal fragment. Within the fragment, there was a faint golden light flowing. Ning Fan held the crystal fragment in his hand. Just as it touched his hand, his entire arm suddenly burst into flames. This crystal fragment contained a terrifying amount of true yang power. Its temperature was too high. The true yang power contained in just a fragment was enough to incinerate Ning Fan to death. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan raised his hand and activated the Yin Fusion secret technique to restrain the true yang power in the fragment. Gradually, the chaotic true yang power in the crystal fragment calmed down and it became cold to the touch. The Yin Fusion technique was an incomplete secret technique that Luo Yu taught Ning Fan. It had a special effect on restraining true yang power. After suppressing the true yang power in the fragment, Ning Fan fixed his eyes on it and examined it. After a long time, he came to a conclusion. This fragment should be one of the fragments of a certain crystal pearl. It was just a fragment of a pearl, but it contained such terrifying true yang power. If it's a complete pearl, the true yang power it contained would probably be much stronger than an innate treasure. The space of the heavenly dwelling had completely collapsed. Ning Fan was engulfed by the golden light and reappeared in the golden hall of the clan temple. Holding the crystal fragment in his hand, Ning Fan raised his head. Eventually, his eyes fell on the golden statue of the flowing sand ancestor. In the statue's right hand, there was a pearl that shone like a small sun. Perhaps the quicksand primogenitor once obtained a powerful orb, and the crystal shard in my hand is one of the shards of that orb. It's a pity that my main cultivation isn't the true yang divine ability. Devouring the true yang energy is useless. Otherwise, I could refine this crystal fragment and increase my strength by a lot. After keeping the crystal shards, Ning Fan walked out of the clan temple step by step. Just as he walked out of the clan temple pyramid, a sound-transmitting flying sword flew over from afar. It was a sound transmission from Mu Tuesday. The Godly Void Pavilion's young pavilion master has personally brought people to reinforce my quicksand star field. He wants to lead my quicksand world's cultivators and quell the quicksand demon tide in one fell swoop. Now he is discussing with this old man about the deployment of the war. Fellow Daoist Ning, as the Fifth Alliance Master, you have the obligation to participate in this discussion. Come to the Golden City as soon as possible. As soon as he heard Mutu's telepathic message, Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. The young pavilion master of the Godly Void Pavilion, wasn't she Xianxia? Had she also come to the Quicksand Star region? It seemed like 100 years had passed since they parted ways in the Rain World. Perhaps, she had already broken through to the early mortal profound realm. I wonder if she has heard about my news and came for me, or if she really just came to quell the chaos caused by the demons in the eastern heaven. Ning Fan stepped on the blood lotus and sped towards the direction of the Golden City. Inside the Golden Hall, the atmosphere was very cold. On the wall was a map of the entire Quicksand Star field. The map was marked with dozens of blood-red circles. No one knew what it meant. The Quicksand Clan and the Demon Suppression Alliance, who were originally at odds with each other, were now united against a common enemy. They looked at the group of experts in front of them and dared not to say anything. The group of experts had a total of nearly 100 people. Each of them had a cultivation level above the life immortal realm. There were a total of 7 people above the true immortal realm. Among the 7 people, there were 3 early true crossing realm, 2 middle true crossing realm, 1 late true crossing realm and 1 peak true crossing realm. but among this group of experts, the speaker was not a true immortal, but a black-clothed girl with a black veil covering her face. The girl was only at the early human profound realm, but no one dared to anger her. This was because she had a very special identity, the young master of the godly void pavilion. Young master, don't you think your request is a bit too much? Using the lives of the Quicksand clan and the Alliance as bait to lure out the main force of the demon tide and annihilate them in one fell swoop. This can certainly quell the demon tide in the shortest time, but what about the cultivators who are the bait? Mutu resisted the resentment in his eyes and tried to make his tone sound calm. The black-clothed girl was the young master of the godly void pavilion, Xianxia. She was the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams, but now, he had not accomplished his mission and could not kill Xianxia. He could not even reveal his true cultivation level and identity. He had never forgotten that he was a felon of the godly void pavilion, a felon of the eastern sky who escaped from the heavenly prison. In the eyes of the cultivators who did not know the truth, they would only think that he was dissatisfied with the bait. Hee, my request is too much, how come I didn't know? The little demoness smiled evilly and looked at Mutu meaningfully. My intuition has always been very accurate. This time, the chaos caused by the quicksand demon race has a strong smell of conspiracy. Whether it's the demon tide or the ancient heartbeat, they must be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, it might cause a big mess. Does Patriarch Mu think that there will be a bigger mess in the quicksand star field? Hearing the little demoness question, Mutu's expression did not change, but his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that his plan had been exposed? After thinking about it, he felt that the little demon girl was deliberately mystifying things to get information from him. Everyone knew that Eastern Heaven's godly void pavilion's young master Xianxia's mind was like a demon's, and she was extremely shrewd. Her way of doing things was both good and evil, and there were countless people who had been schemed against by her. That was how she got her nickname, Little Demon Girl. Who knew if this demoness had really seen through his plan or if she was just trying to trick him? Mutu did not answer Little Demon Girl's question. Instead, he continued to protest against Little Demon Girl as the leader of the Quicksand tribe and the leader of the Alliance. The Little Demon Girl's black eyes flashed as she looked at Mutu with a smile. However, the suspicion in her eyes did not diminish. Miss, do you think that this Mutu is the mastermind behind the Eastern Sky's demon chaos? That peak stage crossing truth true immortal respectfully asked. Yes, it's very likely. However, I always feel that this Eastern Sky demon chaos isn't as simple as it seems. Is it because of the appearance of the ancient god's heart? The ancient god's heart cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. This is a treasure that must be obtained by our godly void pavilion. If we have this, the success rate of the sacrifice will undoubtedly increase by a lot, the old monster at the peak of Duzhan Peak said with a fiery gaze. Little Demon Girl's expression was obviously a little unnatural. She casually responded. She seemed to be very disgusted with that sacrifice. Rest assured, miss, the sacrifice for this generation's sacrifice has already been chosen. It's not Miss' turn yet. Seemingly sensing the strange expression of Little Demon Girl, that peak stage crossing truth old monster comforted her. Elder Luo, don't worry. I don't have any psychological pressure. The countless glory that I have obtained in this life are all bestowed by the godly void pavilion. When the day comes when I have to die for the godly void pavilion, I won't have any second thoughts. Little Demon Girl coldly said. It's good that Miss understands. Fate is determined by the heavens, it can't be forced. Little Demon Girl no longer paid attention to that peak stage crossing truth old monster. She continued to smile as she tried to probe Mutu's words. She repeatedly emphasized that the demon tide must be eliminated as soon as possible. They must use her method of luring the snake out of its hole. Mutu's complexion looked ashen, but he was sneering in his heart. He could not wait to use Little Demon Girl's method to end the battle as soon as possible. He wanted to gather enough blood offerings in one go. Little Demon Girl's eyes changed slightly. She could see through Mutu's duplicity. This Mutu actually wants to cause a large-scale massacre in the entire Quicksand Star region. What's his purpose? Is this demon riot really planned by him? While Little Demon Girl was muttering to herself, a cultivator suddenly entered the Golden Palace and reported. The 5th Alliance Master, Ning Fan has arrived. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's arrival, each of the alliance's cultivators revealed a strange expression. As for those cultivators of the Quicksand clan, they more or less showed disgust and resentment. The resentment was naturally because of Ning Fan's action of slaughtering the people of the Quicksand clan. Little Demon Girl, on the other hand, showed a rare smile from the bottom of her heart. When Ning Fan first entered the Eastern Heaven, she was still in seclusion to break through to the life-immortal realm. Thus, she did not know about Ning Fan's arrival. When she came out of seclusion and heard about Ning Fan's news, she immediately went to the Slaughtering Star. However, she missed the opportunity to meet Ning Fan. At that time, Ning Fan had already left the Slaughtering Star region and even the Six Desire Star region. Initially, Little Demon Girl wanted to continue searching for Ning Fan's whereabouts and pester him. However, she did not expect that she would receive an order from the pavilion at this critical moment, asking her to personally lead a group of people to solve the demon riot in the Quicksand Star region and find out the real reason behind it. Originally, she came to the Quicksand Star region to complete a task. However, she did not expect to hear about Ning Fan's rumor the moment she arrived. Is this some kind of fate? Did he really become the Alliance Master of the Demon Suppression Alliance? Did he really start a massacre in this Quicksand Star region? Is his cultivation base really at the early Ghost Profound realm? The series of questions in Little Demon Girl's mind were answered the moment Ning Fan stepped into the Golden Palace. There was no doubt that the fifth Alliance Master was Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he was indeed at the early Ghost Profound realm. When they first met, he was just the young lord of the Seven Apricot City who had just entered the vein opening realm and embarked on the path of cultivation. As for her, she was already close to becoming an immortal. Now that they met again in the Eastern Heaven, she finally broke through the early human profound realm and stepped into the second step of the immortal realm. As for him, he was already at the early Ghost Profound realm. I was still surpassed by him. The inheritor of ancient chaos is indeed very scary. Little Demon Girl giggled and suddenly did an action that made countless people dumbfounded. She hopped into Ning Fan's arms and spoke softly in an intimate and charming tone. "Hubby. It's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me?" Sure enough, it's her. Ning Fan suddenly felt a headache. He was not even willing to reveal his identity as the Lord of Six Desires. He only wanted to keep a low profile so that it would be convenient for him to roam the Eastern Heaven and steal incense. Who knew that the Little Demon Girl would call him husband and give him a hug, throwing him into the limelight? Perhaps from today onwards, he, Ning Fan, would not be able to keep a low profile in the Eastern Heaven. The husband of the Godly Void Pavilion's young master. Such a shocking identity was not something that a disciple of the Slaughter Palace could compare to. Even the old monsters of the Godly Void Pavilion would pay attention to Ning Fan. This Little Demon Girl's nature did not change. As soon as they met, she deliberately made things difficult for him. When Ning Fan saw the Little Demon Girl's crafty eyes, he knew that this woman did not want him to keep a low profile on purpose and was sincerely making trouble for him. "Husband, are you angry?" Little Demon Girl innocently looked at Ning Fan. Her chest pressed against Ning Fan and squeezed. Her posture was as ambiguous as it could be. Of course, Ning Fan would not be angry because of the Little Demon Girl's actions. He had long been used to being teased by this woman. Moreover, Ning Fan also understood that the Little Demon Girl deliberately made him unable to keep a low profile. She sincerely wanted to make trouble and also wanted to use the Godly Void Pavilion's name to protect him. "Thank you." Ning Fan faintly smiled and gently tightened his grip on the Little Demon Girl's slender waist. "Saying thank you is too distant. I am your dear wife. Helping you is what I should do." Little Demon Girl playfully smiled and jumped out of Ning Fan's bosom. She stroked her hair. She had heard of Ning Fan's deeds and knew that he was treading on thin ice in the Slaughter Palace. She heard that Ning Fan had offended Fei He, Yao Qingyun, the Pale Sect and the Quicksand clan. Therefore, she publicly gave Ning Fan the title of husband of the Godly Void Pavilion's young master. Presumably, this title would spread across the entire Eastern Heaven very soon. At that time, even the sect master of the Pale Sect would have to think twice if he wants to touch Ning Fan. At this moment, the Golden Palace was completely silent. The original voices of dispute had already stopped because of Ning Fan's arrival. The cultivators of the Quicksand clan and the Alliance stared at Ning Fan in shock. They did not expect that Ning Fan could hook up with the young master of the Godly Void Pavilion and form a connection with such a colossus like the Godly Void Pavilion. The experts of the Godly Void Pavilion, on the other hand, were glaring at Ning Fan angrily. The way they looked at Ning Fan originally did not carry any hostility. However, after the little demon girl announced her relationship with Ning Fan, they could not help but regard Ning Fan as their mortal enemy. The little demon girl's identity was special. She was not allowed to lose her chastity, fall in love or be involved with any man. Even when some forces of the Eastern Heaven had the intention to send out the elites of their sex to propose marriage to the little demon girl, they would usually be forcefully rejected by the Godly Void Pavilion. In the past, the Tao child of the Jade Tao sect, Xianxia, was also one of the Eastern Heaven's elites who wholeheartedly wanted to marry the little demon girl. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not qualified. The Jade Tao sect behind him was also not qualified. They did not even have the qualifications to propose marriage to the Godly Void Pavilion. The only thing Xianxia could do was to please the little demon girl behind her back in order to exchange for the beauty's heart. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the little demon girl's difficulty. Not only did he not win her heart, but he also lost his life in the rain world. Today, the little demon girl who countless Eastern Heaven's elites wanted to marry but could not, actually admitted Ning Fan as her husband. How could the experts of the Godly Void Pavilion not harbor hostility towards Ning Fan? He is my, Xianxia's, husband. Do you guys want to make a move against him? The little demon girl's eyes turned cold and swept across the experts of the Godly Void Pavilion. Her eyes carried a threatening look. Even the peak realm crossing truth old monsters did not dare to ignore this threat. They hurriedly cupped their fists and apologized. This subordinate dares not. That's right. The little demon girl was about to nod her head in satisfaction. Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the crowd. Your identity is special. You cannot be involved with any man. This child also does not have the qualifications to be involved with you. An early crossing truth middle-aged Taoist coldly said. The way he looked at the little demon girl was obviously disrespectful. He naturally had a backer behind him. The identity and status of that backer was not something the bullshit Godly Void Pavilion's young master could compare to. What if he is the successor of ancient chaos? Don't tell me Elder Su doesn't know about the first Pavilion Lord's last order. The little demon girl looked at the middle-aged Taoist with a cold expression. That person was called Sun Yen. He was not from the same faction as her. The backer behind him had always been at odds with her. Successor of ancient chaos? He is a yin-yang transformation cultivator? Sun Yan was slightly surprised at first. He recalled the last order of the Godly Void ancestor, but a moment later, he sneered. So what if he is the successor of ancient chaos? The last order of the ancestor does not necessarily need you to complete it. You must remember your mission and keep your distance from this child. Sun Yan sneered. What if I insist on making him my husband in the name of completing the last order of the ancestor? The little demon girl said coldly. If young Pavilion Lord insists on doing so, I might have to help young Pavilion Lord with a small favor before we pacify the Eastern Heaven this time. I will help young Pavilion Lord cut off your emotional ties with the intelligent sword. True technique, heaven shifting. Sun Yan took a huge step forward. The early crossing truth aura force of his cultivation base soared in the entire Golden Palace. He had just broken through to the true crossing realm 20 years ago. His cultivation base had yet to stabilize. Compared to those who were at the same level as him, he was considered extremely weak. However, in front of Ning Fan, he was full of arrogance. Be it his cultivation base or background, he knew that he was far from being comparable to Ning Fan. He did not mind helping the little demon girl get rid of Ning Fan. On the surface, he was doing it for the sake of the little demon girl's identity and the overall situation of the Godly Void Pavilion. Even if he kills Ning Fan, no one in the pavilion would blame him. In reality, if he kills the little demon girl's husband, he would be able to leave a stain on her Tao heart. This time, the little demon girl did not have the qualifications to be the sacrificial offering. In the next sacrificial offering, if the little demon girl's Tao heart is damaged, she naturally would not have the qualifications to be the sacrificial offering. As for the sacrificial offering of his faction, he would have the qualifications to win. When he thought of the possibility of such a good thing happening, Sun Yan was naturally eager to kill Ning Fan. At the moment when he displayed the heaven-shifting technique, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Both his and Ning Fan's figures disappeared from their original spots and appeared in the sky of the flowing sand realm. Not good. The little demon girl's pretty face changed. She did not expect that the word husband would bring such trouble to Ning Fan. Taking a step forward, the little demon girl turned into a rainbow and flew out of the golden palace. She raised her head and looked at the vast sky with cold eyes. Behind her, the old monsters came out one after another and stared at the sky. Above the vast sky, Ning Fan and Sun Yan were trapped in a barrier. That barrier was the barrier of the heaven-shifting technique. The heaven-shifting technique was one of the spatial secret techniques of the godly void pavilion. Only a small number of people could successfully cultivate it. Sun Yan did not know what kind of luck he had, but he managed to successfully cultivate this technique and obtained the recognition of an immortal emperor. Once the heaven-shifting technique is displayed, it would trap both the enemy and himself in the heaven and earth barrier. Unless the opponent's cultivation base was a great realm higher than the user of the technique, no one could break the barrier. This heaven-shifting technique was displayed by Sun Yan. His cultivation base was at the Duzhen realm. This meant that no one could break the heaven-shifting formation and interrupt the battle between the two of them unless they had Shikong's help. The heaven-shifting technique was a great technique used to trap the enemy's cultivation base. Sun Yan wanted to kill Ning Fan in front of the little demon girl and destroy his Dao heart with the help of the heaven-shifting technique. Junior, I have no grudges against you. However, I have no choice but to kill you in this barrier with my own hands today. Unless I personally open this barrier, no cultivator below Shikong's cultivation base can break it and save you. I'll let you die knowing the truth. If you die, you don't have to hate me. Sun Yan sneered hypocritically. Die? Why would I die? If you cultivate for 1,000 years in the Duzhen realm and stabilize your cultivation base, I might still think that you're a formidable enemy. However, you don't have the strength to kill me now. Do you know that there's a saying in this world called getting caught in one's own cocoon? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light and replied coldly. The little demon girl had indeed brought him trouble. However, Ning Fan would not blame her. She was just doing it out of kindness. This Sun Yan doesn't seem to like the little demon girl. Is he her enemy? Then, I'll help her get rid of one of her enemies in this barrier. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned a ray of dark golden sword light, slashing it at Sun Yan. Sun Yan snorted disdainfully. Insignificant skill. Before the last word had even finished trembling, his expression had already changed greatly. How could he still have the mood to look down on Ning Fan? What? A Dao weapon condensed from the second step intent realm? Sun Yan could tell that the dark golden sword light was a Dao weapon at first glance. Dao weapons were rare items to life immortal realm cultivators. However, they were not that rare to true immortal realm cultivators. If Ning Fan only had a Dao weapon, it would not be enough to make him change his expression. However, what Ning Fan had was a Dao weapon that was condensed from the second step intent realm. The power of such a Dao weapon was far beyond that of a Dao weapon of the same level. Sun Yan had lived for 1,000,000 years. He had seen many famous figures in the world. He had more or less seen a few cultivators who possessed second-step Dao weapons. All of them were void-shedding experts. Those who could condense a Dao weapon with the second-step intent realm were all void-shedding experts. Impossible. This young man is just a ghost profound realm cultivator. How could he have such a powerful Dao weapon? Blood-melting blade, descend. Sun Yan was a true immortal realm cultivator after all. Even though he was stunned by Ning Fan's Dao weapon, he was still far from panicking. Ning Fan's Dao weapon was not weak. However, the power that the Dao weapon could display was very limited due to the difference in cultivation level. It was not enough to pose too much of a threat to him. As Ning Fan pointed his finger, the 108,000 illusory swords in the heaven and earth barrier turned into layers of shadows, locking Sun Yan within. Sun Yan's expression changed. He no longer looked down on Ning Fan. Now, he had the least respect for him. Sun Yan bit the skin on his finger and pointed at it. A ray of blood light shot out from the wound on his finger. As soon as the blood light appeared, it immediately turned into a blood-red scimitar. From afar, the scimitar looked like half a blood-red crescent moon. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Sun Yan changed his hand seal. The blood scimitar trembled slightly and then disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, the blood light soared into the sky. The 108,000 illusory swords were all destroyed by the blade light. The illusory sword formation was broken. As soon as the sword formation was broken, the memory-severing Dao sword flew backward. Its body was stained with a tainted blood light. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He thought that the blood-melting blade was really a domineering Dao weapon. It was fine that it broke the illusory sword formation, but it actually dared to taint the memory-severing Dao sword's sword light with its blood. Fortunately, the memory-severing Dao sword was a Dao weapon condensed from the second step intent realm. If it was a first-step Dao soldier, it would have been tainted by the blood light. Even if it wasn't destroyed, its power would have been greatly reduced. Burn! Ning Fan flicked his sleeve. Black flames flashed and burned away the bloodstains on the memory-severing Dao sword. Then, he raised his hand and kept the sword. Ning Fan did not gain the upper hand in the first exchange of blows. However, Sun Yan did not gain the upper hand either. Ning Fan had already tested Sun Yan's strength with this move. He was 70% confident that he could defeat him and 20% confident that he could kill him. Sun Yan broke the sword formation and was about to reveal a look of joy. However, when he realized that his blood transformation blade had been sealed by the frigid sword qi, he could no longer laugh. By relying on the strength of the blood transformation edge, he managed to break the phantom sword formation that Ning Fan had planted in one go. However, just how powerful was the memory-severing Dao sword? The sword contained the power of memory intent realm and the determination to let out the warmth in his heart even if he has to freeze his samsara. The memory-severing Dao sword was a sword of cold ice. That coldness came from the wind and snow of 7 Apricot City in his memories. The blood transformation edge's saber light was sealed by that cold, and its power was slightly weakened. Although the power wasn't much weaker, Sun Yan couldn't accept such an outcome. What was his cultivation base? He was a dignified early truth-crossing realm true immortal who was 3 minor cultivation realms higher than Ning Fan. To him, he actually lost in the first exchange of blows with Ning Fan. To him, it was a great humiliation. Gradually, Sun Yan's eyes became colder and his heart became calmer. He realized that Ning Fan was not an ordinary ghost profound realm cultivator. It seems like Ning Fan did not rely entirely on his good luck to become the leader of the Demon Suppression Alliance and be on an equal footing with the 4 true immortal realm leaders. Look. The 5th Alliance Master is actually on par with that true immortal. Some cultivators of the Alliance looked at the sky in shock. Is it a draw? That Ning Fan was just lucky enough to block Senior Sun Yan's attack. It's not a draw. He's just not defeated yet. It won't be long before he loses. Some cultivators of the Quicksand clan sneered. It's a draw, but it's also not a draw. The eyes of the 3 true immortal realm leaders of the Alliance trembled slightly. They had seen through some clues. Ning Fan did not gain any advantage from the clash of the Dao soldiers while Sun Yan suffered a small loss. It was reasonable to say that the 2 of them were on par. It was also reasonable to say that Ning Fan had the upper hand. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Sun Yan definitely did not have the upper hand. That Sun Yan's aptitude is not weak, and he even received pointers from the Divine Space Emperor. He actually suffered a small loss in the hands of this child. The gazes of the group of Godly Void Pavilion experts were all filled with shock. Naturally, they did not expect that Sun Yan would suffer a loss in Ning Fan's hands. Truth be told, they were also hostile towards Ning Fan's and did not like him getting close to the little demoness. However, their standpoint was different from Sun Yan's. They belonged to the same faction as the little demoness. No matter how much they disliked Ning Fan, they would not act recklessly for the sake of the little demoness. Sun Yan was different. To them, he was equivalent to a political enemy. Therefore, when Sun Yan suffered a setback, the group of experts of the Godly Void Pavilion could not help but be in a good mood. Their dissatisfaction towards Ning Fan also diminished a little. He's fighting Sun Yan with his spirit Xian cultivation, and he even has the upper hand. The little demon girl was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly. After a moment, she smiled proudly. As expected of the man she fancied, as expected of the man she had decided to tangle with for the rest of her life, she, who had always been meticulous in her calculations, always made mistakes and underestimated Ning Fan. this Sun Yan is looking for trouble for himself. Mutu did not show any expression on his face, but his heart was sneering. He was laughing at Sun Yan for not knowing the meaning of death and seeking trouble for himself. Who was he, Mutu? He was the dignified old monster Shikong. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed to the early truth realm, the power of a single attack from him was not something an ordinary Duzhen could withstand. After all, his cultivation base was still there. When he used the same truth realm divine ability, the power of his attack was naturally not comparable to Duzhen's. Mutu and Ning Fan's magic technique collided and it ended in a draw. Mutu's strength was far from what Sun Yan, who had just crossed the true bridge and had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, could compare with. Even Mutu was only on par with Ning Fan. Sun Yan was naturally slightly weaker than Ning Fan. Of course, Sun Yan was not much weaker than Ning Fan. The gap between the two of them was almost negligible. If Ning Fan wants to kill Sun Yan, it was absolutely impossible without using his trump card. This Sun Yan is trapped in his own trap. This Ning Fan also deserves to die. I didn't expect him to actually have such a deep friendship with the young pavilion master of the Godly Void Pavilion. To think that I have tolerated this young man again and again, hoping to obtain some opportunities by relying on his three flowers technique. Now, it seems like there's no need for me to continue using him. It's better to kill him directly. In the deepest part of Mutu's eyes, a trace of intense hatred and killing intent quietly flashed. The grudge between him and the Godly Void Pavilion could never be resolved. Just based on the fact that Ning Fan was the husband of Little Demoness, he had enough reasons to make Ning Fan die in the Quicksand Star region forever. Ning Fan did not know that Sun Yan was not the only powerful enemy that Little Demoness' words had brought to him. He did not know that Mutu no longer had the intention to make use of him and only wanted to kill him. At this moment, Ning Fan was fully focused on confronting Sun Yan. There were no flaws in his chi. His black hair fluttered in the air, but his black eyes were slightly closed. When he opened them again, his eyes were blood red. That blood red color was dyed by his baleful chi. At the moment when Ning Fan's eyes turned blood red, the pressure of his baleful chi poured into the sky like a sea of blood. Due to the restriction of the heaven and earth barrier, the aura force could not spread out of the barrier. The cultivators outside the barrier also could not accurately sense Ning Fan's aura force. However, Sun Yan, who was inside the barrier, was almost scared to death the moment he sensed Ning Fan's aura force. During the battle of the Sixth Desire Realm, Ning Fan had relied on every step of his plan to plot against Fei He, Jun Lin Yuan, Old Ancestor Wei Chen and Old Monster Qian Yen. Even though he had used the Slayer Emperor's Jade Slip to eliminate all the experts, his baleful chi had still increased tremendously. His current baleful chi was so strong that even he found it hard to suppress it. Thus, he did not dare to reveal it easily. He had killed 3 Shikong and 1 Thought Fragment expert. The baleful chi he had was enough to make all the cultivators in the Thought Fragment realm tremble in fear. At the moment when he released his baleful chi, Ning Fan's body seemed to be burning. Traces of blood-red flames appeared. The blood-red flames were not flames but blood flames. It was said that only devils whose baleful chi had reached a certain level would have blood flames appear on their bodies when they release their baleful chi. When the cultivators outside the barrier saw the blood flames on Ning Fan's body, all of them were shocked. They could not feel how strong Ning Fan's baleful chi was at all. They could only guess with their imagination. At this moment, even Mutu held his breath and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Blood flames. It's actually blood flames. This young man is just a ghost profound realm cultivator. How can he cultivate blood flames? Humph. Could it be that this blood flames are just some kind of profound illusion technique that deceived our eyes? Mutu thought gloomily. After the initial shock, many old monsters also felt that Ning Fan's blood flames were too unreal. They thought that it was some kind of profound illusion technique or some kind of divine ability that was similar to blood flames. The little demoness stared blankly at the heaven and earth barrier. She could not tell whether the blood flames were real or fake. However, she could see that Ning Fan was in extreme pain when activating the blood flames. That must be the real blood flames. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such pain. Sun Yan, how dare you make him suffer like this? This time, I won't let you leave Quicksand Star region alive. The little demoness eyes were filled with frost. Her killing intent had already locked onto Sun Yan. If it wasn't because she could not break the heaven and earth barrier that Sun Yan had set up, she would have rushed into the barrier and brought Ning Fan out. Sun Yan really had to suffer in silence. Being inside the heaven and earth barrier, he was the only one who could feel Ning Fan's terrifying aura. If it wasn't because Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low to control such a powerful baleful qi, how could he be Ning Fan's opponent? If Ning Fan had the cultivation base of the peak crossing true realm, he would probably be able to condense his baleful qi into a fist and kill all the cultivators under the barrier. Even though Ning Fan was still unable to control this baleful qi as he wished, Sun Yan was already heavily suppressed by it. His qi was already in a mess and he could only use 30% of his magic power. At this moment, even though Sun Yan was still at the peak ghost profound realm, his strength was far weaker than Du Jun's. At this moment, fear towards Ning Fan rose in Sun Yan's heart for the first time. He wanted to use a technique to remove the heaven and earth barrier. However, because his qi was in a mess, the amount of magic power he could use was too little and it was not enough to remove the barrier. He finally understood what Ning Fan meant by getting caught in his own trap. This heaven and earth barrier was the grave that he dug for himself. Ning Fan. You can't kill me. You are just an ordinary disciple of the Slaughter Palace while I am one of the 300 disciples of one of the two great emperors of the Godly Void Pavilion, Great Emperor Shen Kong. If you kill me, perhaps Great Emperor Shen Kong will not do anything to you because of his identity. However, the 300 disciples under him will definitely see you as a great enemy. You must be eliminated. On the contrary, if you let me go today and draw a clear line between you and Xianxia, I can swear on my great heart devil oath that I will certainly recommend you to Great Emperor Shen Kong. If you can become one of the 300 disciples of Shen Kong, your future will be limitless. Sun Yan told Ning Fan these words through telepathy. It was a threat and a plea for mercy. How could he have the face to let others hear such shameful words of begging for mercy? As soon as he heard Sun Yan's half-threatening and half-begging words, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He could tell that Sun Yan had a powerful background. He actually had a dignified immortal emperor as his backer. Great Emperor Shen Kong was one of the Divine Void 2 emperors. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the 8th tribulation of the Eternal Era. His prestige shook the entire Eastern Heaven. How could Ning Fan not know about him? As one of the 300 disciples of Shen Kong, Sun Yan's identity was not to be underestimated. Perhaps even some Shikong old monsters would take a detour when they see Sun Yan. Unfortunately, even though Ning Fan knew Sun Yan's background, he did not plan to let him go. This Sun Yan's words were directed at little Demoness. Even if he was willing to recommend Ning Fan to Great Emperor Shen Kong, he must first draw a clear line between him and little Demoness. It was not difficult for Ning Fan to guess that Sun Yan and even Great Emperor Shen Kong, who was behind him, were probably not on good terms with little Demoness. Since Sun Yan was little Demoness' enemy, he was also Ning Fan's enemy. So what if Ning Fan kills Sun Yan? Noisy. At this moment, Ning Fan was enduring the intense pain of his body being burned by the blood flames. His devil eyes, however, were cold. His expression changed and the Tao image appeared. The Tao image turned into the Big Dipper. The barrier could trap Ning Fan's body but it could not trap Ning Fan's Tao. That Tao image descended upon flowing sand realm once again, turning the entire realm into the dark night. The Big Dipper constellation appeared in the sky. It's this Tao image again. Mutu's eyes turned solemn. This is the Tao image. Little Fan Fan has actually succeeded in attaining his Tao. Little Demoness was once again amazed by Ning Fan. Her black eyes sparkled. There had never been a man who could make her feel so spirited and energetic again and again. What a strong Tao image. The true immortals of the Godly Void Pavilion had all attained their Tao and condensed their Tao images. However, no one else's Tao image had such boundless and majestic aura like Ning Fan's. At this moment, Ning Fan was wearing white robes but he was walking in the dark night. He wanted to drown the entire world with his devil sense and guide the people of the world with his Tao sense. He walked towards Sun Yan step by step. Sun Yan's entire body was trembling. However, he bit the tip of his tongue forcefully and used the pain to recover some of his battle intent. He knew that Ning Fan was not going to let him go. He, Sun Yan, was not a coward. Since the hatred between them could not be reconciled, he did not mind fighting to the death with Ning Fan. True technique, body freezing technique. True technique, divine space finger. At this moment, Sun Yan ignited his primordial spirit. At this moment, Sun Yan pointed both of his index fingers at the same time, activating two great techniques at the same time. These two techniques were personally taught by Great Emperor Shen Kong. The former was the simplified version of the lost Eastern Heaven ancestral technique, the Heaven freezing technique. The latter was the simplified version of Great Emperor Shen Kong's strongest technique, the Void Destruction Finger. If Sun Yan still had 100% of his magic power, he could freeze all cultivators below Du Zhen with a single finger. A single finger of the Divine Space Finger was enough to severely injure Du Zhen, who was at the same level as him. Unfortunately, he could only use 30% of his magic power at the moment. The destructive power of these two techniques was pitifully weak. Body freezing technique. Divine Space Finger. Sun Yan actually used two of his trump cards at the same time while facing Gui Xian. If he uses two fingers at the same time, he will definitely suffer a heavy backlash. Does he not want to live anymore? Many Divine Void Realm cultivators who knew about Sun Yan exclaimed in shock. Worry flashed across the eyes of the little demoness. However, at the next moment, she shook her head and wiped away the worry in her heart. Little Fan will not lose to Sun Yan. I believe in him. The little demoness said firmly. The moment Sun Yan used the body freezing technique, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. To his surprise, he was not frozen at all. How could Sun Yan's fake ancestral technique stop the cultivator of the Heaven sealing technique, Ning Fan? That Divine Space Finger, on the other hand, was so sharp and overbearing that Ning Fan did not dare to underestimate it. One could imagine how tyrannical the person who created this finger must have been. Sun Yan couldn't create this finger. Even if one cultivated this finger, one would not be able to comprehend the state of mind of this finger. The will of heaven. The devil sense dispersed, and the Tao sense remained. The blood-red light in Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned into heaven-clinging will. As he raised his hands, 7 palms merged into one. A palm blotted out the sky, and a huge black and white palm descended from the 9 heavens Milky Way. With just one palm, the divine void finger was smashed into dust. The palm print did not slow down and slapped towards Sun Yan horizontally. The wind from the palm hit Sun Yan's face, causing him to feel pain. He had forcefully activated 2 great divine abilities, but the backlash was too severe. He couldn't use a third method to protect himself for a moment. When he saw that the fixed body technique could not stop Ning Fan, he became even more terrified. When he saw that the divine void finger was broken by Ning Fan, he felt even more despair. He felt like he was paralyzed. He could not move because of the backlash. It was just an instant, but it felt longer than a century. His long train of thoughts turned into nothingness the moment the palm print neared him. Boom as the palm fell, the flowing sand realm trembled uncontrollably. The rumbling sound spread to every sand dune in this realm. Ning Fan dispersed his Tao image and crushed the broken barrier with a stomp. His eyes were like a devil's. As for Sun Yan, he had already fallen. Du Zhen execution, 3/3, there's no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. Sun Yan, one of the 300 disciples of Great Emperor Shen Kong who was a true immortal realm expert, actually died in the hands of a life immortal realm expert, Ning Fan. Be it the cultivators of the Quicksand Clan, the Alliance, or the Godly Void Pavilion, all of them were looking at the sky with varying degrees of shock on their faces. Ning Fan originally wanted to search Sun Yan's soul, but he found out that his sea of consciousness had a special restriction which prevented him from reading his memories. He gave up on the idea of searching Sun Yan's soul and raised his hand to destroy and seal Sun Yan's primordial spirit, keeping it in his soul pouch. At the place where Sun Yan died, a scarlet Tao light flashed and condensed into a red Tao fruit. Truth Purification Tao Fruit. The price of a Truth Purification Tao fruit was around 100 billion Tao crystals, and it was usually priceless. After the Truth Purification Tao fruit took shape, countless old monsters showed greed and passion in their eyes, but none of them dared to snatch it. Mutu did not dare to make a move. The true immortal deity of the godly void realm would not make a move. The 3 early true immortals of the Alliance knew that they did not have the strength to snatch the Tao fruit from Ning Fan's hands. After killing Sun Yan, the strength that Ning Fan displayed was comparable to a early true crossing realm expert. His strength was already comparable to the true crossing realm without any external help. Moreover, the three true crossing realm experts also knew that Ning Fan had a powerful trump card, which was the Spirit Blast technique. Only people like Sun Yan who thought highly of themselves would dare to attack Ning Fan. Sun Yan was the disciple of an immortal emperor who was protected by him. In the past, even when he met Shi Kong, he still behaved arrogantly. Before he made his move, he did not ask for too much information about Ning Fan, and he did not put Ning Fan, who was only at the early ghost profound realm, in his eyes. He had just advanced to the true crossing realm and his cultivation base had yet to stabilize. Ning Fan was probably the strongest person in the entire Eastern Heaven below true crossing realm. His background might not necessarily be stronger than Ning Fan's. His magic power might not be much stronger than Ning Fan's. Moreover, his Dao was far weaker than Ning Fan's. Ning Fan had his own Dao. The difference between him and Sun Yan was not huge. It was not surprising that Sun Yan died in Ning Fan's hands. Sun Yan was just a weak cultivator among those at the early cross-truth realm. Ning Fan might be able to kill him, but it did not mean that he could kill other early cross-truth realm cultivators. After keeping the truth purification Dao fruit and Sun Yan's storage pouch, Ning Fan was able to kill him. Then, Ning Fan swallowed a pill to recover his magic power. Step by step, he walked towards the little demon girl. As soon as the cultivators of the Quicksand clan saw Ning Fan walking towards them, they retreated to the side as if they were avoiding a tiger or a wolf. None of them dared to be dissatisfied with Ning Fan anymore. None of them dared to mention the matter of Ning Fan slaughtering the members of the Quicksand clan. Among the cultivators of the alliance, there were still a few who were not convinced that Ning Fan had become the leader of the alliance. However, after he killed Sun Yan, no one dared to say that he was not qualified to be the leader of the alliance. Since he was able to kill Sun Yan, even though he had yet to break through to the Duzhen realm, his status was already on par with Duzhen. Seeing Ning Fan walking towards her, the demoness immediately greeted him with a smile. "I didn't expect my husband to be so powerful. You could even kill Sun Yan." That Sun Yan was one of the 300 disciples of Great Emperor Shen Kong. "I'm afraid that you will attract a lot of trouble by killing him." Although she was smiling, there was a hint of worry in her tone. Ning Fan answered indifferently. "So what if he caused trouble?" How many troubles had he caused before? Great Emperor Shen Kong was a dignified immortal emperor. Due to his status, it was naturally impossible for him to personally make things difficult for Ning Fan. The time of an immortal emperor was extremely precious. How could he waste it on a junior in the Ghost Profound realm? Therefore, even if Great Emperor Shen Kong sends people to deal with Ning Fan, he would at most send Du Zhen and Shi Kong. Ning Fan was naturally not afraid of them. "My husband, do you know about the two divine void emperors?" The demoness' beautiful eyes flashed and she asked using telepathy. "I do. There are two great emperors in the Godly Void Pavilion. One of them is Great Emperor Shen Kong while the other one is Void Emperor." Ning Fan replied using telepathy when he saw the demoness' serious expression. "Sun Yan is one of the 300 disciples of Great Emperor Shen Kong. As for me, I am one of the 300 disciples of Void Emperor. Moreover, I have the identity of the young master of the Godly Void Pavilion. Shen Kong and Void Emperor have always been on bad terms. You killed Sun Yan, but I can protect you." The demoness' eyes turned serious, which was rare for her. She was trying to make Ning Fan believe that she could help him settle his troubles. Even though Ning Fan's didn't need the little demoness' protection, he was still very grateful for her kind intentions. The commotion caused by Sun Yan's death gradually calmed down. The group of cultivators entered the Golden Palace again and began to discuss the matters regarding the Demon Annihilation War. Mutu argued with the little seductress a few times, but seeing that he could not win against her, he could only agree to all of the little seductress's strategies. Among the cultivators of the Alliance and the Quicksand tribe, many of them were chosen as bait to draw out the main force of the monster horde. Once the 13 Fey Lords appeared, the experts of the Godly Void Pavilion would appear and be responsible for exterminating the 13 Fey Lords. The only ones that needed to be taken seriously in this demon tide were the 13 Demon Lords. With the death of the 13 crossing truth ferocious demons, there was no need to fear the rest. the 13 fiend sovereigns rarely left the quicksand star ocean. In order to lure the 13 fiend sovereigns out of the quicksand star ocean, there had to be enough bait. Mutu was the leader of the quicksand tribe, so he naturally could not be used as bait. The other 3 leaders of the Duzhen alliance had all become the bait. Even Ning Fan, who was the 5th leader of the alliance, was also chosen as the bait. The little demon girl also volunteered to join the bait team. With these heavyweight baits, he should be able to lure out the 13 demon lords. The date of the battle was set to be a month later because the poisonous fog would only dissipate once every month in the quicksand star sea. Only when the poisonous fog dissipated could the 13 demon lords be lured out to exterminate them. Now that the plan was set, there were many things that needed to be prepared. For 7 days in a row, Ning Fan did not see the little demon girl at all. During these 7 days, the little demon girl actually used some unknown method to find out more than 10 spies of the demon race from the Quicksand tribe and the Alliance. There were Void Fragmentation Realm experts and Life Immortal Realm experts. All of them had their Sea of Consciousness planted with a restriction, making it impossible for them to search their souls. Without a doubt, there was some kind of conspiracy going on behind this demon tide. As for what the conspiracy was, even the little demon girl and Ning Fan could not figure it out. Originally, Ning Fan wanted to ask the little demon girl some questions. However, she had been busy for 7 days and did not show up at all. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily keep the questions in his mind. During these 7 days, Ning Fan stayed in the Profoundine world and refined all of the primordial spirits of Sun Yan and the other experts using a secret technique. The destructive power of his deity blast technique had greatly increased. The Joss flame power that he stole from the temple of the Quicksand tribe was completely refined by Ning Fan. The total amount of Joss flame power that he stole this time was slightly more than the Joss flame power of the Yao clan's progenitor. Unfortunately, the total amount of Joss flame power could only increase Ning Fan's magic power by a few %. It was still not enough for him to break through to the mid-ghost profound realm. The amount of magic power needed to break through to the mid-ghost profound realm was too massive. If the amount of Joss flame power was 3 times more, Ning Fan could try to break through to the next realm. Every small step of the second step required thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Even though the Joss flame power was a shortcut to increase one's cultivation base, it was not omnipotent. The mid-ghost profound realm is still very far away. On the 8th day, Ning Fan left the Profoundine world with a sway of his body. In the outside world, the night was as cold as water. As soon as Ning Fan returned to the temporary imperial residence in the outside world, he sensed a soft breathing sound coming from his room. Ning Fan walked past the screen and approached his bed to take a look. He saw a young lady in black robes sleeping on his bed with her clothes on. Her face under the light veil carried a lot of exhaustion. That lady was none other than the little demon girl who had been busy for 7 days. As soon as she was done with her work, she came to bother Ning Fan. She was not in a deep sleep, but her alertness was very good. She woke up the moment Ning Fan entered the room, but she was too lazy to open her eyes. Sensing Ning Fan's approach, the corners of the demoness mouth slightly hooked into an arc. She gave a naughty smile as if she was still in a deep sleep. She casually flipped her body, causing her light muslin robe to slip off her shoulder, revealing her snow-white shoulders and chest. Such a bad sleeping posture. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the little demon girl's exposed snow-white skin and helplessly shook his head. He pulled the thin quilt and covered her body. Just as he was about to leave the room, the little demon girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up on the bed. She stretched comfortably and no longer pretended to be asleep. She originally wanted to show her body and tease Ning Fan, but she didn't expect that Ning Fan's will be too strong and would not be seduced at all. "I heard from Elder Luo that my husband is looking for me?" the little demon girl asked with a smile. Elder Luo was the Peak Crossing Truth Realm cultivator who followed the little demon girl here. "Yes. There is something wrong with that Mu Tuesday. Be careful. If I am not wrong, he is hiding his cultivation. His real cultivation is shedding void early." "Shedding void early? So it is like this." Hearing this, the little demon girl was slightly surprised at first, then her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly with a very dignified expression. After a long time, the little demon girl finally relaxed her eyebrows. She flipped her hand, and a teacup appeared out of nowhere. She tasted the spiritual tea and smiled at Ning Fan. You are concerned about me? I cannot be concerned about you. During the life and death tribulation, we were a real husband and wife. A day as husband and wife means endless love for the rest of our lives. Ning Fan smilingly asked. Cough cough cough. Hearing Ning Fan mention the life and death tribulation, the little demon girl almost choked to death on the tea. Even with her thick skin, her ears couldn't help but feel slightly hot. During the life and death tribulation, she and Hong Yi had served Ning Fan more than once, although it was only an illusion, but her relationship with Ning Fan was no longer pure. The night wind blew into the window, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous and awkward. Seeing that the little demon girl would also feel shy, Ning Fan smiled and changed the topic. Is there any grudge between the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and the Godly Void Pavilion? You once said that because I am the descendant of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor, you will pester me. Because I am the descendant of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor, there will be a battle between you and I. That day, when you publicly announced my identity as the descendant of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor, all the cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion changed their expressions. I want to know the reason. You really want to know? The little demon girl smiled slyly. Yes. This is one of the secrets of the Godly Void Pavilion. It cannot be leaked, but if you want to know, I will naturally tell you in secret. However, there is a question I want to ask you first. Do you still remember the third favor you owe me that you have yet to return? Remember, if you have thought of the third thing you want me to do, you can tell me and I will fulfill your wish. Ning Fan honestly said. Hee, I really did not choose the wrong person. I have not thought of the third thing yet, but I will tell you when I have thought of it. Now, I will tell you about the relationship between the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and my Godly Void ancestor. Having said that, the little demon girl hugged her knees and sat up. As the night wind blew, the hem of her skirt slightly tilted, revealing her pure white ankles and delicate snow-white feet. The ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and the Godly Void ancestor were both enemies and friends. However, the Godly Void ancestor developed feelings for the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor. This feeling naturally could not be reciprocated. Later on, the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor fell in a great battle. Afterwards, the Godly Void ancestor lived alone for the rest of his life. The Godly Void ancestor had a final wish. If the descendant of the Godly Void ancestor met the descendant of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor, they would either be entangled with each other for the rest of their lives and fulfill their long-cherished wish, or they would have a battle of life and death. Even if they could not be together, they must at least prove that the Godly Void ancestor is not weaker than the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor. When I was in the lower realm, I met your master's wife. She is the wife of Han Yuanji. She has the yin-yang devil vein and has a very high understanding of this devil vein. She can be considered as the successor of ancient chaos. She is a woman and I am also a woman. Both of us can't stay together for the rest of our lives. Therefore, we can only fight to the death. Initially, I wanted to wait until her cultivation base was higher before fighting her to the death. Unexpectedly, Han Yuanji was careless and caused her to be half dead. Therefore, I temporarily stayed in Yu country of the Rain World. In order to save her, Han Yuanji had to find another successor of ancient chaos. He found you and I found you. Hee, do you want to be with me for the rest of your life, or do you want to fight to the death with me? After the little demon girl smiled, her pretty face turned serious, and she looked very serious. From beginning to end, Ning Fans did not say a word as he listened to the little demoness story. When he heard the little demon girl's question, he laughed and shook his head. There was no need to answer this question. He would not become enemies with the little demon girl, nor would he fight to the death with her. It's not bad to be obsessed with her for a lifetime, although this woman is really annoying at times. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you're willing to be with me forever. I didn't use the third condition to force you. The little demon girl smiled slyly. All right. Ning Fan nodded and continued. Rumor has it that the Godly Void Pavilion has two forbidden areas. One is the Tomb of the Gods, which is known as the Godly Tomb. There are countless fiend gods' inheritances inside. The other is the Void Heavenly Prison, which is known as the Heavenly Prison. There are countless serious criminals of the Eastern Heaven imprisoned there, you want to enter the godly tomb? For the second inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor, chaotic loop arts? The little demon girl looked at Ning Fan with a smile and immediately guessed his thoughts. Yes. Ning Fan was startled, but he did not deny it. The godly tomb has a total of 9 floors. The first 3 floors contain many 1-star to 3-star fiend gods' inheritances. They are open to all cultivators of the 4 heavens. Anyone can enter as long as they pay enough Tao crystals to find the fiend gods' cultivation methods they want. The 4th to 6th floors contain many 4-star to 6-star fiend gods' inheritances. They are only open to the cultivators of the godly void pavilion and require sect contribution points to enter. The 7th to 9th floors contain the 7-star and above fiend gods' inheritances. Even I only have the qualifications to enter that kind of important place once to obtain the complete inheritance of the void scripture. You can't enter, unless you. The little demon girl sighed softly and did not continue. The chaotic loop arts was a 9-star fiend god's cultivation method. It was the strongest offensive technique of the ancient chaos great emperor. This inheritance must be hidden below the 7th floor. Ning Fan could not enter that floor, unless, Ning Fan asked. Unless what? The 2 divine void emperors each control a forbidden area in my godly void pavilion. The divine void great emperor controls the godly tomb while the void great emperor controls the heavenly prison. Unless you gain the favor of the divine void great emperor and are allowed to enter the 7th floor or possess the primogenitor's token, the godly void token, you won't be able to enter the 7th floor even if you have the cultivation base of an immortal emperor. The little demon girl's eyes revealed a hint of guilt. If she did not call Ning Fan husband, Sun Yan would not have come to find trouble with Ning Fan and Ning Fan would not have to kill Sun Yan and offend the divine void great emperor. Perhaps she could use her own means to make the divine void great emperor not pursue Ning Fan's responsibility. Unfortunately, she definitely did not have any means to make the divine void great emperor favor Ning Fan and allow him to enter the bottom floor of the divine tomb. After hearing her words, Ning Fan frowned and sighed. Without the permission of the divine void great emperor, I can't enter the bottom floor of the divine tomb to search for the inheritance of the chaotic loop arts. What a pity. If you draw a clear line between us or become my enemy, chop off my head and send it to the divine void great emperor, he will probably have a good impression of you. The little demon girl giggled. Ning Fan looked at the little demon girl speechlessly. Why would he chop off her head and bend his knees for glory just for a cultivation method? There are still more than 20 days before the great battle begins. Before that, you should have a good rest. I'm afraid you will be very busy after that. I'll take my leave first. Ning Fan turned around and was about to leave. From the looks of it, he wanted to send his temporary residence to the little demon girl to rest. Seeing Ning Fan's calm expression, the little demon girl smiled proudly. She knew that she was not wrong about him. How could Ning Fan be someone who would betray his own heart for benefits? He was too stubborn. There were very few things in this world that could make him bend his knees and lower his head. Wait. My husband also needs to be careful of Mu too. He might not only be an early shedding void expert. He might be very dangerous. Just as Ning Fan was about to step out of the room, the little demon girl suddenly warned him. Alright, I will be careful. In the quicksand world, Mu too was leaning on the golden scepter, standing in the boundless darkness of the desert. In this place where no one noticed, his turbid eyes gradually revealed a hint of madness. The people of the Divine Void Pavilion have already caught up. This old man doesn't have much time left. The operation needs to be brought forward. Senior brother, this time, you are really wrong. You are wrong. This time, I must destroy the Divine Void Pavilion and the Heavenly Prison. Xianxia. I will let you see the prosperity of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World again. The heaven-suppressing bell that is restraining you, I will personally destroy it. Whoever stands in my way will die. To be continued. End of chapter 763. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.